In the world of cultivation, longevity is the ultimate aspiration, and Chen Mo finds himself bestowed with it right from the start. Chapter 1. A Bold Beginning. In the kingdom of Qianyun, within the martial arena of the city lord's mansion in Baiyun City, Chen Mo stood bewildered, gazing at the virtual screen that seemed to interact with reality before him. Had he traversed to another realm? Or was this merely a game interface? Did the girl I saved just end up saving the galaxy? When faced with an out-of-control car while crossing the street, he chose to push the girl to safety, sacrificing himself in the process. The girl was saved, but he likely perished on the spot, leaving the village to mourn. Yet at this moment, Chen Mo had transcended. The virtual screen displayed Survival Cultivation. Name, Chen Mo. Age, 18. Title, None. Lifespan. Realm, first layer of Qi Refinement. Cultivation Method, Basic Qi. Refinement Technique, Divine Powers. None. Skills, None. Bonus. The complete treatise of the charming smile of the invincible celestial lord, encompassing 72 volumes. Note, for each year survived, one may choose to upgrade their cultivation method, divine powers, or skills once. Surviving a life and death crisis grants a random title reward. The number of titles one can bear varies with realm and may be switched. The panel information was deceptively simple. As a seasoned gamer, Chen Mo grasped the essentials. Firstly, survival cultivation. Does it imply the path of longevity in the realm of cultivation? He had begun with endless lifespan, achieving the ultimate goal of countless cultivators seeking immortality. Secondly, the hidden meaning behind survival suggests this world is perilous, you are in danger. Longevity does not equate to immortality. Survival is paramount. Death could come from being slain, illness, or unforeseen accidents. Thirdly, each year of survival allows for an upgrade of his cultivation method, skills, or divine powers. To live is to enhance various strengths. Ultimately, survival leads to invincibility, a rather optimistic thought. Fourthly, surviving a life and death crisis grants a random level title reward provided one survives to claim it. Chen Mo understood the benefits of titles. For instance, a title like Child of Fortune could ensure survival from falls and guarantee fortuitous encounters during adventures. The specifics would only be verified once acquired, but they were undoubtedly valuable. Fifthly, the light novel The Charming Smile of the Invincible Celestial Lord would likely serve as the backdrop for his new life. For Chen Mo, it was akin to a spoiler. Yet, he could only access the first volume at the outset, with subsequent plots to unfold upon meeting certain conditions. However, the title was truly astonishing. Lastly, if he survived until the story's conclusion, he could return to Earth. Time is up. This year's assessment for the Celestial Sect commences. At that moment, a commanding voice jolted Chen Mo from his reverie. Celestial Sect Assessment? He shook his head vigorously, and countless memories flooded in the memories of the previous host. Holy cow! Quickly adapting to the influx of memories, Chen Mo couldn't help but curse. No wonder it was called survival. No wonder it was survival cultivation. This was truly absurd. He had unwittingly become a typical good-for-nothing young master, a character destined to perish within 3 episodes. Sharing the name Chen Mo, yet younger by over a decade, he was an 18-year-old scion of the prominent Chen family in Baiyun City. Though he was handsome and charming, his character was lacking. Neither scholarly nor martial, he spent his days trailing after girls. The Chen family had expended immense resources just to allow him to barely qualify for the Celestial Sect Assessment, achieving the first layer of Qi Refinement and earning a place among the seedlings eligible for assessment. A pampered dog, no less. This farce began when he was merely 8. Are you the legendary Hound of Heaven? I, the Battle Wolf, scoff at you. Chen Mo held the previous incarnation in utter disdain. While he too had his share of infatuations in school, he had managed to charm 9 out of 10 of the top 10 beauties, the last being his sister. To transcend into a being with the ability to achieve longevity from the onset should have been exhilarating, even as a typical rogue young master. However, becoming a mere sycophant was unacceptable. This was something the legendary Nicholas the Battle Wolf Chun could not tolerate. With a frown, Chen Mo turned his gaze towards the female, celestial seedling before him. Shui Zixuan, his object of infatuation for the past decade. Her silhouette was indeed captivating, far surpassing that of the girl he had saved while crossing the street. A slight turn revealed her profile. Her skin was as flawless as snow, delicate enough to seem as if one could draw water from it. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her features exquisite, and her neck gracefully elongated. In 4 words, stunningly enchanting. Ultimately, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon Xue Zixuan's form. Tentatively, he extended his hand, slowly. Suddenly, he reached out. The manner, the gaze, the action to it was utterly lewd. Yet, it was unavoidable. He was merely pointing at the virtual information panel that appeared before him, visible only to him. Holy cow! In that fleeting moment, Chen Mo was astonished. The contents of the first volume of a brainless, click-written novel were etched into his mind, as if they were his own memories. Was this forced indoctrination? The key was, Chen Mo found the experience oddly enjoyable, yearning to delve deeper into the content. Truly, this was a mindless novel knowing it was trivial. It remained entertaining. Of course, this was from the protagonist's perspective. Damn it, survival cultivation, what a farce. Not only am I not the protagonist, but I am also the villain. The protagonist, Chao Hao. This name was as flamboyant as the title itself. Chen Mo firmly believed that such a name was more fitting for a villain. A name like Chen Mo, understated and profound, was far more suitable for the protagonist. Was the author truly mistaken? Chao Hao, with a name exuding confidence and arrogance, deserved to be the ultimate antagonist, right? While it seemed that a clicker novel did tend to have such character names. Chen Mo.as, if sensing his furtive glances and actions, Xue Zixuan frowned and suddenly turned to face him. Startled, Chen Mo quickly withdrew his hand and looked up, only to be captivated by Xue Zixuan's face. Her profile could slay him, and her frontal view could take his breath away, 360 degrees of perfection. Despite possessing the memories of his predecessor, the moment he truly beheld her, Chen Mo was still awestruck by Xue Zixuan's beauty. Her hair framed her delicate face, her skin as smooth as jade, a high nose, cherry-red lips, captivating large eyes, long eyelashes, and a gaze as pure as a fairy emerging from a painting. In oh wonder, the previous incarnation had been infatuated since 8, still enamored at 18. Even now, he found himself captivated. This girl was dangerously alluring, an absolute top-tier enchantress. According to the plot, today marked the celestial sect assessment where the protagonist, Chao Hao, would shine brilliantly, directly earning a place among the inner disciples of the sect. That evening, during the celebratory feast, Chao Hao would heroically step forth to rescue Xue Zixuan, who was coerced into an engagement with Chen Mo by her grandfather. With astounding wisdom and strategic prowess, he would craft a scenario to save Xue Zixuan while successfully vilifying Chen Mo, branding him a beast and a scoundrel. Chao Hao would become the showstopper, revealing a heaven-shattering punch at a critical moment. This would lead to Chen Mo's demise, leaving him to face his end. After this incident, Xue Zixuan would genuinely fall for Chao Hao, joining his harem. In one word, tragic, utterly deplorable. Upon this realization, Chen Mo's face paled. He had just traversed into this realm, still in a state of bewilderment, and here he was thrust into the fray? An immediate confrontation awaited. Chapter 2. This dog is about to start showing off. The pivotal moment of Chen Mo's crossover coincides precisely with the climactic scene of his own demise at the hands of the antagonist. The first volume comprises a total of 100 chapters, while the entire tome consists of 72 volumes, amounting to approximately 7,200 chapters if each volume contains around 100 chapters. In Chapter 61, Chen Mo meets his untimely end. In the original narrative, he would not witness the dawn of another day. Chen Mo was in a state of panic, his gaze fixated on the enchanting beauty of Xue Zixuan, nearly overwhelmed to the point of bleeding from his nose. Chen Mo, at tonight's banquet, I shall refuse the engagement. I hope you can take the initiative to propose this. Thus, the Chen family's dignity will be somewhat preserved. From this moment forth, please cease your pursuit of me. Otherwise, Xue Zixuan's expression was a mix of shame and anger. She had just caught sight of Chen Mo's lingering gaze and the hand that had not yet retracted. Very well, I shall refuse. Chen Mo interjected, affirming her statement. Xue Zixuan was taken aback. He agreed just like that? This left her somewhat unprepared, as she had yet to deliver the harsh words she had rehearsed. Based on her understanding of Chen Mo, it was implausible that he would concede. Her declaration was merely to inform him that, regardless of his agreement, she would resolutely refuse, thereby asserting her position. Meanwhile, a somewhat familiar voice echoed in Xue Zixuan's mind. Entangling you? Do I have a death wish? I must refuse. I would prefer to distance myself from this sham of a marriage. Is it merely because of good looks? What significance does that hold? Beautiful appearances are a dime a dozen, I am, but a unique anomaly among them. What? You love her, cherish her, adore her? My goodness, brother, do you even comprehend the essence of love? You are not in love, rather. You are merely fawning, a servile sycophant. From this day forth, let's not be sycophants. These were the thoughts Chen Mo voiced in his mind, a struggle with the lingering obsession of his predecessor. However, he was unaware that his internal monologue bizarrely resonated within Xue Zixuan's consciousness. Xue Zixuan was left astonished and bewildered. Who was speaking? What nonsense was being uttered? The voice resembled Chen Mo's, yet he had not uttered a word. Was it a form of mental transmission? That was even more implausible. Not to mention that Chen Mo had only just become a fledgling immortal even at the peak of the qi refining stage. She could not achieve such a feat. Could it be auditory hallucinations? Xue Zixuan shook her head and declared, Chen Mo, I am being serious. Her clear, beautiful gaze locked onto Chen Mo, radiating determination. Xue Zixuan, I am equally earnest. The road ahead is broad, let us part ways. From now on, we are no longer connected. Chen Mo's voice was loud enough to embarrass Xue Zixuan, and while speaking, he discreetly cast his gaze toward Xiao Hao, who stood just ahead of Xue Zixuan. Internally, he continued to lament. Xiao Hao must have heard that, right? If I refuse the engagement and draw a clear line with this foolish girl, he should refrain from acting against me, at least for now. I should be safe for the time being. It is a pity for this foolish girl, on the verge of being deceived by this scoundrel Xiao. How naive. This dog merely seeks to obtain your nining body. From the moment he saved you to being courted by your family, it has all been part of his scheme to approach you. Even more absurdly, you have fallen for this scoundrel. You will become part of his harem. In tales of this nature, where the protagonist is often surrounded by countless consorts, you can expect to be relegated to obscurity, living in solitude. How foolish. What a shame I have spent 10 years without even holding hands, let alone kissing. A true victim of circumstance. How infuriating. Brother, you are even more foolish than this girl. All right, it's not just me being foolish, nor is it merely her in this world of mindless, pretentious narratives. Everyone except the protagonist seems to be rendered dull. Chen Mo's caustic thoughts resonated clearly in Xue Zixuan's mind again. This time, she could ascertain that the speaker was indeed Chen Mo. Yet he had not uttered a word. Could it be that she had awakened a divine ability, the heart-to-heart communication, allowing her to hear his innermost thoughts? Xue Zixuan attempted to glance at others, but they showed no reaction. Only when she looked at Chen Mo could she hear his chaotic musings. Many of the terms he used were unfamiliar to her. Yet, she grasped the general meaning. Xiao Hao had crossed paths with her by chance 6 months ago and was recruited by Xue Zixuan to the Xue family. At that time, Xue Zixuan and several other fledgling immortals were training near the outskirts of the Lianyan mountain range when they encountered a beast comparable to the mid-stage of the qi refining period. Had it not been for Xiao Hao's timely intervention, she might have fallen prey to the beast. Out of gratitude, Xue Zixuan invited the self-proclaimed rogue cultivator Xiao Hao to join her family, where he became a key focus of their training efforts. Xiao Hao had performed admirably within the Xue family, earning the admiration of the higher-ups and affection from the younger disciples. Hence, Xue Zixuan harbored a favorable impression of him. However, upon hearing Chen Mo's caustic remarks, was Xiao Hao deliberately scheming to get close to her? Was his act of saving her merely a self-staged performance? Was his intention to approach her solely to obtain her nining body? What exactly was the nining body? How could she, being the nining body herself, remain unaware? Moreover, was she destined to become one of Xiao Hao's women, or part of his harem? How could this be possible? While Xue Zixuan was skeptical of Chen Mo's ramblings, even feeling enraged enough to curse, his words compelled her to reflect. She realized that the circumstances surrounding Xiao Hao's rescue were indeed too coincidental and riddled with doubts. Additionally, she could sense that since Chow Hao had entered the Shui family, there had been several chance encounters, each of which had incrementally increased her fondness for him. She was also aware that Chow Hao sought to impress her, harboring intentions towards her. Yet, she had previously paid little heed to it. After all, as a talented beauty, what normal man would not have designs on her? However, now influenced by Chen Mo's words, Shui Zixuan's affection for Chow Hao had shifted to suspicion. Of course, her feelings towards Chen Mo were even less favorable. Not only did he insult her intelligence, but he also dared to suggest kissing her how shameless and disgusting. Ultimately, how did Chen Mo know so much? Shui Zixuan found herself intrigued and curious. As time progressed swiftly, the assessments at the Immortal Gate continued at a rapid pace. One by one, the fledgling Immortals took their turns. 7th grade, low-quality Spirit Root eliminated. 6th grade, middle-quality Spirit Root passed. The elimination rate for those waiting in line for testing was exceedingly high. On average, only a handful of candidates would meet the minimum requirement for a middle-quality Spirit Root. Spirit Roots are categorized into 9 grades. Grade 1 is the finest. Grade 9 is the most inferior. Grades 1, 2, and 3 are considered superior. Grades 4, 5, and 6 are classified as middle quality. Grades 7, 8, and 9 are deemed low quality. In the history of the Celestial Gate assessments, the minimum requirement has always been a medium-grade spiritual root, signifying that the lowest acceptable standard is a grade 6. As the evaluations progressed, Shui Zixuan was increasingly astonished. For every candidate who successfully passed the examination, Chen Mo had a remarkable ability to predict their results, often articulating their outcomes in his mind before the test commenced, and with impeccable accuracy. After more than 100 candidates, Chen Mo's voice of mockery once again resonated. "We have arrived at Chow Hao. This dog is about to flaunt his prowess of first-grade spiritual root, directly elevated to an inner sect disciple, becoming the most dazzling presence in the hall. This foolish girl will undoubtedly be utterly astonished, transforming her feelings for Chow Hao from mere admiration to infatuation. He is one step closer to having her in his harem. Truly, he is the protagonist of a heavenly reincarnation. How astounding! However, this foolish girl is formidable in her own right, possessing a second-grade spiritual root, also promoted to an inner sect disciple, enjoying the privileges of a prodigy. And this is before her 9-in physique has even awakened. Once it does, she may surpass Chow Hao by the time she turns 18. If Chow Hao were to engage with her, he would gain immense benefits from the essence of her 9-in body. Alas, here I am, the petty villain, stuck with a mere 9th-grade root. Sigh. Old Master Shui is a good man, valuing loyalty, righteousness, and trust. He not only honored our agreement by allowing this foolish girl to be betrothed to me, but also bestowed upon me the privilege of bringing a companion into the Celestial Gate. As a candidate, I can also enjoy the treatment of a miscellaneous disciple, which allows me to associate with her within the sect. Yet, I was utterly vanquished by Chow Hao with a single punch. Just thinking about it infuriates me. I must not become too immersed in this role. A villain must maintain the awareness befitting their nature. In the future, I shall remain a modest presence, surviving until the grand conclusion." Chen Mo's lamentations were rather extensive this time. Shui Zixuan, overwhelmed by astonishment, found herself struggling to process Chen Mo's remarks. Had he awakened a prophetic gift upon becoming a candidate? Was the book he referred to perhaps a tome of foresight? Chow Hao was the protagonist of this tome. She was the heroine, and Chen Mo was destined to perish before the night concluded. At that moment, Chow Hao's lips curled into a remarkable arc, a confident smile gracing his features as he turned to glance at Shui Zixuan. Unfortunately, Shui Zixuan, slightly turned, was entirely focused on Chen Mo and failed to notice Chow Hao's gaze. Yet, Chen Mo observed everything with clarity. Wow, is this the so-called enchanting smile that can mesmerize without consequence? Ugh, I could vomit. His smile is contorted to an absurd degree. Is it possible that every girl is so utterly captivated by this so-called signature smile? Truly, this is mindless indulgence. Goodness, can't he smile normally? Why not twist it into a perfect 90-degree angle? At least that would be a remarkable sight. far superior to this grotesque display. How repulsive! While Chen Mo continued his internal tirade, Cao Hao, maintaining his signature smile, which Xue Zixuan had yet to notice, felt compelled to interject. Zixuan, it's my turn to test now. Upon hearing Chen Mo's mockery, Xue Zixuan had managed to contain herself, but when she turned to see Cao Hao still wearing that infuriatingly charming smile, she burst into laughter unexpectedly loud. What a crude description! Chen Mo was indeed rather vulgar, yet his depiction was strikingly accurate. Xue Zixuan had seen Cao Hao smile in such a manner before, finding it unique, though not particularly repugnant. But now, after Chen Mo's commentary, she could hardly contain her disgust. How could such an off-putting smile exist? Zixuan, you have a beautiful smile. I shall proceed to my test. Cao Hao, oblivious to why Xue Zixuan laughed upon seeing him, believed that eliciting a smile from her marked the beginning of his success in winning her over. He felt quite pleased. Having complimented Xue Zixuan, he elegantly turned and strode towards the testing pillar. However, Xue Zixuan's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. There was no denying it, she was utterly taken aback. Yet soon, her countenance transformed into one of overwhelming astonishment, or perhaps sheer terror. Chapter 3. Will I continue to grovel? Cao Hao, age 16, stands at the pinnacle of the third level of qi refinement and is poised to ascend to the fourth level at any moment. He is a disciple of the Xue family in Baiyun City. His mere introduction ignited a fervor throughout the venue. At just 16 years old, achieving the peak of the third level of qi refinement marks him as a prodigious talent, especially considering he has been suppressing his cultivation, ready to break through at any time. When the results of Cao Hao's assessment were revealed, they sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Even the experts responsible for the evaluations at the Immortal Gate rose in disbelief, gazing at the brilliant light emanating from the testing tower. 9 crystals illuminated. Each crystal represents the quality of one's spiritual roots. 1 crystal signifies the 9th grade, 2 crystals denote the 8th grade, and so forth. To illuminate all 9 signifies a first-grade spiritual root. Cao Hao's achievement lit up all 9 crystals, a first-grade spiritual root of the highest quality. At that moment, Cao Hao radiated brilliance, validating Chen Mo's earlier prediction. A signature mischievous grin spread across his face as he observed the astonished expression of Xue Zixuan. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, he believed that she would soon transition from shock to admiration and ultimately to infatuation. He was confident that he would completely conquer her in no time. However, Cao Hao furrowed his brow slightly when, in that fleeting moment of his smile, Xue Zixuan turned her head away, refusing to look at him any longer. Yet, it wasn't long before his smile became even more charming. Was Zixuan feeling shy? It seemed that his countless rehearsals in front of the mirror for his charming smile had indeed proven to have a remarkable effect. After all, she was just a young girl. It was only natural for her to be unable to withstand his allure. Alas, Cao Hao's smile was indeed potent, so potent that it made Xue Zixuan feel nauseous. She simply could not bear to look, fearing that a single second more would send her retching. The way his lips curled into a smirk made her mind swirl with the indecent remarks Chen Mo had made. Of course, another reason she had turned away was that she wished to continue eavesdropping on Chen Mo's thoughts. It was impossible to hear him unless she focused on him. Cao Hao's presence had once again confirmed Chen Mo's predictions, and she had come to fully believe in all of Chen Mo's criticisms. Indeed, her peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Mo, and his voice resonated in her ears. This foolish girl was about to fall. Damn, his smile was utterly revolting. Huh? What was wrong with this foolish girl? Was she too shy to meet Cao Hao's gaze? How prideful! She had always carried herself with a sense of superiority, looking down on someone like me, a mere sycophant. Cough. Yet that profile was truly enchanting. What a pity that she was destined to be sullied by someone like Cao Hao. And that figure TSK, a 16-year-old girl like her. Just wait until she becomes an ant. It's simply unimaginable. Just thinking about it was thrilling. How strange. She seemed to be watching me. Was she on guard against me? How outrageous. What happened to trust between people? After 10 years of devotion, I can't even earn basic trust? Fine. I admit I was worthless back then. But now, if I were to devote another 10 years, I could easily hold her hand or even touch her cough. Chen Mo's jest caused Xue Zixuan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, a mix of anger and shyness washing over her. Why did this scoundrel always think about her backside? She muttered a curse at him, calling him a lecher, before hastily turning towards the testing tower, as it was her turn to be assessed. All eyes in the venue were fixed upon the graceful figure of Xue Zixuan as she approached the testing tower. At that moment, the rising sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays upon her, making her appear as if she were glowing. Her hair shimmered with a golden halo. Her exquisite face blossomed with beauty, and her slender, graceful form was breathtaking. She captivated the attention of everyone present. The proportions of her waist and hips, her legs simply stunning. As Chen Mo watched Xue Zixuan walk past, he swallowed hard. Even clothed, she surpassed the allure of the hundreds of G of explicit images stored on his hard drive. Zixuan, there is no need for you to be nervous. Your talents are not inferior to mine. Chao Hao, waiting until Xue Zixuan, her face slightly flushed, reached the testing tower, smiled, and said, before effortlessly turning towards the area for successful disciples of the Immortal Gate. His voice was gentle, his gaze fervent, his turn graceful, and his smile. Ugh, it was unbearable. Just looking at Chao, Hao made her feel nauseous. Response? She feared she might lose control and curse him. Chen Mo's remarks had already led Xue Zixuan to believe that Chao Hao's intent in approaching her was for her nining body, even though she herself was unaware of what that meant. Little did she expect that Zixuan would exhibit such a shy demeanor. It seemed she was truly developing feelings for him. The beauty of such emotions was something she had not experienced for thousands of years. Chao Hao's crooked smile grew ever more confident and charming. His star-like eyes flickered with an uncharacteristic depth for his age, filled with an imposing presence. Xue Zixuan, aged 16, stood at the pinnacle of the third level of qi refinement, poised to ascend to the fourth level. As she announced her information, it triggered a chorus of cheers and shouts. Even before her assessment began, her name reverberated throughout the venue, much louder than when Chao Hao had made his entrance. As the most talented beauty in Baiyun City, she had her fair share of admirers, a sea of suitors vying for her attention. However, it was the arrogant and tyrannical Chen Mo, this divine presence, who caused countless talented youths to merely sigh in admiration from afar. When Xue Zixuan's assessment results were revealed, it sent the crowd into another frenzy, a second-grade spiritual root of the highest quality. Just a step below Chao Hao, she too qualified as an inner disciple, receiving the privileges reserved for gifted students, with the ability to bring one person into the Immortal Gate with her. The moment her assessment was complete, Xue Zixuan's gaze shifted towards Chen Mo. Chao Hao, who had been waiting with a signature smile for Xue Zixuan, was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. It appeared that Zixuan did not trust Chen Mo's earlier promise to cancel their engagement. Was she now exerting pressure on Chen Mo with her status as a second-grade spiritual root genius? Rest assured, my woman shall not be forced by anyone, not by the Xue family, nor the Chen family. Chen Mo's status as an unworthy waste, whether he accepted or rejected the engagement, bore no significance. Tonight's banquet would be when I put an end to him. Chao Hao had long suppressed his anger. The day of the Immortal Gate assessment would be his moment to shine. The woman he desired could not be tainted by others. Even if Chen Mo was merely a sycophant and Xue Zixuan did not harbor feelings for him, he would not allow it. What the hell? Why are you looking at me? Is a second-grade spiritual root so impressive? Your man awaits to congratulate you. Damn, your man, that dog, still wants to kill me. Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed the murderous intent emanating from Chao Hao's gaze, a fierce hostility. He caught sight of Chao Hao's cold, lethal glare. Chao Hao was momentarily stunned, perhaps not anticipating that Xue Zixuan would suddenly turn away. He quickly regained his composure, a trademark smile appearing as he waved to Xue Zixuan, saying, Zixuan, congratulations. It's your turn for testing now. Why are you just standing there? Regardless of your results, I'll grant you the privilege of bringing a companion with me, since you are technically my betrothed. Hurry up and take the test. Even if it's just a ninth-grade root. You'll still qualify as a suitable immortal seed and receive the treatment of a servant disciple once we enter the immortal gate. If you don't take the test, you won't receive any benefits at all. Huh? What is this? Why are you so concerned about me? And why are you speaking so loudly? Are you insane? I do not want to take the test. Chen Mo's eyes widened, fixated on Shui Zishuan. Damn, this foolish woman is going to get me killed. Chen Mo cursed inwardly, but outwardly, he was left speechless, unable to utter a word. This girl has changed. The script has shifted. In the original plot, Shui Zishuan never spoke like this. She completely ignored him, especially after Chao Hao completed his test and became the most dazzling figure in the room. By then, Shui Zishuan had already developed feelings for Chao Hao, even admiration. How could she possibly say such things to him in front of everyone? She even mentioned their betrothal. In the original narrative, after Shui Zishuan completed her test, she exchanged a knowing smile with Chao Hao, a gesture of mutual appreciation before taking a seat beside him. Never casting a glance at Chen Mo, the wings of the butterfly had already begun to flutter. The butterfly effect was in motion. Just moments ago, she had spoken of canceling her engagement, and now, her betrothed, whom she was promised to from birth, had been named. How could this be? Commence the test immediately, urged the formidable figure overseeing the sex assessment, casting a decidedly unfriendly gaze toward Chen Mo Shui Zishuan, a genius beauty with a second-grade spiritual root. Was a rare gem among the disciples of the sect, destined to be fiercely coveted as a direct disciple by the strong within the sect. In the future, she would undoubtedly attract a multitude of talented suitors, her prospects boundless. If it were merely Chao Hao, a paragon of excellence, it might be acceptable, but this Chen Mo, her promised one, was utterly unworthy. He could not possibly compare to Chao Hao. Apart from his slightly attractive appearance, he was clearly older than Chao Hao, and his aura was so weak that one could hardly discern his status as a spiritual seed. It was evident he had just recently become a spiritual seed and was merely at the first level of qi refinement. Without the need for testing, one could ascertain that his spiritual root talent was at best a ninth-grade spiritual root, likely among the weakest, perhaps even bordering on a worthless root. After all, Chen Mo had expended countless resources from the Chen family merely to reach the first level of qi refinement by the age of 18. Damn, the killing intent intensified. Chen Mo felt the icy glare of Chao Hao upon him, as if he were being stalked by a venomous serpent. Regardless of my engagement status, this dog would surely not let me off easily. In the original plot, this foolish girl did not decide on the spot to grant me the opportunity. I was merely an eliminated ninth-grade weakling. Coupled with Chao Hao's scheming, he had managed to place himself on a moral pedestal while I was transformed into a hunted beast, with no one believing in me or willing to stand up for me. However, if I could become a miscellaneous disciple of the sect at this moment, it would change everything. With such a status for protection, even if Chao Hao framed me, he would dare not harm me, as long as I survived this life-and-death crisis. Perhaps this would be the turning point of the butterfly effect for me. Chen Mo mused silently. Ah, show me a bit of favor, and I shall shine. Brother, you truly are the quintessential loyal dog after a decade. Your nature is hard to change. At this moment, to preserve my life, I must secure the position of a miscellaneous disciple without hesitation. Just this once, I shall play the sycophant. You can count on me to remain loyal. Chen Montak hantet invatli. Meanwhile, as he approached the testing tower, he resolved to secure his position without delay, boldly declaring, Zishuan, is the spot truly to be granted to your husband? Your husband? Shui Zishuan's lips twitched. This scoundrel was becoming increasingly audacious. Had she not heard Chen Mo's inner thoughts, she would have made him pay dearly for his insolence. Chapter 4. The aura of arrogance at this moment. Chao Hao was consumed by fury. How dare Chen Mo, this worthless fool, refer to himself as my husband? Why would Shui Zishuan choose to bestow her opportunity upon him at this critical juncture? Absolutely not. The opportunity must not be granted to Chen Mo. This was undoubtedly a coercion from the Shui and Chen families, a blatant affront. Chao Hao's heart roared with indignation, murderous intent surging within him. His gaze towards Chen Mo growing ever colder and more chilling. Just as he intended to rise, Shui Zishuan Mo's voice resonated. Elder, I would like to allocate a slot for a companion to Chen Mo. Is that acceptable? Chao Hao was momentarily stunned, unable to voice his objections in time. I am Wu Yu. You may call me Brother Wu. Wu Yu stated, Sister Shui, it is your slot to decide. However, you must consider carefully. This opportunity is immensely valuable for a suitable candidate from a cultivation family. In Wu Yu's eyes, Shui Zixuan, with her exceptional talent and youth, should not be hastily engaged, especially to someone who appeared to be unworthy. Yet, since her request adhered to the rules, he could not refuse and could only offer a gentle reminder. Without hesitation, Shui Zixuan replied, Brother Wu, I hereby confirm the allocation of the opportunity to Chen Mo. Please announce it when the time comes. Thank you. This was precisely the outcome Chen Mo desired. Shui Zixuan was evidently making a concerted effort to support him. After verification, she understood that Chen Mo's complaints might indeed stem from foresight, and he could genuinely be in peril from Chao Hao. By securing the opportunity for Chen Mo and announcing it publicly, it would give Chao Hao pause before attempting to harm him. Even if Chao Hao was a top genius with a first-grade spirit root, he had no right to eliminate a mere disciple of the sect. Wu Yu responded affirmatively. Very well. Huh? Chen Mo looked at Shui Zixuan, momentarily bewildered, yet internally relieved. With the opportunity confirmed and to be publicly announced, he believed that Chao Hao would think twice about taking action against him during tonight's banquet. Zixuan, no, you must not betray your own heart. You are already an inner disciple of the sect. How could this waste, Chen Mo, possibly be worthy of you? Zixuan, rest assured with me here, no one can force you. Neither the Shui family nor the Chen family have a right to do so. This opportunity cannot be granted to such a fool. At this moment, Chao Hao could no longer contain his outburst, directing his words toward Shui Zixuan. His voice was icy and resonated throughout the venue. His expression one of haughty disdain, exuding an overwhelming presence as his aura surged wildly. Simultaneously, an invisible force spread silently, enveloping the entire gathering. All eyes turned to Chao Hao. Countless infatuated admirers gazed at him wide-eyed, unable to suppress their ecstatic shrieks. In that instant, Chao Hao's image soared in their hearts. Now towering, handsome, and exuding an extraordinary charisma, akin to a celestial being, even the strong of the sect were momentarily stunned by Chao Hao's aura. Their faces filled with awe. Truly, he was a rare talent, a dragon among men, with such momentum, such presence, and that innate air of arrogance. Who among the similarly gifted could stand beside him? Damn, this bastard is cheating. He's using the aura of arrogance bestowed by the heavenly sovereign's reincarnation. This foolish girl must be on the verge of tears. Chen Mo thought, his mind racing with exasperation. The aura of arrogance was not a mere figment of Chen Mo's imagination. It was a term coined in the realm of fantastical literature. It was one of Chao Hao's tools for ostentation, a spiritual enhancement buff that amplified his personal allure to an extraordinary degree. Chao Hao's words prompted the crowd to scrutinize Shui Zixuan and Chen Mo. The majority of the young cultivators present hailed from Baiyun City and were well aware of Chen Mo's affections for Shui Zixuan, yet she appeared indifferent to him. Thus, most believed that Chao Hao was correct. Shui Zixuan must have been coerced into this decision. Now that she had the backing of such a top genius, would she still feel compelled to sacrifice her dignity? Surely, she would be touched and delighted. Wouldn't she? Chao Hao and she were destined to be together. Visions of a beautiful tableau formed in the minds of the onlookers. Shui Zixuan and Chao Hao, a match made in heaven, sharing mutual affection, an envy-inducing union. But the next scene unfolded in a manner that completely defied their expectations. Chao Hao, you are merely an outsider that our Shui family has recruited. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. And who told you that I am being coerced? I willingly grant this opportunity to Chen Mo. What concern is it of yours? Do not presume that just because you possess a first-grade spirit root, you are superior. My second-grade spirit root is not necessarily inferior. Cultivation talent encompasses more than just spirit roots. Both the Shui and Chen families are ancient lineages of cultivators, and you, at merely the third level of qi refining. have no right to dictate terms. Xue Zixuan glared coldly at Chao Hao, whose arrogance radiated from him. When the world, Chen Mo was momentarily dumbfounded. Suddenly, he perceived this foolish girl as both beautiful and formidable. She had not succumbed to Chao Hao's aura of arrogance. Was the butterfly effect so potent? Likewise, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Chao Hao, too, wore an expression of shock. He could hardly fathom that Xue Zixuan would speak to him in such a manner. It was as if she had publicly drenched him with scorn. How could this be? He had invoked the aura of arrogance. Surely, if Xue Zixuan harbored even the slightest fondness for him, that affection would have been magnified 1,000-fold. Thus, in Chao Hao's view, Xue Zixuan, who had shown him some favor previously, should have been moved to tears at this moment. Shouldn't she have recognized his towering presence, his unparalleled stature, which would provide her with absolute security, leading her to throw herself into his embrace? Oh, I see. Chao Hao suddenly grasped the situation. Xue Zixuan was acting to protect him. Both the Xue and Chen families were venerable lineages of cultivators, particularly the Chen family, as the foremost household in Baiyun City. Their heritage far surpassed that of ordinary cultivation families, intertwined with the sect in countless ways. Although he had been recognized as a first-grade spirit root and was admitted as an inner disciple of the sect had its own rules and would not interfere in worldly matters. What right did he, a mere third-level Qi refiner, have to challenge the Xue and Chen families, especially since he was publicly recognized as a disciple nurtured by the Xue family? How would others perceive him? Zixuan, you foolish girl. You have no idea how strong your man truly is. The small Xue and Chen families are nothing before him. Mere ants. Once I recover even a fraction of my strength, they will be extinguished with a mere thought. However, it is indeed unwise to create a ruckus over this fool at present. Very well, I shall endure this for now. With this realization, the look of astonishment vanished from Chao Hao's face. His gaze toward Xue Zixuan transformed, now filled with tenderness and affection. His signature smile, tinged with a hint of resignation and bitterness, emerged. Chen Mo, already bewildered by Xue Zixuan's words, was now even more perplexed by Chao Hao's demeanor. The scorned fool seemed to revel in his humiliation, yet he wore a smile that suggested he was deeply moved and gratified. Was this dog truly transformed into a legendary pervert by the wings of a butterfly? Or had his mind been muddled? As Xue Zixuan beheld Chao Hao slowly lift the corners of his mouth, she was so startled that she turned away. Not again. Damn. The illustrious beauty of Baiyun City. Xue Zixuan could no longer suppress her thoughts and exploded with exclamations of exasperation internally. It was clear that she had been infected by Chen Mo's frequent expletives. The crowd, witnessing Chao Hao's reaction, shared the same expression of disbelief. However, it did not take long for the astute observers to realize the underlying dynamics. The gaze of several formidable figures from the celestial realm shifted subtly as they regarded Xue Zixuan. This little junior sister is indeed remarkable. It seems she is defending Chen Mo, but in reality, she is protecting Chao Hao, who has just been identified as possessing a first-grade spiritual root. His earlier words were indeed somewhat inflated, especially considering he is a member of the esteemed Xue family. Chen Mo felt a surge of irritation. He had nearly been swayed by Xue Zixuan's sentiments. His expression darkened considerably. At that moment, Xue Zixuan, who had been fixated on Chen Mo, became infuriated. She was on the verge of losing her temper. Chen Mo, aged 18, in the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, a direct descendant of the Chen family in Baiyun City, introduced himself candidly. He certainly noticed the furious glare that Xue Zixuan directed at him. Her anger was striking, indeed, but he chose to disregard it, as he had already secured his place. Having said that, Chen Mo raised his hand and placed it on the testing monument, initiating the assessment. Buzz. The first crystal on the testing monument illuminated. Fully aware of the anticipated outcome, Chen Mo harbored no expectations, nor did he entertain any illusions. However, what was happening? How could it be so swift? Chen Mo was astonished. In the original narrative, he had barely managed to light the first crystal And even then, it had only glimmered faintly, barely achieving the ninth grade, the most abysmal of the worst. Yet now, upon merely touching the testing monument, the first crystal illuminated rapidly, radiating an increasingly brilliant light. Chapter 5. The Butterfly Effect. How could the speed of illumination be so astonishing? What was happening? In mere moments, the first crystal was completely illuminated. Could the butterfly effect have influenced the quality of my spiritual root? The pace at which he ignited the crystal far surpassed that of all previous lower and middle grade spiritual roots, even eclipsing the speed at which Xue Zishuan and Chao Hao had illuminated theirs. What did this signify? Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement, his gaze fixated on the second crystal. Once the second crystal lit up, it would confirm that the butterfly effect had indeed impacted his spiritual root. Goodness, it had truly changed. Ha ha! As the second crystal was illuminated with unstoppable momentum, Chen Mo's eyes widened. He was certain beyond doubt that the butterfly effect had indeed affected the quality of his spiritual root. He was no longer the most inferior ninth grade spiritual root. It was now eighth grade. Ha ha ha! Since it had changed, let it change dramatically. Spirits of heaven and earth, O Supreme Lord, reveal your divine presence and bestow upon me a first-grade spiritual root. No, grant me a supreme root, a holy root, a celestial root. Cough. At the very least, a fourth-grade root would suffice. Urgently, I beseech. Chen Mo fervently prayed, his eyes bulging theatrically as he uttered his plea. With this transformation, he naturally hoped for the best possible endowment for his spiritual root. The better, the merrier, so exceptional that it could not be surpassed. This was not merely a matter of modesty. Only someone foolish would desire to be low-key regarding their spiritual root talent. Not only could he potentially possess a supreme, holy, or celestial root, but various innate bodies such as the Tao body, dominant body, or holy body could also be within reach. And the possibilities were considerable. Of course, this was merely Chen Mo's speculation. The speed at which Chen Mo ignited the second crystal showed no signs of waning and soon illuminated completely. The third crystal followed suit, continuing its unstoppable trajectory. Chen Mo's heart soared with joy. Dearest butterfly, with your most beautiful, noble, and sacred wings, fan me fiercely, fan my spiritual root with abandon. Ha! In the blink of an eye, the fourth crystal lit up once again. Sixth grade now, and the pace of illumination remained undiminished. Chen Mo grew increasingly ecstatic. At that moment, Xue Zishuan, too, forgot her anger. Her large, captivating eyes widened, and her cherry lips formed an O shape. She had certainly heard Chen Mo's inner musings. Although she didn't quite understand the term butterfly effect, she grasped the essence of Chen Mo's thoughts. However, he was igniting them far too quickly. It might not last. When Chen Mo ignited the second crystal, Xue Zishuan thought this way. Soon after, Chen Mo swiftly proved to her that not only was he rapid, but also enduring. The fifth crystal illuminated. The sixth crystal illuminated. 6 crystals represented a fourth-grade spiritual root, a mid-grade, fourth-grade spiritual root, though he had yet to meet the conditions for an upper-grade spiritual root to enter the inner sect. Possessing a fourth-grade spiritual root was more than sufficient to pass the Celestial Gates examination and become an outer sect disciple. This was far superior to being a mere servant disciple. A fourth-grade spiritual root. As Chen Mo reveled in delight, an epiphany struck him. It seemed there was no end in sight. He felt certain he could reach the upper grade. Goodness, this won't do. I can't continue testing. Modesty is key. The young master, must keep this to myself and not let others know. Maintain a low profile. I must withdraw. I must withdraw. Alas, I cannot withdraw. Chen Mo exerted every ounce of strength, gritting his teeth. His face flushed, yet he could not release his grip from the testing monument. The onlookers, perplexed by his demeanor, mistakenly believed he was fervently channeling his power. How foolish. This was a spiritual root test, not a strength test. One couldn't simply enhance their performance through sheer force. Meanwhile, Xue Zishuan, astonished yet seizing the opportunity for revenge, muttered under her breath, calling Chen Mo a foolish pig while he labeled her a silly girl. Could a spiritual root test end when one desired? When the seventh crystal illuminated, Chen Mo panicked. An upper-grade spiritual root. On the verge of qualifying for the intersect. It's perfectly reasonable to desire the finest spiritual root, but I truly do not wish for this to be publicly revealed. I just want to cultivate quietly. How can I maintain a low profile now? As the eighth and ninth crystals ignited in succession, Chen Mo resolutely closed his eyes, feeling a sense of tragic acceptance. He could hardly muster the energy for sarcasm. He had completely relinquished any struggle. Since he could not resist, he might as well close his eyes and embrace. Endure the benefits and risks entailed by possessing an upper-grade, first-grade spiritual root. How difficult this was. He had thought himself a mere ninth-grade copper novice, only to discover he was a first-grade monarch. Had he known, he would have shamelessly claimed the silly girl's spot without hesitation. Yet this sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Goodness, the astonishment etched on the silly girl's face. Cough. Even Chow Hao, that insufferable fool, was taken aback. How delightful. Alas, I have become inflated. Calm down, for Chow Hao is a reincarnated celestial being, a true LYB and LSP. Chen Mo pondered, his emotions a blend of complexity. While the thrill was exhilarating, publicly revealing such an impressive result was far too conspicuous, too ostentatious, far too contrary to the principles of longevity and modest cultivation. But it was too late to lament now. Fortunately, with Chow Hao's prior results, while Chen Mo's testing outcome left everyone in awe, it could not be compared to Chow Hao's first-grade spiritual root, nor even to Xue Zishuan's second-grade root. Cultivation talent encompasses more than just spiritual root quality. At 18, having only just reached the first layer of qi refinement, how could he possibly compare to someone who had ascended to the pinnacle of the third layer at 16? Chen Mo, you must be new to the fundamental qi refinement method, right? Wu Yu, in charge of the testing, couldn't help but inquire, his gaze now devoid of its previous indifference, replaced with a hint of pity. In his eyes, Chen Mo had undoubtedly squandered precious golden cultivation time, beginning his training late or lacking diligence. Otherwise, he would never have only become a spiritual seed. This was truly regrettable. One must realize that cultivators contend against fate itself. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of delays. Wasting years of golden cultivation time in youth means one will need to compensate with decades, even centuries, in the future. Some things may even be irreparable. How can one be so wasteful? The fundamental qi refinement method was a cultivation method publicly disclosed by the Celestial Gate to filter spiritual seeds. Anyone could practice it. If one remained unable to achieve the first layer of qi refinement by 18, it would generally indicate an inability to cultivate or an unsuited spiritual root, which applied to the vast majority. For Chen Mo and others to become spiritual seeds was already a rare stroke of fortune. Achieving the first layer of qi refinement before 18 proved suitability for cultivation and possession of a spiritual root, thus granting eligibility for the Celestial Gates assessment. Chen Mo had merely caught the tail end of the Celestial Gates assessment train. From 6 to 18, 12 years. Chen Mo, you possess a first-grade spiritual root, yet your cultivation speed is so sluggish. In these 12 years, you must have not truly dedicated yourself to cultivation, right? Chen Mo, maintaining a serious demeanor, while Xue Zishuan looked on, speechless. Why did this fellow choose to feign ignorance? A first-grade spiritual root, 12 years of relentless cultivation. What a farce! If that were the case, how poor his comprehension must be. You absolute fool. The only thing you seemed serious about was pursuing me, yes. He said he was my devoted dog, relentlessly pursuing me. He exhausts himself trying to please me, revolving around me daily, disrupting my focus, unsettling my mind. It's utterly infuriating. Were it not for the betrothal arranged by their families, were it not for their childhood companionship, were it not for his slightly handsome appearance, were it not for his unwavering restraint, never daring to act out of line or even touch her, she would have long since dealt with him. Such a prodigious talent squandered. However, Chen Mo, My junior, according to the rules, you have been granted an exception to become an intersect disciple, enjoying the privileges of a gifted student. Now on to the next. Even the formidable Wu Yu was rendered speechless by Chen Mo, having no desire to engage further with him. Yet, despite his silence, he still referred to Chen Mo as junior. If Chen Mo had merely begun to learn the basic qi refining technique or had not practiced diligently, we would have only felt regret. After all, that would be merely a late start or laziness resulting in 12 wasted years. With strict guidance and hard work, a bright future could still be within reach. Yet now disappointment hung heavily in the air. With a first-grade spiritual root, earnest cultivation, relentless practice, 12 years of effort, and a gathering qi pill, he had only just become a spiritual seed. Such a disparity in aptitude was utterly lamentable, a significant flaw. Observing Wu Yu's disappointment, Chen Mo inwardly praised himself for being so clever. What foolishness, what a lack of understanding. Such notions were entirely unfounded. Whether in his past life or this one, his intelligence would never falter. He had been clever from a young age. When his mother proudly displayed the PS version admission letter from Qingbei University she had purchased online for a mere 10 yuan, the neighboring aunt had remarked on his brilliance. As for why Chen Mo had only just become a spiritual seed, it was simply because his previous incarnation had possessed a wretched 9th-grade spiritual root. However, this Chen Mo was not that Chen Mo. He had traversed realms, perhaps influenced by the butterfly effect, perhaps due to the connection between spiritual roots and one soul. Having become the embodiment of a divine soul from Earth, he had escaped the fate of a 9th-grade spiritual root. Of course, this was merely Chen Mo's conjecture. Simple yet plausible. After all, what was so remarkable about a first-grade spiritual root? This foolish girl, why was she fixated on him instead of her own man? Did she expect him to fawn over her? Absolutely not. Cough. Why did it feel like she wanted to strike him? Damn it, stay away from her. Chen Mo muttered to himself as he approached the seating area designated for those who had passed the assessment. Chao Hao occupied the central seat in the front row. In the original storyline, Xue Zixuan had sat next to Chao Hao after completing her test. However, now, she distanced herself from him, choosing a seat at the far left of the second row. Meanwhile, Chen Mo deliberately kept his distance, positioning himself at the far right of the last row. Cherishing life, he steered clear of trouble. Naturally, he also wished to avoid the insufferable Chao Hao. Chen Mo had intended to huff in pride, but Xue Zixuan's unwavering gaze made him feel a twinge of panic, as if she might rush over and confront him at any moment. He couldn't bring himself to make a sound. Instead, oh no, just as he feared, she approached, radiating the formidable energy of a peak third-layer qi refiner. Xue Zixuan advanced toward him, clearly agitated. Chen Mo's mind was flooded with the phrase, turbulent waves. This aura, I haven't provoked her. Oh no, I mustn't look. Chen Mo forcefully averted his gaze. The waves were too overwhelming. He felt somewhat seasick. Did women in this realm not wear proper garments? Or was it that girl Xue had matured too quickly and simply hadn't realized it? Did she not consider how her approach might affect young Chen? Was there no sense of decorum? Chen Mo stood to flee, but Xue Zixuan was far too swift. Startled, he nearly stumbled into the impending tide. Xue Zixuan, we can talk this out. A gentleman uses words, not fists. When Chen Mo found himself grasped by the collar of his robe, lifted at a 30-degree angle, facing Xue Zixuan, their proximity reduced to the length of an arm, he felt blood rush to his face. Words escaped him, stammering inarticulately. Of course, Xue Zixuan's absolute strength and imposing presence as a peak third-layer qi refiner were beyond what this novice could withstand. Sit down. With a forceful motion, Xue Zixuan pressed Chen Mo back into his seat. He was utterly unable to resist. Xue Zixuan then plopped down beside him. In the distance, Chao Hao turned his head to observe Xue Zixuan, whose face was a portrait of fury, as if she might slay Chen Mo, revealing his signature smirk of satisfaction. He was pleased. As for their close proximity, he paid no heed. Xue Zixuan glared at Chen Mo, her anger palpable, wishing to inquire, but ultimately unable to voice her thoughts. It was as if an invisible force constricted her throat, preventing her from uttering anything related to Chen Mo's teasing remarks. Was it a secret that should not be revealed? Shui Zishuan firmly believed so. Chen Mo's foreseen future, or what one might call the heavenly book, had already been validated in the spiritual root test. Everything he said was correct. Only her own spiritual root aptitude had undergone a transformation, resulting from the butterfly effect Chen Mo had described. Don't move. Shui Zishuan lowered her voice, leaning in toward Chen Mo's ear, who was attempting to evade her proximity, and whispered, I've changed my mind. Tonight, we will follow grandfather's arrangements and proceed with the engagement as planned. Chen Mo was taken aback, turning to face Shui Zishuan, his eyes wide. What do you mean? Are you out of your mind? He gasped inwardly, not daring to voice his thoughts aloud, only to be met with a pained expression that contorted his face as he inhaled sharply. He felt as if the flesh at the top of his thigh was being twisted into a pretzel by Shui Zishuan. The most critical concern was, it severely impacted a certain vital component. If she applied any more force or slipped, he feared it would result in a most unfortunate fate. From that moment forth, the world would lose a dashing young lad and gain a eunuch named Chen. This girl is too ruthless. Chen Mo grimaced in pain, unable to articulate his distress. All he could do was plead with his eyes, gazing at the exquisite, flawless face mere inches from his own, capable of slaying him 1,000 times over. You disagree? Shui Zishuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. I agree. Quickly, Zishuan, please let go. Chen Mo hastily opted for the latter option between becoming a eunuch and agreeing to the engagement, even if it risked his life. No way. A man's dignity must remain intact. Better to perish than to live without honor. Otherwise, what meaning would a life in the immortal realm hold? According to the original plot, on the night of their engagement, Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan were framed by Cao Hao, who took them away with a single punch. Now, however, Chen Mo had ascended to the rank of an inner sect disciple. Therefore, although he found Shui Zishuan's behavior perplexing and her words inconsistent, he chose not to dwell on it too deeply, especially given the hold she had over him. The butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter. The turning point would surely come after their engagement. Chen Mo was eager to witness what changes might unfold after he survived this perilous ordeal. Yet, while the butterfly effect failed to alter his engagement with this girl, according to the original storyline, she had been coerced into it by her grandfather. This had allowed Cao Hao to emerge as a hero, rescuing her and becoming her sole reliance, ultimately leading her to succumb to him entirely. But now, she was voluntarily choosing to become engaged to him. Could it truly be due to his newfound first-grade spiritual root? Was she so superficial, so pragmatic? As Chen Mo pondered this, he was suddenly jolted back to reality, gasping in pain once again. It was still his thigh. This time, it was even closer to the critical area. Once again, she twisted and pinched him. Fortunately, Shui Zishuan relented after only a moment of pressure. Chen Mo could only watch in bewilderment as Shui Zishuan inexplicably erupted in anger, his mind racing with indignation. What on earth is wrong with her? Alas, were it not for the fact that I, the esteemed one, am unable to contend with you, I would surely unleash my wrath upon you. This woman is intoxicating. It is simply unacceptable to behold such beauty. Does her allure grant her the liberty to act as she pleases? Indeed, she truly can. Chen Mo felt an undeniable sense of shame. Although he was reluctant to concede, gazing upon Shui Zishuan's visage rendered him utterly powerless. It was evident that this woman was perilous and that she relished in tormenting him. Yet he found himself in a peculiar state of both suffering and joy. Truly, what a predicament. He prided himself on being a ruthless individual, one who could slay a chicken without flinching. How could he be reduced to this? It must be the ingrained habits of a love-stricken fool for a decade. Chen Mo could only cast the blame upon his former self. Never mind. A gentleman does not engage in disputes with a woman. I am merely a perceptive individual, not one driven by desire. Women merely impede my swiftness in drawing my sword. How could I, Chen Mo, ever yearn for her? Romance is a pursuit beneath me, especially as one dedicated to survival. Surely, it is far more gratifying to be a craftsman. If I cannot maintain such resolve, what hope do I have of survival? Chen Mo's determination was resolute. He remained silent, turning away, refusing to glance at Xue Zishuan, as though she had never laid hands upon him. Yet the turmoil within him was overwhelming. Xue Zishuan's enchanting eyes never strayed far from him. Although the innocent Xue Zishuan did not fully grasp Chen Mo's words, she comprehended their essence, particularly the emotional undertones. In this extraordinary state, she perceived them quite directly. Truthfully, even if she did not understand a single word he uttered, she could distinctly sense his emotions. It was remarkable, yet logical, akin to a simplified version of heart communication. Xue Zishuan had never anticipated that the Chen Mo she believed she understood possessed facets of himself that she had never encountered. A peculiar joy enveloped her. Even when Chen Mo disparaged her, or when he occasionally inquired after her dairy and furtively cast glances below her neck, she endured it all. She chose to disregard his words, feigning ignorance. After all, Chen Mo merely thought these thoughts without vocalizing them. On the surface, he appeared entirely at her mercy. Yet, he was, as he himself described, a love-stricken fool. Most importantly, Xue Zishuan was determined to keep Chen Mo unaware of her ability to hear his inner voice. Though she yearned to express herself, she found herself unable to do so, yet her instinctive reactions were entirely unaffected. For instance, when Chen Mo spoke ill of her, she would pinch him, twist him, or strike him without hesitation. Should such instinctive responses occur too frequently, even if Chen Mo remained oblivious to her ability to hear his thoughts, he might begin to suspect or even to do something. Thus, she could not retaliate every time he offered her a jest. Chapter 7. A child should be like Chao Hao outside the City Lord's mansion. A multitude awaited the results of the Immortal Gate assessment. Aside from the family and friends of the potential immortals, the majority were representatives from various cultivation sects and families, eager to recruit the promising candidates. Each potential immortal was highly sought after, as becoming one was a rarity akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even those who failed the assessment remained coveted by cultivation sects and families, regardless of their inferior 9th grade spiritual roots. Among candidates with equivalent spiritual roots, those possessing striking beauty attracted more attention from the cultivation families, as their primary aim was to ensure the continuation of their lineage. The offspring of these potential immortals had a greater likelihood of becoming potential immortals themselves. The results were posted. The moment had arrived. This time, how many potential immortals would successfully pass the assessment? Two powerful figures from the Immortal Gate emerged from the City Lord's mansion to announce the results. Each session began with the posting of the assessment results while the candidates were still inside, receiving tokens and commendation from the City Lord and the Immortal Gate's stronghold. The direct descendants of Baiyun City's 5 major cultivation families, Chen, Xue, Li, Wan, and Lu, along with those who passed the Immortal Gate assessment, would undoubtedly become the focal point of public discussion. Chao Hao, 1st grade spiritual root. Who is Chao Hao? A disciple of the Xue family? When did the Xue family produce such a genius? They hit the jackpot. Xue Zishuan is impressive as well, possessing a 2nd grade spiritual root. Yet her realm is on par with Chao Hao. Chen Mo has a 1st grade? How is that possible? When the results of Chao Hao, Xue Zishuan, and Chen Mo were unveiled, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The previously obscure Chao Hao made a sensational debut. Xue Zishuan's spiritual root level and realm exceeded all expectations. Yet, the most shocking revelation was Chen Mo. As the scion of the Chen family, Baiyun City's most affluent lineage, he had long been regarded as a joke. At 18, he barely qualified as a potential immortal, having benefited from the Chen family's abundant cultivation resources. Many doubted whether he even possessed a 9th grade spiritual root. Yet, to everyone's disbelief, he tested with a 1st grade spiritual root. How could this be? Were it not for the integrity of the Immortal Gate assessment, many would suspect that the Chen family had bribed the examiners. Li Shaoqing with a 3rd grade, Wan Xiang with a 4th grade, Lu Kaixian with a 4th grade. The direct descendants of the other 3 major cultivation families in Baiyun City also passed the assessment. Li Shaoqing from the Li family achieved a superior grade, ranking 4th, just behind Chao Hao, Chen Mo, and Xue Zishuan. At the City Lord's mansion, as the assessment results were announced, within, The Immortal Gates, Stronghold, and the City Lord presented specially crafted tokens to all the participating potential immortals. These tokens served as identification for cultivators, engraved with the candidate's name and the grade of their spiritual root. For those who failed the assessment, especially those of lesser lineage, receiving such a token signified a leap from obscurity to prominence, granting them access to a cultivation family or sect, along with the privileges that came with it. Particularly for those with lower-grade roots, it was a chance to embrace a life of ease. Frankly, had Chen Mo not been overly cautious in his cultivation, and had he not achieved longevity from the outset, with merely a 9th-grade spiritual root, he would certainly have chosen a life of leisure, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines. In this session of the Immortal Gate assessment, out of over 1,000 candidates, only 12 succeeded. While this number was not particularly high compared to previous sessions, the 4 superior-grade spiritual roots set a new record for Baiyun City. Among them, the presence of both Chao Hao and Chen Mo with first-grade roots was unprecedented. Congratulations to the 12 successful candidates. Tomorrow at the Hour of the Dragon, gather here for our departure. Additionally, Chao Hao, Xue Zixuan, Chen Mo, and Li Shaoqing. You may bring one attendant each, preferably a candidate of suitable age. Everyone else, you are dismissed, announced Wu Yu, a strong figure from the Immortal Gate after distributing the tokens. Half an hour after the results were posted, the participating potential immortals began to emerge from the City Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, the expansive square before the mansion had already been set up with various stalls vying for potential immortals. Each stall displayed banners bearing the names and descriptions of their respective families or sects, along with conditions and benefits for recruitment. The stalls of cultivation families featured carefully groomed young men and women, including those from the Chun and Xue families, among Baiyun City's 5 major cultivation families. The rationale was simple. The primary aim of these families in recruiting unsuccessful candidates was to ensure the continuation of their bloodlines. Women marrying in, men being adopted. The potential immortals understood this well. The attractive young men and women from these families would be their prospective family members. In this realm, beauty was paramount. Naturally, striking appearances held greater allure for the potential immortals. As the candidates gradually exited, one figure stood out amidst the crowd, a vision in fiery red. It was Li Shaoqing. Congratulations. Miss Li, congratulations. The onlookers greeted her, making way for her passage, as the majority recognized Li Shaoqing, the esteemed young lady of the Li family. Renowned as a talented beauty in Baiyun City, she was scarcely inferior to Xue Zixuan, both in talent and appearance. The phrase "Why have both you and Liang been born?" aptly described the rivalry between Li Shaoqing and Xue Zixuan. At that moment, a figure approached Li Shaoqing, wearing a warm smile. Shaoqing, congratulations. Indeed a superior spiritual root. Your uncle knew you could do it. The speaker was Chun Yu Dao, Chen Mo's father, resembling his son in many aspects. Despite being middle-aged, he retained an air of elegance. Standing tall, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, with streaks of silver at his temples, adding a touch of maturity. However, the weariness evident in his complexion suggested he had toiled excessively. Uncle, are you here to pick up my cousin? What is there to celebrate about my 3rd grade? My cousin has a 1st grade, Li Shaoqing replied with a slight frown, devoid of any joy. She considered herself a distant cousin to Chen Mo, as his mother hailed from the Li family, a close friend of her mother. The intermarriage among the expansive Li family, with different branches sharing the same surname, was quite common. Li Shaoqing had also been a playmate of Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan in their childhood. Ah, what a surprise. Your cousin has a 1st-grade spiritual root. It truly is astonishing. I feel as if I'm in a dream. After all, your aunt and I both have 9th-grade roots. What about your cousin? Didn't you come out together? Chen Yu Dao chuckled, genuinely astonished. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. Even a 7th or 8th grade root would have been unexpected, let alone a 1st grade. This delightful revelation was utterly unforeseen, almost too remarkable to believe. With Xue Zixuan around, how could my cousin possibly notice me? During the assessment, he didn't even glance my way. He was too busy fawning over Xue Zixuan. Cough, Shaoqing, do not take it to heart. Your cousin is merely infatuated, blinded by beauty. You are far more beautiful than Zixuan. Your cousin is simply foolish. Chen Yudao paused, then, disregarding his role as a father, candidly criticized his own son. Such behavior was truly remarkable. Thank you, uncle, for your kind words. I must take my leave. Please extend my congratulations to my cousin on the engagement arranged for tonight, even if it's merely a formality. As he gazed at Li Xiaoqing's retreating figure, Chen Yudao shook his head with a wry smile. What a pity, such a splendid cousin, wasted in this manner. Why must she choose? Can she not learn from my father? If only I possessed a fraction of his prowess. Ahem! Chen Yudao suddenly caught sight of two figures and promptly halted his thoughts. Why should he concern himself with his son's affairs? Moreover, at dawn tomorrow, the successful candidates for cultivation would depart from Baiyun City to embark on their journey into the immortal realm, a matter beyond his control. Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan soon came into view. Walking side by side, they appeared exceptionally harmonious. Xue Zixuan even tilted her charming face slightly towards Chen Mo. If only the rather unappealing Chao Hao, who marred the scene, could be removed from the picture, it would have been a splendid sight. Alas, Chao Hao's presence was too glaring. At that moment, he stood tall and proud, exuding the aura of a peak Qi refining stage practitioner. With his devilishly charming smirk and the halo of being the top scorer in the assessment, making him the most dazzling figure in the crowd. It left Chen Mo overshadowed. Chen Mo felt his own aura was far too weak. Although he believed his looks and demeanor were impeccable, in this world where strength reigned supreme, absolute power was the true focus. Is that Chao Hao beside Xue Zixuan? Indeed, it is Chao Hao. What a formidable aura. Truly a dragon among men. His presence felt even stronger than that of a mid-stage Qi refining practitioner. One should aspire to be like Chao Hao. The Xue family was indeed fortunate to have attracted such a prodigy. They had struck gold. Just the rewards from the city lord's mansion would be a tremendous boon for the Xue family. Chao Hao and Xue Zixuan appeared to be a perfect match. Chen Mo's aura was so feeble in comparison. Although he too possessed a first-grade spiritual root, he was utterly incomparable to Chao Hao. Finally, someone noticed the overlooked figure. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you wish to invite disaster? If Chen Mo hears you, it will be disastrous. A companion cautioned. The buzzing murmurs, albeit hushed, emanated from ordinary individuals, incapable of eluding the ears of cultivators. Even Chen Mo, who had only recently become a seedling of cultivation, could hear every word clearly. These discussions caused Chao Hao's smirk to widen impossibly, while Chen Mo's expression darkened. The protagonist's ostentation was relentless. I'd be a mere light bulb? Damn it. Chen Mo cursed inwardly, sensing an uncomfortable green glow hovering above his head. This sensation was profoundly unpleasant. He was utterly perplexed as to what scheme Xue Zixuan was concocting, why she insisted on accompanying him. This time, it was truly Xue Zixuan who clung to him, rather than the other way around. If he quickened his pace, she matched it. If he slowed down, she did too. Chen Mo attempted to shake her off several times, but to no avail. Chapter 8. Like a fool, as Chen Mo lamented to himself, he noticed Chen Yudao striding towards him. He had the uncanny resemblance of a middle-aged version of a certain heartthrob. Most importantly, a savior had arrived. If he could not confront the situation, he could at least evade it. Although it was Chen Mo's first encounter with his predecessor's father, there was no sense of estrangement. The feeling was rather peculiar. It is widely acknowledged that protagonists who have lost their parents are seldom ordinary, yet Chen Mo's parents were very much alive. Perhaps it was because he did not embody the archetype of the invincible deity whose fate was intertwined with that of Chao Hao, who was indeed an orphan. Uncle Chen, Xue Zixuan unexpectedly greeted him before Chen Mo could react. Zixuan, congratulations. And you, my son, are quite impressive as well. Chen Yudao beamed, his smile radiating warmth. Undeterred by Chao Hao's imposing presence, his focus was solely on his son and Xue Zixuan. Thank you, Uncle Chen, Chen Mo replied, but before he could continue, he noticed another figure approaching rapidly. Xue Heng, Zixuan's father, he acknowledged. Greetings, Uncle Xue, Chao Hao said, bowing with respect. Chen Yudao, feeling slightly awkward, took the initiative to speak. Brother Xue, congratulations. Zixuan has exceeded our expectations, and my son as well. Indeed, it was surprising. However, Talent in cultivation is not solely determined by one's innate roots. What do you think, Brother Chen? The old man's arrangements leave me no room for refusal. Though it may seem like a mere formality, it will inevitably influence my precious daughter. Father, please stop, Xue Zixuan suddenly interjected. Xue Heng frowned slightly. Zixuan, this boy hasn't agreed to anything, has he? No worries. I merely speak on your behalf. Rest assured, once you enter the immortal sect, the engagement in the mortal realm will hold no sway over you. Curse it, Chen Mo thought to himself, but it did not impede his internal resentment towards Xue Heng, who looked down upon him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Cough, 300 years in the east, 300 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Today, this old man dismisses me, but centuries from now, Chen Mo, will make you unable to reach me. Huh? Suddenly, he was taken aback, staring at his hand in disbelief. Xue Zixuan had taken hold of it. They were holding hands. The soft, gentle sensation. All right, I can accept this, Zixuan. You two go on ahead, Chun Yudao stammered, bewildered. How had it come to pass that Xue Zixuan had taken the initiative to grasp his son's hand? What had transpired during the assessment at the Immortal sect? Why had her attitude towards him shifted so dramatically? Xue Heng was equally stunned, sharing the same astonishment as Chun Yudao, while Chen Mo appeared utterly dazed, as if his soul had left his body. Then we shall be on our way. Father, Uncle Chun, see you at the banquet later, Xue Zixuan said without hesitation, pulling Chen Mo along as they departed. In that moment, he felt like a complete fool. Xue Zixuan's sudden boldness had caught him off guard. They were holding hands. Just like that, Chen Mo had merely contemplated this, and it had materialized. Though it seemed like the most trivial of achievements, it was enough to defy Chao Hao. Yet, reason cautioned Chen Mo that this was illogical. How could Xue Zixuan's demeanor have changed so swiftly? What prompted her to take his hand so publicly? The original plot did not delve into the nuances of my relationship with this foolish girl. Her portrayal was largely through Chao Hao's perspective. Yet now, I possess all her memories, and those from our childhood are quite beautiful. Even the painful memories from 10 years ago are bearable, or perhaps a bittersweet experience. Most crucially, I sense that she does not genuinely despise me. If she did, with her level of cultivation and prowess, I would have no chance of approaching her. What she truly dislikes must be my lack of ambition, which impacts her cultivation. Yes, that must be it. After all, during our childhood, she and Xiaoqing would compete to play house with me, vying to be my bride, and they often fought over me. Yet now they remain distant. Cough. I seem to have overlooked Xiaoqing during the assessment earlier. Chen Montauk pondered deeply. So this is what holding hands feels like. A new discovery. However, they say true couples hold hands with fingers interlaced. Damn, what am I even thinking? He glared at his own hand. It's just being held. Why am I so excited? Even more so than during my acts of bravado. Cough, stay calm. This girl truly is intoxicating. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The same applies to perception, thought, action, and consciousness. Suddenly, Xue Zixuan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Having eavesdropped, she could no longer contain herself. Amused by Chen Mo's self-deception, Chen Mo turned to look at Xue Zixuan, but a fleeting glance was all he could muster. I shall quicken our pace, Xue Zixuan remarked. Her cheeks slightly flushed. In an instant, her aura surged, and she pulled Chen Mo along, accelerating abruptly. With a whoosh, they soared forward. The sound of rushing air filled his ears. Whoa! Chen Mo exclaimed, his voice swallowed by the gale. The speed at which Xue Zixuan propelled them was nothing short of astonishing. At the very least, it surpassed 180 miles per hour. His cheeks fluttered, his clothes billowed, hair whipped wildly, and he felt as if his legs were no longer his own. Is this speed? This girl, at the pinnacle of the third level of Qi refinement, can move like this? Is this the power of a cultivator? It's faster than riding my beloved little motorcycle. What would it be like when she advances to foundation establishment, golden core, or nascent soul? Flying on swords is no longer a dream. As Chen Mo marveled in awe, excitement coursed through him, filling him with anticipation for the vast expanse of his immortal journey ahead. Chapter 9. A True Vision. At this moment, Cao Hao found himself enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, as if a mournful melody drifted through the realms. Snowflakes swirl, the north wind howls. The world is a vast expanse. A solitary plum blossom stands proud amidst the snow, solely to waft its fragrance for a beloved. Cao Hao's gaze fixated on the intertwined hands of Shui Zishuan and Chen Mo as they departed. His once proud spirit shattered into countless fragments. He felt as though he were ensnared in an icy abyss. The wicked smirk that had once adorned his face was frozen in place. His complexion turned ashen, veins bulging, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as their figures faded from view. How could he, the esteemed Tianzuan, allow such a betrayal? How could Shui Zishuan dare to act in this manner? Cao Hao was utterly blindsided by her actions. In this moment, no amount of narcissism or self-delusion could absolve him or Shui Zishuan of this disgrace. The woman he coveted had brazenly taken another man's hand in public. Throughout all, Shui Zishuan had not spared him a single glance. An inferno of rage ignited within him. A murderous intent rampaged through his heart. Yet in an instant, he quelled the storm within. His expression reverted to its usual demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. The signature confident smirk returned to his lips. As the reborn Tianzuan, his mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary beings, allowing him to swiftly recalibrate to a state most advantageous for himself. After all, the eyes of the crowd were upon him, and whispers filled the air. This was his moment of glorious revelation. Under the scrutiny of many, he could not afford to lose his composure. Indeed, the nining body was not easily subdued. How fascinating! Cao Hao mused. Chen Mo, that worthless fool, has unexpectedly become an inner sect disciple, and with Shui Zishuan's altered demeanor towards him. For now, I cannot eliminate him, nor is there any justification to do so. Although I, the true self, need not justify my actions, to kill him outright would reveal too much. A mere insect is not worth the trouble, nor is it necessary. Most importantly, it would adversely affect my entry into the Tianyan sect. Patience is key. Once I step into the sect, opportunities will abound. The arrangements for tonight are unnecessary. Wu Yu and the others will see through them. If Chen Mo is indeed a ninth-grade waste, and if Shui Zishuan is coerced, I would be acting on her behalf. They will not intervene, but now they certainly will. Cao Hao swiftly reached a decision. Though the narrative might dull the intellect of many, as the protagonist, he possessed a modicum of wit. Otherwise, how could he exhibit superiority of intelligence? The Tianyan sect, a venerable ancient sect, is currently hosting the Xianmen assessment in Baiyun City. It is one of the 5 great sects of the Zhao Kingdom, boasting a lineage older than the kingdom itself. The Tianyan sect is steeped in glorious legends, having once been among the pinnacle sects of the cultivation world. Alas, none can escape the natural law of decline following prosperity. Today, the Tianyan sect no longer enjoys its former splendor. However, its remnants of ancient doctrine and heritage still allow it to maintain a position among the 5 major sects of Zhao Kingdom. Within Zhao Kingdom, the Tianyan sect protects 10 cities, with Baiyun City being one of them. At this moment, within the Lord's Mansion of Baiyun City, the movements of Chen Mo, Shui Zishuan, Cao Hao, and Li Shaoqing as they exited the mansion were keenly observed by Wu Yu and other powerful figures of the sect, their discussions not escaping their ears. All is well. Shui Zishuan, Chen Mo, and Li Shaoqing hail from prominent cultivation families in Baiyun City. Their information is comprehensive and detailed. Cao Hao's background, however, is lacking. He is a recent recruit from the Shui family, remarked Lu Chuan, the lord of Baiyun City. It is of no consequence. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of them. Once we enter the sect, such details will matter little. Talented disciples like Cao Hao and Shui Zishuan possess limitless potential and will surely become sought after by the elders of the sect, including Li Shaoqing, who is no exception, as her high-grade spiritual root sets her apart among disciples. Chen Mo, however, is somewhat disappointing, though he may yet surprise us. After all, spiritual root talent is the paramount innate gift, unalterable postnatally. He already possesses it. Other cultivation talents can be somewhat modified through later intervention, provided the sect is willing to invest in his training. His ceiling will undoubtedly surpass that of a medium-grade spiritual root, Wu Yu noted. Indeed, the dual cultivation technique for partners can significantly compensate for any deficiencies in comprehension, another young disciple chimed in. Indeed, as long as Xue Zixuan becomes Chen Mo's partner, his future prospects will surely improve. With a crunch, one of the younger disciples, He Yang, spoke up, his robust physique and earnest demeanor complemented by a massive, unwieldy sword slung across his back. Yes, indeed, chimed Huang Xianying, a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in a flowing yellow dress, which accentuated her fair complexion. Her large, expressive eyes and charming visage embodied a delightful allure, and she nibbled on snacks with evident enjoyment, fully embodying the archetype of a lovely foodie. Wu Yu smiled and shook his head. He shitty, Huang Shimi, you cannot truly believe that Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan will become partners, can you? Senior brother Wu. Why not? He Yang and Huang Xianying asked, puzzled. In their view, partnership was merely a matter of mutual affection. They had observed Xue Zixuan publicly take Chen Mo's hand, which was a clear indication of her genuine feelings. Contrary to their assumptions that her previous criticisms of Chao Hao were merely for the sake of preserving his dignity. Furthermore, Xue Zixuan seemed unopposed to the idea of an engagement with Chen Mo. Thus, it stood to reason that they could indeed become partners. You are oversimplifying the matter. Xue Zixuan possesses a second-grade spiritual root, is 16 years old, and stands at the peak of the third level of qi refinement, poised to ascend to the fourth. She is not inferior to Chao Hao, who has a first-grade spiritual root, and her beauty is unparalleled. Such an exceptional talent will undoubtedly be a focus of cultivation within the sect, pursued by many. The sect will not allow her to prematurely enter a partnership and begin dual cultivation, especially with someone as lacking in aptitude as Chen Mo, who would offer her no advantages. Do you truly believe the sect would sacrifice Xue Zixuan's future for Chen Mo? Wu Yu elaborated. That makes sense. He Yang conceded. Indeed, some within the sect are prone to meddling. Huang Xianying expressed her dissatisfaction, munching on another snack with delight. Cough, Huang Shimi, this is also for the sake of the sect's interests. After all, a talent like Xue Zixuan has the potential to achieve the golden elixir stage. Lu Chuan interjected, redirecting the conversation. The banquet hosted by the Xue family has invited us, correct? Wu Yu inquired. Indeed, the invitation is in my possession. Shall we see? Lu Chuan replied. Yes, let us go. We can enjoy a feast. It's been ages since I've savored a banquet from the mortal realm. Huang Xianying's face lit up with anticipation. Very well, with 3 high-grade talents present, let us venture forth. However, Lord Lu, let us keep our identities concealed. Please make the necessary arrangements. No problem, replied Lord Lu Chuan with a smile. Tonight promises to be quite intriguing. Chao Hao clearly harbors feelings for Xue Zixuan, yet this evening, Chen Mo is set to formally become engaged to her. Initially, Xue Zixuan was reluctant, but now she seems to have shifted her stance, evidently under Chen Mo's undeniable influence. However, this may only be a temporary state. I sense that this young man, Chao Hao, is far from ordinary, despite not hailing from a prestigious family. His rapid progression in cultivation, even as a loose cultivator with a first-grade spiritual root, is remarkable. Were he to possess the same resources as Xue Zixuan, he would likely have already reached the 4th or even 5th layer of qi refinement. His future is indeed promising. Indeed, Chao Hao is quite impressive. I perceive him to be no ordinary talent. If he persists in pursuing Xue Zixuan, he will undoubtedly surpass Chen Mo. Upon entering the sect, the gap between Chen Mo and Chao Hao will only widen, leaving no doubt as to Xue Zixuan's choice. Moreover, the sect will likely turn a blind eye to this. In marriage, compatibility and social status is essential. How much more so in a partnership of cultivators? Such partnerships not only require social parity, but also a balance of innate talent. The union of geniuses can truly elevate one another, enabling them to reach greater heights and become stronger. But Chao Hao is not as handsome as Chen Mo, Huang Xianying interjected. To be honest, it's only because Chen Mo is not present This interruption clearly delighted Chen Mo's friend. Had he been there, he would have certainly praised this young sister. Sister Huang truly has an eye for talent. Wu shook his head with a smile, choosing not to comment. Regarding this junior sister, he could only turn a blind eye, unwilling to interfere. The earnest He Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging Huang Xianying's point. Even as a man, he found Chen Mo quite attractive. Most importantly, there was an innate familiarity about him that was rare to find. Lord Luchuan smiled silently. Although he was unaware of Huang Xianying's true identity, he recognized that she was not to be underestimated. Thus, even if he disagreed, he kept his thoughts to himself. In the harsh realm of cultivation, what does physical beauty truly matter? This young fairy remains far too naive. Chapter 10. Deeply rooted affections on the bustling streets of Baiyun City. The moment Chen Mo was released, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. Being dragged along by Shui Zishuan, he was in a state of suspension, his feet barely touching the ground. With Shui Zishuan not providing him with enough protective energy, how could he, a newly ascended celestial seedling, withstand such a violent tug? The beauty of holding hands was utterly obliterated by Shui Zishuan's actions. At this moment, with his hair disheveled and panting heavily, Chen Mo looked up with a resentful expression at Shui Zishuan, who stood before him, slightly tilted to the side, gazing down at him. Shui Zishuan remained impeccably dressed and composed, appearing entirely unaffected by their recent sprint. However, upon taking a glance at her, Chen Mo was momentarily entranced. The perspective was like viewing a majestic mountain range from different angles, perfectly showcasing Shui Zishuan's graceful curves and creating a breathtaking image that captivated his gaze. For a fleeting moment, he was utterly spellbound. Shui Zishuan, initially looking down at the disheveled Chen Mo with a sense of pride, became flustered as she noticed his dazed stare, especially since his eyes were fixated on her figure, causing her cheeks to flush. "Perverted scoundrel, what are you staring at? Get up," she scolded, stepping back a few paces while unconsciously shielding her chest. Why is my resolve so weak in front of her? It shouldn't be. No, it's not my lack of resolve. It's just that she is too captivating. Most importantly, my past obsessions are influencing me. Yes, that is it. The power accumulated over a decade. For Chen Mo, every move and smile from Shui Zishuan was overwhelmingly impactful. As Li Shaoqing mentioned, in Chen Mo's eyes, there was only Shui Zishuan. Deeply rooted affections indeed. Purely from the heart, Chen Mo mused inwardly, accustomed to such fantasies. Having just crossed over from Earth, as a diligent craftsman, how could he resist fantasizing about a top-tier beauty like Shui Zishuan? Coughing to regain composure, he slowly rose. Shui Zishuan, what are you taking me to do? Thankfully, Shui Zishuan was already blushing. Otherwise, Chen Mo's slip of the tongue, referring to her as wife, would have made her flush even more. Truth be told, if Chen Mo had called her that in the past, she would have been furious. Yet now, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed. Instead, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. She feigned indifference, speaking with an involuntary softness. "We're going shopping. If I don't take you, won't you just follow me anyway?" Unbeknownst to her, her attitude towards Chen Mo had undergone a subtle transformation. However, Chen Mo vaguely sensed that this was perhaps the true essence of Shui Zishuan. That was in the past. Chen Mo feigned calmness, dousing any lingering hopes. "Are you saying you no longer wish to accompany me?" Shui Zishuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Chen Montauk retorted. "Humph, whether you wish to come or not. Have you asked for my permission? Did I agree?" Shui Zishuan stepped closer, tilting her head to glare at the taller Chen Mo, speaking with an air of authority. Chen Mo's calmness, composure, and even indifference in front of Shui Zishuan were nothing more than a fade. No matter how skilled he was at acting, it was futile. Chen Mo was taken aback. He found himself retreating, unable to withstand Shui Zishuan's proximity. Yet, she was like a shadow quicker than he, pressing closer as he stepped back. A mischievous smile danced on Shui Zishuan's exquisite face. In that instant, her delicate hand stealthily grasped Chen Mo's thigh. Chen Mo's legs instantly stiffened. What is this? Resorting to force at the slightest provocation? Chen Mo internally grumbled, yet he dared not voice any hesitation. He quickly conceded, yes. I'll follow, Shui Zishuan, please don't. Don't do that. He capitulated with remarkable swiftness. Life and death were trivial matters, but losing his dignity was intolerable. He recognized the importance of being wise in his circumstances. He was unsure how Shui Zishuan developed the habit of pinching his thigh. It had been a part of their dynamic since childhood, one of her secret weapons to keep him in line. Truth be told, Chen Mo felt that Shui Zishuan had a remarkable talent for disrupting his composure. You're finally showing some sense, Shui Zishuan remarked, releasing her grip and looking up at him with a triumphant smirk. Let us go, don't trail behind me. You perverted scoundrel, you big lecher. Calling me wife. How shameless, Shui Zishuan added silently in her heart. Fortunately, Chen Mo was oblivious to her inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have suspected a spirit had possessed her. Chen Mo shrugged, feeling quite helpless. With the labels of perverted, scoundrel and big lecher thrown around, it seemed his repeated blunders had cemented Shui Zishuan's misconceptions about him. He couldn't be bothered to clarify. A lowly novice must accept his status, at least for now. Perhaps in 1,000 years, if he was still around, he would show this foolish girl what a true rogue and lecher really was. The two walked side by side through the bustling marketplace, where carriages and pedestrians flowed like a river. Along the spacious bluestone streets, various shops lined the sides, and vendors were abundant. From food stalls to storytellers, singers, fortune-tellers, foot masseurs, haggling merchants, and an array of delectable snacks, the cacophony of sales pitches filled the air, experiencing the vibrant life of this otherworldly realm. Chen Mo felt as though he had stepped into the glorious era of the Tang dynasty in ancient China. Lost in reverie, he felt as though he had transcended time. It was only at this moment that he realized he had truly departed from that azure planet. Yet, he did not feel like a stranger in a foreign land. Everything from his past life seemed to belong to him, and he could no longer discern where he ended and his predecessor began. In fact, such distinctions no longer existed. He was his predecessor, and his predecessor was him. They had merged completely, with no barriers remaining. Chapter 11. Are you willing? Perhaps it had been too long since she last ventured out for shopping. Or perhaps the completion of the celestial gate examination had finally allowed the taut strings of anxiety to relax. In any case, Shui Zishuan was in splendid spirits. Everything she encountered filled her with wonder, be it food, entertainment, attire, or accessories. Eat, play, buy. Chen Mo accompanied her throughout the entire escapade, embodying the role of a devoted companion. Fortunately, there was no need for him to carry bags. As a nascent immortal, Shui Zishuan possessed a storage artifact, albeit the most rudimentary kind, the fabled storage bag. Chen Mo, however, had yet to acquire one. Such bags require the activation of true essence, which Chen Mo could not utilize before becoming a nascent immortal. Given the Chen family's financial means, procuring one for Chen Mo would pose no issue. But he had only recently attained his status, and the Chen family had not yet had the opportunity to prepare one for him. In the secular realm, storage bags were exceedingly precious and rare. They were not simply available for immediate purchase. In Baiyun City, the Shui family was in a festive mood today. The grand entrance was adorned with vibrant red flowers and silk ribbons, and the towering gates were draped in luxurious red satin. Flanking the entrance were imposing stone lions, also bedecked in red flowers and fabric. A brilliant red carpet led from the gates deep into the courtyard, stretching endlessly. The entire Shui family estate was a spectacle of lights and decorations, with red lanterns hanging high, permeating the air with joy and celebration. Today marked a double happiness for the Shui family. It was anticipated that Shui Zishuan would successfully pass the celestial gate examination, which constituted one joy. This had indeed come to pass, as Shui Zishuan not only passed but exceeded all expectations. The second joy was her engagement to Chen Mo. However, this joyous occasion was met with considerable resentment from many within the Shui family. Had it not been for the prearranged betrothal and the profound friendship between the ancestors of the Shui and Chen families, many would have voiced their opposition to this union. Especially galling was the notion that the coveted opportunity for Shui Zishuan to enter the celestial realm alongside her, would be granted to Chen Mo. Such an opportunity was immensely precious, and the direct descendants of the Shui family would have fought fiercely for it. Why should it be bestowed upon Chen Mo? Did he deserve it? Thus, the young disciples of the Shui family, busy preparing for today's banquet, were quite displeased before the results of the examination were announced. Those with hopes of securing a companion spot wore especially sour expressions, a stark contrast to the festive atmosphere of the Shui family. However, the situation had dramatically shifted. Not only did Shui Zishuan exceed expectations with a second-grade spirit root, but Chao Hao, an outer clan disciple of the Shui family, also revealed a first-grade spirit root. More importantly, the son-in-law they had underestimated, Chen Mo, unexpectedly manifested a first-grade spirit root as well, surpassing even their own lady. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that the Shui family would obtain companion spots for both Shui Zishuan and Chao Hao. 2 spots. The morale among the young disciples of the Shui family noticeably improved, particularly those hoping for a coveted spot, who were now filled with excitement. As evening descended, luxurious carriages continued to arrive at the Shui residence. The attendees of the banquet were all affluent and distinguished, each accompanied by family members and generous gifts. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation were prominent figures from various sectors across Baiyan City. The city lord, Lu Chuan, arrived with his family and a few friends whose auras were carefully concealed. These friends had undergone a simple disguise. Although the city lord had not explicitly informed the Shui family's elder, the elder, having lived more than a century, was astute enough to discern the truth. He understood who Lu Chuan's so-called friends were and personally welcomed them. Shui Zishuan and Chen Mo, the protagonists of the day, arrived at the grand entrance of the Shui family just before the banquet commenced. Chen Mo had visited countless times before, yet this was his first glimpse of a prestigious immortal family estate. The entire residence exuded grandeur, with its expansive grounds and intricate architecture. The stone lions at the entrance were imposing and dignified, adding an air of authority to the family estate. Their eyes, inlaid with an unknown black gemstone, seemed almost alive, radiating a captivating spirit. Chen Mo even found himself questioning if these lions were truly inanimate. Arriving at their destination, Shui Zishuan gazed up at the festooned entrance, her voice slightly subdued as she turned to Chen Mo. "We are about to be engaged. Chen Mo, do you wish for this?" Her voice trembled slightly, and inexplicably, she felt a surge of nervousness. Chen Mo furrowed his brow as he regarded Shui Zishuan's exquisite, expectant visage. What does it even matter? Whether he was willing or not, they were to be engaged. Before he could respond, Shui Zishuan assertively declared, "It's settled." Chen Mo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet inwardly, he sighed with relief. Did he truly wish for this? The philosophy of survival and cultivation advised him to steer clear of beautiful disasters, particularly one as perilous as Shui Zishuan. Maintaining a distance from her was the wisest course. Yet, the unfolding events were beyond the control of a mere novice like Chen Mo. Does it matter whether I wish for it? Does love require justification? Chen Mo's thoughts wandered to classic lines from movies, and he recalled a cherished ending theme song. Humming the lyrics involuntarily, in the turbulent sea of love and hate, it is hard to escape fate, being brought together yet unable to approach. Perhaps I should believe in destiny. How fitting this song is, speaking of being unable to approach. Is this really happening? Stealing glances at Shui Zishuan beside him, he sensed her nervousness when she had posed her question. This only reinforced his belief that the Shui Zishuan portrayed in those fantastical narratives was a distorted version, manipulated to lose her identity. The true Shui Zishuan harbored genuine feelings for him, a bond forged since childhood. He stole another glance at her, noting her radiant beauty. Their childhood friendship was undeniably real. As they proceeded, numerous disciples of the Shui family greeted Shui Zishuan warmly, and even their demeanor towards Chen Mo had improved significantly. Some even referred to him as son-in-law, leaving Chen Mo feeling a surge of delight. The last vestiges of his inner turmoil dissipated completely. What did it matter if he was the protagonist? What did it matter if the heavenly sovereign had been reborn? He was a transcendent being from another world. equally a template of a protagonist, and now, with an enhanced spirit root, he felt no fear. Frankly, it was not arrogance on Chen Mo's part. He began with longevity and bore the survival and cultivation panel, which was certainly not inferior to the reborn Xiao Hao, perhaps even stronger. The only drawback was that his current realm and strength lagged behind. He needed time to grow. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air. Sister Zifei? Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he turned to the approaching figure, bearing a striking resemblance to Xue Zixuan. The young woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure voluptuous and alluring. She appeared to be a few years older than Xue Zixuan, exuding a mature charm while dressed in an eye-catching manner, embodying elegance without being vulgar. Chapter 12. Xue Zifei, by heavens. Xiao Hao certainly knows how to pick his pawns. Sister Zifei possesses at least 6 or 7 points of beauty, even without the aid of drugs. Just a little intoxication, and who could possibly resist her allure, especially under the influence of an aphrodisiac? Who could withstand such temptation? Chen Mo mused as he observed the approaching woman. Xue Zifei, the elder cousin of Xue Zixuan, possessed a complete 6th-grade spiritual root and had once participated in the celestial sect examinations. Regrettably, her spiritual root was just shy of the 7th grade, preventing her from passing the trials. Having fully ignited the 6th crystal, she fell short of attaining a mid-grade spiritual root. 8 years senior to Xue Zixuan and 6 years older than Chen Mo, Xue Zifei was unwittingly entangled in Xiao Hao's machinations to ensnare Chen Mo. As depicted in the mindless tale, the invincible celestial sovereign with a charming smile. Xue Zifei was innocent. She had merely indulged in drink alongside her cousin, only to find herself in a precarious situation with the equally inebriated Chen Mo, Xue Zixuan, having regained consciousness in time. Witnessed her cousin in distress, yet found herself powerless to intervene, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, her cries for help filled with terror. Xiao Hao, arriving just in time, was incensed at the scene and executed Chen Mo on the spot, thus rescuing both Xue Zixuan and Xue Zifei. While Xue Zixuan emerged unscathed, Xue Zifei's fate was uncertain. All of this was the result of Xiao Hao's cunning and meticulous planning. He would never sacrifice Xue Zixuan's virtue, for she was his coveted body of 9 yin, a treasure he deemed sacred. Yet, to justify the execution of Chen Mo, he needed to orchestrate a scenario that would paint Chen Mo as unforgivable. Thus Xue Zifei, a favored member of the Xue family with a close bond to Xue Zixuan, became a pawn in Xiao Hao's scheme. Sister? Zixuan? Xue Zifei called out as she approached her cousin, puzzled by Xue Zixuan's unusual demeanor. The latter seemed momentarily stunned, her reaction to Xue Zifei's arrival absent, as she stared vacantly at her. What is amiss? Xue Zifei wondered, sensing something was off with Xue Zixuan's expression. Are you nervous about the impending engagement? You seem more apprehensive than little Mo, who appears quite at ease, she remarked, glancing at Chen Mo, as Xue Zifei's closest confidant and protector. She was well aware of the dynamics between Xue Zixuan and Chen Mo, just a bit nervous. Xue Zixuan fibbed. In truth, she was not nervous, but rather shaken by the revelation of Xiao Hao's treachery and his intent to eliminate Chen Mo. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her, particularly the realization that Xiao Hao had even plotted against her beloved cousin. Had Chen Mo not possessed the foresight to anticipate these events, had the butterfly effect not come into play, he would still be an inconsequential 9th-grade spiritual root. The implications of such a scenario terrified Xue Zixuan. Come now, there's no need for anxiety. We used to play house as children. Auntie and Aunt Lan are calling for you to hurry and change. Off you go, Xue Zifei encouraged. All right, I'll head over now. What about Chen Mo? Xue Zixuan inquired. Don't worry about me. I'll just wander about, Chen Mo replied. Wander? You still need to groom yourself and change clothes. Come with me to the bamboo grove. Aunt Lan has entrusted me with your attire, Xue Zifei insisted. Aunt Lan was Chen Mo's mother, Xue Lan. Upon hearing this, Xue Zixuan frowned slightly, contemplating voicing her reservations, but ultimately refraining. After all, those were merely glimpses of Chen Mo's potential future yet to unfold. Neither she nor Chen Mo could allow Xiao Hao's schemes to succeed. All right, I'll go ahead. Chen Mo. Come find me when you're ready, Xue Zixuan declared. Understood. Chen Montag responded obediently. It was imperative not to disrespect Xue Zixuan at this moment. He dared not overstep boundaries. Although he was uncertain about Xue Zixuan's earlier lapse, like Xue Zifei, suspected her unease stemmed from the engagement. Sister, it's merely an engagement. There is no marriage yet. You won't be able to part from little Mo for even a moment. Xue Zifei teased. That's not true. Xue Zixuan retorted, her face flushed as she hurried away. Xue Zifei exuded the charm of a mature woman in every gesture and word. Adorned in a light purple pleated skirt, she walked gracefully ahead of Chen Mo, swaying her slender waist and curvaceous form as they made their way to the bamboo grove. The scenery around them was captivating, impossible to ignore. The subtle fragrance of her perfume tantalized Chen Mo's senses, rendering the surroundings even more enchanting. With each step she took, Xue Zifei captivated Chen Mo's gaze. Little Mo, are you excited about your engagement with my sister? I'm genuinely happy for you both, especially you, with your first-grade spiritual root. However, this also means you must seriously reconsider your dedication to cultivation. With the engagement approaching and your entry into the celestial realm imminent, the gap between you and my sister will only widen if you continue as you have. She noted the heat in Chen Mo's gaze but feigned ignorance, maintaining her radiant smile. She had grown accustomed to the way men would lose themselves in her presence. Today, she had taken extra care in her appearance, looking even more alluring and seductive, making Chen Mo's infatuation quite natural. Sister Zifei, your fragrance is delightful. What perfume are you wearing? Chen Mo abruptly shifted the topic. His intense gaze transformed into one of clarity and sincerity, as if his earlier admiration had been purely aesthetic. Do you find it pleasant? I too find it lovely. It's a perfume crafted from the essence of a 1,000-leaf orchid, blended with the spiritual spring, Xue Zifei explained as she walked. You created this? Chen Montag inquired. Of course not. I'm not adept at alchemy. It was concocted by an alchemist from our family. A few days ago, he gifted me a bottle, Xue Zifei replied, her eyes flickering slightly as she spoke vaguely. Gao Hao? Chen Mo fixed his gaze on Xue Zifei, stating directly, as a reincarnated celestial sovereign, Chao Hao was undoubtedly skilled in various arts of cultivation, alchemy being just one of his many talents. He had already demonstrated his alchemical prowess within the Xue family, having attained the status of a novice alchemist. Such details were all laid bare in a mindless narrative. The gift of perfume from Chao Hao to Xue Zifei was a pivotal move in his grand design. Chen Mo's current objective was to unravel Chao Hao's intricate plot. Chapter 13, is it really that simple? Xue Zifei was taken aback. The reason she had been ambiguous about the source of the gift, refraining from mentioning it was from Chao Hao, was to spare Chen Mo any embarrassment. After all, she had already heard the news. Events from today's Immortal Gate assessment had spread, essentially revealing that Chao Hao was openly vying for Xue Zixuan's affection. Xiao Montag, how did you know it was from Chao Hao? Chen Montag inquired. Indeed, it is him. As I had conjectured, he continued. All right, regarding today's Immortal Gate assessment and your relationship with Chao Hao and my sister, I have heard quite a bit. I initially did not wish to inform you, to prevent you from overthinking it. Rest assured, sister supports you in your sister's union. Xiao Mo, you must devote yourself to cultivation from now on, Xue Zifei stated. Her implication was clear. She had no ulterior motives regarding Chen Mo and spoke her mind directly. Moreover, she thought Chao Hao was a decent fellow. It was entirely normal for him to have feelings for her sister. Who would not be enchanted by a girl like Xue Zixuan? Besides, the Xue family was generally aware that Chao Hao had joined their clan primarily for Xue Zixuan. It was only today, during the Immortal Gate assessment, that he made his feelings publicly known. Sister Zifei, as you support me, please do not accept anything from Chao Hao, Chen Mo said earnestly. Xiao Montag, it's merely a perfume. Are you truly worried I might be swayed by him? Xue Zixuan teased. This is no ordinary perfume. It is not crafted from Qinya orchid. It is primarily concocted from bewitching grass and spring orchid, Chen Mo asserted with seriousness. Xiao Mo, how do you know this? Xue Zifei exclaimed, her gaze towards Chen Mo filled with bewilderment. She sensed he was not jesting. Yet how could he possess such knowledge? Sister Zifei, do you know why I dislike cultivation? Chen Mo suddenly shifted the topic with his inquiry. Why? Shui Zishuan asked, unfazed. Because my passion lies in alchemy. I have devoted considerable time to it, which enables me to discern that this perfume is problematic. Is that so? Xiao Mo, are you truly that talented? Shui Zifei appeared incredulous. Believe it or not, had I not spent so much time studying alchemy, I would not have merely become an immortal seed, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. True. Xiao Mo, are you foolish? To pursue alchemy, one must first become an immortal seed and enhance their cultivation. Mastering any aspect of the myriad arts of cultivation requires a solid foundation in one's own cultivation. If you expend your energy on alchemy without being an immortal seed, it is clearly a case of losing sight of the basics and incurring losses. Shui Zifei was convinced by Chen Mo's words. Her belief only left her more speechless. How can one be so naive? The myriad arts of cultivation are indeed valuable, but one's own cultivation is the foundation of everything. To excel in any aspect of cultivation, a strong personal cultivation is essential. Chen Mo, who was not even an immortal seed, was wasting his efforts on alchemy. This was clearly counterproductive. Sister Zifei, I understand now. I will cultivate diligently from here on out. You must keep this a secret. Were it not for the issues with this perfume, I would never disclose my studies in alchemy, for it is my greatest secret. Let us not discuss that for now. Chao Hao certainly harbors ulterior motives. The side effects of this perfume are significant. Chen Mo carefully articulated. What side effects? Shui Zifei asked, puzzled. Have you noticed that after using this perfume, the way most men look at you has changed somewhat? Chen Mo inquired. Well, perhaps, Shui Zifei pondered affirmatively. Naturally, Shui Zifei would not voice it. After all, Chen Mo was her sister's husband. It was entirely normal for a healthy young man like Chen Mo to glance at her more than a few times, and she had witnessed such attention often. After all, before Shui Zishuan came in her own, she had been the most beautiful prodigy in the Shui family, renowned in Baiyun City. What harm was there in a few stolen glances? Moreover, if Chen Mo suggested that the perfume had issues, it would surely have effects on him as well, wouldn't it? It certainly did. Its primary function was indeed to attract attention. The genuine Chinya orchid concocted 100 fragrance pills served this very purpose. However, Chao Hao's version was primarily made from bewitching grass and spring orchid, which had implications beyond mere attraction, potentially serving as a catalyst for nefarious substances. Well, Sister Zifei, you understand what I mean, substances that could lead to loss of control. What substances? Shui Zifei looked at Chen Mo, bewildered. Is it really that simple? Chen Mo observed the confusion in Shui Zifei's gaze, sensing her sincerity, which surprised him. He felt compelled to continue his explanation. It's the kind that causes men to lose control. Once exposed to the scent of this perfume, it triggers a reaction, and the effects are reciprocal. Sister Zifei, when the other party is affected, you too will succumb, becoming weak and semi-unconscious, unable to resist. And the counterpart, having lost their rationality, will then. Sister Zifei, you understand, right? At that point, you would be powerless to defend yourself. Chen Mo chose his words carefully, mindful of the fact that she was Shui Zishuan's cousin. Even so, Shui Zifei's complexion flushed. Though 6 years his senior, she was still a genuine young woman, unmarried and a true maiden. Such wickedness. Xiao Montak, are you implying that Chao Hao has ulterior motives towards me? I cannot say for certain. Chinya orchid is quite precious, and the scent of the 100 fragrance pill is indeed delightful. In contrast, bewitching grass and spring orchid are relatively common and much cheaper, making their concoction capable of mimicking the scent of Chinya orchid quite convincingly. Perhaps, Chao Hao merely intended to please you with the perfume. Oh, however, one must remain vigilant. We do not wish to wrong him, yet we cannot afford to let our guard down. After all, you Shui Zishuan and your Shui family do not know him very well. Do you, Sister Zifei? Indeed, Shui Zifei nodded. Chen Mo was right. Chao Hao had been part of the Shui family for barely half a year, yet he had already exhibited remarkable talent and potential, not just in cultivation, but also in alchemy. His performance during today's Immortal Gate assessment had been nothing short of astounding. Such a prodigy was a rare find in Baiyun City over the past millennium. Could he truly be a mere wandering cultivator? Therefore, Sister Zifei, heed my words, wash it off immediately and refrain from using it again. Do not mention this matter to anyone. If Chao Hao inquires, simply say you accidentally spilled it and it is no longer usable. Do not divulge any more details, especially that I informed you of this. Understood, Shui Zifei replied. Whether Chen Mo spoke the truth remained unverified, yet based on her understanding of him, she saw no reason for him to deceive her. What purpose would it serve? Moreover, Chen Mo did not intentionally defame Chao Hao. He merely discussed the perfume-esque concoction in a straightforward manner. If what Chen Mo said was indeed true, then whether Chao Hao had malicious intentions towards her or merely sought to impress her with the perfume was uncertain. The latter seemed more plausible, as Chao Hao's affections lay with Shui Zishuan, not her. She did not believe someone who had feelings for her sister would harbor ill intentions towards her. Chapter 14. Guarding against deception by the way. Xiao Mo, I will also accompany you to the Immortal Gate. Originally, my sister's attendance spot was meant for you, but since you no longer require it, Grandpa and the others have decided to give it to me, Shui Zishuan said. That's wonderful. Congratulations, Zifei. Chen Mo replied with a smile, displaying no surprise at this development. In the narrative of the first volume of this mindless, indulgent tale, although Shui Zifei was mistreated by Chen Mo and lost her virginity, after Chen Mo was slain by Chao Hao, the attendant spot of Shui Zishuan was ultimately granted to her. It was only natural that the Shui family chose to bestow it upon her once more. Given Shui Zifei's age, she was indeed an appropriate candidate for an immortal seedling. Furthermore, she possessed a complete 7-grade spiritual root, almost qualifying for the Immortal Gate assessment. Thus, there were few direct descendants within the Shui family who could compete with her. Once she entered the Immortal Gate, it was highly likely that she would ascend from a servant disciple to an outer disciple with considerable promise. Moreover, Shui Zifei had a close relationship with Shui Zishuan, serving as both her training partner and confidant. With her support, the Shui family could rest easy, allowing Shui Zishuan to focus entirely on her cultivation. Undoubtedly, from every perspective, Shui Zifei was the most suitable choice, far more so than the former Chen Mo. The circumstances surrounding Shui Zifei's entry into the Immortal Gate alongside the foolish girl have yet to be detailed in the first volume of this mindless narrative. Her ultimate fate remains unknown for now. However, in Chen Mo's view, given Chao Hao's reprehensible nature, it was highly likely that he would betray Shui Zifei. Of course, Chao Hao would never grant her any official recognition. It was quite possible that their dealings would be conducted in secret. With his abilities stemming from the rebirth of a heavenly sovereign, once his strength was augmented, manipulating Shui Zifei would pose little challenge. Cough. It's not so much that he betrayed my original character. Well, one cannot exactly say he betrayed me, since Zifei Jie and I were ensnared under the influence of drugs. Thus, she cannot truly be considered my woman. Chen Mo mused to himself, scratching his nose. Having resolved a pivotal move against Chao Hao, he felt rather pleased. Despite the story's absurdity, the information and plot developments contained within it were immensely beneficial to Chen Mo. It could be deemed an extraordinary cheat code. Wherever danger lurked, there also lay opportunity. He was acutely aware of what to heed and how to emerge victorious, thanks to the original storyline. While he could not claim to orchestrate grand strategies from afar, he certainly possessed the ability to discern fortune from misfortune with ease. Such foresight was indeed remarkable, as long as the narrative unfolded volume by volume. The fortunes and women of Chao Hao. Cough, suffice it to say, if Chen Mo so desired and had the capacity, he could intercept them all in advance. They would all belong to him. The mere thought exhilarated Chen Mo. After all, the protagonists in these mindless tales are typically favored by fortune, with countless opportunities awaiting them. Not to mention, he was well aware of the events that transpired immediately after Chao Hao entered the Immortal Gate. As they conversed, the two arrived at the Emerald Bamboo Garden, where Shui Zifei resided. Miss Young Master Chen. As they entered, a maid approached them respectfully. Ruoqiu. Assist young Master Chen with his change of clothes, Xue Zifei instructed directly. These are the garments he is to wear. Chen Mo, once you are ready, I will help you style your hair. Xue Zifei retrieved the clothing gifted by Chen Mo's mother, Xue Lan, from her storage pouch and handed it to the maid. Ruo Qiu. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. A storage pouch. Xue Zifei had one too. Very well, Mississippi young Master Chen. Please follow me to the room, the maid, Ruo Qiu, said. I can manage on my own. Zifei Jia. Aren't you also going to bathe and change? I'll wait for you in the pavilion once I'm done. There's no rush, Chen Mo replied, taking the garments from the maid's hands and stepping into the room. Being attended to by a maid for a change of clothes was not something Chen Mo was accustomed to. His previous self had also maintained a similar stance. In his memories, he had never allowed a maid to assist him. He was quite particular about his personal space. Typically, a young master like Chen Mo would have at least 2 or 3 maids, with some having a dozen or more, most of whom were charming young maidens. However, few of these maids managed to retain their integrity, as they were often compromised by the young masters they served. Such occurrences were entirely commonplace. It was simply the fate of a maid. The maid Ruo Qiu found it peculiar. Is the miss going to bathe now? Didn't she just wash before going out in the morning? Cough, yes. After a long day, I worked up quite a sweat, so I'll just have a quick wash. It won't take long. Ruo Qiu, you need not worry about me. Young Master Chen does not require your assistance. You should go help in the banquet hall. Xue Zifei instructed, before retreating to the adjacent room. Chen Mo noticed her concern regarding the fragrance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager to wash it away. Was he worried about something going awry during the evening banquet? Understood. Miss, Ruo Qiu replied, quickly departing. Though she sensed something amiss, she thought little of it, trusting in her Miss S character. To be fair, the maid was quite perceptive. Xue Zifei remained unaware of any impropriety in dismissing Ruo Qiu. Before long, Chen Mo had changed his clothes. Upon exiting, he discovered that the only maid in the courtyard had left, leaving him alone with Xue Zifei. Meanwhile, the sound of rushing water from the bathroom was exceptionally loud. Chen Mo felt a bit awkward. What is going on? Why did Ruo Qiu leave? This is quite precarious. A lone man and a woman. And she's still bathing. He couldn't help but let his imagination wander, especially since he had delved deeper into the dynamics between himself and Xue Zifei in a mindless narrative, which described their interactions in excruciating detail. Even though the narrative only conveyed words, it must be said that while the author may have faltered in other descriptions, their portrayals of women and inappropriate romantic encounters were impressively vivid. One could easily deduce that their reserves of content far exceeded Chen Mo's. They were undoubtedly a seasoned veteran. Thus, while Chen Mo had never encountered such alluring sights, he was rather familiar with the thought of Xue Zifei in such a state. It was precisely this familiarity that made it all the more tempting to indulge in fanciful thoughts. This is simply intolerable. I must ensure that nothing goes awry. How troublesome. However, the potential threats here should be mitigated. Without the drug, even if Chow Hao succeeds in drugging me and the foolish girl, it would not trigger my loss of control. Moreover, I cannot fall into his trap, nor can I allow the foolish girl to be ensnared by him. This time, I should be able to navigate through this perilous situation, right? Chen Montauk contemplated. Before long, Xue Zifei emerged from the bathroom, looking fresh and radiant. Her floral fragrance replaced by a subtle, youthful aroma and the invigorating scent of post-bath cleanliness. Her face bore a blush, and her damp hair framed her visage, exuding a refreshing beauty reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. It was undeniable that Xue Zifei, possessing 6 parts of Xue Zixuan's beauty, appeared enchanting after a bath. Any normal man would surely be captivated by her charm. If Xue Zixuan were in her place, one could only imagine the overwhelming allure. Chen Mo dared not entertain such thoughts, but at that moment, he could only focus on Xue Zixuan to withstand the trial of having his hair styled by Xue Zifei. Using poison to counteract poison, this truly was a unique situation. All right, Xiao Mo, you look wonderful. In terms of appearance, you and my sister are truly a perfect match, Xue Zifei exclaimed, admiring the refreshed Chen Mo after styling his hair, her praise genuine and heartfelt. dressed impeccably in a tailored suit prepared for his engagement. The already handsome Chen Mo appeared resplendent, his hair meticulously styled, captivating even Xue Zifei. Does this mean that aside from looks, he is otherwise unworthy? Chen Montak pondered silently. The strategy of countering poison with poison proved effective, yet Xue Zishuan's wit surpassed his, allowing him to remain composed enough to jest with Xue Zifei at this moment. You said it yourself. I never claimed anything, Xue Zifei teased. Though playful, her words held a kernel of truth. Let us proceed. The banquet is about to commence. We should find my sister so that you may enter together. Indeed. By the way, Zifei, during the toast at the banquet, you must hold the wine jug while following me and Zishuan. The wine we consume must exclusively be poured from your jug. Also, is it possible for you to abstain for drinking tonight? Not a single drop. Xiao Montak, are you concerned about Chao Hao? Xue Zifei inquired, her brow furrowing. Yes, it is better to err on the side of caution. One must harbor no ill intentions, but remain vigilant against others. My instincts about Chao Hao are unsettling, and I cannot discern his true nature. I hope my worries are unfounded, and that the perfume was merely intended for your use. It is prudent for us to be cautious, would you not agree? Very well. Xiao Mo, have you discovered something? Xue Zifei could not help but ask. Nothing of consequence. Just follow my lead, Zifei, Chen Mo replied succinctly. He refrained from saying more, for he had already conveyed enough. It was precisely because Xue Zifei trusted him that he felt at ease. She had always treated him well throughout their lives. Among the Xue family, aside from Xue Zishuan, he was one of the few who had never been looked down upon. Understood, Xue Zifei responded. Choosing to place her faith in Chen Mo beauty is indeed a form of justice. Moreover, she knew him intimately. Chapter 15. The songbird in the secluded courtyard of Xue Zishuan's parents. Lanterns were strung, and the atmosphere was filled with festivity. When Chen Mo and Xue Zifei arrived, two extraordinarily beautiful women were encircling Xue Zishuan, one meticulously arranging her hair and the other applying her makeup. The one styling her hair was Chen Mo's mother, Xue Lan, while the other was Xue Zishuan's mother, Xue Qin. Adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal robes, Xue Zishuan sat gracefully before the dressing table, her eyes sparkling with joy and her demeanor exuding elegance, akin to an ethereal fairy. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Mo was utterly mesmerized. A bride of such exquisite beauty could captivate anyone's heart. Xiao Mo, Zifei, you have arrived. Indeed, Xiao Mo's attire fits him perfectly. He looks splendid and is truly a match for Xiener. Xue Zishuan's mother exclaimed upon noticing their entrance, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at Chen Mo. A mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law only deepened with every glance. Unlike Xue Zishuan's father, Xue Hong, Xue Qin was the best of friends with Chen Mo's mother and a distant cousin. She held a fondness for Chen Mo and had never dismissed him as unworthy of her daughter due to his perceived shortcomings. Aunt Qin, he greeted. Mother. He called her with such ease, reminiscent of his first encounter with his father, Chun Yudao, devoid of any awkwardness. Everything felt remarkably natural. Have you only just seen your mother? After marrying, you forget your mother. You're not even married yet. Your soul has already been captivated by Xiener. Isn, T she beautiful? Well, she is all right, Chen Mo replied, internally scoffing. Disaster. She was already a disaster, and now, with this makeup, who could withstand it? Without comparison, there is no harm. When this silly girl is absent, Zifei seems quite lovely, but now, she pales in comparison. Not noticeable. Xue Zishuan's lips twitched as she suppressed a laugh, glancing at the equally well-prepared Xue Zifei. I must keep my distance from this silly girl. Once we enter the sect, I will see her at most twice in 6 months. Well, perhaps twice, but no more. However, if she forces me, I am powerless to resist. I can neither fight nor oppose. It's just too much. Chen Mo, help me with my eyebrows, Xue Zishuan suddenly said. Chen Mo was taken aback. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly help you with your eyebrows? All right, he quickly responded. Faced with Xue Zishuan's determined stance, he reluctantly acquiesced. Good. Then Xiao Mo shall do it, Xue Qin said, handing Chen Mo the eyebrow pencil with a smile. Chen Mo sat before Xue Zishuan. Gazing at her stunning visage so near, his heart raced uncontrollably, causing his hand to tremble as he hesitated to begin. After all, the poem goes, once the makeup is done, softly ask your husband, how deep should the eyebrow be painted? This silly girl wants me to draw her eyebrows. Is she Zhao Min? I am not Zhang Wuji. To spend a lifetime merely drawing her eyebrows? It's more like she would spend a lifetime drawing mine. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo lifted the pencil, but after a moment, he set it down again. Zishuan, I believe there is no need for you to draw your eyebrows. Your natural beauty is already enough. Adding more would be superfluous. It could be a tad darker. Now hurry and draw. Shui Zishuan insisted, glaring at Chen Mo. Could you please close your eyes? Why? Your gaze makes me nervous, and my hand shakes. Chen Mo lamented. This wasn't him. It was the habits of his former self, accustomed to adding unnecessary embellishments for a decade. Now experiencing something that should be reserved for lovers or spouses. His cheeks flushed, heart racing, unable to control himself. Fortunately, he had the audacity to voice his thoughts. Shui Zishuan rolled her eyes at him, but eventually complied, closing her eyes. Once the makeup is done, softly ask your husband, how deep should the eyebrow be painted? What beautiful poetry! A lifetime spent drawing eyebrows for me. And a lifetime spent for him? Who are Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji? This rogue, this lecher, knows far too much, hiding it so deeply, never revealing anything. Thankfully, I can hear his inner thoughts now. Suddenly, Shui Zishuan felt a slight tremor in her body as Chen Mo gently held her face, his other hand beginning to draw her eyebrows. The moment their skin touched felt electric, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Of course, her blush was not solely due to his touch, but also because of Chen Mo's incessant inner monologue. Shui Zishuan could only inwardly curse the rogue and the lecher. Yet, she had to admit his discerning eye was remarkable. The atmosphere in the room grew subtle. As Chen Mo's fingers lightly brushed against Shui Zishuan's smooth, jade-like skin, his heartbeat quickened. At that moment, his hand trembled slightly, each stroke requiring utmost care. Thank goodness, it was merely to darken him a bit. Chen Mo struggled to maintain his composure. Alas, he had never been this close to a girl, especially one as flawless as Shui Zishuan. What does it mean to be fragile? What does it mean to be as smooth as jade? What does it mean to be tender enough to squeeze water from? Merely drawing eyebrows made Chen Mo break into a sweat. It felt as if this task was the most significant event of his life, leaving no room for error. For heaven's sake, it's just drawing eyebrows. Why am I so anxious? No wonder I haven't even held a girl's hand in 10 years. Goodness, I feel like I am falling. What should I do? Wow, the scent of a young girl, the unique fragrance of her body. This is my wife. What more could I desire? Have some backbone, man. Stay calm. That rascal Chow Hao is a reincarnation of a great deity. I can't provoke him now. I must maintain some distance from the silly girl. I can't let that guy get desperate. The silly girl seems to dislike him too, but I mustn't be reckless. How do I tell her to be patient? Chen Mo swallowed hard. Unable to control himself, he sought to divert his thoughts, using the immense threat posed by Chow Hao to shift his focus. This tactic proved effective. Shui Zishuan, her cheeks flushed, was not as composed as she appeared. The subtle sensations and Chen Mo's inner musings rippled through her mind, deepening her understanding of Chow Hao and leaving her increasingly alarmed. Shui Qin, Shui Lan, and Shui Zifei stood nearby, observing the pair. Shui Qin and Shui Lan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction and contentment, silently praising the couple. Setting aside other considerations in terms of appearance, they were indeed a match made in heaven. She was determined to support Shui Zishuan. This time, the family had bestowed the opportunity upon her, primarily for Shui Zishuan's benefit. Her role was to care for Shui Zishuan. Though she was a cousin and not a maid, she still had duties akin to those of a maid. As her protector, she no longer possessed the strength to safeguard Shui Zishuan, thus effectively aligning herself with Chen Mo. While others might believe that the engagement between Shui Zishuan and Chen Mo was merely a formality, Shui Zifei understood that Shui Zishuan willingly accepted the engagement without any signs of discontent. This indicated her genuine acceptance of Chen Mo. Therefore, it was certainly not a mere formality. As for Chen Mo, who had cherished Shui Zishuan for so many years, Xue Zifei believed it was far from superficial. Thus, being with Xue Zishuan also meant being with Chen Mo. Perhaps this was why Xue Qin and Xue Lan had entrusted her with Chen Mo's clothing and asked her to help him with his hair. Though unspoken, she understood and was willing. Of course, neither Chen Mo nor Xue Zishuan were aware of these dynamics, nor would they articulate them. After all, Xue Zifei was Xue Zishuan's cousin, and on the surface, their status and identity as young ladies of the Xue family were the same. Chapter 16. I am willing at long last. Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief and set down the eyebrow pencil. All done. Xue Zishuan opened her eyes and smiled faintly, retrieving a bronze mirror to examine her reflection. In the mirror, her brows were slightly darker, the tips elongated and subtly arched upward, lending her originally delicate and flawless visage an air of youthful vigor. Quite nice, she remarked, glancing at Chen Mo with a mischievous glint in her eyes. For the rest of my life, you shall assist me with my eyebrows. Chen Mo was taken aback. For the rest of my life? Ah, how could it be that you are my windswept snow, my simplicity, my humble existence, my glory, my inner tenderness, my gaze? For the rest of my life, all I desire is you whom. Did this foolish girl truly imbue her words with such profound meaning? For the rest of my life is long. Let us first survive and then see. Silly girl. Xue Zishuan was momentarily stunned. Just then, a voice called from outside. Miss Zishuan, young Master Chen Mo, are you ready? The banquet is about to commence. The elders request your presence. She lightly adjusted her attire, lifted her skirts, and gracefully stepped out of the room. Xue Lan, Xue Qin, and Xue Zifei also rose to their feet. You may go ahead. The elders have matters to discuss with you. Sister Lan and I will join you later, Xue Qin suggested. Very well. The proceedings of the engagement banquet had already been relayed to Chen Mo and Xue Zishuan beforehand. Chen Mo recalled every detail vividly, leaving no room for uncertainty, thus refraining from further inquiries. The three of them made their way toward the banquet hall together. Xue Zishuan and Xue Zifei linked arms, walking side by side in the lead, while Chen Mo discreetly fell behind to follow them. Xue Zishuan hesitated for a moment, pondering whether to take Chen Mo's arm, but ultimately decided against it, allowing him to trail behind. She was aware that he was likely preoccupied with thoughts less than noble regarding her form. Indeed, this time, Xue Zishuan had unjustly accused Chen Mo. When had he ever dared to entertain such thoughts? What if he were to falter? That would be truly awkward. A self-aware Chen Mo would never commit such a blunder at a crucial moment. His emotions were consumed by excitement and anxiety, leaving no room for other thoughts. At that moment, he did indeed steal glances at the two figures ahead, but his focus was solely on Xue Zishuan. So, we are to be engaged, Chen Mo mused. This stunningly beautiful foolish girl is to become my fiancée. Engagement, does that mean I am to have a wife? After all my trials, who would have imagined that I would find fulfillment here in this otherworldly realm, thus ending my solitary existence? Why am I so exhilarated? As he reflected on this, he felt a surge of emotion. May you not grieve too deeply, dear parents. I hope you will not be overly saddened. If I have not caused you distress, perhaps you might enjoy a few more years, alas, my little sister. She must be crying her eyes out, so I hope you all fare well, and do not dwell on my absence. I have transcended into a remarkable existence, and my arrival here coincides with an engagement to such a beautiful lady. Is that not worth it? Yet, there is still something missing. Marriage and a bridal chamber would be more fitting. How absurd! As thoughts of his family on earth filled his mind, Chen Mo found himself overwhelmed with excitement. When they reached the entrance of the banquet hall, Xue Zifei stepped back, allowing Chen Mo and Xue Zishuan to proceed together. Xue Zishuan took the initiative to link her arm with Chen Mo's, and dressed in formal attire, the two of them stepped onto the red carpet amidst the welcoming ceremony. Entering the banquet hall, all eyes were drawn to them in that moment, and gasps of admiration filled the air. Draped in her exquisite attire, Xue Zishuan was breathtakingly beautiful. Anyone who beheld her at first glance would be left in awe. Chen Mo, clad in formal wear, was not to be outshone, if his presence could match Xue Zishuan's. They appeared perfectly suited for one another, a match made in heaven. Alas, there were no hypotheticals. Having greeted the elders, Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan approached the two patriarchs, the Chen family elder and the Shui family elder, who were seated at the head of the hall, bowing in respect. Both elders smiled warmly, nodding in acknowledgement, and gestured for the couple to face the guests. The two elders, both experts in foundational cultivation, had surpassed 60 years in age, yet bore no signs of their advanced years, exuding vigor and vitality. Esteemed friends and family, tonight's banquet marks the engagement of my granddaughter, Shui Zixuan, and the direct descendant of the Chen family, young master Chen Mo. Their union was arranged even before their births, and they have both excelled in the Celestial Gate assessments, qualifying as inner disciples of the Tianyin sect. Today, the Shui and Chen families rejoice together. We ask you all to witness this union. Turning to Shui Zixuan, the Shui family elder's expression turned serious. Shui Zixuan, do you willingly accept this engagement with Chen Mo? Upon hearing these words, the banquet hall fell silent. Countless gazes fixed intently on Shui Zixuan. Among them, a particularly piercing gaze belonged to Cao Hao, seated at the head of the talented disciples of the Shui family. A small turtle perched upon his shoulder. The turtle's head extended, its green bean-like eyes staring unwaveringly in Shui Zixuan's direction. Cao Hao's expression remained calm, yet his grip beneath the table betrayed his tension. This was the procedure of the engagement, a question of the heart. Everyone present knew of Chen Mo's long-standing affection for Shui Zixuan, having pursued her for many years, yet she had never acquiesced. Thus, the collective curiosity regarding her answer was palpable. Even Chen Mo found himself unable to look away from her. What am I so anxious about? What is there to be nervous about? How absurd. Is she hesitating? What could she possibly be uncertain about after all this talk of the future? Chen Mo muttered to himself. Shui Zixuan's lips curled into a radiant smile as she turned to Chen Mo, her voice steady and devoid of reluctance. Her gaze upon him seemed to sparkle with light. In that moment, she shone with brilliance. Chapter 17. The ceremony. He inwardly scolded himself for his lack of resolve. Of course, he was reproaching his former self. Yet, one could not deny that gazing into Shui Zixuan's clear and steadfast eyes, Chen Mo's decade-long obsession finally attained a sense of liberation, a transcendence that whispered, "Life is complete. What more could one desire?" Meanwhile, the guests, particularly the young onlookers who thrived on drama, felt a mix of astonishment and disappointment. Wasn't it said that Shui Zixuan harbored disdain for Chen Mo? This revelation shattered the unrealistic hopes of those young guests who clung to fantasies. They could only watch with envy and jealousy as Shui Zixuan and Chen Mo exchanged glances. Cao Hao's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of his inner turmoil, which simmered with intense hatred. The woman he desired would never slip from his grasp. It was merely a matter of time. With this thought, Cao Hao diverted his gaze from Shui Zixuan and Chen Mo to the table where Shui Zifei was seated. Positioned right below him, a signature smirk graced his handsome face, yet it quickly froze. To his astonishment, Shui Zifei bore no trace of the perfume he had gifted her. She had consistently used it since he presented it. So how could she neglect it on such an important occasion? It was utterly perplexing. Zifei, Cao Hao bet gong. Sure. The smirk on Cao Hao's face stiffened once more. He found himself blatantly ignored by Shui Zifei, whose expression seemed to reprimand him. Already displeased, Cao Hao felt as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. He had to endure, for the intricate scheme to trap and eliminate Chen Mo hinged on Shui Zifei, a crucial pawn in his game. Yet, here she was faltering at a critical moment. Although he had initially resolved to abandon his plan for the time being, it did not mean he was powerless to act. If he so desired, his scheme could be executed at any moment during the banquet. However, he was now rendered unable to proceed. A vital piece had gone awry. Nevertheless, Cao Hao did not believe that Shui Zifei had discovered anything. It must surely be a coincidence or an oversight, most likely the latter. After all, neither the Shui family nor the Chen family, nor even the celestial beings, could discern the anomaly of the perfume. In the entire realm of cultivation, aside from genuine masters of alchemy or those intimately familiar with the elusive 100-fragrance pill, no one could detect the flaw in the perfume he had given Shui Zifei. Chen Mo, Today you and Xue Zixuan are officially engaged. Do you accept?" The venerable ancestor of the Chen family fixed his serious gaze upon Chen Mo, Xue Zixuan, smiling as she linked her arm with Chen Mo's, let her hand slip slightly, brushing against his thigh. It was a natural gesture that went unnoticed by all. "I do." His voice rang clear, filled with fervor, even trembling slightly with excitement. This demonstrated just how eager and willing Chen Mo truly was. Yet, upon uttering those three words, he found himself captivated by Xue Zixuan's exquisite face, adorned with a hint of pride, and felt a sense of peace wash over him. He had made peace with the obsessions of his former self, leaving behind any lingering turmoil. Yet, he felt a tinge of nervousness. Wasn't this merely an engagement? Why did it feel as if they were on the verge of consummating their union? Their gazes locked, and Chen Mo found Xue Zixuan's beauty so enchanting that it felt surreal, prompting a desire to delve deeper and confirm its authenticity. "Goodness, I can't bear it." Ultimately, Chen Mo faltered, unable to maintain eye contact with Xue Zixuan. A faint blush graced Xue Zixuan's cheeks, yet her smile grew more pronounced, her lips twitching in a barely suppressed laugh. She noticed Chen Mo, the shameless rogue, was far redder than she, visibly flustered, his hands fidgeting, unable to find a proper resting place, as he fiddled with the hem of his garment. Wasn't this the demeanor one would expect from shy bride? In truth, Chen Mo's awkwardness, tension, shyness, and discomfort were indeed unparalleled. Most importantly, his mind was preoccupied with the thought, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This was the primary reason behind Xue Zixuan's suppressed laughter, though she also felt a hint of pride. "Very well. Xue Zixuan, Chen Montak. On behalf of the Xue and Chen families, I wish for you both to enter the celestial realm hand in hand, united in purpose, and to compose a glorious legacy for both clans." "Thank you, ancestor. Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan will certainly not disappoint your expectations." The couple bowed deeply to the two elders. "From this day forth, your fates are intertwined, a continuation of our family's lineage. May you uphold the honor of your families and of each other. The fortune of our clan, built over millennia, shall stand as your most steadfast support. We hope that in the future, you will become the pride of our families, creating brilliance that benefits generations to come." The ancestor of the Chen family continued, his tones solemn and weighty. Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan felt a shiver run down their spines, bowing in acknowledgement. Chen Mo, Xue Zixuan, will remember the ancestor's words. Shortly after, Chen Yudao and Xue Heng made their entrance. Chen Yudao presented the family token of the Chen clan to Xue Zixuan, his face alight with joy, clearly pleased with his future daughter-in-law. Xue Heng, however, handed the Xue family token to Chen Mo with a far less favorable expression, his demeanor cold, barely sparing Chen Mo a glance. It was evident to any observer that Xue Heng disapproved of Chen Mo as a son-in-law. Yet, he held no authority within the Xue family, not even over his own daughter. Regardless of his dissatisfaction, he had to swallow it. With the engagement ceremony successfully completed, the banquet commenced. The central dance floor, while novel for Chen Mo, felt rather juvenile. The cultural advancements of this otherworldly realm were evidently lacking compared to Earth. The stage lights, holographic projections, and top-tier sound equipment were all present, yet the disparity in the quality of performance was glaring. To be frank, aside from the beautiful women, the event was merely a pretext for drinking, dining, and idle chatter, rendering attendance optional. Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan are truly well-matched and a sight to behold. Why was Xue Zixuan suppressing laughter? Chen Mo was amusing, more bashful than a girl. "Wow, we're finally about to feast. Senior brother, senior sister. I shan't hold back." "Feel free, junior sister," the senior brother replied, somewhat exasperated. "You haven't held back at all. You've nearly cleared the table of the spirit fruits, cold dishes, sunflower seeds, and wedding candies all by yourself. What more is there to hold back?" Fortunately, the city lord, Lu Chuan, had been astute, discreetly instructing the Xue family to provide special attention to their table, ensuring that servants would replenish their supply before they finished. The prowess of the gluttonous Huang Xianying was evident. Chapter 18. The CP fan? There is a reason why the Chen family has become the foremost cultivation family in Baiyun City. What do you mean by that, Brother Wu? City Lord Lu Chuan inquired with curiosity. The ancestor of the Chen family is quite remarkable, Wu Yu replied. Remarkable? In what sense do you mean, Brother Wu? I can't specify. His aura is at the mid-foundation stage, and there is still a gap between us. Logically, I shouldn't feel this way, but just now, when he was wishing Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan well, I experienced a rather unique sensation. Wu Yu explained. It's the power of will, Huang Xianying interjected, her mouth full of food, disregarding the curious glances from her senior brother and the city lord. She continued to eat while speaking. This pig trotter is truly exquisite. First stewed and then roasted, its golden sheen is simply tantalizing. The skin is delicate and elastic, with a thin layer of gelatinous richness. The trotter bones are tender, and the meat is fragrant. With each bite, the rich sauce bursts on my tongue, the gelatinous oil enveloping my palate. It's simply divine, soft and fragrant, rich yet not greasy. Junior sister, the power of will? Wu Yu's expression darkened. But he couldn't resist waiting for Huang Xianying to finish her praises of the pig trotter before asking. He was well aware that this seemingly gluttonous junior sister was far more profound than she appeared. Her family background and the influences she had grown up with were beyond his comparison. Huang Xianying licked her lips and turned to City Lord Lu, noting that she had devoured the entire pig trotter by herself. Gulp. City Lord Lu, I also want some pig trotter. I haven't had any yet. He Yang, who had shown little interest in eating, suddenly found himself craving it upon hearing Huang Xianying's words and seeing her voracious appetite. Wu Yu Lu Chuan and He Yang all overlooked the crucial emphasis in Huang Xianying's remark. The phrase exactly the same. At that moment, Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan had begun to toast table by table. Xue Zifei had also left her seat, following along with a wine jug, almost like a bridesmaid. This was at Chen Mo's request. Although she felt Chen Mo was being overly cautious, she complied with his wishes. Chen Mo mechanically went about the toasting, with Xue Zixuan handling the conversation. He was responsible for looking cool, not charming. As a former young rake, Chen Mo candidly noted that among the youthful crowd present, it would be difficult to find anyone who had not been on the receiving end of his punches. This included members from both the Chen and Xue families. Chen Mo's dominance was clearly evident. Of course, those receiving the punches were not cultivators. Below the level of cultivators, Chen Mo was invincible. This, too, was the foundation of his arrogance. Moreover, this was why the Xue family, seeing no hope for him to become a cultivator, sought to cultivate him into a martial arts master, employing various precious elixirs to forge his robust physique. Previously, Xue Zixuan had dared to drag him along at a sprint without providing him with any protective essence, fully aware of Chen Mo's resilience and durability. As for the elders present, much like the younger generation, Chen Mo hardly needed to engage in pleasantries or show respect. Essentially, they were all former adversaries who had previously approached him along with the younger crowd. Nevertheless, drinking was still a necessity. After all, today was the celebration of his and Xue Zixuan's engagement. Soon, they arrived at the most secluded corner of the main guest area, where the concealed identity of City Lord Lu Chuan, Wu Yu, Huang Xianying, and He Yang resided. Chen Mo glanced over, not recognizing anyone, yet suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze towards the girl with a large pig trotter in her hands, her mouth smeared with grease. Chen Mo recalled Huang Xianying's profile. In the original storyline, there was a description of Huang Xianying during the engagement banquet, where she had garnered considerable attention. Even though she was disguised, her gluttonous nature, penchant for yellow dresses, and cartoonishly large eyes were unmistakable. Xue Zixuan, who had been puzzled about why she didn't recognize any of the main guests at this table, was contemplating how to address them when she heard Chen Mo's thoughts. She was slightly taken aback, but quickly turned to the elderly city Lord Lu Chuan and said, "Thank you to all the elders and friends for attending my engagement ceremony with Chen Mo. We raise our glasses to you." Xue Zixuan feigned ignorance, yet her demeanor was respectful. "Congratulations." City Lord Lu Chuan raised his cup and stood, speaking. "Wu Yu Yang, and several other attendants from the Immortal sect and the city lord's mansion also stood, holding their cups. Wait for me, Chen Mo, Shui Xuan. I want to drink 3 cups with you. Also, can you two share a cup? Huang Xianying set down the pig trotter, wiping her hands with a handkerchief, and continued. I think you two are so well matched. You both look stunning, absolutely gorgeous. I really like it. If you have a baby in the future, can you let me be the aunt or the godmother? Your baby will definitely be even more beautiful. By the way, my name is Huang Xianying, junior sister. Wu Yu's expression was one of exasperation. City Lord Lu Chuan was equally bewildered. Alas, they could hardly say anything against this young lady. Senior brother, let me tell you secretly. Chen Mo, Shui Xuan, I am your senior sister, Huang Xianying. Huang from Yellow, Xian from Serene, Ying from Crystal Clear. We came secretly to enjoy the feast. Junior sister. So, it was you who wanted to enjoy the feast, right? This is senior brother Wu. This is senior brother He Yang. And this is City Lord Lu. Once she spoke, it became apparent that they had all come for the feast, revealing their gluttonous nature. Both Shui Xuan and Shui Fei, who held the wine jug, stood behind, astonished. Even Chen Mo was taken aback. At that moment, Huang Xianying chattered away with surprising enthusiasm. Chen Mo felt a strange sensation. Huang Xianying seemed to be an ardent CP fan of him and Shui Xuan, and a deeply infatuated one at that. Chapter 19, how splendid. Huang Xianying gazed at Chen Mo and Shui Xuan, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The remarkable thing was that she had completely forgotten to chew the pig trotter in her mouth, which indicated something profound. She was shipping them. The exhilaration and joy that came from this infatuation had momentarily subdued her innate instincts as a foodie. She even imagined Chen Mo and Shui Xuan having a baby and speculated that the child would undoubtedly be more beautiful, contemplating her role as either an aunt or a godmother. To be honest, it was truly unprecedented. This was also why Chen Mo perceived Huang Xianying as a supporter of his pairing with Shui Xuan. Indeed, she is quite the eccentric. However, if this foolish girl can befriend her, it would undoubtedly provide an added layer of protection. With her involvement, Chao Hao would think twice before acting recklessly in the short term. Chen Montak Muzit. Little did he expect the arrival of City Lord Lu and his fellow senior brothers and sisters. Fortunately, Huang Xianying's reminder left Shui Xuan feeling honored. Let Chen Mo and I toast to everyone, Shui Xuan declared. Turning her gaze toward Chen Mo's cold demeanor transformed into that of a humble, innocent, and affable youth as Huang Xianying introduced herself. He looked at Huang Xianying and the others with eager and respectful eyes. Congratulations to junior sister Shui and junior brother Chen. Cheers! City Lord Lu, Wu Yu, He Yang, and Huang Xianying all chimed in, with Huang Xianying being the most enthusiastic. The others raised their glasses in response, and the group drank heartily. With a face beaming with excitement, Huang Xianying filled her glass and said, "Come, I toast a junior brother and junior sister, wishing you a swift marriage and eternal harmony. May you bear noble offspring, or rather, noble offspring." Hee. Her large, sparkling eyes darted between Chen Mo and Shui Xuan, as if she had already envisioned the appearance of their future child. Chen Mo felt a pang of frustration. They had just become engaged, and she was already wishing for grandchildren. Was that polite? Once would suffice, but she emphasized it multiple times. Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. It made Chen Mo glance at Shui Xuan. Her figure was undeniably promising for motherhood. After all, at just 16, she was already like this. How magnificent would she be once fully matured? Chen Mo dared not dwell on it, and quickly suppressed his wandering thoughts. Shui Xuan blushed furiously, grateful for the wine that provided cover. Chen Mo's lewd thoughts about her were most unwelcome. However, she could not display any signs of discomfort at this moment, and could only smile as she raised her glass to Huang Xianying, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Sister Huang. However, we have only just become engaged. It is still early. We should focus on our cultivation. We also wish you smooth progress in your practice and longevity." Chen Mo maintained his harmless smile as he looked at Huang Xianying, joining the two in raising their glasses. This enthusiastic foodie sister is not a bad thing. If this foolish girl can get closer to her, it would mean a temporary extra layer of protection. And perhaps it will serve as a good card against Chow Hao in the future. Additionally, it may also be a rescue for her, as Chow Hao will soon begin plotting against her. Thank you, sister. Once we step into the sect, please guide Zixuan. We are still young and must prioritize our cultivation, especially since I must work harder. If I cannot match Zixuan as cultivation, I would feel unworthy to protect her, let alone marry and have children with her. Sigh. I shall drink first in respect. Chen Mo unexpectedly spoke, not waiting for Huang Xianing to respond before downing his drink. Shui Zixuan frowned slightly. She had heard Chen Mo's thoughts and understood his intentions, but she was taken aback by his words. If your cultivation does not match mine, you feel unworthy to marry and have children? Do I need your protection? Moreover, can you even catch up to my level? If you do not want to marry, just say it. No, this rogue could never want anything less than to marry me. He truly fears he cannot protect me, fearing Chow Hao. Shui Zixuan mused. It was not that she looked down on Chen Mo, but she was acutely aware that he had already missed a decade of optimal training time, a gap that could mean decades, or even centuries, of irreparable difference in the future. Not a problem. Once we enter the sect, junior sister Zixuan will be my personal disciple. I will have my master take junior sister Zixuan under his wing. It's settled. Cheers! Cheers! Huang Xianing exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Without even asking for Shui Zixuan's opinion, she raised her glass first in a toast. Junior sister, Wu Yu gasped in astonishment, utterly bewildered. He wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained, silently resigning himself. Yet, internally, he marveled at her audacity. Now he understood why that esteemed figure had sent his beloved disciple to Baiyun City for the sect examination. It was undoubtedly that great figure who foresaw the future and deliberately arranged for Huang Xianing to come here first, to snatch Shui Zixuan. With her superb second-grade spiritual root, aged 16, and at the peak of the qi refining stage, she could easily enter the fourth layer with exceptional beauty. Such a female disciple, once she enters the sect, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy, and who would be fortunate enough to claim her then remained uncertain. Even that esteemed figure could not guarantee success. Now, Huang Xianing had directly intercepted her advance. Did you think Sister Huang was merely a naive foodie? With just a few words, she had secured the genius girl Shui Zixuan for her master. Zixuan, do not forget to thank Sister Huang. Sister Huang, it's a deal. Zixuan is entrusted to you. From now on, you will be Zixuan's dear senior sister, her true sister. I shall be your dear junior brother, your true brother. Ahem, junior brother Chen Mo. I apologize, my master does not accept male disciples. Even though I wish to take both you and junior sister Zixuan under his wing, alas. But rest assured, as long as you treat Zixuan well, I shall consider you my dear junior brother. This could work. Chen Mo felt somewhat awkward. As long as he remained sufficiently low-key, he would undoubtedly evade Chow Hao's grasp. Shui Zixuan wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent, her face flushed, tacitly accepting Chen Mo and Huang Xianing's arrangement. The three of them clinked glasses and downed their drinks. For the third cup, Zixuan and I toast to everyone. Chen Mo, noticing Shui Zixuan's flushed silence, took the initiative to speak. Many eyes were upon them, including Chow Hao's, so Chen Mo wished to avoid lingering too long. City Lord Lu Chuan and Wu Yu regarded Chen Mo with a more scrutinizing gaze, especially Wu Yu, who discreetly observed Chen Mo deep in thought. After finishing their 3 cups, Huang Xianing noticed that Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan were moving on to the next table to toast. So she refrained from pressing the matter further and immediately immersed herself in the joy of the banquet. Although her cartoonishly large eyes remained fixed on Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan, enjoying the feast while shipping the couple. What a delightful experience. Chapter 20. Enjoying standing in the back as Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan completed their toasts. The atmosphere of the banquet gradually grew more vibrant under the influence of alcohol. The two of them took their seats, bracing themselves to endure the toast from the Shui and Chen families, as well as numerous young individuals connected to Shui Zixuan. Chen Mo, despite having few friends, was acutely aware of the multitude of enemies he possessed. In the original narrative, while he and Shui Zishuan did not partake in the rounds of drinking together, many approached him individually with toasts, individuals he had previously bested in confrontation. They were fervently intent on drowning him in drink, launching a relentless assault. During that time, Chen Mo yearned to be intoxicated, especially since Shui Zishuan had been coerced into their engagement, publicly declaring her unwillingness, which struck him profoundly. After 10 years of attachment, how could he not feel heartbroken? To suggest he felt devoid of hope would not be an exaggeration. In that state, he welcomed all comers, drinking to his heart's content. It was during this period that Xiao Hao had secretly drugged him and, with a cunning plan, lured the inebriated Chen Mo into Shui Zishuan's private quarters, ensnaring him in a trap. The dire outcome was that Chen Mo, in a drunken stupor, caused harm to both Shui Zishuan and Shui Zifei. Fortunately, Xiao Hao intervened in time, preventing a catastrophe for Shui Zishuan, though Shui Zifei was not as fortunate. At this moment, Chen Mo was determined not to allow such an event to unfold again. He had already thwarted Xiao Hao's most critical maneuver. While he could be fairly certain that Xiao Hao would not dare to act against him, he remained vigilant. One of the essential qualities of survival was caution. Assumptions could lead to peril. What if Xiao Hao were to act recklessly, disregarding all costs? Moreover, it was crucial that Chen Mo's survival panel would surely reflect any progress he made after navigating this life-threatening crisis. The absence of any indication thus far suggested he had not yet emerged unscathed. It was also possible that his survival would be assessed based on the original story's timeline of death. This was of little consequence. Chen Mo would never gamble with his fate. He merely needed to neutralize any potential underhanded tactics from Xiao Hao. Indeed, as soon as they settled at the table, Chen Mo's brothers surged forward with wine bottles in hand. Although he had anticipated this, the ferocity of their approach still made him tremble. Goodness, must it be this exaggerated? This is undoubtedly more intense than in the original storyline. Before he had even begun, Chen Mo wished for it to end. It was a joyous occasion. After all, one could not resort to violence, especially when they were offering to toast him. Brother Mo, congratulations. I raise a glass to you. I shall drink to your health. You may do as you please. Brother Chen, as we part ways tomorrow, who knows if we will meet again in this lifetime? I wish you eternal glory in the path of immortality. I drink to you, first as a show of respect. Brother Mo, it is an honor to have been beaten by you. Alas, you will no longer have the chance to strike me. No, I fear you will find it difficult even to land a blow. I raise a glass to you, Brother Mo. You may do as you wish. Chen Montak, you must take good care of our Baiyun City's foremost prodigy. If you wrong her, we will not let you off easily. I drink to you. Wu Zishuan, congratulations to you both. Chen Mo's face darkened, yet he was profoundly astonished within. What was this situation? They did not wait for him to drink, downing their cups in one go before turning to vacate the space for the next person. All he had to do was raise his cup, listen, and watch. In the original storyline, they had relentlessly forced alcohol upon him. As Chen Mo gazed at Shui Zishuan, he suddenly understood. That foolish girl, hands on her hips, stared coldly at each person offering a toast. Not only did she observe, but her presence exuded a peak aura of the third level of qi refinement, making it clear she was targeting them. The brothers toasting him had neither the talent nor the capability to withstand her pressure. Who would dare to drown him in drink? Was there anything better than having such a wife? As Chen Mo settled down, he looked at Shui Zishuan and could not help but say, foolish. No, dear. I mean, Zishuan, on this joyous day, I sent it a bit excessive for you to pamper. Cough, to take such care of me? Do you wish to become intoxicated? Shui Zishuan rolled her eyes at him. The rogue was clearly trying to call her a foolish girl and a wife. Shui Zishuan muttered under her breath. She too was infected by Chen Mo's behavior, her murmurs increasing. This was mutual. He nagged her, and without her own outlet, she had to vent somehow. Energy must be conserved. Chen Mo was at a loss for words. He certainly did not wish to become inebriated. However, he felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction being protected by a woman, hiding behind her. Somewhat delightful? How humiliating. Was he truly the type to enjoy standing behind a woman? Subsequently, cousins from both the Shui and Chen families, as well as the young talents and attendants invited by the Shui family, all approached to toast to Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan. This was unavoidable. Yet, they did not have to drink to excess each time. The amount consumed depended on the individuals. Even so, Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan could not escape becoming a bit tipsy. Fortunately, Shui Zifei remained steadfast, abstaining from alcohol and ensuring that no one had the chance to pour Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan full cups. She poured the wine herself, unafraid of running out, having prepared ample supplies in her storage bag to prevent any foul play. The entire banquet hall was filled with the clinking of glasses and hearty drinking. The Shui family's spiritual fruits, meat, vegetables, and wines flowed abundantly. And for the denizens of this other world, the performances in the central dance floor were nothing short of spectacular. To be frank, at such a high-level banquet, the primary allure was the food and drink, and few would leave prematurely. After all, even among prominent immortal families and great powers, they remained part of the mundane world, and such pure spiritual fruits, wines, and dishes were not easily obtained. It was at this moment that the elder of the Shui family stood to capture the attention of the remaining sober guests. The hall fell silent. Clearing his throat, the elder slowly spoke. "Esteemed guests, I thank you for witnessing the union between the Shui and Chen families. I trust you are aware that both Shui Zixuan and Chao Hao have been exceptionally granted the status of inner disciples within the Immortal sect, each receiving a quota for a follower." Upon hearing this, the crowd held their breath, many revealing expressions of anticipation. They understood that the Shui family was about to announce the recipients of the follower slots. The promising young disciples of the Shui family perked up, eagerly awaiting the elder's announcement. Even Shui Zifei nervously held her breath. Chapter 21. The Green Spirit Turtle. The decision regarding the quota for the esteemed Zi Xian of the Shui family has been reached, confirming that it will be granted to Shui Zifei. The elder of the Shui family cast a resolute yet gentle glance towards Shui Zifei. From a young age, she has exhibited remarkable diligence and innate talent, achieving a perfect 7th-grade spiritual route in the assessments of the Immortal sect, narrowly missing the opportunity to enter the sect itself. 6 years her junior, she serves as a protector and training partner for Zi Xian, earning her affection and trust. With her companionship, it is believed that Zi Xian will gain the utmost benefit. Zi Xian, what are your thoughts? Grandfather's arrangement of Sister Zi Fei is perfectly agreeable to me. Shui Xian responded with a smile. Excellent. Zi Fei, do you have any objections? I am willing. Thank you, grandfather and the esteemed elders of the family, for your trust. I shall not disappoint the family's expectations and will diligently assist Zi Xian in her cultivation. Shui Zifei's face radiated joy. Although she had long anticipated this outcome, the confirmation stirred her excitement. The Immortal sect, a place long coveted by every aspiring immortal, where fish transform into dragons. Even wandering within the realm of the Immortal sect would accelerate one's cultivation far beyond the mundane world, as the concentration of spiritual energy in the secular realm pales in comparison to that of the Immortal sect. At the foundation establishment stage, one is merely scratching the surface of potential in the secular world. The elder Chen, as the patriarch of the foremost affluent family in Baiyun City, has only barely reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Young Master Chao, while you're a seedling of the Shui family, the family will not arbitrarily decide your accompanying quota. Your ability to represent the Shui family in the Immortal sect examination and the rewards you bring to the family are already sufficient, the elder of the Shui family remarked, turning his gaze towards Chao Hao. Your talent is extraordinary. You are destined for greatness. Now that you have exceeded expectations and become an inner disciple of the Immortal sect, the Shui family shall grant you your freedom. Thus, the choice of your accompanying quota is yours to make. Whether you choose someone from the Shui family or not is entirely up to you. Simply inform me of your decision. Logically, as a seedling of the Shui family, Chao Hao should be subject to their decisions regarding his accompanying quota. However, reasoning aside, it would be unwise for the Shui family to act against Chao Hao's wishes and risk his displeasure. As this statement echoed, the crowd held their breath. Glancing toward Chao Hao, Shui Zixuan instinctively turned to look but upon a fleeting glance, she quickly averted her gaze, her countenance betraying her embarrassment as she struggled to maintain her composure. How absurd! A characteristic crooked smile appeared on Chao Hao's face. I can't handle this, Shui Xian thought to herself, her inner monologue reflecting her disbelief. If Chen Mo could hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, as her imitation of his tone was remarkably accurate. Chao Hao, wearing his signature crooked smile, slowly rose from his seat. His fellow Shui family seedlings, regardless of gender, gazed at him with eager, almost pleading expressions, their faces betraying a desire to curry favor, especially those who considered themselves closest to him. Yet, Chao Hao paid them no heed, instead reaching for the spiritual pet, the green spirit turtle, resting upon his shoulder. Since the elder is willing to grant me the choice, I shall bestow this accompanying quota upon it, Chao Hao stated leisurely, gently stroking the turtle's shell. The green spirit turtle poked its head out, its emerald eyes fixating on Chao Hao, extending its tongue to lick his palm in apparent gratitude. The length of its tongue was quite extraordinary. This defied logic. Typically, turtles possess short tongues primarily meant to push food down their throats, lacking the ability to chew. Yet, Chao Hao's green spirit turtle exhibited an unusually long and agile tongue, complemented by a notably long neck, almost reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. This proclamation incited a wave of hushed murmurs throughout the banquet hall. The Shui family seedlings wore expressions of dismay. Are we truly inferior to a turtle? Many guests revealed astonishment, with even some elder family members unable to suppress their regret. The green spirit turtle is merely a common spiritual pet. Although Chao Hao's turtle seems somewhat unique, it remains just a turtle. Why would he allocate such a precious quota to a turtle? Even the city lord Lu Chuan, along with Wu Yu, Huang Xianing, and He Yang, appeared taken aback and speechless. While the Immortal sect does not prohibit assigning accompanying quotas to spiritual pets, bestowing one upon a turtle is indeed unprecedented. An elder cultivator could not help but approach, smiling as he tentatively suggested, "Young Master Chao, the accompanying quota for the Immortal sect is indeed a rare opportunity. Might you consider transferring this quota to another? Should you be willing, I would offer 100 spiritual stones in exchange." "Indeed, young Master Chao, I would offer 200 spiritual stones." As a throng of elder gentlemen rose in unison, Chao Hao smiled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am sorry, esteemed elders, but my decision is final." He placed the green spirit turtle back on his shoulder, his expression unwavering, showing no signs of hesitation. With this, the crowd could only relent, finding Chao Hao's genius utterly incomprehensible. Indeed, he has chosen the turtle, Chen Mo observed quietly, already aware of the outcome and thus unperturbed. This turtle is anything but ordinary. Although the author of this Glitch D story has yet to reveal its true nature, and even Chao Hao remains unaware. The mere fact that Chao Hao feels it is exceptional assures me of its significance. In a mindless, trope-laden narrative, if the protagonist falls into a pit of filth, it surely leads to the discovery of an extraordinary treasure. Even if Chao Hao merely picked up a turtle, it could very well be viewed as a divine beast, a variant of the mythical tortoise. It cannot be any weaker, or it would contradict the established tropes of such narratives. However, as Chen Mo had only read the first volume, he had yet to witness the green spirit turtle's true power, leaving him uncertain of its capabilities. This turtle, Chao Hao has not formed a contract with it. He looks down upon binding it with a contract. This implies it has not yet recognized its master. Might there be a possibility? Chen Mo chuckled inwardly, yet his expression remained innocently sincere, betraying none of his ulterior motives. Su Zisuan, who had been secretly observing Chen Mo, felt a twinge of surprise. Truth be told, if she were Chao Hao witnessing Chen Mo's expression at this moment, she would undoubtedly perceive him as sincere and genuinely admirable. I must be cautious of this rogue. Ahem, but I suppose I need not worry in my presence. This rogue is utterly transparent. Humph, how vexing. Suzy Sunsex flushid inexplicably. She had unwittingly developed feelings for Chen Mo, just as he had for her. Shui Xian has been gazing at Chen Mo with such longing. Didn't it say that Chen Mo pursued her for a decade, relentlessly? Why does it feel as if she has been chasing him for 10 years? Look, her face has suddenly turned red. Surely. She is thinking of him in a romantic light. Huang Xianing, a bystander, continued to munch away, her eyes eagerly fixed on the unfolding drama, ensuring she missed not a single sweet moment. Chapter 22. The sixth brother. The banquet took place at the Shui family abode. It was a joint celebration of the union between the Shui and Chen families. Hence, after the elder of the Shui family announced the names of the attendants, the elder of the Chen family rose to declare the attendant assigned to Chen Mo. This appointment was entirely unexpected for the Chen family. Who could have anticipated that Chen Mo, presumed to possess at most a ninth-grade spirit root, would defy all expectations and manifest a first-grade spirit root? The Chen family did not bother to consult Chen Mo on this matter, nor did he express any concern. It was evident to anyone with even a modicum of insight as to whom the Chen family would select. Chen Xing, within the younger generation of the Chen family. He was the unrivaled prodigy. All along, Chen Mo had been overshadowed by him, appearing as but a younger brother, utterly insignificant in comparison. The degree of Chen Mo's indulgence contrasted starkly with the exceptional prowess of Chen Xing. Upon learning that Chen Mo had been granted an exception to become an inner-sect disciple, along with the privilege of bringing an attendant, the young talents of the Chen family harbored no illusions. They all understood who the elder would favor. Chen Xing, without a doubt. And indeed, the elder of the Chen family announced Chen Xing's name. He was Chen Mo's cousin, the son of his second uncle, age 21, with a 7th-grade spirit root, and at the pinnacle of the third layer of the Qi refinement stage. Much like Shui Zifei, he was on the cusp of passing the Celestial Gate assessment. However, his overall aptitude for cultivation surpassed that of Shui Zifei, with both his realm and combat strength significantly exceeding hers at the same age. In contrast to Shui Zifei, who shared a close bond with her sister Shui Zixuan, Chen Mo and Chen Xing had little rapport. They had never played together as children. While Chen Mo played in the mud, Chen Xing was engrossed in his studies. When Chen Mo engaged in make-believe games with Shui Zixuan and Li Shaoqing, Chen Xing was buried in books and began his cultivation. During Chen Mo's wild escapades in Baiyun City, Chen Xing was diligently honing his skills. Throughout their lives, Chen Mo and Chen Xing had scarcely crossed paths. Of course, there were no animosities between them. It was merely that Chen Mo held a distinct aversion toward his cousin. Without comparison, there would be no pain. If his cousin were not so exceptional, Chen Mo would not appear so frivolous and inept, would he? Since childhood, Chen Mo had been subjected to comparisons with his cousin Chen Xing, causing repeated blows to his fragile spirit. Your cousin is quite formidable, Shui Zixuan remarked softly. Indeed, he is impressive and a fine individual as well. I might not even be his match. It would be advantageous for him to accompany little Mo. Shui Zifei added in a hushed tone. I have no rapport with him, Chen Mo replied. No rapport? That cannot be, Shui Zifei exclaimed in surprise. He is your cousin. Whenever I encountered trouble, he was always there. He only watched me fail, reporting back to grandfather without ever lending a hand in fights, Chen Mo retorted. He had already become a celestial seed. How could he assist you? Besides, do you not think his mere presence was a form of support? Shui Zifei suggested. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, left without a retort. Although he bore no animosity toward his cousin, he certainly held no fondness for him, even feeling a slight distaste. Opportunities to meet were rare, and whenever they did, Chen Xing would adopt a condescending demeanor, always preaching. Most irritating was that every time he faced rebukes from his father and grandfather, it was invariably in comparison to Chen Xing, which would sour anyone's feelings. However, upon hearing Shui Zifei's words, Chen Mo found some merit in her perspective. Perhaps this cousin, who enjoyed posturing and lecturing, was not as dreadful as he had previously perceived. The banquet eventually drew to a close. The elders of both the Chen and Shui families, along with the core figures from both clans, saw the guests off at the entrance of the banquet hall. The younger generation, including Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan, were not required to bid farewell and continued to engage in lively conversations and drinking with the youth from both families. Chen Xing was among them. Yet, he maintained an upright posture, a placid expression, and, when faced with the congratulatory toast from the disciples of the Chen and Shui families, he remained stoic, responding only with minimal engagement, occasionally casting glances in Chen Mo's direction. He had yet to offer Chen Mo a toast. Cao Hao was also present, surrounded by numerous disciples from the Shui family. Clearly, Cao Hao had not bestowed his attendance slot upon the Shui family, as there was little discontent among the Shui disciples. After all, even if he had, the only candidates worthy of consideration would be the most outstanding individuals. Thus, it was indeed necessary to curry favor with this top-tier genius. Cao Hao, junior brother Chen Mo, junior sister Zixuan, senior sister is leaving. See you tomorrow morning. Huang Xianying called out as she departed, not forgetting to convey her farewell to Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan through a voice transmission. As Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan turned to look at her, she waved her hand, still munching on a spirit chicken leg. Once Huang Xianying's figure vanished, Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan exchanged a silent glance. Is this senior sister really reliable? Shui Zixuan could not help but inquire. Being carefree and unrestrained comes at cost. Senior sister Huang is absolutely dependable. Trust me. My instincts are invariably accurate, Chen Mo asserted with utmost confidence. What if it were he, Yang? Shui Zixuan countered. He would likely be met with a barrage of scolding from senior brother Wu Yu right off the bat. Shui Zixuan nodded in agreement on the surface. But inwardly, she scorned the shamelessness, the so-called instincts. And who was he trying to deceive? Well, calling it intuition was not entirely incorrect. After all, it was through a fortunate coincidence that he had captured glimpses of the heavenly secrets and celestial texts, allowing him to foresee the future. It was entirely fitting to describe it as intuition without stating it outright. At that moment, Chen Xing unexpectedly rose and approached the table where Chen Mo was seated. Your cousin Chen Xing seems to be coming over, Shui Zifei alerted. Chen Mo nodded, saying nothing. Let him come. Yet inwardly, he felt a surge of pride. Finally willing to set aside the airs of being my older cousin to toast me? What impeccable timing. Just as the banquet is concluding and fewer people are around to witness it, this remarkable cousin ultimately relies on me, this underachieving younger brother, to secure his qualification for entry into the celestial gate. How amusing. A subtle smile crept across Chen Mo's lips, his sense of pride nearly spilling over. However, Chen Mo's performance was indeed commendable. He feigned a warm smile as he regarded his approaching cousin without a hint of mockery. No, perhaps it was not an act. It was instinct. It appeared that the cautious cultivation panel selecting Chen Mo was not without reason. This fellow seemed to possess an innate aptitude for the traits of a cautious cultivator. Shui Zixuan covered her face with her hand, peering with keen interest. Chen Xing arrived, but what left Chen Mo utterly speechless was. He approached with a lecturing tone, but what truly rendered Chen Mo speechless was. Sixth brother? Did he just refer to me as sixth brother? Old sixth? You are the one who is old sixth. Your entire family is old sixth. Cough, wait, that include me as well. Chapter 23. Do you all have poison? The sixth brother? Chen Xing, noticing Chen Mo's silence, furrowed his brow and called out again. Understood, Chen Mo finally replied, yet he showed no intention of rising or leaving. Shui Zifei glanced at Chen Xing, attempting to mediate the situation. No witties. Sixth brother, the path of cultivation is arduous and long. While talent is indeed precious, diligence is of utmost importance. One must endure hardships to rise above others. Do not remain ensnared. Chen Xing's gaze swept over Shui Zixuan, ultimately refraining from uttering the words related to feminine allure. After a brief pause, he continued, Sixth brother, you must focus without distraction and immerse yourself in diligent practice, so as not to waste your exceptional spiritual root. You possess remarkable intelligence, surpassing that of your elder brother. Your spiritual talent far exceeds mine. Yet, when I was your age, I had already reached the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi refinement, while I am merely a 7th-grade spiritual root. Sixth brother, you have already squandered 10 years. If you do not strive now, regret will be inescapable. Sixth brother, Chen Mo wore an expression of utter disbelief. His head buzzed with confusion. What the hell? He wanted to curse, but found it impossible to meet Chen Xing's resolute and righteous gaze. He had no grounds to be angry. However, you're like a surf from the Pacific, a monk lecturing a Taoist, a dog catching a mouse, a hen hatching ducklings, so carefree about things that ought to be taken seriously. Chen Mo could only internally lament. Xue Zixuan covered her forehead, stealing glances at Chen Mo, her eyes rolling. In the next moment, her lips twitched, and she coughed twice to conceal her near burst of laughter. Xue Zifei, equally astonished and embarrassed, gazed at the two cousins, one standing and the other seated. Though she had long heard of Chen Xing's character, witnessing it firsthand was still a surprise. Sixth brother, have you practiced the basic qi refinement technique today? Chen Xing, seemingly unperturbed by Chen Mo's silence, asked directly. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming sincere and solemn, leaving both Xue Zixuan and Xue Zifei momentarily stunned. What is happening? Chen Mo slowly uttered two words. Not yet. Both women were taken aback. Immediately, Xue Zixuan turned away, her shoulders shaking as she suppressed her laughter. Xue Zifei coughed to mask her embarrassment. Chen Mo was paying homage to Chen Xing, and this was merely the beginning. Third brother, your words are misguided. Tomorrow's parting may resemble the lines, a youth leaves home, never to return, or a warrior departs, never to return. Therefore, I do not wish to cultivate today, stealing a half-day of leisure. Let's share drinks with friends, raise our cups in merriment, and let the cups not cease. Let us chat idly and engage in lofty discourse. Is that not delightful? In life, one should enjoy to the fullest, lest the golden goblet be empty before the moon. If you wish to cultivate, you may do as you please. Chen Mo shook his head, his demeanor earnest, clearly employing the same tactics against Chen Xing. Yet he executed it with such naturalness that it seemed innate. This performance. Puff, puff, ha ha. Xue Zixuan and Xue Zifei could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter, their mirth causing them to shake uncontrollably. Chen Mo's words were somewhat awkward, yet they were humorously profound, filled with memorable phrases that outweighed any flaws. Truly commendable. Even though the two women were not well versed in poetry and literature, the sentiments of stealing a half-day of leisure, and in life one should enjoy to the fullest, lest the golden goblet be empty before the moon, left them utterly astonished, especially Xue Zifei, who heard them for the first time. Chen Xing did not laugh, but he was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. No, to be precise, he was filled with admiration. Chen Mo's expression darkened. He could no longer hold back. With an expression that seemed trustworthy and reliable, he directly confronted Chen Xing, saying, Third brother, could you speak normally? What do you mean by normal? Are you implying that I am not normal? Do you consider yourself normal? Chen Xing countered. Applying knowledge is not improper, he added, his brows arching in confusion. Well, you seem to understand. Fine, as long as you're happy. What did grandfather instruct you? Do tell me, Chen Mo conceded, forced to listen. To urge you to cultivate and not to slack off. Stealing a half-day of leisure? Allow me to guard your path for now. Sixth brother, entering the realm of immortals is fraught with peril, and the path of immortality is a competition where strength reigns supreme. Only through relentless cultivation can one establish themselves. Although you possess a first-grade spiritual root, you have already delayed for 10 years. Third brother, enough. I understand. You need not continue. Chen Mo interjected, raising a hand in resignation before Chen Xing could finish, his expression one of helplessness. This cousin's nature is truly unappealing, so serious to an extreme, evidently a humorless, rigid old scholar. His emotional intelligence is concerning, but he is a good person, albeit a bit dull. Chen Mo glanced at Chen Xing, who stood rigid as a pole, his expression grave, before looking at Xue Zixuan and Xue Zifei, who were struggling to contain their laughter, feeling increasingly awkward. Having someone so stiff beside him, not speaking, felt unsettling. How could one enjoy themselves? Chen Mo found himself devoid of irritation. Surely, there's no problem now? By this point, there's been no response. Chow Hao's little dog obviously will not act. Damn it, there are quite a few sycophants from his Xue family, all of whom I seem to have dealt with. Chen Mo glanced towards Chao Hao's direction, which was evidently livelier and more crowded than their own. However, the young men and women surrounding Chao Hao were mostly disciples of the Shui family, whom Chen Mo had previously confronted, with the women being either disciples or relatives who had been caught in the fray. Chen Mo, what third brother said is indeed quite accurate. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One must not become lax. Stealing a half-day of leisure is not permissible. You must engage in diligent practice, strive for excellence, and forge ahead, striving to catch up to us. Suddenly, Shui Zixuan raised her elegant brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Mo, a mischievous expression gracing her features. Indeed, what Zixuan said is quite right. You ought to heed her. Shui Zifei chimed in playfully. I am serious, Shui Zixuan added. Your sister's words hold merit. Sixth brother. Chen Xing cast a commendatory glance at Shui Zixuan and Shui Zifei before turning his serious gaze back to Chen Mo. What the hell? Do you all have poison? Chen Mo's face was a picture of disbelief. I could just hand you 2 bowls. Well, just feed the foolish girl. Chen Mo remarked as he rose. Chao Hao had not yet departed, and Chen Mo was naturally apprehensive about Shui Zixuan and Shui Zifei remaining there. What if an unforeseen incident occurred? Until the cultivate interface provided him with a prompt, he had to exercise caution, leaving no room for error. Chapter 24. The initial cultivation's 6th brother. The residence arranged for you by the Shui family is in the west wing of the younger sister's courtyard, Chen Xing remarked. That sounds splendid. Well, let us go, Chen Mo replied. Goodness. The literary youth is a disease, a contagious one, Shui Zixuan exclaimed. Her exquisite visage radiating an irrepressible mirth, her heart genuinely joyous. With a teasing smile in her eyes, she gazed at the frowning Chen Mo, inwardly pondering. How have I never noticed how amusing he is? If only I could have heard his thoughts sooner. Nevertheless, had I heard them earlier, he would have severely affected my resolve. Perhaps I would have become like him, relying on gathering essence pills to become a celestial seedling. Thankfully, I discovered it late. With a shudder, Shui Zixuan patted her elevated chest. Chen Mo, who was intently observing her, felt a ripple in his heart at the soft pat. In a fluster, he quickly turned away, unable to meet her gaze, his face turning crimson. Why am I suddenly his elder brother? What does this scoundrel have to do with my walking? After greeting a few others, the 4 departed from the banquet hall. Yet, only a few steps later, the straight-backed, imposing Chen Xing took the lead. Shui Zixuan deliberately slowed her pace, but Shui Zifei, clinging to her arm, made it impossible to linger too long. Chen Mo found himself trailing behind Shui Zixuan and Shui Zifei. As night deepened, the lanterns cast a hazy red glow, and Chen Mo quietly relished the swaying scenery, proceeding at a leisurely pace. It was not intentional. Some habits had become second nature. Shui Zixuan allowed this scoundrel to follow her. Occasionally, she would slightly turn her body, casting a sidelong glance, as if concerned that Chen Mo might stray. In truth, she was keen to hear his mutterings. Within the courtyard, apart from Shui Zixuan's maid, there were also Shui Zifei's maid, Ruo Qiu, and 2 others specifically assigned to attend to Chen Mo and Chen Xing. Good night, Zixuan Zifei. Chen Mo bid farewell as the maids guided him and Chen Xing to the west wing. Chen Mo, after washing up, remember to complete your cultivation before resting. Do not be lazy, Shui Zixuan reminded. Understood, Chen Montag replied obediently. This foolish girl is meddling in my affairs. Yet why does it feel oddly pleasant? He secretly cursed as he hastened towards the west wing. With an air of pride, Shui Zixuan raised her delicate face, turning towards the main house, nearly humming a little tune as she bounced along like a child. Shui Zifei watched in astonishment. Is the feeling of engagement truly this delightful? She had never witnessed her sister so exuberantly happy. The uncontainable joy was etched on her sister's face, enhancing her already stunning beauty. Fortunately, Shui Zixuan turned quickly. Had she lingered to watch Chen Mo enter the west wing, her delightful mood would likely have shifted to one of gloom or even torrential despair. For Chen Mo's mutterings had only paused momentarily before resuming. The poison is deepening. Ah, what is love in this world? That it compels one to pledge life and death. But the gentle abode is the hero's grave. As a mere cultivator, how can I not break through this emotional barrier? If I do not, I shall inevitably meet my end. Yet, I seem unable to resist the allure of this foolish girl. The poison only deepens. Perhaps I must counteract it with more of the same? Yes, I, Nicholas the war wolf Chun, shall not perish clinging to this single tree. I shall be fickle. I must be ruthless. I shall sever all ties. Never mind. I will take it one step at a time. At least until she turns 18, I am safe. Chen Mo's zuguckt spirat gantly. Yet, many things are not within one's control. How can he reject a stranger, let alone the girl who has loved him for 10 years and is willing to be engaged? Third brother, upon entering the room, Chen Mo addressed Chen Xing's sixth brother. There is no need for many words. Cultivation must not be interrupted. Chen Mo fell silent, saying, I will cultivate, but tonight, let us rest later. I wish to practice a bit longer. Third brother, you possess formidable strength. Please remain alert to any disturbances outside. Rest assured, focus on your cultivation. I shall guard you, and none shall disturb you. Chen Xing replied with a commanding gaze. Also, ensure that Zixuan and Zifei are not disturbed. Chen Mo added, concerned about Chao Hao. A frown crossed Chen Xing's face, his eyes flashing with resolve. Chen Mo was taken aback. Today, during the Celestial Gate assessment, the conflict with Chao Hao arose due to Zixuan and Zifei. Grandfather has informed me in detail. Fear not. With me around, Chao Hao will not dare harm you or the sisters. Chen Xing's gaze was fierce, his demeanor resolute, exuding an aura of dominance. Strangely, Chen Mo felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. This surprised him, for in the narrative of the brainless, indulgent tale, his cousin had never been mentioned. He was merely a fleeting antagonist, overshadowed by the protagonist, Chao Hao. The Chen family was only referenced in passing to highlight Chao Hao's prowess. Yet this cousin felt extraordinary. The confidence, the piercing gaze, the unwavering spirit, and the authoritative words, combined with Chen Mo's understanding of him, gave an impression of undeniable strength. Perhaps the butterfly effect of his own actions had even influenced this cousin? Sixth brother? Ahem. Well, I shall rely on third brother then. There is no need for pleasantries among brothers. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance in entering the Celestial Gate. Do not take it to heart. Chen Xing said, a hint of reproach in his tone. Chen Mo had no retort, merely stating, then I shall cultivate in the inner room. Good. Chen Xing waved his hand. With a twitch of his lips, Chen Mo entered the inner room, immediately settling cross-legged upon the bed mat. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the flickering candlelight and inhaled the faint scent of sandalwood, allowing himself to relax completely. With a mental shift, a virtual screen materialized before him, seemingly merging with reality. The cultivation panel remained unchanged since its awakening during the Celestial Gate assessment. Chen Mo focused on the panel, contemplating there's still some time. I shall attempt to cultivate for a while. Cultivating immortality, a dreamlike reality, basic qi refinement technique. Moments latte. He embarked on his first cultivation session since his arrival. Chapter 25, Eye of Consciousness. Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, focusing his gaze inward, breathing steadily as he concentrated on his dantian. His breaths gradually became prolonged, and his consciousness turned increasingly introspective. After a moment of stillness, with his mind as tranquil as water, Chen Mo initiated the cultivation of true essence following the basic qi refinement technique, guiding the energy through his meridians. A delicate stream of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth seemed to transform into twinkling starlight, emanating from the vast cosmos. The majority permeated through his pores, while a small fraction entered through the Baihui point, coalescing into a gentle warmth that slowly infused his limbs and veins, akin to the caress of a spring breeze. As he dispelled distracting thoughts, clarity began to blossom within him. The flowing spiritual energy gradually converged into his dantian, which was exceedingly depleted, containing merely a faint trace of true essence, signifying that he was a mere fledgling in the first layer of qi refinement. In this moment, as Chen Mo practiced, the spiritual energy continuously flowed in an unending cycle of life and vitality. With his mind unwavering, he attuned himself to the rise and fall of energy, sensing the gradual infusion of heavenly spiritual energy into his being. The path of qi refinement is arduous and lengthy. Yet Chen Mo's initial attempt enveloped him in a sense of wonder. Truth be told, had he been able to cultivate in such a manner while on Earth, the wastebasket before his computer would undoubtedly not have been overflowing with crumpled paper. The feeling was simply exquisite. It fortified his resolve, allowing him to completely forget the worldly chaos, his heart as placid as still water, gradually entering a state of blissful immersion. Outside the inner room, Chen Xing extinguished the red candles in the main hall and sat in front of the door to Chen Mo's chamber, facing outward like a guardian deity, his expression stern and composed. In the darkness of a night, his eyes shone brightly, radiating brilliance. How strange! My sixth brother possesses a first-grade spiritual root and is exceptionally intelligent. His comprehension should be remarkable. Yet why is his absorption of the heavenly spiritual energy so feeble? The fluctuations he generates are less than what I experienced when I first became a fledgling, and I only had a seventh-grade spiritual root. Chen Xing's consciousness expanded, perceiving the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He found it perplexing. Just a door away, he could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations caused by Chen Mo's cultivation. In the same realm, the higher the grade of the spiritual root, the faster one absorbs spiritual energy, resulting in greater fluctuations. Yet, Chen Mo's absorption speed was evidently inferior to Chen Xing's when he first became a fledgling. If Chen Mo were a ninth-grade spiritual root, such a pace would be normal. But as a first-grade root, how could it be so sluggish? However, my sixth brother's ability to enter a meditative state is astonishing. He can become entirely absorbed in his practice in an instant. His breathing is prolonged and distant, as if he could enter a state of fetal breathing at any moment. This has clearly surpassed the first layer of qi refinement, indicating something extraordinary. This aspect also baffled Chen Xing. How curious, yet it is not the right time to inquire directly. I should avoid dampening his enthusiasm for cultivation. When the opportunity arises, I shall ask him. Perhaps his understanding of the basic qi refinement technique has some discrepancies. Otherwise, he should not be this slow. Chen Xing thought deeply. Chen Mo had been in a daze for 10 long years for the sake of Shui Xuan, and today, being able to become engaged to her clearly fulfilled his long-held wish, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. This was a positive development, a commendable beginning. At least his attitude was now earnest. Chen Xing knew he could not be too direct at this moment. After all, if Chen Mo's absorption of spiritual energy was as slow as that of a ninth-grade spiritual root, it would undoubtedly dampen his spirit. Instead, he should seek opportunities to subtly inquire or patiently instill the correct understanding. Time is irrelevant in the realm of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a millennium can pass. This is a skill reserved for the great masters of the immortal path. Chen Mo was merely immersed in the beauty of his practice, forgetting the passage of time. Ding! Chen Mo was jolted awake by the familiar, yet foreign sound of a crisp notification in his mind. As a seasoned gamer, he instinctively snapped to attention, his awareness returning as he glanced at the virtual screen of the cultivation panel, where a message appeared. Congratulations, host, for surviving a life and death crisis and receiving a random reward title, Eye of Consciousness. Would you like to equip it now? Please choose. The options, yes and no, materialized before him, along with a detailed description of the Eye of Consciousness. Eye of Consciousness, a wearable title that consumes conscious energy. Duration of wear depends on one's own conscious capacity, with no cooldown period. It can be used again once consciousness is restored. Effects: enhances consciousness, allows for the perception of the structural composition of common objects, enables one to see through a cultivator's concealment or disguise, accurately detects fluctuations of spiritual power, and excels at deciphering formations, barriers, and transformations. Wow! After reading the description, Chen Mo could only express his astonishment with a simple exclamation. After much hesitation, He extended his finger and selected yes. Cultivation. Name: Chen Mo. Age: 18 years. Title: Eye of Consciousness equipped. Click this button to unequip. Lifespan. Realm: first layer of Qi refinement technique. Basic Qi refinement technique. Divine abilities: none. Skills: none. Bonus: the indomitable smile of the supreme demon. A complete collection of 72 volumes. Volume 1 has been read. Note: for each year of survival, you may choose to upgrade your technique, divine ability, or skill once. For each life and death crisis survived, you may randomly receive a title reward. The number of titles that can be equipped varies with realm and can be switched. The titles section now displayed Eye of Consciousness, indicating it was equipped and could be unequipped at any time. Wow! Chen Mo stared blankly at the door, his gaze seemingly penetrating through it, landing upon his cousin Chun Xing, who sat cross-legged with his back to him, apparently in a meditative state. Chen Mo could see him clearly, even though the candles had been extinguished. In that moment, a thought struck Chen Mo. He hastily directed his gaze towards the main room. The next instant, wow! Once again, he uttered a stunned exclamation. The lack of education is indeed terrifying. A single phrase could encapsulate everything. No other words could express the overwhelming emotions surging within him. What did he see? He beheld Xue Zixuan, clad in a sheer nightgown, ethereal and alluring, revealing her enchanting figure, even her form barely concealed, seated cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. Her rosy cheeks glowed softly in the candlelight, radiating beauty beyond compare. She appeared pure, sacred, as if untouched by the mundane world, a celestial being, with long eyelashes framing her bright eyes, a smooth forehead, a graceful neck, and delicate feet. She truly was his fiancée. Wow, who could withstand such a sight? This title you claim is random? I can hardly believe it. I cannot look any longer. Chen Mo dared not gaze further, with a guardian deity standing outside, if he succumbed to the temptation of showing off. Moving his hands in a slow-motion display, he would undoubtedly alert his cousin. It would be a scene of social death. Yet, the moment he averted his gaze from Xue Zixuan, he was astonished to find he had inadvertently glimpsed Xue Zifei. Seeing Xue Zifei was one thing, but the most shocking part was her attire, or rather, lack thereof. She wore only minimal undergarments. A sea of white met his eyes. I'm going blind. I'm definitely going blind. In a panic, Chen Mo shut his eyes. How reckless. How could he casually try to enter a girl's room at such a late hour? It was one thing to glimpse his fiancée, Yi. After all, they were destined to be together, and seeing her a bit earlier carried little psychological burden. But Xue Zifei was his sister-in-law. Well, indeed, quite ample. Chapter 26. How is this possible? Although Chen Mo had closed his eyes, the visual impact brought by Xue Zixuan and Xue Zifei was overwhelmingly profound. The stunning figures of the two sisters were etched in his mind like a vivid painting, crystal clear and intricately detailed, constantly stirring the strings of his heart and leaving him in a state of exhilarating excitement. Yet, amidst this fervor, Chen Mo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was akin to the sensation one experiences after sprinting the most arduous 400 meters. A feeling of oxygen deprivation accompanied by tinnitus and vertigo. Was it an excessive consumption of spiritual awareness? In that instant, Chen Mo realized that it must be due to the overexertion of his spirit. Goodness, he had only glanced a few times. It couldn't have been more than a minute. Could it? Not even enough time to blink. Was it the rapid depletion caused by the eye of spiritual awareness, or was my spiritual awareness simply too feeble? Well, perhaps I am indeed lacking, having just embarked on the first layer of Qi refinement. His spiritual awareness was not significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. As he pondered, the sensation of dizziness intensified, prompting him to hurriedly click cancel wear. It seemed that as long as he wore it, regardless of whether he looked or even closed his eyes, it would continuously drain his spiritual awareness. What a nuisance! Chen Mo lamented. Yet, the corner of his mouth curled into a sly grin, which appeared somewhat lewd. There was no doubt. This individual was utterly insincere. Regrettably, he could not see through clothing, which seemed rather unscientific. Walls could be penetrated, yet sheer fabric remained impenetrable. Could it be that the eye of spiritual awareness was bound by moral constraints? Ah, that indeed seemed plausible, which was a touch unfortunate. Chen Mo's mind continued to linger on the images of Xue Zixuan's sheer nightgown and Xue Zifei's short pants, a tantalizing allure that left him wanting more. Youthful fervor surged within him, passionate and unrestrained. In truth, there was little to regret. He chuckled, growing increasingly self-satisfied. Not being able to see through clothing was hardly a significant matter. As long as he desired, opportunities would abound. For instance, during the foolish girl's bath or when she changed clothes, among various other instances. Ahem, steady now. Chen Mo embody the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, upholding the dignity of the cosmos. How could I possibly be so lewd? My previous self was too debased, allowing such distracting thoughts to invade my mind. It is more prudent to enhance oneself and elevate one's strength. I wonder if there are methods to rapidly improve spiritual awareness. Forget it, one should not aim too high. It is best to focus on cultivation. Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcibly casting aside his wayward thoughts, and redirected his attention to the cultivation at hand. He resumed the practice of the basic qi refinement technique. However, this time, he entered a state of cultivation much more slowly than before. What a conundrum. Distractions abound, and the indecent thoughts lingered, creating a tumult that was difficult to quell. Outside the door, Chun Xing, the guardian elder, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Chen Mo return to his cultivation state. Earlier, he had sensed Chen Mo's unusual behavior. However, he refrained from entering to avoid disturbing him, leaving him unaware of why Chen Mo had emerged from his meditative state. It was likely a cognitive blockage encountered during practice, necessitating a pause for adjustment. Fortunately, the impact should not be significant. He merely took a bit longer to enter the right mindset. Chen Xing mused. Although Chen Mo's return to cultivation was notably slower than before, it still remained relatively swift compared to the average person. Regrettably, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had not changed much. Chen Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. If Chen Mo adjusted during his practice due to cognitive blockage and achieved enlightenment, his cultivation would undoubtedly become more effective, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy could potentially increase, especially considering that Chen Mo's rate of absorption had yet to meet the expectations of his first-grade spiritual root. Half an hour later, Chen Mo concluded his practice. He felt invigorated. The sensation of cultivation was exquisite once he entered the state. Both body and mind were enveloped in unparalleled joy. All thoughts of color and emptiness vanished, allowing him to think of nothing at all. The images of the foolish girl and Xue Zifei were effortlessly cast aside. His spirit was clear, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power. However, it seemed that the true essence within his dantian had not changed much. At that moment, Chen Mo sensed something amiss. Although he felt utterly sublime during cultivation and could distinctly perceive a copious influx of spiritual energy entering his body and refining in a true essence, by the time he concluded, his dantian remained in a pitiable, desolate state. This shouldn't be the case. Was this the reason his previous self never became a celestial seed? Clearly, there was an abundance entering his body. Chen Montauk was perplexed. Yet, he felt remarkably well, especially with his entire being brimming with strength, which ignited an irresistible urge to unleash a punch and test its might. No, this is absolutely wrong. The fact that I couldn't store it in my dantian, could it be that was assimilating throughout my entire body? This sensation of power seems akin to pure physical strength. Chen Mo contemplated. Wouldn't I, of spiritual awareness, reveal the answer? In that moment, Chen Mo finally realized that the eye of spiritual awareness was not merely a tool for peeping. The effects of the eye of spiritual awareness. It enhances spiritual awareness, allowing one to perceive the structural composition of ordinary objects, transcend barriers to reveal hidden cultivators, discern concealed energy fluctuations, and adeptly dismantle formations and barriers, as well as alter forms. Precise investigation of energy fluctuations. Spiritual energy naturally includes true essence. Without hesitation, Chen Mo donned the title of the Eye of Spiritual Awareness, and in the next moment, he focused his mind inward, turning his spiritual awareness upon himself. He began to introspect. Soon, Chen Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. He observed his withered dantian, witnessing the meager, barely increased true essence, a sight expected. What surprised him was the sight of his limbs and meridians, even every muscle, bone, and cell, all imbued with tiny points of starlight. Yes, starlight. Chen Mo could only describe it as starlight, tiny golden specks that, without the eye of spiritual awareness, he would never have been able to perceive. Yet now, even upon seeing them, he felt no sense of their existence and could not summon them. They seemed to have fused into his limbs and meridians, becoming one with him. Huff! Chen Mo exhaled deeply. Let us try cultivating while wearing the eye of spiritual awareness. Without hesitation, he began. He was somewhat excited, filled with anticipation. He vaguely sensed a possibility, but could not yet confirm it. He needed to utilize the eye of spiritual awareness in a state of cultivation to clarify. Once more, he practiced the basic qi refinement technique. Boom! What? As Chen Mo entered the cultivation state and activated the basic qi refinement technique once more, he nearly gasped in surprise, almost leaping out of his meditative state. How could this be possible? Chen Xing murmured to himself, his voice trembling. Chapter 27. Terrifying Baby. At this moment, Chen Mo's speed in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged exponentially, surpassing Chen Xing's comprehension. In his view, even a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement, fully utilizing a first-grade spiritual root, could not possibly be so formidable. Now, even the third-level qi refinement Chen Xing felt dwarfed by him. Moreover, the disparity between the two was not trivial. Even more astonishing was that in the main room, Shuizi Xuan was also cultivating, and Chen Xing could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her side. Yet at this moment, she was utterly overshadowed by Chen Mo, completely crushed. Could this be the true speed of a first-grade spiritual root? It was indeed terrifying. Chen Xing was astounded. As the person involved, Chen Mo's astonishment exceeded that of Chen Xing. I, Mo, Xiaoyan Chen, am truly fearsome. He felt as though he were possessed by Xiaoyan. He had not anticipated that the eye of divine awareness would yield such powerful effects during cultivation. This not only validated his hypothesis, but also unveiled why. After cultivating for half a day, the trace of true essence in his dantian had scarcely increased. It turned out that the spiritual energy he previously inhaled during cultivation was not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but rather the power of the stars. The eye of divine awareness allowed him to clearly see the twinkling stars in the night sky converging towards him, continuously integrating into his body. The power of the stars, after refining, did not reside in the dantian, but instead spread throughout his limbs and bones, merging into every cell of his being. It was as if his entire body was the dantian. Upon this realization, Chen Mo utilized the eye of divine awareness to capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, attempting to inhale this energy instead of the power of the stars. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. A shocking scene unfolded. The extraordinary aptitude of the first-grade spiritual root, combined with the enhanced ability of the eye of divine awareness to capture spiritual energy, unleashed a power far exceeding mere arithmetic addition. His speed in absorbing the spiritual energy surged to an exceedingly terrifying level. The fluctuations of spiritual energy he generated sent shivers down his own spine. As a cautious cultivator, Chen Mo did not wish to attract undue attention. The shock rendered him unable to continue his cultivation. He could only force himself to calm down, gradually withdrawing his energy and ceasing the operation of the basic qi refinement technique. Phew! Chen Mo patted his chest, seeking to soothe his emotions. Terrifying baby. Wow. Immortal formidable. The power of the stars and the first-grade spiritual root are gifts for my transmigration. My previous incarnation had never experienced such sensations during cultivation. The stellar energy within me was only just absorbed moments ago. Had my predecessor been able to absorb the power of the stars, after a decade, the strength of the physical body would surely have reached an inconceivable realm. At this moment, Chen Mo finally confirmed that his predecessor's spiritual root talent was likely not even at the 9th grade. Indeed, it was that of a waste. Becoming a celestial seed was entirely reliant on the resources of the Chen family. After all, he ultimately consumed a gathering essence pill. But my situation is different. My first foray into cultivation directly captures the power of the stars, with only a scant amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This is likely due to my soul not belonging to this world, making my perception of the power of the stars more acute, while my sensitivity to the spiritual energy of this world is overshadowed by that of the stellar energy, allowing me to draw the power of the stars into my body. In my predecessor's memories, the term power of the stars had never existed. This is my secret, and perhaps one of my trump cards. However, Chen Mo currently could not manipulate the integrated power of the stars within his body, meaning he could not activate it like he would true essence. For now, it seems it can only be used to temper the physical body. Once the body is refined to a certain level, and the power of the stars is full, perhaps it will overflow. At that point, it might gather in the Dantian like stored true essence. Regardless, this will be understood in due course. After all, refining the body is beneficial. As long as it enhances my physical strength, this cultivation must continue. Once my body is sufficiently powerful, perhaps I can truly achieve immortality. Chen Mo may possess longevity, but longevity does not equate to invulnerability. He can still be killed, fall ill, or die of hunger. Various accidents could lead to death. If the body is robust, it is naturally harder to slay. If I can become the legendary immortal, then I shall indeed be truly undying. After all, my lifespan is limitless. 6th brother? This time Chen Xing did not hesitate. Sensing Chen Mo emerging from his cultivation state, he eagerly called out, "3rd brother, what's wrong?" Chen Mo's voice emerged. "It is good to hear you are well." Upon hearing Chen Mo's normal tone, Chen Xing chose not to say more. Cultivation is an intensely personal endeavor, especially given the extreme anomaly exhibited by Chen Mo, which likely involved personal secrets. Unless Chen Mo voluntarily disclosed it, even as his cousin, it would be inappropriate to pry. 3rd brother must have sensed my anomaly. Chen Mo thought to himself, hesitating before responding, "I am well, very well." 3rd brother, I realized that my previous cultivation did not truly grasp the essence of the basic qi refinement technique. Now, I feel I have finally comprehended it completely, and my cultivation speed has increased several-fold. This should be the speed befitting my 1st grade spiritual root. 3rd brother, was my earlier commotion quite significant? Indeed, congratulations. 6th brother, the commotion was indeed considerable. The fluctuations of your absorption of spiritual energy far exceed mine, and my siblings cannot compare to you. This is truly commendable. Chen Xing replied. His calm tone carried an unmistakable hint of excitement. Clearly, he was genuinely delighted for Chen Mo, 3rd brother. I have always been low-key. You may be aware of my cultivation status, but must not be spoken of to others, including Zixuan and Sister Zifei, Chen Mo stated. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. You've always been low-key? Really? When have you ever been low-key? He seriously doubted he had misheard. His boisterous and domineering 6th brother actually claimed to be low-key. But recalling something, Chen Xing nodded earnestly, approvingly stating, "Good. 6th brother's self-awareness brings me great comfort. You may rest assured in your cultivation. I shall shield you from this matter." 6th brother, you have finally matured. Chen Montauk was speechless. What nonsense is this? His cousin was truly indescribable. I was already quite grown. Chen Montauk feigned indignation. Haha. A faint chuckle emanated from outside the door. Chen Mo's face darkened. Had he not been aware that laughter in another world held no ulterior meaning, he would have seriously suspected his cousin was mocking him, as though he were compelled to strip and compete with him. Chen Xing acknowledged with a sound, turning to walk toward another room. Cultivators must employ their consciousness to control the inhalation and refinement of qi. Thus, cultivation cannot replace sleep, at least within the realm of qi refinement. Cultivators cannot practice without rest. Chapter 28. Slumber with a gentle exhale. Chen Mo removed his outer garment and reclined upon the bed, directing a soft palm strike toward the candle, extinguishing its flame effortlessly from a distance of approximately 5 meters. Truly, this simple act could evoke screams of delight from a throng of admirers on earth. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness. The night was deep, and an eerie silence prevailed. Lying supine, Chen Mo inhaled the faint scent of sandalwood, yet his eyes remained wide open, devoid of any desire for slumber. His mind wandered back to the events of the day that had transported him to this world, and he felt an exhilarating surge of energy, particularly when recalling the foolish girl. Sleep eluded him entirely. In his restless state, he summoned the cultivation interface and scrutinized it for an extended period. He endeavored to engage in dialogue with the interface through a myriad of approaches: flattery, sycophancy, mockery, and even threats. Every peculiar tactic he could conceive was employed in an attempt to communicate with the interface. Alas, all were in vain. Nevertheless, Chen Mo adamantly refused to believe that this contraption lacked consciousness or intelligence. It was evident, even to the most untrained mind, that it possessed awareness. The inability to communicate rendered it temporarily useless. Having successfully navigated his first life and death crisis, he assumed that the interface would remain unchanged for the time being. However, upon entering the sect and settling in, the first volume of his absurd narrative would conclude. Surely, the second volume would soon commence? Given his recent brush with mortality, it seemed likely that it would hinge upon a pivotal moment in time. Lost in thought, Chen Mo was suddenly jolted back to reality. He hastily summoned the cultivation interface once more and deftly clicked the read button for the absurd narrative titled The Indomitable Supreme Being with a 45-degree mischievous smile. In an instant, he was force-fed the contents of the first volume yet again. Admittedly, from the perspective of Chow Hao, it was still quite exhilarating when read without critical thought. Fortunately, nothing had changed. The narrative remained unaltered, word for word, and at that moment, he was acutely aware that he had already perished within its pages. This realization brought him considerable relief. Had his transformation affected the narrative, it would have posed a significant intellectual challenge and a grave concern. The ripple effect would be profound. For him, the experience of foreshadowing would diminish, and the true omniscient perspective would shift from himself to the author of the absurd narrative. Imagine if the content of the first volume were to adapt to Chen Mo's actual circumstances. The second volume would naturally follow suit, unfolding based on the altered first volume. In essence, the narrative would need to be recalibrated according to Chen Mo's transformations, leading to new creations. Consequently, his adversary would no longer be Chow Hao, but rather the author of the absurd narrative. For the author, it was imperative that the protagonist emerged victorious, not Chen Mo. Did this imply that Chow Hao was essentially invincible? After all, should Chen Mo eliminate Chow Hao, the author could easily conjure a reason for his revival in subsequent chapters. The absurd narrative and Chen Mo would influence and alter one another. Should this be the case, it would suggest that Chen Mo had not merely traversed into a world of cultivation, but had, in fact, entered a fictional realm crafted by the author's imagination. What significance remained if everything, Chow Hao, Shui Zixuan, and all else, was but a figment of the author's creation? This realization was what truly unsettled Chen Mo. Fortunately, such a dreadful scenario had not transpired. The absurd narrative merely served as a supplementary tome granted by the cultivation interface, providing him with foresight. By glimpsing future events through this narrative, he could essentially preview the entire world through Chow Hao's perspective. How did Chow Hao enhance his strength? What cultivation methods did he practice? And what were their merits and flaws? What fortuitous encounters did he experience? And how did he seize them? What dangers lurked? And how could they be navigated? Whom did he befriend? And what were their personalities and vulnerabilities? Who were the women he pursued? And how did he win their affections? In summary, as long as Chen Mo could anticipate through the absurd narrative, he would be able to prepare himself, intercepting Chow Hao whenever possible. He would seize every opportunity available and, if unable to benefit himself, ensure that Chow Hao's endeavors were thwarted. Ultimately, Cao Hao's fortunes would become Chen Mo's own. Regarding Cao Hao's romantic interests, well, that would depend on the circumstances. He was not one to act indiscriminately. Yet, he could not simply stand by and allow them to be ensnared by that scoundrel, Cao Hao. Most importantly, if he remained indifferent, those women would inevitably become assets to Cao Hao. A headache. He decided to cease pondering and take it one step at a time. With eyes closed, Chen Mo longed for slumber, yet his heightened state of excitement rendered him restless. Various thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. He contemplated activating the divine eye once more, but ultimately refrained. He feared that it might lead him astray. He was already engaged to someone, albeit merely betrothed, and felt he should no longer indulge in such antics. Now, at the age of 18, he was in his prime, filled with righteousness, and yet he could not allow the lecherous persona of his past to resurface. Yet, his thoughts were plagued by the incessant image of the foolish girl, drifting through his mind like a ghost, refusing to be banished. Memories of all interactions with her replayed in his consciousness, captivating him entirely. The allure of the foolish girl had seeped into his very bones. After what felt like an eternity, he finally succumbed to sleep, only to be awakened by the persistent calls of his younger brothers, Chen Mo, Xiao Mo, and others. As he opened his bleary eyes, he beheld 3 familiar faces. However, upon a fleeting glance, he closed his eyes again, murmuring incoherently, "Wife, sweetheart, can't you disappear for a moment? Sister Zifei, why are you here? Can a person get some sleep?" As the sisterly duo exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Chan Xing, with furrowed brows, addressed them. "Sisters, our younger brother has overexerted himself during his cultivation last night and has entered a deep slumber. It is unwise to rouse him at this hour. He is speaking nonsensically. Please do not take offense. Time is of the essence, and we must depart. Allow me to carry him." Indeed, Xue Zixuan nodded in agreement. Thus, the 4 of them exited Xue Zixuan's residence. Amidst the astonished gazes of friends and family from both the Xue and Qin clans, Chen Xing bore Chen Mo upon his back, followed closely by Xue Zixuan and Xue Zifei, emerging before them. The elders of both families were taken aback. What is happening? Chapter 29. Dreams abound. What's wrong with Xiao Xing and Xiao Mo? Xuelon, the mother of Chen Mo, hurriedly approached, her expression laden with concern. Chen Yudao followed closely, assessing his son's condition. "Do not worry, Annie. My younger brother merely overexerted himself during last night's cultivation, resulting in extreme fatigue and deep slumber. It is unwise to rouse him forcibly at this moment," Chen Xing explained. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, particularly the younger disciples present, who wore expressions of disbelief. Chen Mo overexerted himself. Could he truly reach such a state? It seemed implausible. To be frank, it was Chen Xing speaking. Had Chen Mo uttered such a claim, the entire assembly would have scoffed at him. The ancestral elder of the Chen family approached to examine Chen Mo's condition. Finding no immediate issues, he noted, however, that Chen Mo's physical vigor was exceptionally robust. It appeared that his physical training had indeed progressed. This revelation astonished the elder. If this lad had not ascended to the status of celestial seed, he would undoubtedly be a prodigy in martial arts. Alas, one could not lament such a fate. In the realm of immortality, even the most mediocre is superior to martial prowess. It is an insurmountable disparity. No matter how formidable Chen Mo might become as a martial artist, he would still pale in comparison to the cultivators. Even a foundational cultivator could easily crush him without breaking a sweat. Wait, had the lad's true essence within his dantian also undergone a notable enhancement? How delightful! Has he finally found his breakthrough? Ah. The elder's face betrayed his barely contained excitement. At this moment, although Chen Mo remained a fledgling celestial seed, he had taken his first step towards growth, evolving his previously feeble essence into something more substantial. It is noteworthy that Chen Mo had been a celestial seed for several days without progress until now. This initial advancement heralded a promising beginning. Just as when Chen Mo tested his spiritual root, fortune was finally favoring him. The elder of the Chen family was no longer in a state of panic. In truth, until he discerned the slight increase in Chen Mo's true essence. He had harbored doubts about Chen Mo possessing a first-grade spiritual root, feeling that it might be a mere illusion, a dream that could shatter at any moment. After all, Chen Mo began his cultivation at the tender age of 8. If he truly possessed a first-grade spiritual root, there was no way he could have struggled so profoundly to ascend to a celestial seed, relying on a chi gathering pill merely to catch up with the latecomers in the celestial examination. Now, witnessing the transformation of Chen Mo's true essence, which had multiplied and become purer overnight, the elder of the Chen family finally felt a modicum of relief. A slight foundation had been established. Of course, he did not doubt the legitimacy of the celestial examination's assessment of a first-grade spiritual root. Rather, he feared that his grandson's other cultivation talents were woefully inadequate, wasting the potential of his first-grade spiritual root. The entourage from the Shui and Chen families, here to bid farewell, was quite substantial, with nearly all direct disciples arriving early. Particularly, the younger direct disciples from both families were present in full force. For Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan to be granted the privilege of entering the inner circle of the Celestial Gate as top-tier first- and second-grade spiritual roots was indeed a rare honor for both clans, an occasion that had not occurred in hundreds or even thousands of years. This was unparalleled glory, a source of pride for their families. The young disciples' presence to send them off and witness Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan's grandeur served as an excellent motivation for them. Of course, Cao Hao was also among those being admired. At this moment, he was surrounded by countless disciples from the Shui family and friends he had made in Baiyin City, basking in the limelight like a celestial being. His crooked grin drew the hearts of many young maidens, who cast lingering glances in his direction. Chen Mo, in his slumber, failed to stand beside this insufferable fellow, making Cao Hao appear particularly dashing. Zishuan, Sister Zifei. Cao Hao's smile became even more radiant as he spotted Shui Zishuan and Shui Zifei, striding confidently towards them. His demeanor was as if the previous day's public humiliation at the hands of Shui Zishuan had never transpired. His gaze was gentle, his stance elegant, and his aura had clearly ascended to the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, further enhancing his already striking appearance. Anyone who beheld him could not help but admire him. However, Shui Zishuan's attention merely skimmed over Cao Hao without pausing even for a moment. Indeed, she did not linger. She could scarcely tolerate the sight of Cao Hao's insufferable grin. Yet, Shui Zishuan understood that it was not the time to confront him. After all, he was a celestial seed from a Shui family, and one should not strike at those who wear a smile, right? Most importantly, she was somewhat aware of Chen Mo's apprehension toward Cao Hao. It would be unwise to provoke a conflict now. Cao Hao, as a reborn celestial being, possessed countless hidden cards and was not someone she or Chen Mo could afford to offend. Shui Zifei was comparatively better off. While Cao Hao maintained his confident, crooked grin, there simmered within his eyes a mix of anger and profound confusion. First, Shui Zishuan and now Shui Zifei. Both had altered their attitudes towards him in a mere day's time. Was it merely because the worthless Chen Mo had also tested as a first-grade spiritual root? Did they naively believe that he could compare to him simply based on that? Cao Hao found himself utterly perplexed. In his view, Chen Mo was inferior in every aspect. Time was drawing near. It appeared that Chen Mo would be unable to ride, necessitating a carriage instead. The elder of the Shui family remarked, "This insufferable lad chooses the most inopportune time to slumber." Riding through the streets to bask in the glory of public attention was a moment of familial pride. The traditions and customs of past celestial examinations were always thus. At this moment, the streets must be filled with countless spectators. Missing the chance to enjoy his most illustrious moment in the secular world would be a grave error, and it would disappoint those who wished to see him. Should we wake this boy? The elder of the Chen family furrowed his brow. Chen Mo, Shui Zishuan, and Cao Hao were all meant to ride through the streets, circling the inner ring closest to the city lord's mansion, parading upon their steeds adorned with red silk ribbons and bright flowers, celebrating their achievements before being delivered to the city lord's residence. This was a custom, a tradition, a rule a cultural legacy of ascending to the celestial gate. For their families, it was a moment of honor. Grandfather, Chen grandfather, let's not wake him. I can ride alongside Chen Mo, Shui Zishuan said, her voice soft and bashful, her cheeks flushed. Clearly, it took considerable courage for her to express such a sentiment. Is this acceptable? The elder of the Shui family hesitated, astonished by his granddaughter's words. He supported the union of Shui Zishuan and Chen Mo. Otherwise, he would not have orchestrated the betrothal banquet yesterday. The engagement was indeed his idea. Yet, while he valued trust and loyalty, he did not genuinely believe in Chen Mo's potential. Thus, he would take charge in the secular world. But once they entered the celestial realm, he would not interfere. He had never dictated what Shui Zishuan should do after entering the celestial gate. Despite this, he felt a twinge of guilt for his dear granddaughter, sensing he had somewhat wronged her. But now, Shui Zishuan had proactively made such a statement. What could this mean? Had his beloved granddaughter truly accepted Chen Mo? That would be utterly improper. Shui Heng suddenly reprimanded, his expression exceedingly grim. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shui Zishuan and Chen Mo shared a horse, embracing one another. How could this be permissible? Shui Heng, who had never held Chen Mo in high regard as a son-in-law, immediately voiced his objections without a second thought. Father, Chen Mo and I are already engaged. What harm is there in riding together? This moment is our most glorious and splendid in the mundane world, and I do not wish for Chen Mo to miss it. Even if he is in a slumber, he must be seen as the talented disciple who passed the celestial gates assessment. Shui Zishuan asserted without hesitation. Now is not the time for modesty. Chen Mo had already expressed his dissatisfaction with her father, and she resolutely could not allow him to awaken and curse in anger. Xiaoxian is correct. Such an important occasion should not find my son-in-law languishing in a carriage. He deserves to be admired by the multitude as he enters the celestial gate in great splendor. Xueqin shot an admonishing glare at Shui Heng, echoing her daughter's sentiments. Dear sister-in-law, I leave this to you. Chun Xing stepped forward, directly presenting Chen Mo to Shui Zishuan. His calm and unyielding demeanor betrayed no emotion, and he did not spare Shui Heng a glance. Without waiting for Shui Zishuan's parents to clarify, he simply acted on what he deemed necessary. Very well. Shui Zishuan, undeterred, took the sleeping Chen Mo into her arms, cradling him affectionately as she approached the prepared steed. Despite being at the peak of the qi refinement stage, carrying Chen Mo, who was larger than herself, posed no challenge for her. Clearly, Shui Zishuan had no intention of heeding Shui Heng's objections. As long as her grandfather did not call for a halt, all was permissible, and it was inconceivable that the Shui family's elder would do so. The Chen family elder beamed with satisfaction, his gaze fixed fondly upon Shui Zishuan. This was precisely what his granddaughter desired. It appeared that the young rascal had not wasted 10 years of effort, ultimately winning the heart of Baiyun City's most talented and beautiful young woman. Truly, he was the most cherished grandson, resembling him more than any other descendant. Indeed, it was the elder's own sentiment. On the grand steed, Shui Zishuan sat behind, while Chen Mo leaned slightly backward, resting his head against her shoulder, enveloped in the infinite splendor of the moment. The subtle, masculine fragrance of Chen Mo wafted toward Shui Zishuan, causing her heart to race inexplicably, her exquisite countenance taking on a deeper shade of crimson. As for Chen Mo, he could not have imagined that in his dreams he would find solace in the embrace of the gentlest and warmest haven he had long yearned for, one he had played in since childhood. In his dream, perhaps he sensed the intoxicating scent of the young woman or felt the warmth of her soft presence. A faint smile graced his handsome features, exuding an endearing innocence. Perverted rascal, Shui Zishuan silently cursed again. Even in slumber, she could hear Chen Mo's thoughts, his inner monologue crystal clear to her. At this moment, he was indulging in a dream not suited for children, with Shui Zishuan as the leading lady, set on their wedding night. Shui Zishuan found herself torn between amusement, embarrassment, and a tinge of anger as she listened to Chen Mo's private musings, though she could not see the scenes unfolding. His words allowed her to surmise the nature of his dream. What was he doing? In the dream, he protested, Zishuan, no, absolutely not. I'm not ready. Wait, how can you do this? Zishuan, you can have my body, but not my heart. Stop. Okay, I confess, you're the legendary 19 body. Do you know? Before you turn 18, this cannot happen. I do not wish to take your essence, truly. I have a way to protect you from becoming anyone's bride. Zishuan, please, you might perish. Sister Zifei? What are you doing up here? You scare me. If it's you, then it's fine. But what about Zishuan? She'll kill me. Sister Zifei, please don't. I'm not that kind of person. This must be a dream. Wake me up. Indeed it's a dream. I knew that silly girl couldn't be so intense, and that Sister Zishuan would be so bold. It startled me. But the sight of my wife without clothes. Sister Zishuan pales in comparison, yet still has an allure. What am I thinking? Stay calm. No. Wait, it's still a dream. A dream within a dream? A nightmare? Damn it. Shui Zishuan's expression was a tapestry of emotions. With a furtive glance at the handsome face resting on her shoulder, who could have imagined that this rascal's dream would be so mortifying? Most importantly, thoughts of the day led to dreams of the night. Though he cherished her, his thoughts were anything but pure. And at this critical moment, how could he switch to Sister Zifei? Was he just afraid of encountering her? How utterly embarrassing. Shui Zishuan felt a wave of mortification wash over her. Her thoughts tainted by the influence of the rascal. Let us set forth. As Shui Zishuan mounted the horse with Chen Mo, the elder of the Shui family no longer hesitated, declaring decisively. Shui Heng's face turned a shade of green with fury, yet he could only suppress his anger. There was no use in trying to stop them. He was perplexed as to how his daughter had changed so swiftly. Previously, she had agreed to reject the engagement with Chen Mo, yet after the Celestial Gate assessment, her demeanor had transformed entirely. He understood, well, that while his daughter held some feelings for Chen Mo, they were more akin to friendship or sibling affection, far from romantic love. Yet her current behavior made Shui Heng regret not having been stricter with Shui Zishuan initially, preventing her from meeting Chen Mo altogether. Alas, it was too late for such reflections now. As the crowd mounted their steeds, Shui Zishuan embraced Chen Mo's waist, riding alongside Chao Hao at the forefront of the procession. Only their two horses were adorned with red silk and large red flowers. The others wore smiles, bowing graciously to the crowds lining the streets. Unquestionably, Shui Zishuan and Chen Mo were the focal point of all eyes. Their shared ride rendered Chao Hao overshadowed. At this moment, Shui Zishuan was channeling her true essence to support Chen Mo, creating the illusion that he was riding while carrying her. Even his eyes were gently propped open by her energy, making it impossible to discern that he was in a state of slumber. Accompanied by Shui Zishuan's captivating expressions, the couple radiated an aura of romantic affection, resembling celestial lovers, making them even more dazzling. As for Chao Hao, he could no longer maintain his previous composure. Though his expression was not particularly grim, he could no longer project the calm, fade he once wore. Most importantly, with Chen Mo riding alongside him, bolstered by Shui Zishuan's energy, the once handsome Chao Hao suddenly appeared less appealing. Fortunately, upon glancing at those around him, he realized that Chao Hao was not truly unattractive. It was simply the comparison with Chen Mo that rendered him so. His sharp intuition and acute perception allowed Chao Hao to catch wind of countless whispers he wished to ignore. What should have been a glorious procession had turned excruciatingly difficult, and he longed to gallop swiftly to the Lord's manor rather than parade through the streets. Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan's procession was one of reverence and admiration from the masses. He felt like a clown paraded through the streets for public ridicule. As a dignified deity, how could he ever endure such humiliation? Chapter 30 Departure. The morning light cascades upon the earth, illuminating the teams of the Shui and Chen families. Seemingly riding a horse with Shui Zishuan, Chen Mo remains deeply ensconced in slumber. Shui Zishuan gently cradles Chen Mo's waist with one hand while supporting his back with the other, channeling her internal energy to maintain his position. She also listens to the thoughts of this incorrigible rogue. Fortunately, Chen Mo's dreams have lost their previous intensity, which spares Shui Zishuan the embarrassment of a flushed face. The morning sun bathes her exquisite visage, gradually coaxing a smile from her lips. A delicate smile, adorned with charming dimples, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Sweet yet subtly shy, seems to narrate the sweetness and pride within her heart. A faint smile that captivates the world? Indeed, it is so. In this moment, her mood mirrors her radiant smile, bright and cheerful. Because, in Chen Mo's dreams, she is ever present. The wind and snow are you. The mundane is you. The simplicity is you. The glory is you. The tenderness at heart is you. And wherever he gazes, it is also you. All of you. The parade continues. After a brief interval, Xue Zixuan, while maneuvering Chen Mo, suddenly senses something, causing her internal energy to momentarily falter. However, she swiftly regains her composure, as if nothing had occurred, merely muttering under her breath. Incorrigible rogue. Chen Mo awakens, yet upon realizing his situation, shamelessly feigns sleep once more. Xue Zixuan finds it unseemly to expose him, so she endures this rogue taking liberties in his semi-conscious state, while also grappling with his invasive thoughts. At the city lord's mansion gate, during the hour of Chun, Chow Hao, who has endured a long and torturous journey, finally breathes a sigh of relief upon sighting the gates, his once dark visage gradually softening. He has been put on display throughout the journey, yet he remains powerless. Xue Zixuan offers him no opportunity for proximity. What can he do? For now, he must endure. The teams of the Chun and Xue families come to a halt, and Xue Zixuan dismounts, still holding Chen Mo. Chen Mo, have you rested enough? It is time to awaken, she whispers in his ear, the significance of which lies not in her words, but in the fact that her hand, which was merely resting on his thigh, has transformed into a gentle pinch, applied with a hint of force. Chen Mo stirs awake, appearing quite dazed and bewildered. Xue Zixuan cannot help but admire his acting. Had she not been privy to his thoughts, she might have believed he truly just awakened. His performance is unparalleled. After Chen Mo awakens, he strides confidently, side by side with Xue Zixuan, followed closely by Xue Zifei and Chen Xing. Before long, what Chen Mo perceives as a mere day trip to Baiyun City diminishes in size before his astonished gaze. He leans over the edge of the flying magical artifact, watching his family and friends waving below, observing his father vigorously waving his arms, the two elders gazing at him in silence, and his mother, along with Aunt Qin, calling out into the void. He faintly hears his mother's voice, laced with tears. Excited yet overwhelmed, Chen Mo suddenly feels a tightness in his chest, and he falls silent, quietly watching below. The flying artifact ascends higher and further, their figures shrinking until even the city lord's mansion disappears from his view. As Baiyun's city vanishes completely, Chen Mo remains motionless, his eyes reddening uncontrollably. How could he harbor any sentiments for Baiyun City, having only been there for a day? Devoid of emotional ties? He had merely met his parents once, with no further interaction. What feelings could possibly arise? He discreetly wipes away his tears. Is the wind too strong? Indeed, Chen Mo answers himself. A full day and night has passed. He awoke here at the hour of Chen yesterday, unable to bid farewell to his earthly parents and sister. Now, at this hour of Chen, he must part from the family of this life. He truly wishes not to dwell on it too much. Having arrived, he must find peace. Yet, the compounded emotional toll of two abrupt separations exceeds the limits of his carefully constructed facade. I'm still the same boy as before, unchanged in the slightest. Fortunately, I still have the foolish girl, third brother, and sister Zifei. At that moment, he realizes Xue Zixuan is beside him, her eyes red, tears still lingering, trails of sorrow unhealed. This foolish girl. Chen Mo looks up to discover a pair of large, beautiful eyes curving into crescents, munching on snacks as she observes him and Xue Zixuan. Damn, she is eavesdropping. She is definitely eavesdropping on me and this foolish girl. God, I hope she didn't see me. Chen Mo turns away, an expression of distress crossing his face. He suspects his earlier disgrace was witnessed by Huang Xianying, the little sister disciple. Oh no. As Chen Mo turns away, he He successfully evades Huang Xianying's gaze, but collides directly with another pair of eyes. The owner of this gaze rolls her eyes at him, huffs in annoyance, and turns her head away. It is evident she is signaling her displeasure, urging him to appease her, lest the consequences be dire. Goodness, what a calamity! I hope this cousin didn't see that. It seems I've overlooked her again. She's quite pretty, yet she feels like a mere shadow, always going unnoticed. Well, it's largely because this foolish girl is too dazzling. I can't be blamed for that. Ignoring her is fine. Let us just avoid each other. I wish to remain inconspicuous. Chen Mo muses, shifting his gaze away from Li Shaoqing. He has no intention of placating her. It is not that Li Shaoqing lacks beauty. She is indeed quite lovely, albeit reminiscent of a little brother with dual attributes of speed and strength. But that is not the point. The essential quality of a sycophant is ingrained in him. With the foolish girl by his side, how could Chen Mo possibly appease Li Shaoqing? He never did before, and he certainly would not now. Yes, these are instinctual behaviors ingrained in his very being, and his subconscious provides him with reasons. In short, it has nothing to do with the true Chen Mo Brother Wu. Is this the flying magical artifact? What incredible speed! At that moment, Chao Hao inquires excitedly, his youthful, handsome face reflecting the eager curiosity of a boy yearning for knowledge of the celestial way. Hearing this, the other reserved disciples glanced toward Chao Hao and Brother Wu Yu, who is piloting the flying artifact. Indeed, this is the most common type of flying magical artifact, the cloud-piercing boat, capable of traveling 10,000 miles in a day. It is several times faster than a foundation-building cultivator traveling by their own cultivation. In half a month, we shall reach the sect. How swift! Truly deserving of being a treasure of the celestial gate. Chao Hao exclaims, Sister Huang, Brother He, do you also possess this cloud-piercing boat? His expression is exceptionally well played. This dog is quite the performer. After living for tens of thousands of years, it acts young, as if it were genuine. Its purpose is undoubtedly to flirt with the foodie sister, disciple Huang Xianying. At this moment, it appears that this dog has finally noticed Huang Xianying's uniqueness. Chen Mo silently curses. Chapter 31. Is the younger brother also snatching opportunities? Huang Xianying cast a fleeting glance at Chao Hao, yet chose to disregard him, her attention returning to the snack bag in her hands as she rummaged for something delectable. Alas, junior brother Chao, the flying cloud boat is not something we can possess. This vessel does not belong to senior brother Wu either. It is a property of our sect. Flying treasures are exceedingly costly, and few peak foundation establishment cultivators can afford them, He Yang remarked. Chao Hao, his expression one of astonishment, replied, It is truly that precious. Indeed, not only us, but even smaller sects lack such resources, He Yang nodded. However, junior brother Chao, being a top-tier genius with a first-grade spiritual root, you will surely attain one in the future. You flatter me, senior brother He. A first-grade spiritual root is hardly remarkable. I believe senior sister Huang is the true prodigy among us, Chao Hao whispered, seemingly addressing He Yang while simultaneously lavishing praise upon Huang Xianying. Junior brother Chao has a discerning eye. Senior sister Huang is indeed our Tianyin sect's most exceptional talent, the youngest disciple at the foundation establishment stage, and a bona fide foundation establishment, He Yang exclaimed, his excitement palpable, admiration and envy evident in his demeanor. Yet, he refrained from disclosing the precise grade of Huang Xianying's spiritual root. Senior sister Huang is impressive, Chao Hao exclaimed in feigned astonishment, directing his gaze toward Huang Xianying. However, she appeared oblivious to both his and He Yang's compliments, engrossed in her snacks, gazing at the sea of clouds beneath the flying boat, her back turned to them. While Chao Hao and He Yang could not see her face, Chen Mo could. He noticed Huang Xianying occasionally tilting her face slightly, casting flirtatious glances towards him, or rather, towards both him and Xue Zixuan. It was evident she had heard them, but chose to ignore Chao Hao. Wu Yu, the seasoned strategist, discerned Chao Hao's true intentions, but remained silent, fully aware that Chao Hao would likely face rejection. Generally, most individuals, including himself, might offer recognition to a top-tier genius like Chao Hao, but Huang Xianying was indifferent, No amount of first-grade spiritual root could rival the allure of tasty snacks. What does genuine foundation establishment mean? Senior brother He, Chow Hao, undeterred by potential embarrassment, swiftly shifted the topic, eager for more information. The other disciples perked up, intrigued. They understood that above the Qi refinement stage lay the foundation establishment stage, where those who advanced were often formidable figures in the secular realm, ancestors of cultivating families. Yet, they had not encountered the term genuine foundation establishment before. In the original narrative, one was an unattainable desire, and the other was a heart already inclined towards him. Now, the foolish girl is mine. I can sense her fondness for me, my undeniable charm. Who could resist? Anyway, it no longer concerns that dog, Chow Hao. I have no stake in it. Chen Mo mused. Foundation establishment is categorized into human path, genuine path, and heavenly path. The overwhelming majority of cultivators are human path foundation establishment. Both Senior Brother Wu and I are human path foundation establishment. Only a select few true prodigies can attain genuine foundation establishment. In our entire Tianyin sect, there are fewer than 5 who have achieved it. Isn't that remarkable? Remarkable. Chow Hao interjected. If genuine foundation establishment is so extraordinary, then Heavenly Path Foundation establishment must be even rarer. Heavenly Path Foundation establishment has become legendary. It has not graced our Tianyin sect in at least several millennia, requiring immense fortune and a prodigious talent to achieve. Merely contemplating it is futile. Not only in our Tianyin sect, but throughout the entirety of Zhao's 5 great sects. It has not been seen for at least 1,000 years. He Yang expounded, his enthusiasm evident as he relished his role as a mentor, particularly with all the eager younger disciples gazing at him. This brother is brawny yet simple-minded. He is someone Chow Hao wishes to cultivate as a subordinate. A slight maneuver or kindness might make him unwaveringly loyal to Chow Hao. Most crucially, the foolish author describes him as perceptive. Upon first seeing Chow Hao, he sensed something extraordinary about him, a rare feeling indeed. The original plot unfolded like this. Now, it should be different, right? If this fellow were to become Chow Hao's subordinate, he would become my foe. No, I must snatch him away. An enemy's friend is also an enemy. An enemy's subordinate is likewise an enemy, until he becomes Chow Hao's subordinate. Chen Mo cannot allow him to become an adversary. He resolved to test the waters. Of course, the specifics would unfold once the narrative of this mindless tale's 2nd volume commenced. Chen Mo felt optimistic about the prospect. However, it hinged on He Yang's intuition about Chow Hao undergoing some change. If he continued to view Chow Hao as his leader, then there would be no hope. It appears there has been a shift. He hardly focused on Chow Hao, more like he was educating everyone, relishing the joy of being a teacher. Moreover, in the original plot, he was quite enthusiastic about Chow Hao, his gaze warm and eager. TSK, is he looking at me? Or the foolish girl? That gaze is indeed warm. A warm gaze, filled with benevolence. Additionally, when He Yang's eyes met Chen Mo's, he slightly nodded, clearly greeting or perhaps even appeasing him. Is this the warm gaze described in the mindless tale directed at Chow Hao? Now, what's been bestowed upon me? Am I intercepting Chow Hao's future subordinate before even making my move? Chen Mo was left speechless. How astonishing. At some point, Shui Zishuan had sidled up to Chen Mo, their shoulders gently brushing against each other, subtly intimate, leaning against the railing. It was not overtly romantic, yet was undeniably approaching that threshold. This mattered significantly for their futures. It was far from a simple amusement. The more she listened, the more addicted Shui Zishuan became. Even a brief lull in conversation was unbearable. Most importantly, it provided her with a clearer understanding of Wu Yu, Huang Xianying, He Yang, and other senior disciples within the sect. Chapter 32. Shui Zishuan's overprotectiveness. The cloud-piercing boat soared through the vast sea of clouds, occasionally gliding through the mist and at other times soaring above it, moving at an astonishing speed. As we had remarked, it traversed thousands of miles a day, comparable to that of a commercial airplane. However, the experience of riding this vessel was far superior. The boat was fortified with mystical protective talismans, enveloping it in a barrier of vital energy that shielded against wind and rain, while also providing sound insulation and warmth. This ensured that Chen Mo and the other novice disciples, fresh to their journey, felt little turbulence. They were greeted only by a gentle breeze and the swirling mists, creating an ambience free from the stifling feeling of enclosed spaces. Outside, the thunderous roar of the wind was inaudible, and the unobstructed view allowed them to truly experience the sensation of celestial beings traversing the void. However, as time passed and novelty waned, ennui set in. The most pressing issue was the lack of food. Wu had merely distributed a single fasting pill to each of them. The entire journey was punctuated by the sight of Huang Xianying salivating. It was evident that she had an endless supply of snacks, various and plentiful, and her mouth rarely rested except during meditation or brief moments of repose. Soon, evening approached. "We should rest," Wu remarked suddenly. "Nightfall is upon us." Though the sunset is magnificent, it heralds the coming dusk, Chen Mo mused, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. The sunset was indeed beautiful, painting the sky with splendid hues, and the appearance of rainbows added an extra layer of brilliance and mystery. Following Wu Yu's words, the cloud-piercing boat began its descent toward a distant mountain peak. "Wu Shixiao, are we not continuing our journey tonight?" asked Chao Hao, who had transformed into a curious child throughout the trip, constantly posing questions. Were it not for Chen Mo's familiarity with Chao Hao, he might have found the incessant inquiries bothersome. Instead, he perceived Chao Hao as thoughtful and courageous, asking all the questions that the novice disciples were too timid to voice. Indeed, we have ventured deep into the Lianyun mountain range, where nocturnal beasts are more active, making early detection difficult. An encounter with flying beasts could be perilous. We replied with a nod. This area is not uncommon for flying beasts of the Foundation establishment stage. It's not that they are particularly strong, but in the void, we would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, we generally refrain from traveling at night, especially with all of you. As they spoke, the flying boat landed steadily atop a desolate mountain peak. At this moment, having descended from the heights of the void, the sun was no longer visible, and darkness enveloped the land. The summit of the barren mountain was shrouded in dense clouds, casting a mysterious and solitary aura over the expanse. The exposed rocks were of various shapes, and amidst the desolate ground, resilient weeds thrived in the crevices, swaying in the wind and exuding a hint of vitality. The air was thick with the scent of beasts, and the occasional roars echoed, causing the newly arrived celestial seedlings to grow solemn, nearly trembling with apprehension. It was evident that the aura of beasts present here was far more potent than what they had encountered on the outskirts of the Lianyun mountain range. What a strong aura of beasts! Is that the scent of spiritual herbs? Wu Shixiang, He Shixiang, Huang Shiji, may we hunt beasts and search for spiritual herbs? It has been a day since we last ate, and this mountain's spiritual energy is far more potent than what we experienced in the outskirts of Lianyun Mountain. Of course, Wu Yu affirmed. This will serve as your training. You may act independently, but do not stray too far. Within several dozen miles is best. If you encounter an emergency, help may not arrive in time. Wu Yu cast an appreciative glance at Chao Hao before addressing the group. This is the distinction between top-tier geniuses and ordinary disciples. In the face of such an environment, the top geniuses immediately see opportunity, while the ordinary disciples perceive only danger. The expressions and reactions of these celestial seedlings were telling, particularly Chen Mo, whose face had drained of color. This Chen Mo, alas, such a waste of his first-grade spiritual root talent. Wu Yu scanned the faces of the celestial seedlings, paying particular attention to Chen Mo, and mused to himself. However, it is understandable. His cultivation level is too low to withstand the pressure of the beast's aura. His cousin, on the other hand, seems promising. Yes, Xue Zifei is also impressive. She could easily become an outer sect disciple and may achieve as much as the others. Li Xiaoqing's attendant was somewhat lacking. Both Chen Xing and Xue Zifei bore fierce gazes, showing no signs of fear. Clearly, like Chao Hao, they were filled with excitement and anticipation. Zixuan, shall we head in this direction together? Let us not stray too far apart. In case of danger, we can look out for each other, said Chao Hao. looking at Xue Zixuan with eager eyes and a signature smile. That is not an effective means of training, Xue Zixuan replied calmly. She did not express overt disdain, having learned to temper her responses as her understanding of Chen Mo's relationship with Cao Hao deepened. Yet, she still did not spare a glance towards Cao Hao. It seems having a thick skin is another trait of the protagonist in brainless novels, Chen Mo remarked sarcastically, knowing full well that Xue Zixuan would not accompany him. He felt it was a blatant attempt to provoke. Fortunately, Xue Zixuan maintained the necessary restraint. Cao Hao, after all, was a celestial seedling from the Xue family, which benefited from the rewards of the city Lord S mansion due to his presence. This was Chen Mo's understanding of Xue Zixuan's attitude toward Cao Hao. Very well, but you must be cautious. Cao Hao maintained his smile, his tone gentle and concerned, tinged with a hint of worry. He was certainly exuding a warm demeanor. Xue Zixuan nodded coolly, remaining silent. Wu Shixiang, my cultivation is too low. I will stick with Zixuan. Is that all right? If I go alone, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, trembling as he edged closer to Xue Zixuan, nearly clinging to her arm. This display. Even Chen Xing felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he understood that Chen Mo was right. Going out alone would indeed be suicidal. Even a moderately strong beast would be beyond Chen Mo's capability to resist. Chen Mo's display of vulnerability seemed to evoke a strong protective instinct in Xue Zixuan. That's acceptable, Wu nodded. Huang Xianing tilted her head, observing Xue Zixuan, and Chen Mo with her cartoonishly beautiful eyes sparkling, clearly entertained. She found it amusing that a grown man like Chen Mo could be so unashamedly seeking protection behind his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Xue Zixuan appeared equally protective of Chen Mo, seemingly unconcerned that her partner's timidity reflected poorly on him. Match made in heaven? They truly complement each other well. Zixuan seems quite indulgent towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo doesn't seem as weak as he appears, at least in terms of physical strength. He is the strongest among the 12. His fighting prowess may be lacking, but when it comes to taking hits and fleeing, he is certainly not the worst. Huang Xianing mused to herself. Then we shall proceed as a group of 4. My third brother is my attendant, and Zifei is Zixuan's attendant, correct, Wu Shixiang? Thank you, Wu Shixiang, for being such a good person. It's settled. Wu was taken aback. He shook his head with a wry smile, ultimately failing to intervene. Wu Shixiang, you're a good person, Huang Xianing called out playfully as she watched Chen Mo and the others venture off. Is Chen Mo shitty foolish? He just became a celestial seedling, and Wu Shixiang never insisted he must go. Clearly terrified to such an extent, Yong remarked. Chapter 33. Unforeseen dog food, brother. You still do not have a partner, do you? Huang Xianing inquired. No, I don't, Yang responded, momentarily bewildered by Huang Xianing's question. That's exactly it. You should learn from junior brother Chen Mo. Learn what? Yang was even more perplexed, gazing at Huang Xianing with a look of utter confusion. Huang Xianing was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. Observing Yang's expression, after a brief pause, she finally said, It's nothing. I was mistaken. Brother you need not learn. Some matters seem beyond mere study. They require innate talent. Suddenly, she lost her enthusiasm to continue. Reflecting inwardly, she considered that if Chen Mo were to approach Xue Zixuan, or even her, they would surely feel protective. But if it were Yang, she feared she might kick him away. Beauty is justice. This is especially true for someone like Huang Xianing, who is an extreme admirer of aesthetics. All right, let us disperse. We must ensure they encounter no trouble. We will further investigate if any late-stage qi refinement beasts have escaped our notice within a 200-mile radius. Wu commanded. Brother, I will take charge of Sister Zixuan while monitoring junior brother Chen Mo's direction. Huang Xianing quickly interjected. That is acceptable. Junior brother you will oversee the direction of Cao Hao and Li Shaoqing. You all should spread out. If any situation arises, respond accordingly. Do not concern yourselves with those who are not in peril. This experience will be beneficial for them before entering the sect. Report any developments to me promptly. I will remain here, Wu instructed. Besides himself, Huang Xianing, and Yang, there were 6 accompanying outer disciples, all seasoned practitioners at the peak of the late Qi refinement stage. With little hope of establishing a foundation in this lifetime, the sect does not support idlers, which led them to become Wu Yu's subordinates, serving him in a capacity akin to senior aides. Yes, Brother Wu, the six responded respectfully. Subsequently, the figures of the group swiftly vanished from sight. Zixuan, this way, Chen Mo called, glancing at the terrain ahead and pointing in a direction. The presence of beasts is particularly strong in that area. All right, then that's where we shall go. Shui Zixuan intended to voice an objection, but found herself agreeing immediately. Too slow. Zixuan, I'm ready. No, carry me. Cough, pull me along swiftly. Third brother. Try to keep up with Sister Zifei. Chen Montauk exclaimed. Sixth brother, why the haste? Indeed, Xiao Mo, do not act rashly. This location is far more perilous than the outskirts of Lianyan Mountain, where the presence of beasts is magnified several times. Qin Xing and Shui Zifei spoke in succession. It's fine, with Zixuan here. Since Brother Wu has sent us out to train, there must be value in this experience. Perhaps fortune awaits us. How can we afford to delay? Time waits for no one. Chen Mo replied. Besides, we cannot let Chao Hao seize opportunities meant for us. Unspoken, he knew that on the road to the sect, during their first night's rest in a desolate mountain, Chao Hao had discovered an exceptionally rare spiritual herb, the ice-condensing flower. This flower, which grows in cold pools, can solidify spiritual energy and temper volatile spiritual power. Its properties are gentle, nourishing the meridians, and it is one of the primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill, classified as a precious spiritual herb. Most importantly, there is a tremendous demand for Foundation Establishment Pills, often leading to scarcity and high prices. Of course, wherever rare spiritual herbs thrive, beasts are sure to guard them. The ice-condensing flower grows deep within the layer of a python known as the ice-cold mystic python, comparable in strength to a peak late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Even early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators dare not provoke it. Chen Mo was fully aware of this. He would never engage in self-destructive endeavors. Sixth brother, why are you still trailing behind me? Shui Zixuan interrupted Chen Xing, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Mo, who was following closely behind her. While speaking, she extended her delicate hand. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had been racking his brain on how to persuade the foolish girl to heed his words, and yet she readily acquiesced. Was she truly so compliant? Such a spouse would be impossible to find. In his mind, a particular song unwittingly surfaced, becoming the background music for this moment. With delicate hands for you to hold, clasp them tight as your own. A lifetime loving but one soul. One heart bearing but one woe. This melody perfectly encapsulated the ambience and sentiment of the scene, even mirroring the emotional inflections of the singer, Yang, who expressed his feelings with a unique style. Shui Zixuan was entranced. Chen Mo gazed at her dreamily. She stared back, her mind filled with the echoes of his song, accompanied by a melody that seemed to bring forth a magical effect. Fortunately, she could only perceive Chen Mo's thoughts and not the visual imagery. Otherwise, the scene would have been vividly portrayed. What a predicament! A lifetime loving but one soul, one heart bearing but one woe, with delicate hands for you to hold. Shui Zixuan gently bit her lip, her heart fluttering under the lyrical assault. Cough, cough. Shui Zifei noticed the unusual behavior of the two and cleared her throat, diverting her gaze. Although she did not understand the term dog food, she recognized the devastating effect it could wield upon the hearts of those in both realms. Indeed, what brother said is quite true. Do you happen to carry any herbs to ward off the cold? Rest assured, Sister Zifei, I do have some. Excellent. While I am not concerned for myself, I fear that your brother and my sister may already be chilled to the bone and frozen stiff. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It is best not to disturb them. They must break free on their own. Puffed. Shui Zifei could no longer hold back her laughter. At that moment, both Shui Zixuan and Chen Mo snapped back to reality. One blushed furiously, while the other maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, and reached out to grasp the small hand that had been suspended before him. I have grasped the delicate hand. Throughout history, the passionate are left with nothing but regrets. What of it, if one cultivates? What of it, Calm down. It's just a handshake. Nothing to be excited about. Or these two. Here, to provide comic relief? Damn it. I was just lost in admiration. Of course, Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan had overheard the exchange. They would have awakened even without Xue Zifei's laughter. They simply preferred to linger a while longer in their dreamy gaze. For reasons unknown, Chen Mo felt a distinct connection with the foolish girl. In her gaze, he saw something he had never witnessed in his entire life. He felt as though he were in love. Love struck, a dog in love. And yet, was it not agreed that such feelings were to be avoided? Why was it so difficult to rein in these emotions? To hell with it. One step at a time, Chen Mo resolved to cast aside his inner turmoil. Chapter 34. Delving deeper. Come on, Sister Fei, third brother, let's go. As Xue Zixuan grasped Chen Mo's hand and called out, she suddenly accelerated. This time, Chen Mo did not gasp or scream. Gone was the terrifying sensation of having his arm yanked away or the feeling of his body about to disintegrate. Instead, he felt only the gentle, subtle protection of true essence enveloping him, emanating from the foolish girl. He felt as though he and Xue Zixuan had become one, free from any discomfort. This treatment, one must admit, old Chen has indeed improved. Continue. Over there, that way. Chen Mo occasionally called out. Yes, I feel we should head that way too. What a coincidence. Xue Zixuan replied, somewhat surprised. Indeed, it seems luck is on our side. This feeling of being inexplicably summoned is something I've never experienced before. Me too. Xue Zixuan agreed wholeheartedly. Chen Mo occasionally corrected their direction, and Xue Zixuan never questioned him, often anticipating his intentions before he could articulate them. Chen Mo found this astonishing and came to trust Xue Zixuan implicitly. He even mused that, without his guidance, Xue Zixuan might still encounter this opportunity. Perhaps the fortune that allowed Chao Hao to seize his chance was not solely due to him and his green spirit turtle, but also because of Xue Zixuan accompanying him. Chen Mo was uncertain, for he understood that Xue Zixuan knew precisely how to assist him, sparing him the mental strain of explanation and the waste of time. He did not comprehend the thoughtfulness of the foolish girl. Though Xue Fei and Chun Xing felt a twinge of doubt in their hearts, witnessing the harmonious duo, they refrained from voicing their concerns or asking too many questions. After all, the journey of cultivation is fraught with uncertainty. The location of demon beasts or the discovery of opportunities hinges solely on one's fortune. Not to mention Xue Zixuan, even Chen Mo, who managed to catch the last train to participate in the Immortal sect assessment and was admitted as an inner disciple, despite his low realm, could be seen as a testament to extraordinary luck when viewed from a different perspective. Both felt compelled to head in that direction, sensing that something awaited them. Wei Ve exceeded Brother Wu's indicated range, Xue Zixuan cautioned. No matter, Chen Mo replied, fortune favors the bold, and I sense an opportunity, Xue Zixuan stated. Chen Mo turned to look at the beautiful girl who held his hand, speechless. Indeed, she had preempted his thoughts. It seems my connection with this foolish girl is quite profound. If merely holding hands can evoke such understanding, what might it be like once we delve deeper? Chen Montak musit invatli. Having grown up together, is that not enough understanding? You lecture. Purearted xuedzixuan silently retorted. She did not grasp that while they understood one another, it was not yet profound enough. The four continued forward, descending the mountainside until a desolate, barren valley came into view. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by a chilling gust, as if the mournful wails of the netherworld surged forth. Dense gray mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the outlines of the mountains, resembling dormant behemoths quietly waiting for their prey. The mist was bone-chilling, growing increasingly frigid the deeper they ventured, with thin frost crystallizing upon the surrounding rocks, sparkling with an eerie blue light in the dimness. It was as if ghostly flames flickered. Sparse trees grew crookedly at the edges of the cliffs, their twisted branches resembling sharp claws, casting dancing shadows. Faint sounds of a flowing mountain stream could be heard, yet aside from the splashing of water, there was an unsettling silence. Despite the palpable presence of beastly auras, no animal cries could be heard, creating an eerily tranquil atmosphere. A sense of inexplicable unease and oppression gripped Chen Mo and his companions, causing their steps to slow involuntarily. Shui Xuan subtly positioned Chen Mo behind her, aware of his weak cultivation. Let us keep moving. That way. It should be far now, Shui Xuan said, her expression serious. Truth be told, she too sensed an extremely dangerous aura, particularly the overwhelming presence of demon beasts nearby. Had she not heard much from Chen Mo, she would have turned back immediately. I feel it's close, Chen Mo affirmed, though inwardly he contemplated. Damn, this mist has such low visibility. We must not stray. Just a few hundred meters ahead should lead us to a cave. If we enter the cave, we can find the cold pond and the ice condensation flower. Mind SI. Wow, it works. This should suffice. As for the demon beasts, if we choose not to slay them, it would only benefit Chao Hao. We must seize the moment. Demon beasts must possess the awareness befitting their nature. I wouldn't hesitate to strike a chicken. Shui Xuan frowned slightly. Chen Mo had suddenly called out Mind SI, and she did not comprehend its meaning. Did it imply he had seen something? Was it a supernatural ability? Sixth brother. Sister-in-law, we have likely stepped into the territory of formidable demon beasts. Continuing deeper could lead to peril. I do not speak lightly. Do you not hear any cries from lower-level beasts? Chen Xing urged from the front. Third brother, there is no need to panic. I don't sense much danger. Rest assured, even if there is Brother Wu, Brother He, and Sister Huang are all foundational-level experts and will arrive to rescue us swiftly. My instincts are quite reliable. Chen Mo reassured him. Shui Xuan nodded in agreement. I don't feel much danger either. Let us proceed. We've come this far. We ought to see it through. Seeing their determination, Chen Xing relented but chose to lead the way, drawing a sword from his storage bag, remaining vigilant. This action deepened Chen Mo's understanding of his cousin. Though he felt danger and was hesitant to advance, he now took the initiative to forge ahead. Shui Zifei walked behind Chen Mo and Shui Xuan, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings, clearly tasked with protecting them from behind. Chen Mo activated his mind SI briefly before shutting it off. He could not afford to exhaust his mental energy at this moment. A cave. Let us investigate. Stay cautious. Soon after, he pointed to a location and called out. Shui Xuan and Chen Xing, engulfed in the gray-white mist, initially saw nothing of the cave. But after walking a few meters further, their visibility improved, allowing them to faintly discern the cave as entrance. Sixth brother, your vision is remarkable. Of course. I've always a keen eyesight, Chen Xing replied. Third brother, let us not waste time. If it's an opportunity, the fortunate disciples will feel it to some extent. We must not let Chao Hao get ahead of us. Let us go. Sixth brother, fortune can be a perilous endeavor. On the path of cultivation, one must never. Cough, sister-in-law, please take care. Before Chen Xing could finish, Shui Xuan and Chen Mo dashed into the cave. Chapter 35. This fellow is blindfolded. Chen Xing and Shui Zifei could only hasten their pace to keep up. However, both wore solemn expressions, fully on guard, not daring to relax their vigilance in the slightest. Upon entering the cave, they found the visibility remarkably better than outside. The dense grayish-white mist vanished, as if it had been repelled by an invisible barrier. The cave walls were adorned with hanging ice columns and icicles, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. The scent of demonic beasts grew more intense. The four of them dared not breathe too loudly, slowing their pace and cautiously delving deeper. The temperature continued to drop. Chen Mo felt himself shivering, yet his eyes sparkled with an inexplicable excitement and thrill. The scenes before him, though described in mindless novels, elicited feelings that mere words could not capture. It felt like an adventure, a bit thrilling, and somewhat anticipated, as if some deep-seated desire within him had been awakened. The cave twisted and turned, extending into the unknown depths, winding downwards at an incline. Shui Xuan, leading the way and holding on to Chen Mo, began to slow her pace considerably. After traversing several hundred meters and countless turns, a brilliant blue-green light shone from around the next bend. We must be nearing it. Xuan, let me go ahead, Chen Mo suddenly declared. With your abilities? Shui Xuan flatly rejected him. mocking Chen Mo's strength to justify her own position at the front. It was quite reasonable, as she understood that Chen Mo wished to lead for fear of her being frightened. A little further ahead, the moment they turned the corner, they would be greeted with a terrifying sight. Without proper mental preparation, shock was inevitable. Shui Zishuan felt that Chen Mo could certainly learn from Cao Hao. After all, that rascal had long desired to embrace and kiss her. Yet Chen Mo had no intention of imitating Cao Hao. He too wished for it. But he did not want me to be frightened. He cared for me more than seeking his own advantage. He valued me more. Shui Zishuan understood, feeling a warmth and a touch of emotion in her heart. Hence, she insisted on remaining at the forefront. After all, ahem, be careful. I sense something ahead. I have a feeling, Shui Zishuan urged, cutting Chen Mo off. In the next moment, when Shui Zishuan reached the corner first and glimpsed the source of the light, she let out a piercing scream of sheer terror. Coming to an abrupt halt and releasing Chen Mo's hand, leaping into his embrace, her legs leaving the ground as she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. It was a classic octopus-like cling of a couple. What the? Chen Mo's eyes widened in bewilderment, his hands caught in a perplexing dilemma. Should he embrace her? This sudden happiness was overwhelming. However, he couldn't help but wonder why his partner was so unreliable. Wasn't she supposed to protect him? Upon witnessing a dangerous scene, she had instinctively sought refuge in his arms. What did that mean? Here she was, at the pinnacle of the third level of Qi cultivation. While he was merely a novice, just moments ago, she had looked down upon him. Just hold on. Chen Mo's hands, without a choice, found their way to Shui Zishuan's waist, completely unintentional amidst the octopus-like entanglement. But, Chen Xing and Shui Zifei were equally petrified, letting out screams that were even higher in pitch and sharper than Shui Zishuan's. Judging by their cries, it was evident they were even more frightened. Perhaps first startled by Shui Zishuan's scream, they then beheld the horrific sight that had terrified her, leading to their heightened fear. Their faces turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Run, quickly. I'll hold them off. A silhouette stood before the three, legs quaking but determined to shield them. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Chen Mo wished to boast, yet it was too inconsistent with his cautious nature. Instead, he feigned ignorance, asking what's wrong. What did you see? Don't be scared. I don't sense any danger. Chen Mo patted Shui Zishuan's trembling form, aware that in such a dangerous place, he shouldn't let his mind wander. But alas, it felt rather delightful. He couldn't help but think about it. Shui Zishuan's face flushed crimson, suppressing the urge to leap away from Chen Mo, for she was still in a state of shock, burying her face in his shoulder to conceal her flushed countenance, allowing the rogue to take advantage. Cold. Ice serpent. Sixth brother, sister-in-law, sister Zifei, hurry run. I can't hold them off for long. If possible, tell grandfather and my parents that I, their son, sever my worldly ties and devote myself to cultivation, considering myself a disgrace to the Chen family. The debt of nurturing shall be repaid in the next life. Sixth brother, do not reveal the truth, lest they hurry. Shui Zifei drew her sword and moved forward, intent on fighting alongside Chen Xing. Yet Chen Xing pushed Shui Zifei away once more. I alone am enough. You all must go hurry. Boom. Chen Xing's aura erupted violently as he roared at Chen Mo and the others. He was furious and a bit disappointed. He was in a life-or-death situation. Yet why did his sixth brother look so dazed? Why did his sister-in-law, such a top-tier genius, cower in his sixth brother's embrace? How could he maintain his composure under such circumstances? The only one who seemed somewhat normal, Shui Zifei, was only adding to the chaos. What significance was there in losing another life? Even if he couldn't hold out much longer, surely the ice serpent would require some time to consume him? If the three of them fled at full speed, calling for Wu Shixiang for help, their chances of survival would still be quite high. But they third brother remained calm, composed. What is the ice serpent? Did you see it? Is it coming out? Is it fast? Chen Mo, enveloped in warmth, asked for seemingly foolish questions in rapid succession. Chen Xing was about to scold him to leave when he suddenly froze. Is it coming out? Is it fast? Why hasn't it emerged? If it were to come out, it would have done so by now. But right now, the ice serpent remains utterly still, fixated upon him. No movement at all. Could it be that you misjudged? Your courage truly knows no bounds. Let me see. Chen Mo, with a trembling Xue Zixuan clinging to him like an octopus, stepped toward the corner where Chun Xing stood. This time, Chun Xing did not stop him, his face reddening slightly. Xue Zifei was no better off. Meanwhile, Xue Zixuan's trembling was becoming increasingly difficult to endure. Initially, she had indeed been startled, even with prior mental preparation. The first glimpse of the horrific scene was still chilling. Thus, her scream had been genuine. At this moment, as she felt touched by Chun Xing and Xue Zifei's actions, Chen Mo's awkward predicament and musings elicited a desire to laugh, causing her to tremble. She had no choice. Although she knew Chun Xing and Xue Zifei were not acting, she also understood everything and knew that Chen Mo was oblivious to her awareness, making the situation particularly amusing. However, if she were to laugh now, it would certainly be awkward, so she could only stifle it. She had no choice but to keep playing her part, determined not to reveal that she possessed the ultimate God's perspective. Very well, she was also a part-time leading lady. It simply felt like the price this time was a bit steep. Being groped by the rogue was one thing, but he had pretended to be indifferent while squeezing. She reacted strongly, sensing that the repercussions might be even greater. How would she face the three of them later? The illustrious prodigy of Baiyan City, now a disciple of the inner sect of Tianyin sect, the most formidable among the four in terms of cultivation and combat prowess, was unexpectedly cowering in the embrace of a man before a fearsome beast. How utterly disgraceful! What is there to fear? It is hardly terrifying at all. Motionless, she appeared almost lifeless. Chen Mo arrived at the corner, facing inward, exuding an air of calmness and ease as he spoke. His voice unwavering, his legs steady. He stood resolutely. It seemed he truly felt no fear whatsoever. Not only Chun Xing and Xue Zifei, but even Xue Zixuan was slightly astonished. She had mentally prepared herself. Yet she too had screamed in fright, and it was no act. Was Chen Montag tuli so audacios. Xue Zixuan, with her head hidden, was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, Xue Zifei and Chen Xing gazed at Chen Mo's back in sheer astonishment, filled with admiration. Little did they know, though it appeared as if Chen Mo was observing the scene, he was, in fact, with his eyes tightly shut, with his eyes closed, with his eyes closed, with his eyes closed. By all that is holy, this fellow had not dared to look directly. Chapter 36. Confrontation. Even though Chen Mo had mentally prepared himself, witnessing the three individuals turn pale with fear still sent a shiver down his spine. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. After all, during his youth on Earth, he was the type to scream and hide behind his sister at the mere sight of a mouse. Hence, it was no surprise. At this moment, Chen Mo kept his eyes tightly shut, merely speaking in a manner that suggested he was facing the ice-blue mystic python, mimicking the dramatic descriptions from a sensational novel. He spoke as if he were witnessing the scene firsthand. Its icy blue eyes were deep and cold, seemingly capable of drawing one in, and indeed, it was somewhat intimidating at first glance. Remarkably, it had horns atop its head, far more imposing than an ordinary python. The scales adorning its body glimmered like ice crystals, radiating a chilling light, clearly indicating excellent materials for weapon crafting. Third brother, since you recognize this as the ice-blue mystic python, you must also be aware of its valuable attributes, correct? Chen Mo stated casually, as though he were genuinely observing the creature. Chun Xing and Xue Zixuan, unable to see Chen Mo's face, were oblivious to the fact that he was speaking with his eyes closed. The two, who had just moments ago been trembling in fear, now found themselves regarding Chen Mo's silhouette with newfound admiration, as if he had grown taller and more imposing while holding Xue Zixuan. Little sixth, Xiao Mo, possesses such extraordinary courage? Yet Xue Zixuan was not fooled. Even without seeing, she discerned Chen Mo's pretense through his murmurs. Understanding this made her speechless. Was this shameless rogue truly so ridiculous and audacious? To be timid as a mouse, yet pretend to be fearless as a tiger. Well, the newly sprouted horns of the ice-blue mystic python were only halfway formed, indicating a failed transformation, and at this moment, it was weak and on the brink of death, hardly a threat. Third brother, Sister Zifei, I leave this to you. Is that all right? Of course, Chen Xing replied. Yes, indeed, Shui Zifei echoed. To be frank, both were taken aback by Chen Mo's display, staring in astonishment. Not only did Little Sixth demonstrate remarkable bravery, but his knowledge was also profound. He even deduced the failed transformation of the ice-blue mystic python. Just then, Chen Mo took a few quick steps forward, then turned to the right as if he had made a discovery. Oh, over there in the water pool, there appears to be a peculiar flower. It resembles a lotus. With petals so translucent, they seem to be veiled in a layer of pale blue frost, subtly emitting a faint cold glow. Let's investigate. With Shui Zishuan in his arms, Chen Mo hastened towards the water's edge. Once he felt sufficiently close, he cautiously opened his eyes, and upon beholding the scene before him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, his estimation had been correct. He had successfully evaded the ice-blue mystic python. With Chen Mo's bravado dispelling their fear, Chen Xing and Shui Zifei hurriedly followed suit. At the chilly pond's edge, the water shimmered like a mirror, exuding a sharp, crisp aura, with a light mist floating above the surface. In the center of the pond, a remarkable flower resembling a lotus was slowly blooming. Its layered petals sparkled like ice, smooth as a mirror, each petal radiating a chilling blue light, as if cloaked in a delicate blue frost, emanating an invigorating chill. At the heart of the flower, a droplet of ice, clear as amber, seemed to encapsulate the essence of the heavens, radiating a mesmerizing icy blue luminescence that cast a fantastical hue over the entire pond. Phew, I'm all right now. Shui Zishuan suddenly lifted her head, exhaling softly, a slight blush gracing her cheeks as she gracefully leapt down from Chen Mo's embrace. I couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't the rogue's audacity that overwhelmed her. Rather, she wished to observe his antics unencumbered. Don't look at me like that. I was merely affected by the residual mental pressure of the ice-blue mystic python, a creature capable of undergoing transformation. I'm not timid. Please do not misunderstand. Shui Zishuan insisted, her face growing redder and her heart feeling increasingly vulnerable. In comparison to Chen Mo, she ultimately felt a tad inexperienced, with a slightly thinner skin. Chen Mo gazed at Shui Zishuan with a dismissive smile. What a cowardly mouse, pretending to be brave. Surely, this foolish girl must now hold me in high regard. I would give my performance a 99 out of 100. The remaining point is merely to prevent my pride from swelling too much. Such a pity that the foolish girl has lost the octopus-like embrace. In that instant, Chen Mo felt a pang of longing. The delightful sensation between his hands and chest had only lasted for a brief moment before it ended, leaving him wanting more. This shameless rogue thinks I am timid when he is the one pretending. Oomph. Shui Zishuan scoffed inwardly. Yet, a teasing smile soon graced her fair face. She had feigned vulnerability to leap into Chen Mo's arms, while he, in his own fear, had pretended to be brave. The irony lay in the fact that she knew he was acting while he remained oblivious to her guise. This was the aspect that Shui Zishuan found most amusing. Without wasting any time, Chen Mo turned his attention back to the peculiar flower in the pond, lowering his head in contemplation. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "This appears to be the ice-condensing flower. You recognize it?" Shui Zishuan sidled up beside Chen Mo, arching her brows in feigned astonishment. This was both a diversion and a way to support him, sparing him from overexerting himself in his performance. Little Mo must surely know what the ice-condensing flower is. Shui Zifei chimed in. Previously, when Chen Mo had advised her against using the perfume given by Cao Hao, he had mentioned his fondness for alchemy and that he had secretly learned much, urging her to keep it confidential. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Chen Mo was knowledgeable about this remarkable flower. The ice-condensing flower is one of the key ingredients in concocting foundational elixirs, exceedingly precious. This time we have truly struck gold. Ha ha ha. Let's not waste any time. Third brother, Sister Zifei, you should handle the ice-blue mystic python. Chen Mo glanced at Chen Xing and Shui Zifei. All right, they replied. Zishuan, You are responsible for harvesting the ice condensing flower. Make sure to uproot the entire plant, and also collect some water from the cold pond. If we have a jade vial for the water, that would be ideal. Otherwise, it's not a problem. In a storage bag, it will last for months without issue. It will only lose some medicinal potency, which is inconsequential. Chen Mo instructed Xuetzixon. Understood. Shui Zishuan replied. Let us commence with utmost speed. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the three of them. Once more, they acknowledged his command and sprang into action. Throughout this, Chun Xing's expression remained one of astonishment, yet it was predominantly filled with admiration and pride. In Chun Xing's eyes, he had been remiss in underestimating his youngest brother's growth, having held a superficial understanding of him. Previously, he had thought little six spoiled by their grandfather and yet to mature. However, today he suddenly realized that his younger brother surpassed his previous perceptions in every way, possessing extraordinary courage, profound knowledge, and an ability to handle matters with composure and poise. Beyond his merits, it was all merits. Chun Xing felt a deep sense of satisfaction, a paternal smile gracing his lips. Though he was not the eldest brother, he bore the responsibility of an elder in the Chun family, serving as a role model for his peers, including Chen Mo. As the most mischievous, Chen Mo was the one he managed the most. Although he did not express it outwardly, Chen Mo remained unaware of this. And you? What will you do? Shui Zishuan glanced at Chen Mo, inquiring. The ice condensing flower is located in the center of the cold pond. To uproot it, one must enter the water. Shui Zishuan felt a twinge of apprehension. I will stand guard. Chao Hao and the others may very well be on their way. Do not be afraid. This cold pond poses no danger. It is merely cold, but it cannot harm you. Chen Montak descend Xuet Sixon's hesitation. Yes, I understand. Chen Montak, you should be cautious. Just watch at the first turn and don't stray too far, Shui Zishuan advised him. As she uttered the words, be careful, a smile threatened to break across her lips, but fortunately, she turned her head away, so Chen Mo remained oblivious. All right, he replied, turning away. In that fleeting moment, he closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. He had to open his eyes. Ultimately, he must confront the reality before him. Though he was reluctant and fearful, he could not force himself to look away. In the harsh realm of cultivation, one could not afford to be timid. Otherwise, one might perish before even realizing the danger. Previously, he had hesitated to open his eyes, not wanting to lose face in front of the trio, particularly in the presence of that foolish girl. A man simply could not afford to exhibit such cowardice. It was a matter of pride. He recalled the time he had screamed and scurried behind his sister when confronted by a mouse, an incident that had become a source of endless teasing from her. He certainly did not wish to relive that embarrassment in front of the foolish girl. At that moment, Shui Zishuan and the others began to busy themselves. So even if he were startled, he likely would not be noticed. He just needed to steadfastly suppress any sound. Therefore, he resolved to open his eyes and confront his fears head-on. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled once more, and then again. Finally, summoning his courage, he abruptly opened his eyes. In the next instant, Chen Mo let out a piercing scream, his voice reaching an astonishing pitch. His eyes widened in shock, but beyond the initial fright, he was met with astonishment and confusion. Before him was merely a face. His scream shifted from a high pitch to a drawn-out, softer tone, trailing off into a questioning awe. He felt tears welling up, his expression a mix of bewilderment as he stared at the face before him. With a smirk, a tilted head, and a teasing gaze, it was a face so beautiful it could slay him 100 times over. The face of that foolish girl. Are you serious? I was prepared to face the terrifying ice serpent, and instead, I see this? Chen Mo was utterly speechless and mortified. He had steeled himself to confront the horrors of the icy serpent, only to find his wife's face instead. What was the meaning of this? What was that foolish girl doing, stealthily appearing before him? Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Shui Zishuan, stifling a laugh, suddenly darted away from in front of him. Consequently, Chen Mo's gaze was unexpectedly met by the terrifying visage of the ice serpent. Chapter 37. Steady. There are no terrified screams, only the sound of gasping breaths. Chen Mo's eyes widened, his entire being seemingly frozen, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. He wished to shout, to call out, but with his mouth agape, all he could manage was a stifled gasp, unable to utter a single sound. Gazing at the colossal creature looming not far away, emanating a menacing and terrifying aura that seemed to reach the heavens, Chen Mo was consumed by an indescribable dread. Every hair on his body stood on end as if jolted by electricity. In that moment, all he could think of was to clench his legs with all his might and exert every ounce of strength to tighten his abdomen and hold back his fear. He was terrified of soiling himself. Naturally timid, he would never admit to such childhood fears, but they loomed large in his psyche. At this moment, Shui Zishuan was also taken aback. Could it be this severe? Chen Mo's mutterings made her aware of his timorous nature. Yet she had not anticipated the extent of his fear. His pale visage, trembling legs, chattering teeth, terrified gaze, and the cold sweat that broke out. It was entirely beyond what Shui Zishuan could imagine. Chen Mo, are you all right? As she spoke, she reached out with both hands, grasping one of Chen Mo's hands gently, infusing him with a thread of her true essence. Her expression and actions resembled a child who had erred, seeking forgiveness from a father by shaking his hand. Sigh. Chen Mo exhaled, gazing at Shui Zishuan's face, feeling the warmth of her essence coursing through him, his overwhelming fear gradually dissipating until it vanished completely, allowing him to regain the ability to speak. Without waiting for Shui Zishuan to respond, he continued, Yes, it seems so. Ever since I became an immortal seed, such occurrences have been frequent, but this time it is particularly severe. Zishuan, why are you still here instead of going to collect the ice condensation flower? Hurry. Frankly, if one were to judge solely by Chen Mo's expression, Shui Zishuan might have genuinely believed him. Forget it. Shui Zishuan chose not to lower herself to squabble with this prideful coward. All right, I'm going now, she said, her eyes sparkling as she glared at Chen Mo, the implication clear. If she moved, Chen Mo would once again be faced with the ice-cold, mysterious python. She feared that if she stepped aside, Chen Mo might be frightened again. Go ahead, Chen Mo frowned. Is she having a spasm? What does this silly girl mean? Could she have discovered something? I was just experiencing a headache. Closing my eyes seemed reasonable enough, right? Surely not. I'm clever enough. Chen Mo mused. Before Shui Zishuan could move, he sidestepped, heading toward the exit. He looked at the ice-cold, mysterious python without flinching. Having already been frightened once, although still filled with dread, he felt somewhat better than before. He was driven by a singular determination. He could not lose face in front of the girl. Rubbing his head, he walked somewhat unsteadily, as if still affected by his headache, occasionally patting himself, which was merely a means to alleviate his fear. The mere few dozen meters felt excruciatingly long for Chen Mo. He complained all the way, either to distract himself or to bolster his courage. Finally, he passed by the ice-cold, mysterious python. Throughout the ordeal, Shui Zishuan felt a mix of amusement, exasperation, and a hint of unexpected tenderness. She said nothing to expose him or tease him, simply watching quietly as he made his way out. He was merely concerned about his pride, unwilling to lose face before his companion, proclaiming audacious bravado while inwardly encouraging and healing himself. Had he truly come close to soiling himself? Shui Zishuan did not linger, leaping gracefully into the water. Splash! Dressed in her long skirt, she surfaced like a mermaid, diving directly into the icy waters, heading toward the depths where the ice condensation flower grew. To harvest it by the roots, she needed to venture deep into the cold pool. This rare celestial herb could not be picked carelessly. The cold pool was unfathomably deep. Once submerged, Chen Mo did not watch her, for there was nothing to see, and it was not a beach with bikinis to behold. Moreover, he was not concerned for Shui Zishuan's safety. In the original story, Cao Hao had also instructed Shui Zishuan to dive for the harvest. Although the cold pool was frigid, it posed no danger. Especially for Shui Zishuan, it would be highly beneficial, akin to a small opportunity. She had yet to awaken her mature Nining body, which was perfectly attuned to the icy, spiritual energy of the pool. Chen Mo understood that once Shui Zishuan entered, she would discover the pool's effects on her, and she would remain submerged for a considerable time, at least 2 or 3 hours. In the original plot, Cao Hao had even worriedly dove in to search for her. Knowing the outcome, Chen Mo felt no need to do the same. This was also the reason he insisted on standing guard at the entrance, genuinely concerned about Cao Hao's arrival. Of course, he did not intend to obstruct Cao Hao. His own strength was negligible against Cao Hao's. He awaited Huang, Xianying, or He Yang, as one of them would undoubtedly come. That dog Cao Hao has no idea if he will even come here. If he does, it should still take some time, considering we have been hurrying without delay. Chen Mo pondered. He was unsure whether Cao Hao would indeed arrive. In the original narrative, Cao Hao was with Xue Zixuan, and their presence here might not solely be attributed to Cao Hao and the green spirit turtle's chance, but rather a pure opportunity belonging to Xue Zixuan. If that were the case, and now the narrative had shifted, with Xue Zixuan not being with Cao Hao, but rather with Chen Mo, it was possible that Cao Hao would not arrive. However, it also remained plausible that Cao Hao and his green spirit turtle had sensed the opportunity coincidentally encountered by Xue Zixuan. Therefore, it was better to be cautious. Chen Mo had to remain vigilant. He had specifically come out to provide Huang Xianying or He Yang with a chance to discover him. From the original plot, Chen Mo knew that shortly after they departed, we had arranged for Huang Xianying and He Yang to act separately, secretly protecting them to ensure the safety of these immortal seeds. They could not afford to have anyone perish before even entering the sect. That would be too regrettable, and they would have to take responsibility. Chen Mo could not determine who was following them. In the original story, He Yang had trailed Cao Hao and Xue Zixuan, while Huang Xianying had followed Li Shaoqing, with Wu Yu stationed at the mountain summit. Other sect attendants scattered to follow other immortal seeds, prepared to respond to any unexpected situations. But now, with Xue Zixuan by his side, everything had changed. However, it was highly likely that senior sister Huang would be following them closely. After all, how could she miss the opportunity for some romantic drama? Presumably, she would proactively request to accompany them, right? Suddenly, Chen Mo had a thought. Since senior sister Huang enjoyed pairing couples, she must have shown this tendency in the original narrative, yet she had not supported the pairing of Cao Hao and the silly girl. But now she was shipping me and the silly girl. Was it that Cao Hao's looks didn't meet her standards? Unlikely, as one would expect a brain-dead author not to present issues of appearance for the protagonist. It must be purely to create some difficulty, so that Cao Hao wouldn't gain everything too easily. In other words, he would likely still encounter trouble from Cao Hao later on. Notarus, he would carefully plan once he could read the second volume. As he reached the first bend within the cave, it was bright inside, while the path leading outward descended into darkness. But none of this mattered to Chen Mo. He had no need to venture further out. Divine Sense Eye. Chen Mo activated it directly. In an instant, his gaze swiftly expanded forward, effortlessly penetrating the winding mountain cave until at a straight distance of approximately 1,000 meters. His vision could advance no further. However, there was no need to proceed any further, for he had already observed a silhouette traversing the path they had taken within the cave, delving deeper into its recesses. This confirmed that Chen Mo's concerns regarding Huang Xianying or He Yang's inability to locate them were entirely unfounded. The strength of the Foundation establishment realm surpassed his wildest imagination. Steady now, Chen Mo promptly shut his spiritual sense. Nevertheless, he was beset by a wave of dizziness, accompanied by a subtle palpitation. It seems that gazing into the distance consumes more energy. Fortunately, it was merely a fleeting glance. As long as senior sister Huang is here, there is nothing to fret about. Even if that mutt Cao Hao were to arrive, he would not dare to act recklessly. Phew, I nearly soiled myself just now. Let's face the ice-profound python head-on. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot cultivate my courage. Chen Mo stepped into the shadowy area where light and darkness intertwined, and with a sudden motion, he reached into his belongings. A splash echoed as his shoes became soaked. Damn! Chapter 38. The storage bag. Chen Mo's face turned ashen. Surely, the fright from just now has yet to wear off. Coupled with the immense consumption of my mind's eye, I failed to maintain control. Otherwise, with the wind at my back, I could have splashed Cao Hao from 3 meters away. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to try again. This time, He exerted himself with great force. Alas, not only did he wet his shoes again, but his trousers were soaked as well. It felt as though he had been abruptly cut off. Heavens! Chen Mo's heart sank. Panic surged within him, but he endeavored to appear calm, hastening his movements instead. He pulled up his trousers, turned, and swiftly made his way into the cave. He and T finished. There was no time to complete it, for he had glimpsed a fleeting figure, swift as a phantom. Though it seemed like a trick of the light, he was certain he had seen it, not merely a figment of his imagination. He silently congratulated himself for having stepped back slightly into the shadows by the cave's edge, rather than remaining in the illuminated area, especially at the junction of light and dark, where he felt the other party's attention would surely be drawn to the brightness rather than the concealed spot where he stood. He still faced the individual directly. Thank heavens they seemed unaware. Should they have noticed, it would have been truly embarrassing. It was none other than his gluttonous senior sister, Huang Xianying. The glimpse of her yellow dress, graceful as a startled swan, confirmed her identity. After all, his mind's eye had already revealed her approach. The speed of a foundation-building expert is astonishing. She was so far away. My mind's eye penetrated the cave, covering a linear distance of about 1,000 meters. She must have spiraled down the winding cave, perhaps 3 kilometers at the very least, and yet, in the blink of an eye, astonishing. Chen Mo was astounded. He sensed that Huang Xianying might already be behind him. She was there to provide covert protection, revealing herself only if Chen Mo or Shui Zishuan were to be in mortal danger. This was something mentioned in the original text, and Chen Mo was well aware. Otherwise, the significance of the experience would be lost. Meanwhile, around the corner, a striking figure clad in yellow leaned against the cave wall. One petite hand patted her ample chest, her large eyes wide open, akin to a thief hiding away, while the other hand held a bag of snacks. The radiant sparkle in her beautiful cartoonish eyes shone brilliantly in the dim cave. Oh dear, how embarrassing. What luck, or perhaps such misfortune. How could this happen? Surely Chen Mo, my junior, did not see me, right? Yes, he must not have noticed. He has just become a fledgling immortal. He wouldn't be able to spot me. I merely passed in front of him. If he was paying close attention, he wouldn't have perceived me. Oh dear, what am I worried about? I escaped too quickly, what a loss. No, let us reconsider, what a gain. Yet that is not right. I didn't take a good look. It is Chen Mo who should be fearful, who should hide, who should feel embarrassed. Oh dear, what am I thinking? It seems Chen Mo has wet himself, his trousers and shoes are soaked. He must have a weak bladder. How amusing. Huang Xianying couldn't help but take out a crispy snack from her bag, munching away. I must find an opportunity to feed junior brother Chen Mo something nourishing. Otherwise, when will my beautiful nieces and nephews ever arrive? Huang Xianying's thoughts were already busy contemplating what to prepare for Chen Mo's nourishment. She peeked around, and Chen Mo was no longer in the spot where he had relieved himself. She pouted slightly. What a pity. There was no victory or defeat, only the price of Chen Mo's wet shoes and trousers. Both had mistakenly assumed the other had not noticed them. Sadly, both underestimated each other's perception. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo fixed his gaze upon the fearsome ice serpent, overcoming his inner trepidation as he approached step by step. Despite the terrifying creature before him, his scalp prickled and his hair stood on end, fear coursing through him like electric currents. Yet, his eyes remained locked on the beast as he drew ever closer. Chen Mo understood that confronting fear head-on was the best means of conquering it. Chun Xing and Shui Zifei were already in the process of harvesting valuable materials from the ice serpent, the pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Chun Xing was draining the serpent's blood, while Shui Zifei was peeling off its scales. The ice serpent, still alive and its blood not yet congealed, presented the perfect opportunity for harvesting. As a failed transformation attempt of a foundation-building beast, the ice serpent possessed strength comparable to that of a nascent foundation-building expert. At the very least, not inferior to the peak of the qi refining stage. Its blood was an excellent material for refining the bodies of practitioners in the qi refining stage, especially for Chen Mo, who had trained his physique extensively and hailed from a martial arts background. The effects would be even more pronounced. The ice serpent was massive and thus, the essence within its blood would be considerable. Nevertheless, the most valuable components on its body remained the monster core and the serpent's gallbladder. Unlike human practitioners, demonic beasts possessed a monster core from the chi refining stage onwards. After reaching the core formation stage, the monster core is referred to as the inner core, which is exponentially more precious than the monster core itself. They belong to entirely different realms. Sixth brother, what are you doing? Nothing, just taking a look. By the way, third brother, did Grandpa place my belongings with you? Yes, I intended to give them to you once we reach the Immortal sect. If you need them now, I can fetch them for you. Just a moment, Chen Xing replied. Allericht, Chen Montag responded. In the original text, after Chao Hao and Xue Zixuan obtained the opportunities here, Wu Yu and He Yang also visited, gathering as much of the cold spring water as possible. The cold spring water, valuable enough to attract 2 foundation-building experts, was evidently not to be underestimated. It was merely that the second-generation Immortal Huang Xianying found it beneath her notice. Though he belonged to the esteemed Chun family of Baiyan City, a prominent lineage in the secular realm, in the realm of cultivation, the Chun family was of little significance. Huang Xianying, a second-generation immortal, could easily acquire resources far beyond what the Chun family could offer. Moreover, the resources of the Chen family were not even Chen Mo's. He was merely a fledgling who had just entered the Immortal sect. The cold spring water, coveted by foundation-building experts, was undoubtedly a highly valuable item for him. Thus, Chen Mo sought to retrieve his belongings from Chen Xing. He was well aware that his grandfather had arranged a storage bag for him, and that all items prepared for the assessment at the Immortal sect, as well as those gifted to him by his grandfather and family, were to be kept within. Chen Mo also wished to see what his grandfather had provided him, as well as the various large barrels of medicinal baths he had prepared during his physical training. Each type of medicinal liquid required different materials for the barrels, resulting in a multitude of them, more than a dozen in total, capable of holding a substantial amount of cold spring water. Soon, Chen Xing freed his hand and presented a somewhat worn storage bag, showing clear signs of use, to Chen Mo, saying, "Sixth brother, this is one of Grandpa's personal storage bags, a superior grade item, with a space over 10 times larger than a regular storage bag. Your belongings and those gifted by Grandpa and our family are all within, along with an inventory for your review. The blood seal has been erased by Grandpa. You may simply drop your blood to activate it with your true essence." "All right," Chen Mo replied, excitement bubbling within him. A storage bag. He had long coveted one. As a cultivator, a storage bag is essential and must be possessed. Chapter 39. A chance encounter with Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the storage bag and glanced at the ice-cold, mysterious python. After a moment of hesitation, he proceeded toward the cold pond, even though he was fully aware that the python was lifeless and posed no threat. He could not dispel the fear that gripped his heart. Chen Mo felt he was perhaps inherently predisposed to fear, and expecting it to vanish entirely in a short time was simply unrealistic. He had to lower his standards. As long as he could remain calm and think rationally in the face of fear, without succumbing to panic, he would consider that a victory. The paralyzing terror he felt upon first seeing the python, rendering him mute and immobile, was utterly unacceptable. In such a state, should he encounter an enemy intent on his demise, he would undoubtedly perish. Reaching the edge of the cold pond, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, gazing into the depths. At that moment, the pond was eerily tranquil. He peered down, but could see no trace of Xue Zixuan. The entire pond, save for the ice crystal flowers exuding a shimmering blue light, was enveloped in a profound silence. Despite knowing that nothing had befallen Xue Zixuan, the unfathomable depths of the pond still stirred a trace of anxiety within him. Third brother, Sister Zifei, at the peak of the third layer of qi refining. She should be able to hold her breath underwater for an extended period, right? Chen Mo called out toward the direction of the python. "Of course," came the reply. "That's a relief," Chen Mo responded. "Little Mo, is there still no sign from Zixuan?" "Yes, the pond shows no ripples. However, I believe she is fine. We should wait a bit longer." The roots of the ice crystal flowers typically reach deep into the earth to absorb the chilling energy. The water in this pond is undoubtedly deep, and it may not even be a straight drop. If there's still no movement, I shall dive in to investigate. Chen Mo said. You? The water in the pond is frigid, and the icy aura it contains is likely beyond your endurance, Shui Zifei cautioned. If there's still no sign shortly, I will take a look myself, Chen Mo insisted, feeling a bit embarrassed by her concern. It seemed he had been subtly belittled. Although Shui Zifei did not intend to demean him, the implication was undeniable. Very well, he conceded, recognizing that he must accept his limitations. Chen Mo observed the wisps of white mist rising from the pond, acknowledging that Shui Zifei was right. He might indeed struggle against the biting cold. Without further contemplation, Chen Mo bit his middle finger, drawing forth a drop of blood to activate the storage bag, quickly completing the binding process. While it was termed binding, it merely facilitated his access. Should he lose it, any cultivator could erase its mark and claim it as their own. The storage bag was a rudimentary artifact, lacking any protective enchantments. Once he had completed the blood binding, a peculiar sensation surged into Chen Mo's mind. He perceived the contents of the storage bag, not as if viewing a virtual screen, but as if his eyes had penetrated directly into the bag's space, a sensation akin to the clarity of divine perception. This space is remarkably vast. Chen Mo marveled internally. Those storage bags typically held around 10 cubic meters. His was undoubtedly over 100 cubic meters, with dimensions nearing 5 meters in length, width, and height, far exceeding the capacity of a low-grade storage bag. There is quite a lot here, he observed, scanning the interior, where items were meticulously organized in neat stacks, akin to a library. A conspicuous inventory list caught his attention, and he instinctively reached for it, only to find it directly in his grasp. Wow, this is astonishing, Chen Mo exclaimed, utterly amazed by the experience. Without wasting any time, he began retrieving the large barrels meant for the medicinal bath, filling them with water from the cold pond. With his formidable physical strength, now augmented by his status as a budding immortal seed, he was able to effortlessly lift and fill the barrels, swiftly completing the task. Having finished, with nothing else to occupy him, Chen Mo turned his attention to the inventory list, inspecting the items within the storage bag. There were robes and armor, the formidable blades and swords revered in the martial world, and various herbs for physical training. Clang! He sprang to his feet, drawing forth the sword he had previously wielded, gently caressing its blade before raising it toward the distant ice python's corpse. I'm about to make a grand display, Chen Mo declared, feeling a rush of excitement at his first experience wielding a sword. Inspired by numerous novels, television shows, and films featuring sword masters, he felt an irresistible urge to strike a pose. As he raised the sword, his demeanor subtly transformed, exuding an air of confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Xing Shui Zifei and a hidden culinary sister nearby were all silently observing him. Practicing swordsmanship? My younger brother is truly putting in the effort. My heart swells with pride. Chen Xing thought to himself. Little Mo's sword grip is quite impressive. No wonder he can dominate beneath the immortal seedlings. Shui Zifei mused, her eyes gleaming with admiration. The concealed sister, Huang Xianying, gaped at Chen Mo, momentarily forgetting her food, captivated by his focused expression and graceful sword posture. She believed that although he had only recently begun his journey as an immortal seed, he was destined to become a master swordsman in the martial realm. Where my sword aura reaches, all things shall retreat. With one draw, I can sever all foes of the world. Chen Montag Zudandi Pokulimet. The three onlookers were left in stunned silence. In the realm of swordsmanship, I alone reign supreme. My sword intent is insurmountable. Shui Zifei glanced at Chen Xing, questioning whether he had somehow influenced little Mo. Chen Xing's expression darkened. He had no association with his character. Huang Xianying, however, watched Chen Mo with wide, sparkling eyes, utterly impressed by his commanding presence. At the pinnacle of swordsmanship, who shall stand as the peak? Witnessing Chen Mo's path, I am left in awe. Chen Mo fixated on the nearly desiccated corpse of the ice python, a torrent of audacious words flooding his mind, and he could not help but vocalize them, reveling in the thrill of his newfound bravado. To his astonishment, the fear that had lingered within him vanished entirely, utterly dissipated. In this moment of drawing his sword, Chen Mo discovered an unexpected delight, igniting a fervor within him that he could not contain. With a swift thrust, he executed a move ingrained in his muscle memory from his previous life. Azure Wind Sword Technique, first form, gentle breeze caressing willows. Chen Mo cultivate, embodying the habitual grace of his past. The sword's movement was soft, resembling a gentle breeze caressing willow branches, accompanied by nimble footwork that rendered the swordplay incredibly agile. A burst of laughter nearly escaped Chen Xing and Xue Zifei. They had anticipated a sword Immortal-s arrival, only to witness the clumsiness of an ordinary martial artist. Both the power and speed were laughably inadequate in their eyes. Clearly, they were not on the same level. Yet Huang Xianying watched with keen interest, not the slightest bit amused. Chen Mo had just recently become a celestial seed, and such strength and speed were to be expected. What captivated her was the artistic conception behind Chen Mo's swordplay. Ultimately, even in the absence of profound meaning, isn't it enough for it to be visually pleasing? The second move, breaking dawn through the clouds. Chen Mo's svalt momentum shifted, the blade slicing through the clouds like the first light of dawn. With a thrust, it struck out, swift as a flash of lightning, clean and decisive. The third move, moving with the wind. Chen Mo's body flowed with the breeze, the sword moving in harmony with her form, its presence as elusive as leaves dancing in the wind. Indeed, such was the perception of the martial world. The fourth move, fallen leaves returned to their roots. Chen Mo's sword intent suddenly converged, descending with the swiftness of falling leaves. The sword energy dense like the veins of foliage. Following this, the fifth move, wind sweeping the remnants of clouds. The sixth move, floating fluff in midair. And the seventh and final move, long wind without a trace, were executed in seamless succession, flowing like water. With the performance concluded clang, Chen Mo sheathed her sword, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Chapter 40. A sparkle in the eyes. It seems that my junior brother, Chen Mo, possesses remarkable talent in the sword arts. Could it be that the most handsome, the strongest, and the most boastful sword immortal of the future is indeed my junior? Ha. The thought itself is rather delightful. No, sword immortals are often cold and indifferent. I must ensure my junior brother fortifies his physique. If he is to pursue the sword path, he must first consider starting a family with his junior sister. Huang Xianying secretly plotted. Clearly, the image of Chen Mo's boastfulness had deeply ingrained itself in her heart. With the words "one sword drawn," capable of slaying all foes in the world, echoing in her mind, lingering like a classic scene from the silver screen, stirring the soul and becoming timeless. On the other side, Chen Xing noticed that Chen Mo had ceased his sword practice, and his expression finally softened somewhat. He was aware of the Lingfeng sword technique, a family heirloom swordsmanship practiced by the Chen clan as martial artists. It is highly regarded within the martial world. Yet Chen Xing did not expect that his junior brother, now a budding immortal, would still be practicing this technique. It was one thing to practice this sword art, but to do so without even integrating a hint of true essence into it was the root of Chen Xing's embarrassment for his cousin. Chen Xing had never trained in the Lingfeng sword technique. His aspirations lay within the realm of immortality. He became a budding immortal at the tender age of 10 and could not afford to squander his precious cultivation time on martial sword techniques. In his view, confrontations among cultivators require no elaborate techniques. Opportunities for close combat are scarce, and when they do arise, they often call for straightforward and lethal strikes. The Chen family's Lingfeng sword technique held no value for him. The power and speed Chen Mo had just exhibited, despite any myriad of transformations, could easily be vanquished with a single punch in Chen Xing's eyes. The strength of a cultivator is incomparable to martial arts. It is built upon true essence, operating various techniques and integrating into fists, palms, fingers, and weapons such as swords. This unleashes terrifying might, far beyond what martial swordsmanship can aspire to. Moreover, cultivators can wield magical artifacts and talismans, releasing overwhelming power with minimal true essence. These aspects are realms unattainable by martial arts, only perhaps grazed upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. The pinnacle of martial arts is but a stepping stone to the immortal path. The immortal path utterly overwhelms martial arts through a dimensional descent. Their core essence exists on entirely different levels. Yet, my sixth brother truly possesses a remarkable eloquence. The words he spoke, if uttered by a powerful being, would command such disdain. One day, when I have achieved mastery in my cultivation, I shall put it to the test. But now, I am unworthy, entirely unworthy. It would merely invite ridicule. Chun Xing shook his head inwardly. The sword path. It should not be so. It ought to be the immortal path. Who stands at the peak of the immortal path? Upon seeing Chen Mo. No, it should be Chen Xing. Upon seeing Chun Xing, the path becomes void. Chun Xing's mind was filled with the pretentious words Chen Mo had just spoken, stirring a sense of yearning within him. It must be said that the thrill of boasting is universally appreciated. It is a facet of human nature, and Chen Xing is no exception. With such skills, I would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier expert in the novels of Elder Gene, though still a tad short of the utmost pinnacle. After all, I was merely honing my physical form previously. However, now with the backing of a cultivator's true essence, once I gather more true essence and integrate it into my sword, I could deliver a devastating blow. Even the sweeping monk would have to kneel before me. Wun Tihi. Yet, this Ling Feng sword technique is rather ostentatious. While it may be visually appealing, it lacks practicality. It feels incomparable to the Dugu 9 swords. Cough. Can the ultimate techniques in novels really hold true? I can't help but feel that they can. In that moment, Chen Mo momentarily forgot that the Dugu 9 swords was merely a fictional sword technique in a novel. Yet, at this moment, as a martial arts master, he had cultivated the Ling Feng sword technique to great perfection, reaching a state where the sword follows the heart's intent, the wind moves unconsciously, and the sword strikes like a tempest, unstoppable. His understanding of the merits of sword techniques was profound. The more he pondered, the more he felt the Dugu 9 swords must indeed be extraordinarily formidable, not to mention its essence of the formless triumphs over the formed, which is an insight into swordsmanship that the Ling Feng sword technique cannot compare with. The Dugu 9 swords, unbound by fixed techniques, emphasizes intent over form, with breaking as its core, attacking as its defense, each strike aimed directly at weaknesses, fierce and unparalleled, ever-changing. Just thinking about accomplishing such feats left Chen Mo in awe, as if enlightened, bringing clarity to his sword heart. Alas, swordsmanship, for a cultivator like me, is ultimately a minor path. A mere trivial technique could deliver a dimensional blow. Of course, if I were to pursue the path of the sword immortal, that would be a different story. Perhaps influenced by Chun Xing, Chen Mo occasionally interjects phrases of ancient poetry. Nevertheless, I have no interest in becoming a sword immortal, nor do I believe it suits me. Chen Montak Schulget, casting his sword into his storage bag. In his understanding, a sword master must cultivate sword energy, solidify sword intent, forge a sword heart, and temper sword bones, achieving unity between man and sword. The sword must embody righteousness, courageously advancing without fear of life or death, never retreating, slashing down any formidable foe with a single stroke. The kind of audacious spirit, facing life and death head-on, embodies the true essence of swordsmanship. This philosophy starkly contrasts with Chen Mo's own survival-oriented approach. Most importantly, he felt that sword cultivators, aside from their flair and cool demeanor, were not much different from fools. Of course, this refers to pure sword cultivators, the extreme path of swordsmanship. Yet, as a survival-oriented cultivator, how could he possibly act recklessly? Chen Mo only knows how to punch the nursing home in the south and kick the kindergarten in the north, engaging in suppression battles. Even possessing the strength to challenge beyond his level, he would wait until the time was ripe for overwhelming domination before delivering a decisive blow. How prudent! Only a fool would tread the path of the sword immortal. Those who never part from their swords, treating them as wives, even sleeping with them, are simply deluded. As Chen Mo continued to examine the items in his storage bag, he deeply felt the extent of the Chen family's indulgence towards him, their wayward descendant. A full 1,000 spirit stones. Spirit stones are incredibly difficult to earn in the secular world. 1,000 spirit stones could take the entire Chen family months to accumulate. When Xiao Hao sought to give a follower's slot to the green spirit turtle, someone offered to purchase it for a mere 100 spirit stones. This represents an opportunity to step into the immortal gates. One can imagine the preciousness of spirit stones in the secular realm. To his astonishment, Chen Mo's storage bag was neatly filled with 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the spirit stones the Chen family provided him were just the tip of the iceberg. 10 bottles of herbal essence pills for qi refining stage cultivators. 10 bottles of spirit restoration pills for rapid recovery of vitality. 10 bottles of healing pills for cultivators, along with common medicines such as wound ointments. The total value of these items must amount to at least 3,000 or 4,000 spirit stones. Chen Mo suspected his grandfather had entirely emptied the Chen family's reserves for him. Sigh. Grandfather says I resemble him the most. If I don't resemble him, I must resemble him in some way. Grandfather resembles me the most. Did mother sew this clothing stitch by stitch? Perhaps all of father and mother's savings have been given to me. Although they say traversing without parents is not simple. I find that having a bit of concern is rather nice. I assent it. As Chen Mo gazed at the items within his storage ring, a wave of warmth surged within him. This feeling of unconditional affection, even being spoiled, was something he had never truly felt from his parents back on Earth. In his memories, there was only his father's sternness, his mother's nagging, the endless lectures, and various impositions of for your own good. In his rebelliousness, he ultimately became the very image that annoyed and even repulsed his parents. Yet, Chen Mo understood that it was all love, the desire for their son to become a dragon. However, that was their aspiration for him to become what they could never achieve in their lifetime, not the unconditional love, affection, and favoritism he felt in this moment. May my grandson Chen Mo bear the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, establish the majesty of the universe, encountering challenges with confidence, facing storms without fear. A bright future lies ahead, soaring to great heights, rising step by step, transforming from fish to dragon. Transforming from fish to dragon. I should be able to do that, right? At this moment, Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with light. Chapter 41, The Precious Artifact. Ding! At that very moment, a melodious sound echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Instantly, a line of golden subtitles materialized before his eyes, slowly drifting by. Congratulations to the host for triggering direct to heaven's listening. Awakening fortune enhancement to be added to the divine powers section. Chen Mo stared blankly at the virtual electronic banner that appeared before him. Fortune enhancement. With a thought, he summoned the cultivation panel. Cultivation. Name, Chen Mo. Age, 18. Title, Eye of Divine Consciousness equipped. Click this button to unequip. Lifespan. Realm. First layer of Qi refinement techniques. Basic Qi refinement technique. Ling Feng sword technique. Divine powers. Fortune enhancement skills. None to Chen Mo's astonishment. Not only had the divine powers section added fortune enhancement, but the techniques section also included the Ling Feng sword technique. Wow, it can work like this? Chen Mo was bewildered, yet somewhat exhilarated. I didn't receive any notification when I practiced the Ling Feng sword technique, yet it was added automatically? That makes sense. It's rather considerate. It's indeed not suitable to remind someone in the midst of a fight. Imagine receiving a notification while battling. What a shock that would be. Contemplating, Chen Mo mused, fortune enhancement is actually a divine power. I merely thought about my grandfather's words, and it led me to this? What is going on? How do I use it? Furrowing his brow, he instinctively tapped on fortune enhancement, which promptly displayed further details. By silently reciting fortune enhancement, one can activate this divine power. Each use lasts for 2 hours. During this period, the caster's fortune is significantly enhanced, dissipating once the time elapses. Cooldown period, 15 days. Such a valuable item. Chen Mo silently praised. Although the specifics of the enhancement were unclear and the duration was short while the cooldown lasted a fortnight. It still excited him. In a critical moment, it could potentially turn the tide. It didn't matter if the cooldown was half a year. This was far from being useless. Meanwhile, deep within the desolate mountains, as night fell, a sinister mist enveloped the forest. Scattered across the ground were the skeletal remains of demonic beasts, and the air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. Chow Hao treaded upon the bones of these beasts, his expression cold as he traversed the barren land. The green spirit turtle rested upon his shoulder, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Suddenly, Chow Hao's gaze sharpened, focusing on the dark thicket. An ominous thudding sound reverberated through the silent forest, accompanied by tremors in the earth. A massive demonic beast emerged into his view, the formidable Black Rock Demon Bull at the peak of the mid-chi refinement realm. The beast was as massive as a mountain, its dark, lustrous hide radiating an overwhelming aura of spiritual power. Its blood-red eyes glowed fiercely, and two sharp, black horns adorned its head, exuding a chilling presence. With a deep bellow, the Black Rock Demon Bull stomped its hooves against the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, and rocks flew into the air. The bull charged at Chow Hao with ferocious might. Seeking death, Chow Hao sneered, his gaze fierce, advancing rather than retreating. The bull kicked up gusts of wind, and its hooves struck the ground with a deafening roar. Its entire body surged with spiritual energy, transforming into a wildly aggressive shadow. Its sharp horns aimed at the seemingly feeble human cultivator. Chow Hao had just ascended to the fourth layer of Qi refinement on the evening of Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan's engagement banquet. Yet, against the Black Rock Demon Bull, which was at the sixth layer, he was far from a match. Seeing Chow Hao approach it head-on, the bull felt its authority as a fearsome creature was gravely challenged by this mere human. Its already terrifying aura surged even further. With a brute force intent to destroy everything in its path, it charged at Chow Hao. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Yang's eyes widened in alarm. Gathering his true essence, ready to intervene, he doubted Chow Hao could withstand the onslaught of a beast with 3 layers of cultivation above him. However, just as Yang prepared to act, at the very instant when Chow Hao seemed destined to be trampled by the Black Rock Demon Bull, Chow Hao's form suddenly flickered. As if teleporting, he vanished from the bull's line of sight. Swish! Simultaneously, a dazzling blade of light erupted. The Black Rock Demon Bull had no time to react before it saw its own headless body, the sky rolling above, and blood spraying everywhere. Blood gushed like a torrent, staining the heavens crimson. The massive frame of the bull collapsed with a resounding thud, rolling forward uncontrollably, its lifeblood spilling forth and turning the earth red. The severed head tumbled to the ground, its bloodshot eyes filled with unimaginable terror. The Black Rock Demon Bull was no more. Chow Hao, filled with disdain, slowly sheathed his blade. Hidden in the shadows, Yang, who had been poised to intervene, stood dumbfounded, staring at Chow Hao. Gazing at the blade in Chow Hao's hand. A precious artifact? It was undoubtedly a weapon of artifact grade, possibly even the finest quality. How could this be? Yang's eyes glimmered with fervor. The hierarchy of weaponry is classified into mundane weapons, spiritual weapons, precious artifacts, magical treasures, spiritual treasures, and a legendary immortal and divine artifacts. The mundane weapon Chen Mo previously wielded, while able to slice through iron like mud, was merely a mundane weapon, indistinguishable from ordinary iron to cultivators. Spiritual weapons are inscribed with simple runes, possessing a degree of sentience, capable of resonating with a cultivator's consciousness and spiritual energy to unleash powers far exceeding their inherent might. Typically, these are employed by cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. Precious artifacts rank above spiritual weapons, capable of suppressing lower-tier spiritual weapons, boasting even greater power and efficacy. Generally, they are wielded by cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage and above. Each grade of weaponry is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional quality. Just the aura emanating from the blade in Chow Hao's hand assured Yang that it was indeed a precious artifact, likely an exceptional one. The blade was longer than the average precious sword, measuring a full 5 feet. Its width was double that of a standard blade, entirely black as ink, exuding a chilling radiance. The blade was inscribed with intricate, profound runes, each line seemingly infused with endless slaughter and tempestuous energy. It appeared overwhelmingly formidable. Not only was the blade an exceptional artifact, but the technique Cao Hao employed was also incredibly powerful. Not just the rampaging bull, even I at the foundation establishment stage would likely suffer if caught off guard by such a strike. Cao Hao's junior brother is indeed remarkable. A talent of this caliber must possess extraordinary fortune. He Yang mused internally. Considering this black rock demon bull alone, my gains surpass anyone else's. The bull's core, its horns, hide, tail, and sinew are all excellent materials for the qi refinement stage. Coupled with the spiritual herbs I've gathered, Cao Hao's confidence swelled, a signature smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He slowly approached, collecting the bull's head and carcass into a storage bag without wasting a moment, then continued deeper into the woods. The green spirit turtle on his shoulder occasionally poked its head out, emitting soft chirps. With each chirp, Cao Hao typically reaped rewards. Though they were mostly low-tier herbs like qi condensing grass, their abundance was impressive. He Yang, stealthily trailing behind, felt a twinge of envy. A foundation establishment cultivator envious of a qi refinement cultivator. One could only imagine the magnitude of Cao Hao's harvest. In the cave, a cold pool awaited. The division of the frosted serpent has been completed. After Chen Xing and Xue Zifei gathered their belongings, they approached the cold pool. The water remained utterly still, devoid of any disturbance. Yet, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, exuding an air of tranquility rather than concern, seemingly in high spirits. One could only wonder what brought him such delight. Xiao, Mo, it has been over an hour. I shall go down to take a look. Xue Zifei expressed her worries. Chapter 42, Is This My Wife? Sister Zifei, there is no cause for concern regarding Zixuan. Chen Mo glanced at Xue Zifei and reassured her, do not worry, there is no need to rush down. Let us wait a little longer. It has already been over an hour, Xiao Mo. Xue Zifei furrowed her delicate brows. A subtle hint of anxiety reflected in her gaze as she looked at Chen Mo and then towards the cold pool, her worry palpable. She found Chen Mo's demeanor somewhat peculiar. Given his fondness for his sister, one would expect him to be more anxious about her safety. Yet at this moment, he displayed no signs of concern for Xue Zixuan. Sister Zifei, I sense no danger lurking. However, the waters of this cold pool are exceedingly frigid. While Zixuan can withstand it, you might struggle if you venture deeper. If you go down, I would worry for your safety. Chen Mo gazed at Xue Zifei with a serious expression. He understood her concern. Xue Zixuan, at the pinnacle of the third level of qi refinement, could easily enter a state of fetal breath and remain submerged for an extended period. To her, it felt merely like harvesting a spiritual herb. Even if the cold pool was deep, the roots of the ice-condensing flower could not possibly be too far down, could they? It should not take this long. She must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Chen Mo did not allow Xue Zifei the opportunity to respond and continued. The ice-condensing flower typically requires time to excavate, as it is deeply rooted in the earth's veins. Additionally, you know that Zixuan has never feared the cold. I believe this is an opportunity that belongs to her. Thus, it is entirely normal for her to take some time. Chen Mo could not directly disclose the outcome to Xue Zifei, so he sought to explain. Indeed, Xue Zixuan had never been afraid of the cold since childhood, a fact well known to Xue Zifei. The reason Chen Mo hesitated to let Xue Zifei descend was twofold. First, he was certain that Xue Zixuan was safe, so there was no need for undue concern. Second, if Xue Zifei immersed herself into the depths, she might not withstand the chilling aura, and rather than aiding Zixuan, she could find herself in peril, thereby complicating matters. Third, her descent might disturb Zixuan, who was currently immersed in a state of cultivation or involuntarily drawn into one. Chen Mo was acutely aware of the process that would unfold after Xue Zixuan descended and knew the likely outcome. Moreover, concerned about the potential consequences of the butterfly effect, he had discreetly activated his spiritual eye to peer through the depths of the cold pool and observe Xue Zixuan's condition. She was seated cross-legged at the bottom of the cold pool, enduring the onslaught of chilling spiritual power, perfectly mirroring the scenes depicted in various fantastical narratives. Thus, Chen Mo felt utterly reassured. All they needed to do was patiently await Zishuan's emergence. Deep within the cold pool, connected to the earth's veins, lay a realm of extreme cold. The ice-condensing flower, due to its nature, harbored centuries of accumulated icy spiritual power, perfectly aligning with Shui Zishuan's constitution. The moment she submerged, she sensed an extraordinary presence. The boundless icy spiritual power was undoubtedly a superlative tonic for her yet to awaken Nining body, prompting her subconscious to yearn for cultivation and absorption immediately. Once she began to cultivate and absorb the icy energy beneath, her Nining body would harmonize with the icy spiritual power, causing an endless influx of this energy to converge around her, forming a tempest of spiritual energy. She would become the very core of this tempest, her body transforming into a black hole, drawing the icy spiritual power uncontrollably into herself. The only thing she could do was to refine this overwhelming influx, which threatened to burst her body apart at any moment. Xiao Mo, is your intuition reliable? We must avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Although Shui Zifei found Chen Mo's reasoning sound, she remained somewhat skeptical of his I feel assertion, her heart still uneasy. Zishuan and I were guided here by instinct. Perhaps it was predestined. Chen Mo replied, when we arrived, Zishuan and I sensed some sort of summoning. Thus, we can ascertain that this is indeed Zishuan's opportunity. We need only to wait. It should not be long now. If Zishuan does not emerge within half an hour, Sister Zifei, you may venture down to check. Very well. Shui Zifei conceded without further insistence. Her cousin Chun Xing remained quietly attentive, expressing no opinion. Yet it was evident he concurred with Chen Mo's assertion. Cultivators often encounter various crises during their journeys. A crisis can signify both danger and opportunity. A cultivator's intuition, or spiritual perception, is often exceptionally accurate. The higher the grade of a cultivator's spiritual root, the stronger their perception becomes. They can sense impending auspicious or ominous signs, especially those related to life and death. The fact that Chen Mo and his sister arrived here and secured a recently failed transformation of the ice serpent indicates that this is indeed their opportunity. A stirring occurred. In less than half an hour, the surface of the cold pool began to ripple gently. The ice-condensing flower, resembling a lotus, swayed gracefully in the center of the water. Sister, she must be coming out. Xiao Mo, your intuition is indeed accurate. Shui Zifei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mo smiled slightly, saying nothing, his gaze unconsciously filled with anticipation as he fixated on the surface of the water. Splash! Moments later, as the ripples intensified, the ice-condensing flower suddenly sank, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, a figure erupted from the water. Boom! Crystal droplets scattered, reflecting glimmers of light, resembling stars cascading down to the earth. Shui Zishuan emerged, surrounded by a swirling mist of water, resembling a celestial being riding the clouds. As the true essence rapidly dried her form, she appeared graceful, her garments fluttering and her long dress dancing in the wind, akin to a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Her exquisite and ethereal visage shimmered amid the mist and glistening droplets, pure as ice and snow. Her beautiful eyes radiated a cool yet pure light, while her long hair cascaded in the mist, exuding a sense of effortless and unrestrained beauty. A few strands of icy blue light seemed to emanate from her fingertips, harmonizing with the spiritual energy surrounding her, presenting her as a lotus blooming from the cold pool, both sacred and imbued with a hint of regal aloofness. At this moment, she resembled a breathtaking masterpiece, so exquisite it left one gasping for breath. Chen Mo gazed upon her, trembling uncontrollably, his heart racing wildly. This is my wife. Is this truly my wife? Indeed, this is my wife. Oh my goodness, I'm going to die. Chen Mo found himself confronting a profound existential dilemma. Chapter 43. The Cold Pool Water. My younger sister has broken through to the 4th level. Chun Xing suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. While both were surprised, their reactions were worlds apart. Despite their differences, Chen Xing's vocal surprise startled Chen Mo, who was lost in the mesmerizing beauty before him. Fool! Xue Zixuan's delicate face flushed as she muttered under her breath. Yet, the sight of Chen Mo gazing at her with such admiration, coupled with his soul-searching words, filled her heart with uncontainable joy. What a fairy! So beautiful that one cannot bear to defile her. What use do I have for this big stick? Ahem, it's just that I cannot bear it. Not that I do not want to. Calm down. This fairy truly captivates the senses. Once Chen Mo regained his composure, his demeanor shifted entirely. Xue Zixuan, who had been secretly reveling in the moment, could not help but curse him as a rogue, yet she gracefully approached the three of them. Sister, why did you take so long? Xue Zifei inquired curiously. You actually broke through? Yes. I have reached the 4th level of qi refinement. I couldn't suppress it. The icy spiritual energy at the bottom of the cold pool is incredibly dense, and my physique is highly compatible. I initially intended to absorb and refine it, but unexpectedly, the spiritual energy began to surge towards me uncontrollably. Fortunately, I managed to endure it and directly advance to the mid-stage of the 4th level. For me, it is indeed a wonderful opportunity, Xue Zixuan candidly shared with the three of them. She was aware that Chen Mo understood her situation. By revealing this, she was essentially informing Chen Mo that his heavenly book prophecy was accurate. She had learned from his murmurs before infiltrating the cold pool that she would encounter such an opportunity, albeit without the specifics. Sister Zifei, my intuition was spot on, right? Chen Mo smiled at Xue Zifei upon hearing this. Indeed, it truly was your sister's opportunity. I was puzzled as to why you weren't worried about her. Xue Zifei remarked. My intuition remains remarkably accurate. Trust me, it's infallible. Chen Mo replied, feeling rather pleased with himself. This was precisely what he wished to convey. Pua? Certainly not. Chen Mo was not that kind of person. He harbored no ill intentions towards Xue Zifei. He merely considered that his intuition would likely prove useful many more times in the future, and he was reluctant to explain each time. He was not just addressing Xue Zifei, but also Xue Zixuan and Chen Xing. Chen Mo understood that in such situations, merely explaining would not guarantee that others would choose to believe him. This was not just a waste of time, but could potentially lead to dire consequences. For instance, had Xue Zifei disregarded his explanation and chosen to dive deep into the cold pool to find Xue Zixuan, she could have startled her, and, unable to withstand the impact of the icy spiritual energy, could have ended up frozen solid, putting everyone at risk. Now, Chen Mo deliberately emphasized this point, not seeking immediate belief, but hoping that after a few more validations, Xue Zifei, Chen Xing, and even Xue Zixuan would come to realize that trusting Chen Mo was indeed the right choice. Well, Chen Mo, your intuition is even more accurate than mine. When we came here, it was you who sensed it first. You have truly become extraordinary since becoming a fairy seed, Xue Zixuan remarked, aware of Chen Mo's thoughts and eager to support him. For helping him was akin to helping herself. After all, as long as she was present, she held the ultimate perspective. You need not say that last part, Chen Mo shrugged. Your intuition? Xue Zixuan gazed at Chen Mo, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I manage a store quite a bit. The storage bag my grandfather gave me is quite spacious, but unfortunately, I don't have enough containers for water. Chen Mo replied, secretly admiring how the foolish girl seemed to have a knack for playing along perfectly. Truly, they shared a remarkable connection. Then you can directly use your storage bag to hold the cold pool water. Just give me the items in your storage bag, and I will temporarily hold on to them for you, Xue Zixuan suggested matter-of-factly. Chen Mo's expression darkened. Their eyes met in silence for a long moment. Suddenly, Xue Zixuan's face turned crimson, yet she did not shy away from Chen Mo's gaze. I have too many items. You won't have enough space. Besides, we shouldn't be too greedy. Xue Zixuan, ahem, what I mean is that you all should just take a little. There is no need to overload. I still do not know what this cold pool water is truly useful for. I merely feel that it is valuable. Moreover, we have over 10 days until we reach the Immortal Gate, which means we will have many more opportunities like this. We must save some space in our storage bags. Hee hee. Shui Zishuan gazed at Chen Mo, chuckling lightly. That look, that expression. Although the people of this realm did not share Earth-esque connotation of laughter at this moment, Chen Mo could be certain that Shui Zishuan's laughter was indeed directed at him. Oh dear, this foolish girl is not as foolish as she seems. Has she seen through my intentions? But this is a principal, just engaged, and she wishes to seize control of the finances. What would happen once we are married? Chen Montak Pundut. Unexpectedly, Shui Zishuan suddenly shot him a disdainful glance and said, "Isn't your space quite ample? In that case, let us do this. I will store my items in your storage bag, and I will use my entire storage bag for the cold pool water. If you find it useful, I trust your intuition should be reliable. So let us bring as much as possible." Well, that is acceptable. Chen Mo scratched his nose and replied, "Could it be that I misinterpreted her intentions? This foolish girl does not wish to control my wealth? Here, you can store it," Shui Zishuan said, directly taking out her belongings from her storage bag and allowing Chen Mo to store them in his. There was quite a variety, but when it came to her clothing, Shui Zishuan suddenly realized something and handed it to Shui Zifei to help her keep. Chen Mo felt no regret. After all, they were merely clothes. Why would he care about their scent, how they felt to the touch, whether they carried a pleasant aroma from the foolish girl? It was impossible for him to care. Sixth brother, since it is thus, I will clear my storage bag to accommodate the cold pool water. And you may temporarily keep my items. Chen Xing suddenly spoke up. Clearly, Shui Zishuan's trust in Chen Mo made him realize that the cold pool water was likely extraordinary. Then, how about we place our items with little Mo? Shui Zifei suggested, glancing at Shui Zishuan. My storage bag can also be used for the cold pool water. Ahem. Third brother, sister Zifei, this cold pool water may not necessarily be beneficial. I merely feel that it should be excellent, considering it can nurture the ice condensing flower. However, it is truly just a feeling. My intuition is quite accurate. Not that my feelings are guaranteed to be 100% correct. Sixth brother, better to mistakenly store it than to miss the opportunity. Once we leave, in the vast expanse of the mountains, finding this place again may prove exceedingly difficult. Chen Xing remarked, as he began to take his items out of his storage bag, including the materials collected from the ice-cold mysterious python. What you say is indeed true. Sister, entrust everything to little Mo. Shui Zifei quickly added. What could Chen Mo do? Naturally, he gathered all of their belongings into his storage bag, arranging them neatly. As for the items that had been temporarily misplaced, Chen Mo did not even glance at Shui Zishuan's clothing. He neatly folded it and placed it back in as it was. The same went for Shui Zifei's belongings. Subsequently, Shui Zishuan and the others transformed their storage bags into pure water containers, filling them to the brim with the cold pool water. They managed to collect far more than Chen Mo, as he was limited to large barrels, the quantity of which was finite. As for the ice condensation flower that Shui Zishuan had already harvested, it was placed in Chen Mo's storage bag. The roots, resembling long vines, extended several dozen meters, with the tips immersed in a large barrel filled with cold spring water. The ice condensation flower still had room to stretch, as it was not entirely submerged in the frigid water. Otherwise, it would be possible to simply place the water-filled storage bag belonging to Shui Zishuan directly within. It was essential to acquire multiple storage bags. Once one's strength increased, it would be imperative to obtain advanced storage treasures, such as storage rings and storage bracelets. Chen Mo gazed at them with envy. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, the gluttonous senior sister, Huang Xianying, watched with keen interest. Observing the four as they filled their storage bags with cold spring water, she found it perplexing. After all, it was merely water infused with a hint of icy spiritual energy, hardly worthy of being considered a high-grade spiritual spring. What was so special about it? Why did Chen Mo seem so eager to collect more? Shui Zishuan appeared to share the same sentiment. Could it truly be valuable? Chen Mo seemed intent on gathering as much as possible. Nevertheless, since the senior sister was present, she decided to secretly assist in the collection, planning to deliver it discreetly to him once they returned to the sect, lest Brother Wu accuse her this cold spring was not particularly large or deep. 1 or 2 storage rings should suffice to contain it all, Huang Xianying mused. Chapter 44. This should be given to junior brother Chen Mo. Huang Xianing munched on snacks while discreetly observing Chen Mo and his companions departing from the lair of the icebound mysterious python. Everything unfolded naturally, making her appear as though she were a genuinely helpful person, despite her usual reluctance to engage in anything beyond eating. Unbeknownst to her, as Chen Mo anticipated the imminent emergence of Xue Zixuan, he silently recited the words fortune bestowal, with a 15-day cooldown for the skill. The subsequent 14 days were rather unremarkable in the narrative. Thus he was reluctant to squander this opportunity of fortune bestowal. After all, by the time they reached the sect, the cooldown would have elapsed. Hence, it was more prudent to deploy it immediately. What is that, a spiritual herb? Chen Xing suddenly exclaimed. Not long after they had set off on their return journey, a cluster of herbs appeared before the four of them. They resembled foxtail grass, adorned with delicate blue and white flowers, exuding a faint fragrance characteristic of spiritual herbs. Although scattered, the area was abundant with these plants. Chen Mo smiled and remarked, "This is Qingfeng grass, a low-grade spiritual herb used in the concoction of Baijiao pills, known for its purifying effects on spiritual energy. While its value is not high, its quantity is considerable." His radiant smile resembled that of someone who had stumbled upon a fortune. "Are we really this lucky?" Xue Zifei exclaimed with delight. Chen Mo merely smiled slightly and replied, "It is my third brother's luck. Quickly gather them all." The four of them promptly set to work. A vast expanse of over 100 clusters of Qingfeng grass was soon harvested and stored in Chen Mo's storage pouch. And this was merely the beginning. Before long, Huang Xianing, who had been trailing behind, was left dumbfounded. How fortunate were these four? Particularly, Chen Mo and his companions encountered numerous low-grade spiritual fruits, which, despite their lack of value, were still edible. Some were so low-grade that she had never tasted them before. Sister Zifei is truly lucky. Sister Zixuan is also quite fortunate. Hey, I suppose my luck isn't too shabby either. Thankfully, the somewhat foolish girl remained relatively composed, not only supporting Chen Mo, but also standing steadfastly by his side. Chen Mo felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears, despite believing it should be he who supported Xue Zixuan. At the mountain's summit, a confident, crooked smile graced Chao Hao's face as he reveled in the flurry of compliments and flattery from the gathered cultivators. Senior Brother Chao, the meat from the demon bull in the late stage of qi refinement is truly delicious, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Such spiritual meat could fetch an exorbitant price in our Baiyun city. Indeed, Senior Brother Chao is remarkable. It's a pity we couldn't witness the grandeur of Senior Brother Chao slaying the demon bull with a single strike. As fellow cultivators in Baiyun City, we hope you will look after us in the future." The act of slaying the demon bull showcased Senior Brother Chao's prowess, while his bounty of spiritual herbs demonstrated his extraordinary fortune. Senior Brother Chao is a true top-tier genius, blessed with unparalleled luck. Wu Yang and 6 outer disciples had also returned, sitting cross-legged on the other side, indulging in the Black Rock Demon Bull's spiritual meat that Chao Hao had specially prepared for them. Their gazes were filled with admiration as they regarded Chao Hao, showing no discomfort at the flattery being lavished upon him. In fact, even Wu Yu and He Yang couldn't help but join in the praise. Unbelievable! The talent, combat prowess, and fortune displayed by Chao Hao are simply extraordinary. Having just entered the 4th level of qi refinement, he effortlessly slayed a Black Rock Demon Bull comparable to the pinnacle of the 6th level. This alone proves he possesses the strength to overcome opponents 3 levels above him. This suggests that when he reaches the peak of the late stage of qi refinement, he may very well possess the ability to slay foundational cultivators. This is the hallmark of a top-tier genius. His extraordinary fortune further solidifies the notion that he is indeed a top-tier prodigy. Who wouldn't desire to forge a connection with such an individual, a truly formidable ally? While he is still relatively weak, there remains a chance to seize this opportunity. If they miss this chance, not only these cultivators, but even Wu Yu and He Yang will find themselves lacking the qualification or opportunity to do so. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. By the campfire, Li Shaoqing and her entourage did not gather around Chao Hao. nor did they spare him a glance throughout the evening. Despite Chow Hao's multiple friendly smiles, she pretended not to notice. It was a complicated situation. The entanglement among her, Chen Mo, and Xue Zixuan was something personal. She had witnessed the conflict between Chow Hao, Chen Mo, and Xue Zixuan during the sect examination, and naturally, she held no fondness for Chow Hao. After all, Chen Mo was her cousin, albeit distant, but still a cousin. Most importantly, she believed that aside from her cousin, no one was worthy of Xue Zixuan. Regardless, it was a matter solely between the three of them. Chow Hao's involvement only irked her further. Xue Zixuan could forsake her cousin, but her cousin should not be robbed of his fiancée and publicly humiliated. The reason for the estrangement between her and Xue Zixuan was primarily due to Chen Mo. For 10 years, Chen Mo had been infatuated, but even infatuation has its moments of fruition. However, Chen Mo's eyes were solely for Xue Zixuan. Li Xiaoqing remained steadfast in her feelings. Just because they were not in contact did not imply she had forgotten or given up. Chen Mo's avoidance, disdain, and abandonment had not altered her resolve. Stubbornness, tenacity, this is Li Xiaoqing. She was beautiful, talented, and well-born. Yet Xue Zixuan always seemed to excel just a little more than her. Why must Xiaoqing exist when Zixuan shines? At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before Wu Yu and He Yang like a specter. We'll be there soon. Grilled meat? Brother, does it smell good? It smells delightful, Huang. Xianying's wide-eyed gaze was fixated not on Wu Yu's face, but on a piece of golden brown meat still sizzling on the grill before him. Wu Yu's face turned awkward. Ahem, junior sister. Let senior brother Chow help you with some. This junior sister. That one is meant for senior brother Wu. Are you that stingy? No junior sister Ahem. Wu Yu was left speechless, visibly embarrassed. There was no stopping Huang Xianying. She had already seized the piece in her hands and took a hearty bite, relishing every morsel. He Yang stood in stunned silence, while the 6 older outer disciples swiftly turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. This doesn't taste good. This should be given to junior brother Chen Mo. Huang Xianying suddenly uttered a statement that left Wu Yu baffled. Why should it be given to Chen Mo? Chapter 45. The Unfazed Senior Sister. Huang Xianying's face flushed slightly. She had acted hastily. It was only upon tasting the food that she suddenly realized what she was consuming. What made it even more awkward was her usual carefree demeanor, which led her to exclaim that it was meant for Chen Mo. Why for Chen Mo? Because of his back issues. The elongated roasted meat in Huang Xianying's hand vanished, replaced by her snack bag. She casually retrieved another treat, which, coincidentally, was also elongated in shape. Crunch. Huang Xianying didn't mind and took a hearty bite. Biginqing link guo. The fruit, shaped like a cucumber, was a brilliant emerald green, shimmering with a gentle ethereal aura. Its skin flowed with a faint spiritual essence, evidently harboring an immense and pure spiritual energy, exuding a delightful fragrance. As Huang Xianying bit into it, juice burst forth, sweet and refreshing, akin to sipping from a spring. Its pure spiritual power immediately integrating into her dantian. Wu Yu and He Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. The Bai Jian Qing Lingua. Huang Xianying had just consumed a bite worth at least 100 spirit stones. But cough. Sister, this is the spiritual flesh of the Black Rock Demon Bull. At the peak of the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage, comparable to those in the later stages of Qi refinement. It's fresh, slain by junior brother Chow Hao. Wu Yu remarked. All right, senior brother. Just a moment, senior sister Huang. Chow Hao responded with a smile. No need. I'm saving room for snake meat. The snake meat, roasted to a golden crisp and sprinkled with my special seasoning, is simply irresistible. Huang Xianying replied, her eyes gleaming at the thought. Senior sister. While snake meat is indeed succulent, its grade is too low, lacking sufficient spiritual nourishment, making it impossible to match the flavor of my Black Rock Demon Bull's flesh. Rest assured, I shall prepare a tender piece of sirloin for you. Chow Hao declared confidently. He had already discerned Huang Xianying's penchant for food and had anticipated this moment. As someone reborn from the heavens, he had lived countless years and tasted all manner of delicacies. Especially in the great outdoors, His grilling skills were unparalleled, and his homemade seasoning was a true masterpiece. Combined with his alchemical expertise and mastery of fire control, Cao Hao was confident he could win over Huang Xianying's palate. To conquer a food lover's appetite was surely a step closer to winning her heart, was it not? In Cao Hao's eyes, Huang Xianying had already become his woman, her status rivaling that of Xue Zixuan. This was primarily due to Xue Zixuan's possession of the Nining body. Otherwise, Cao Hao's first target would likely have shifted directly to Huang Xianying. The wealthy and beautiful second-generation immortal was surely incomparable to Xue Zixuan, promising immense benefits to Cao Hao. Furthermore, Huang Xianying's beauty and physique were not much inferior to Xue Zixuan's, possessing a unique allure and charm, especially those large, captivating eyes that seemed to shimmer with otherworldly brilliance. Moreover, Huang Xianying's talent was undeniably formidable. While others may fail to notice, Cao Hao possessed keen insight, to say nothing of the average cultivator. Even those from the immortal lineage, blessed with endless spiritual food, could they truly indulge without consequence? It would be a miracle if they did not suffer from explosive bodily demise. Furthermore, Huang Xianying was quite young, not significantly older than their group, likely even younger than Xue Zifei. Yet she had already reached the foundation establishment stage, and a true foundation establishment at that. Cao Hao was correct. The grade of the spiritual meat was indeed too low, significantly affecting its flavor. Hence, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall wait for junior brother Chen Mo and junior sister Zixuan snake meat. At this moment, not only Cao Hao, but also Wu Yu and He Yang furrowed their brows, perplexed by Huang Xianying's words. What did she mean? Was Chen Mo's snake meat of a higher grade? Had Huang Xianying misspoken? How could Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan possibly slay beasts superior to the Black Rock Demon Bull? Even if the four of them combined their efforts, it would be impossible. Just then, Xue Zixuan and her companions returned. Xue Zixuan, walking ahead, greeted Wu Yu and the others with a polite nod. Huang Xianying immediately rose, her figure flickering as she appeared before Xue Zixuan, extending her delicate, plump hand towards Chen Mo, senior sister. Are you following us? Chen Mo, trailing behind Xue Zixuan, feigned ignorance. Clears throat, your senior sister Huang is secretly watching over you. Of course, without letting you see her. After all, this is your first outing. Next time, she may not be so concerned. Wu Yu hurriedly explained. The matter of secret protection should not be openly discussed, yet Huang Xianying blurted it out. I knew it. Thank you, senior sister Huang. There are plenty of spiritual fruits. Zixuan, Zifei, and my third brother have all been quite fortunate. Senior sister Huang, feel free to indulge as you wish. However, we do not have snake meat. Only a piece of a python's spiritual flesh. I cannot say how fresh it is. When we found it, it was on the verge of death. Chen Mo remarked, his demeanor earnest and naive, as he began to hand various spiritual fruits to Huang Xianying. A python? On the brink of death? Junior brother, Chen Mo. What was its appearance? How large was it? Wu Yu inquired, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Upon hearing the word python, he suddenly realized that Huang Xianying may not have misspoken. And upon hearing on the brink of death, he was nearly certain that she was indeed correct. Her so-called snake meat was actually that of a python, a beast of a higher grade than the Black Rock Demon Bull, long and thick, several yards in length, and as thick as several men. Third brother, what did you say it might be? Chen Mo suddenly turned to Chen Xing. An excellent performance. At this moment, not only Xue Zixuan, but also Chen Xing and Xue Zifei had witnessed Chen Mo's acting skills firsthand. The ice-cold, mysterious python, Chen Xing stated succinctly. Upon hearing those four words, the crowd, already astonished by the mention of a python several yards long and as thick as several men, displayed even greater shock. Sister, you mean the snake is the ice-cold, mysterious python? We directly turned to Huang Xianying, inquiring. Is it called the ice-cold, mysterious python? I can't quite recall. It was just a slightly larger snake, with two underdeveloped horns on its head. It must have failed its foundation establishment. Had it succeeded, the taste would surely have been better. Junior brother, Chen Mo, hurry and bring it out for the senior sister to roast. I'm so hungry and craving meat. Huang Xianying, already munching on Chen Mo's various spiritual fruits, looked at him with a pitiful expression. All right, senior sister. Wu senior brother, he's senior, everyone. Feel free to help yourselves. Chen Mo produced several large, pre-cut pieces of ice-cold mysterious python meat, weighing several hundred pounds, comparable to the weight of 2 pigs. Placing it on a massive cutting board that someone had brought out. The board was still laden with pieces of demon bull meat. Chen Mo, I want some. Li Shaoqing suddenly emerged, glaring at Chen Mo. What did you call me? Chen Mo retorted, glaring back. Address me properly. Call me cousin. As he spoke, he reached over to the petite Li Shaoqing, who was half a head shorter than him, and playfully ruffled her hair, leaving the young girl bewildered. Not only was Li Shaoqing caught off guard, but Xue Zixuan was also taken aback. This rascal has grown bolder. Does he think Li Shaoqing is a soft target? After all, she is at the 3rd layer of the qi refinement stage. But surprisingly, although Li Shaoqing's face was flushed and she puffed her cheeks in indignation, glaring fiercely at Chen Mo as if ready to bite, she did not explode in anger. She allowed Chen Mo to tousle her neatly arranged hair into a chaotic mess. Chen Mo, I want some. Call me cousin. I won't. Well, if you won't, I never said I wouldn't give you any, so feel free. Chen Mo patted Li Shaoqing's head again, saying, you can roast it yourself. Do you think you could just eat? Cough, I can't cook. Chen Mo began to speak, but felt it was rather excessive, quickly adding, I can't cook. At this moment, someone's bright eyes began to glimmer with excitement. How intriguing. Is it truly so? Huang Xianying observed discreetly, pondering to herself. Suddenly, she spoke up. Chen Mo, junior brother, cannot roast. Neither can you, junior sister Qing. Gulme. Junior sister Zixuan, you too. Let me, your senior sister, prepare a feast for you and allow you to savor my culinary skills. Let us gather over here. This senior sister certainly did not shy away from stirring up matters. She sought to bring the 3 together. Unexpectedly, it erupted at that moment. Chapter 46. Chen Mo's sensitivity is remarkable. Xue Zifei, Chen Xing, come over here. Huang Xianying waved her petite hand and, with her true essence enveloping it, moved a portion of the perfectly charred charcoal to a nearby open space. She called out to Xue Zifei and Chen Xing, and it was evident that everyone had to respond. It would be impossible to ignore her. It was clear to everyone that this sister, who had quite an appetite, was no ordinary person. As for Xue Zixuan, she was well aware of Chen Mo's incessant chatter. Although Li Shaoqing was both stubborn and fierce, and her petite stature made her seem even fiercer, she was also remarkably intelligent. Thus, despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to approach Huang Xianying's enthusiastic invitation. Chen Xing and Xue Zifei each took a stick and began to cut the spirit meat of the ice vein python on the chopping board, skewering it before settling down next to the bonfire they had set up, expertly starting to roast it. Clearly, both possessed experience in outdoor training. However, Chen Mo was dawdling. Standing before the chopping board, he sharpened his knife for quite some time before finally getting to work, deftly wielding the cleaver to chop the meat into large chunks, then skewering them with thicker strips of paper. Chow Hao frowned, and the others looked at Chen Mo with some confusion. This was because Chen Mo was slicing the demon cow meat on the board, not the spirit meat of the python. As he prepared the skewers, he exclaimed, Brother Wu, Brother He, everyone, you enjoy the high-grade python spirit meat, but my cultivation level is low. What is this inferior meat? I shall eat it. Let it not go to waste. This amount should be sufficient for me. Chow Hao's face turned green. The other disciples were equally dumbfounded. Chen Mo continued chopping, turning the remaining demon cow meat into large chunks, skewering them onto long sticks. After making over 100 skewers, he finally stopped. The demon cow meat on the board is finished. This fellow then packed it into his storage bag and, with a hearty and honest smile, scurried over to Huang Xianying's camp without even inquiring whose meat it was. He appeared entirely dedicated to the spirit of waste reduction, thinking, this inferior meat is for my consumption, while the high-grade python spirit meat is for everyone else. After this series of actions, the previously fawning disciples, who had just been flattering Chow Hao by claiming that demon cow spirit meat was exceedingly precious and hard to come by in Baiyun City, now found themselves feeling somewhat embarrassed as they glanced at the python spirit meat on the chopping board. Should they eat or not? Their bodies were quite honest. The failed cultivation of the ice vein python spirit meat was evidently more cost-effective than their pride. Sister Shue's fortune was also impressive, as she had encountered a near-death ice vein python, truly deserving of her title as Baiyun City's top genius beauty. Brother Chow, let me get you some python spirit meat to taste. I'll do it. I want to try it too. Such high-grade spirit meat must be rich in spiritual energy, right? Chow Hao struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, attempting to appear composed. Yet, when he saw Chen Mo enjoying a piece of roasted meat that had been bitten by Huang Xianying, clearly relishing it, his expression faltered, revealing an unmistakable gloom. That was meat he had been reluctant to eat, purposely saving it for Brother Wu, only to have it taken by Huang Xianying, who then offered it to Chen Mo. What did this mean? Was Huang Xianying also captivated by this pretty boy, Chen Mo? Chow Hao suddenly realized he could drop the question mark. Thus, his expression management faltered further, revealing a hint of a grimace. Chen Mo, how does it taste? Delicious. Sister Huang's cooking is quite good. However, there's no need to roast it this way. As I suggest, cut it into large chunks for a more gratifying experience. Yes, brother is right. Continue if it's delicious. Eat quickly. Huang Xianying smiled brightly, her beautiful eyes narrowing in a crescent shape, radiating a maternal affection, as if wishing her child would eat as much as possible, quickly grow taller. But wait, Huang Xianying was actually hoping he would recover quickly and not wet his shoes again. After all, that would indicate a lack of ability to bear children. Sister Huang, delicious things should be savored. Look at this outer skin, roasted to a golden crisp, just right. One bite reveals the meat's elasticity, with a striking contrast between the crispy exterior and the tender interior. Each chew carries a rich aroma, allowing one to appreciate the spirit meat's fragrance and juices bursting in the mouth. Chen Mo paused slightly, closed his eyes, chewed a few bites, and continued. This overwhelming satisfaction, accompanied by the infusion of spiritual energy, is truly remarkable. If I am not mistaken, Sister Huang must have refined the spiritual energy while roasting. Brother, you can taste that? Isn't it difficult to discern? If it hadn't been refined with my cultivation level, the infusion of spiritual energy could never be so smooth and pure. Furthermore, this spirit meat also has a certain chewiness. While it may be somewhat inferior, with Sister's grilling skills, it transforms into a rare delicacy. I'm finished. Thank you, Sister Huang. I also have these skewers that require your assistance in grilling. So hot. Sitting too close, I'll move back a bit. Chen Mo said, his face filled with satisfaction. He was genuinely content. He had devoured an enormous piece, unbeknownst to him, with his back turned to Wu Yu and the others. Chen Mo was oblivious to the strange expressions on their faces. He merely felt a bit hot, his entire body ablaze. Who would have thought my sixth brother could eat and appreciate food so well? However, he likely lacks familiarity with demon cattle and similar beasts. No matter, I have a bottle of pills in my storage bag for you, named Clear Heart Pill. Take it out and consume 6 at once. Chun Xing suddenly said to Chen Mo, third brother, while eating meat, why would I consume a Clear Heart Pill? Clear Heart Pill? Chen Mo's last 3 words rose an octave, his eyes wide like saucers as he stared at Chen Xing. What the hell? My entire body is ablaze, especially my dantian. What the hell did I just eat? Damn it. He glanced at Huang Xianying, who was focused on grilling meat, a teasing smile evident on her face. Chen Mo then looked at Xue Zifei, Li Shaoqing, and her entourage, then thought, no way pass, before finally settling his gaze on Xue Zishuan, overwhelmed. Damn it. I'm going to die. Chen Mo could no longer hold it together. He understood now. No wonder his third brother wanted him to take the Clear Heart Pill. The Clear Heart Pill is known for its efficacy in calming desires, dispelling lustful thoughts, and promoting tranquility and peace. It is often used to quell fiery desires and assist cultivators in maintaining composure and focus. Chen Xing had instructed Chen Mo to take 6 at once. One can only imagine the magnitude of Chen Mo's reaction at this moment. To be honest, aside from his third brother and Li Shaoqing's attendant, Everyone else appeared exceedingly alluring to Chen Mo, enhanced several-fold in his perception. This was not merely a lascivious thought. Soon enough, as the effects of the demon cow's certain part fully manifested, evenly shoutings made, and perhaps even his third brother would seem captivating. Fortunately, Xue Zixuan was present, using poison to combat poison, suppressing all toxins. Upon seeing Xue Zixuan, Chen Mo's focus narrowed solely to her. A singular thought of wanting to slay her 18 times surged through his mind. After all, she was his wife, even if he were to indulge. It was not a crime, especially if it was merely a fantasy. This was not an aphrodisiac. Chen Mo was fully aware. Therefore, as he fixed his gaze upon Xue Zixuan, his hands were not idle. Swiftly, he reached for his third brother, Chen Xing's pills from his storage bag, pouring out 6 and swallowing them whole, with his striking features and steadfast demeanor akin to that of an old hound. The third brother astounds us by always keeping this medicine at hand. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The third brother has never sought a wife, nor has he shown interest in any particular woman. It appears he relies on this substance to maintain his composure. At this moment, Xue Zixuan's expression is exceptionally vivid as she gazes at Chen Mo, torn between laughter and tears, admonition and consolation. Her emotions are a whirlwind. In the heart of this scoundrel, she holds the utmost significance, and among the rogues, her influence runs deep. Yet, he remains vulnerable to the allure of others, countered only by her toxic charm. What if she is not present before him? Can he still maintain his self-control? Furthermore, is senior sister Huang truly the type Chen Mo envisions, indulging in their sweet moments together? What is this phenomenon of shipping CP? A glance at Li Shaoqing suddenly fills Xue Zixuan with a sense of impending crisis. Crack, crack, gurgle, gurgle. Chen Mo drinks from the cold spring water, devouring the spiritual fruits he had previously foraged, consuming them ravenously. He neither inquires nor speaks, simply quenching his thirst and satisfying his hunger to ease his nerves. Chen Mo quips, and Xue Zixuan is momentarily taken aback. What does he mean? Yet, he does not elaborate on her curiosity, for senior brother Wu has spoken. Junior brother Chen, is this spring water you are drinking? It possesses the spiritual attributes of the earth's veins. It seems rather wasteful to consume it as mere beverage. Where did you procure it? While we were discovering the ice-cold, mysterious python, we stumbled upon a cold spring in its cave. We filled a bit while leaving, and I've been drinking it on the way. Is it that precious? Had I known, we should have gathered more. Chen Mo's face betrays a mix of astonishment and regret. Xue Zixuan, Xue Zifei, Chen Xing, and Huang Xining all gaze at Chen Mo, bewildered by how he can maintain a fade of calm while spinning such tall tales in front of those who are in the know. The key is that anyone observing his expression would find it difficult to suspect he was being dishonest. Just a little bit for the journey. This little bit. Chen Xing and Xue Zifei cannot help but touch the storage bags at their waists, fearful of losing their own treasures. They are left in awe of Chen Mo's uncanny sense. Chapter 47. The base of the food chain at this moment. The events unfolding around Chen Mo had already transcended the realm of mindless, gratifying narratives. In the original storyline, he had long since met his demise. Chen Montak, do you remember the way? Wu Yu inquired. I have a general recollection. Brother Wu, what is the significance of this water? Is it truly precious? Chen Mo asked, intrigued. Indeed, it is extraordinarily valuable. It serves as an exceptional resource for alchemy and artifact crafting. Moreover, it is a rare find. While the extreme, spiritual energy from the Earth's veins is relatively accessible, this water is far more than just a vessel of such energy. It has been nurtured in an environment of extreme, spiritual energy for at least several centuries, if not longer. Much like fine wine, it becomes more aromatic with age. Do you understand? Wu Yu patiently elucidated, addressing not only Chen Mo, but also the others present. I comprehend. So, this water is akin to spiritual herbs. Its value escalates with age, Chen Mo replied, impressed. Wu Yu's remarks took him by surprise. In the original narrative, Cao Hao had not been granted such an opportunity. Wu Yu and He Yang had directly proceeded to the cold pool, having learned of its worth while secretly safeguarding Cao Hao and Xue Zixian. who had informed Wu Yu for collection purposes, rather than through Chao Hao himself. In other words, had Huang Xianying communicated directly with Wu Yu, Chen Mo and Xue Zixian would have been entirely extraneous to the matter. Wu Yu hesitated slightly. Although he was aware of Huang Xianying's affections for both Chen Mo and Xue Zixian, he felt an odd sense of concern that Huang Xianying might be overly kind towards Chen Mo. She had taken his prized whip, refusing to consume it herself, and now seemed reluctant to even allow him a moment alone with her. I remember the way and can guide Senior Wu on behalf of Brother Liu, Chun Xing volunteered. Rising promptly. Very well, replied He Yang and the others in unison. Wu Yu then led Chen Xing and He Yang away swiftly. Did Brother Wu not mention that our sect would reward us? There is nothing to regret, Xue Zixian remarked. Indeed, contributing to the sect is our honor. Zixian's insight is commendable. Chen Montak concluate. Chen Montak, Li Shaoqing called out. Flatterer, are you feeling restless? She teased, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and amusement. Once again, he found himself bewildered by the seemingly innocent fade of this young girl. Though petite and still in her youth, she was undeniably a talented practitioner at the third level of qi refinement, possessing a superior spiritual root. Among the gathered talents, only Chao Hao and Xue Zixian could overshadow Li Shaoqing. None other could. Although Chen Mo was her cousin, towering over her in stature, in reality, a mere finger from Li Shaoqing could easily outmatch him. Restless, you say? Li Shaoqing's gaze was filled with disdain and provocation as she fixed her eyes on Chen Mo, a cold smile gracing her lips. Ahem, cousin, immediatist. How could I bear to strike you? After all, you're my only cousin left after we depart from Baiyan City. I would be remiss to harm you. Chen Mo hastily retorted, attempting to shift the topic. The young girl continued to stare at him, unperturbed, and drew nearer with a mocking smile. Chen Montak, anxious that she might publicly chastise him, felt a strong sense of embarrassment. He could not afford to lose face in front of everyone. The troubling aspect was that Xue Zixian seemed entirely uninterested in coming to his defense, instead observing him with a teasing glint in her eye. Chen Mo found himself seeking refuge with Huang Xianying, feeling quite exasperated internally. Why must I feign such nonchalance? It is a struggle to alter my infatuation with Zixian. Yet I allow myself to be easily swayed by Li Shaoqing's outward appearance, forgetting my own worth. Indeed, Huang Xianying smiled. Chen Mo, it isn't appropriate for you to be so familiar with your cousin. Little Qing has grown up. She is no longer a child. You cannot just strike her at will. Furthermore, as I have learned, even if she is your cousin, there should be some decorum, right? Wouldn't you agree, Zixian? Goodness. Chen Mo thought, glancing at the ever-hungry Huang Xianying, who seemed intent on stirring trouble. Was it not normal to playfully swat a child on the behind? Yet, her interpretation had twisted it into something entirely different. I certainly had no such intention. With her petite frame, I wouldn't even feel it, I assure you. Chen Mo exclaimed, suddenly realizing as he circled the bonfire that the girl, though small, possessed a remarkably perfect physique, with curves in all the right places. Striking her would hardly be bothersome. This little girl has truly matured. Perhaps I should refrain from such actions. Huang Xianying is indeed a troublemaker. Could this foolish girl be easily provoked? Chen Mo mused, shaking his head. Senior sister is right. We have all grown up. It is no longer our childhood. Zixian and I are engaged, and we should speak more considerately. Please excuse us, senior sister, Xue Zixian interjected gracefully. Engaged is not the same as married. What is there to be so proud of? Li Shaoqing shot back at Xue Zixian, casting her a disdainful glance and muttering under her breath, her voice barely audible to anyone else. What did you say? Xue Zixian's brows furrowed as she turned her attention to Li Shaoqing. Nothing. I said nothing at all. Li Shaoqing hastily denied, avoiding Xue Zixian's gaze with a hint of fluster. To the astonishment of Huang Xianying and even Chen Mo, Li Shaoqing seemed visibly flustered, evading Xue Zixian's scrutiny as if she were caught in a web of her own making. Best left unsaid, Xue Zixian replied, her smile unwavering. Chen Montak stood in bewilderment. What was happening? He could not recall Li Shaoqing ever being so intimidated by Xue Zixin. Had Xue Zixin dealt with Li Shaoqing in a moment of negligence, leaving her with a psychological scar? Otherwise, the defiant and brazen Li Shaoqing would not shrink back so easily before Xue Zixin. Was this truly the case? The foolish girl's prowess had led her to be at the very bottom of the food chain? Chapter 48. Ink dripping from blackness temporary. Everything is transient. I, Chen Mo, am destined to be the man at the pinnacle of the food chain. Well, at most, I'll allow that foolish girl to stand in front of me. As a formidable being granted eternal life from the very beginning, Chen Mo thought with an air of dominance. Cough, cough, cough. Xue Zixuan suddenly erupted in laughter, only to forcefully stifle it with a cough. What's so funny? Huang Xianing, Xue Zifei, and Chen Mo were all puzzled, curiously observing Xue Zixuan. Despite her attempts to conceal her amusement through coughing, it was evident that she was struggling, her exquisite face flushed from the effort. Li Shaoqing, on the other hand, was visibly annoyed, her chubby cheeks puffed up in indignation. She felt as though she was the target of Xue Zixuan's mockery, yet felt too intimidated to voice her displeasure. As Chen Mo had surmised, during the past few years, unbeknownst to him, Xue Zixuan had left an indelible psychological scar on Li Shaoqing, rendering her incapable of even the slightest resistance. How daunting must that be? What remained unclear to Chen Mo and the others was that Xue Zixuan's laughter stemmed from the notion of Chen Mo aspiring to be the dominant man in the food chain, while also wishing for her to stand before him. This rascal truly had an incessant fixation on her. What intense preference it must be. Does my face not compare favorably to my rear? Xue Zixuan envisioned the sweet exchanges between loving couples, a moment of contemplation halting her thoughts. Yet, despite her silent musings, she found it hard to be upset with Chen Mo for his thoughts regarding Li Shaoqing. It was merely due to Huang Xianing's remarks that Chen Mo began to ponder if she were to meddle in his thoughts. Would she not become the type of person he once described? Someone overly concerned with trivial matters? Well, it's time to eat. Huang Xianing's grilled mystical python meat was finally ready. With her chubby little hands, she deftly divided it into portions. Let's see how it tastes. Junior sister Shaoqing's strength isn't too shabby either. She just needs to eat a bit more to gain some power. Why does that sound so condescending? Green tea, black tea, or perhaps milk tea? Chen Mo couldn't be bothered. It was of no concern to him. He picked up the grilled mystical python meat and began to eat. Delicious. Truly delightful. Sister's culinary skills are quite impressive. Chen Montauk exclaimed eagerly. Though her tea skills leave much to be desired, one glance, and it's clear she lacks the elegance of green tea. Huang Xianing's intentions were glaringly obvious, causing Li Shaoqing's once puffed cheeks to darken in displeasure, as if she were about to exclaim, "If you're so capable, why don't you take the lead?" On another side of the bonfire, the celestial seedlings had begun feasting on the cold, ice mystical python's spiritual meat, with only Chow Hao disdainfully abstaining from it. The crooked grin that once adorned his face had vanished entirely, replaced with a sullen expression, his demeanor so dark it could be likened to ink. Why? Shouldn't three beauties be surrounding him? Chow Hao? Why were they clustered around that useless Chen Mo instead? Xue Zixuan and Li Shaoqing had made it painfully clear, almost on the verge of fighting over Chen Mo. Did Huang Xianing also have feelings for him? She had ignored him when he offered her grilled meat. Yet here she was, serving it to Chen Mo. This treatment, Chow Hao couldn't comprehend. Before the celestial sex assessment, he felt everything was within his control. In his eyes, Chen Mo was merely a useless pawn, one he intended to eliminate. However, after the assessment, when Chen Mo revealed his first-grade spiritual root, it seemed everything began to spiral into the unpredictability of fate. Chow Hao had his suspicions. Yet aside from the one instance of hero saving the beauty that allowed him to meet Xue Zixuan, everything else he did was concealed, unlikely to be discovered. Even if it were uncovered, as long as Xue Zixuan and Xue Zifei held some affection for him, it would be inconsequential, perhaps even a light-hearted anecdote for the future. But now, that seemed impossible. In fact, Chow Hao sensed that drawing close to Xue Zixuan would become exceedingly challenging in the near term. not to mention actually winning her over. All because of Huang Xianying. He felt that Huang Xianying was not only indifferent to him, but might even harbor some aversion. Initially, when Huang Xianying ignored him, he assumed it was the haughty nature of the celestial second generation, a demeanor she likely shared with all celestial seedlings. Thus, he found it amusing, believing that conquering the somewhat challenging Huang Xianying would yield greater satisfaction. Yet, Chen Mo had forced him to confront the harsh reality. In the face of Chen Mo, Huang Xianying exhibited none of the celestial second generation's arrogance. Instead, she mingled harmoniously with Chen Mo and his circle. That was intolerable for him. But what tormented him even more was the realization that Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan had gained far more than he had. His prized black rock demon bull was mere fodder in comparison to the cold, ice mystical python. Even if he had slain it in one stroke, the result would always remain the same. Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan had already triumphed by obtaining the cold, ice mystical python, which had failed in its foundation establishment. Not to mention the even greater treasure, the cold spring water nourished by the Earth's extreme, spiritual power for centuries. Surely, those must be the fruits of Zixuan's fortune and opportunity. She had already advanced to the 4th level, directly surpassing the initial phase of that level. The Nining body, indeed, one of the top-tier talents, and her fortune was of the highest caliber. Better than mine. How could that wastrel Chen Mo be worthy? Gao Hao Mu said, astonished by Xue Zixuan's fortune, which seemed to eclipse even that of his own reincarnated self. This was beyond his expectations. Moreover, Cao Hao had not anticipated that the opportunities presented by the cold, ice mystical python, the ice condensed flower, and the cold spring water might only belong to Xue Zixuan, while the remainder could very well be his. It was merely that Chen Mo had intercepted them. In the original narrative, these treasures had all belonged to Cao Hao. Rest assured, I, Cao Hao, shall rescue you. I will not allow that wastrel Chen Mo to ruin you. You are my woman, and you shall be mine. Your Nining body can only belong to me. In 2 years, before you awaken, no one shall discover it. Gao Hao Gong Them Pet. Huang Xianying is also mine. Capturing her will greatly benefit me. Li Xiaoqing, I hadn't paid her much mind before, but now, since you are so enamored with that wastrel Chen Mo, I shall claim you as well. All of you are mine. This spoiled brat, once he enters the sect, I have countless ways to ensure his discreet disappearance. Just let you enjoy your days of triumph for a while longer. Cao Hao seethed, venting his inner resentment and fury. But who was truly robbing whom remained ambiguous. Chen Mo had yet to glimpse the contents of the 2nd volume, but given the typical tropes of mindless fiction, Xue Zixuan, Huang Xianying, Li Xiaoqing, and even Xue Zifei would not escape unscathed. Yet, the current trend seemed to suggest that all of them might have been intercepted by Chen Mo. Chapter 49. The intelligent and undeceiving wife disappointment lingered in the air as Huang Xianying, having failed in her attempts to stir up trouble, suddenly lifted her gaze to the side, appearing somewhat surprised, perhaps even delighted. The dim light from the east was overshadowed by the brilliant glow from the west. Having anticipated the outcome, Huang Xianying felt a surge of joy upon witnessing her 2 senior brothers, accompanied by Chen Xing, wearing expressions of utter confusion. Junior sister, did you venture into that cold pool? Wu Yu inquired, directing his attention toward Huang Xianying. Of course, senior brother. What of it? Huang Xianying feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. The water in the cold pool has dried up. What? The water in the cold pool has dried up? That can't be right. Senior brother. When junior brother Chen Mo and the others left, it was still perfectly fine. Huang Xianying's large, beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, radiating a spectrum of astonishment. Her mouth agape in shock. The expressions of Chen Mo, Xue Zixuan, and Xue Zifei mirrored her astonishment. Dried up? How could that be? The cold pool was so deep, and they had filled it with so much water, there was hardly any drop in the water level. How could it possibly dry up in such a short span of time? Wu Yu furrowed his brow, expressing his bewilderment. I find this perplexing as well. Even more strangely, when junior brother, he, and I examined the bottom of the cold pool, we found no trace of any extreme energy from the Earth's veins. It was as if it had never existed at all, were it not for the remnants of the ice-cutting marks left by Chun Xing and the others. I might have doubted we were at the correct location. By the way, Wu Yu turned to Shui Zishuan. You were the only one who descended to the bottom of the cold pool. Could you share your experience with us? You may choose to withhold any details if you wish, as this opportunity is rightfully yours, and no one has the right to pry. However, the mysterious disappearance of the cold pool's water compels us to investigate further so that we may report to the sect with clarity. Oh dear, foolish girl, please don't reveal everything. If you draw attention to your unique constitution, it could spell trouble. I should have warned her, Chen Mo thought, a pang of concern striking him. Shui Zishuan had encountered the extreme, cold spiritual energy from the earth's veins, and upon initiating her cultivation, it overwhelmed her control, causing an unending influx of icy energy to converge within her. This was decidedly abnormal. The compatibility with such cold energy was far from a simple affinity. Clearly, it indicated a unique constitution. While there may be more than one type of ice-cold physique, they were certainly rare. It's nothing to worry about. Senior Brother Wu, upon entering, I sensed an incredibly frigid energy. As a cold physique, I cultivated within it, and the results were remarkable. I had been suppressing my cultivation level, but I found it impossible to maintain that suppression. I had hoped to return for more opportunities. How could it have dried up? Shui Zishuan expressed her regret, her demeanor genuine, omitting the fact that the icy energy had surged into her body unbidden. What impressed Chen Mo was her emphasis on her inability to suppress her cultivation level. Undoubtedly, this statement served to diminish the significance of the icy energy's influence on her progress. She had undoubtedly advanced to the mid-fourth layer, having repressed her level for so long, and the opportunity presented by the icy energy merely acted as a catalyst. Such a wife is worth having. Her intelligence is intact, and she does not deceive her husband. Chen Montag silently praised. Did you notice anything unusual? Wu Yu pressed further. I did not notice anything. I didn't dare linger underwater for too long, fearing that Chen Mo and the others would worry. Shui Zishuan replied, casting a tender glance at Chen Mo. This exchange coupled with her gentle gaze. Only those close would understand. Even a person capable of giving up cigarettes would find it impossible to resist the allure of Shui Zishuan. Chen Mo felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Junior brother Chen Mo, Miss Shui Zifei, did you feel anything out of the ordinary while you were there? Wu Yu inquired. Senior, I did not sense anything unusual. Shui Zifei responded. This matter is indeed peculiar. What do you think, Senior Sister Huang? Chen Mo suddenly turned to Huang Xianying. Huang Xianying's heart skipped a beat. Why was he asking me? Did he discover something? Surely not. What I mean to say is, Senior Sister Huang must have been protecting us from the shadows and likely left only after we departed. Did you observe anything unusual? This is quite strange. I thought you were asking about me. I'm not interested in such matters, but when you left, the water was still there. You filled only a small portion, and I saw it. The water's surface hardly changed. So how could it have dried up? Huang Xianying pondered. Could it be that some expert arrived and took it before you? Unlikely. This is merely a remote corner of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Even we were just passing through. To remove all the water from the cold pool would require an exceptionally high-grade storage treasure, which is not something an ordinary expert could possess, Wu Yu asserted. Indeed, if it were a more powerful individual, they would not deign to visit such a desolate place. Most importantly, the extreme earth vein has vanished as well. Can an earth vein simply disappear? He Yang added. Could it be that there is no earth vein at all? After I finished my cultivation, I felt the icy energy diminish significantly. Shui Zishuan interjected. Both Chen Mo and she were genuinely perplexed. It had been perfectly fine when they left. How could it vanish in just 2 or 3 hours? Were it not for Chun Xing's presence, Chen Mo might have suspected that Wu Yu and He Yang had absconded with it. After all, securing it would yield the greatest value. Reporting to the sect would garner only a fraction of the rewards, which would at best be items they could acquire themselves. Moreover, since the discoverers were Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan, the bulk of the rewards would certainly be theirs, not Wu Yu's. That is impossible, Wu Yu replied decisively. The water in the cold pool has undoubtedly been nourished by the extreme, cold energy from the earth veins for at least several hundred years. Without the support of the earth veins, it is inconceivable. Furthermore, the ice-cold mystic python possesses an ice-cold attribute. It would have considered that place its lair precisely because of the presence of the earth vein and the cold pool. Enough, enough. Senior brother, if we can't make sense of it, let it be. It is merely a trickle of water unworthy of consideration. Moreover, this opportunity belongs to junior sister Zishuan. She has already benefited from it. Its disappearance is only natural. Perhaps it appeared solely because of junior sister Zishuan. It does not belong to us or our sect. Otherwise, it would not have vanished. This should be the most reasonable explanation. If not, it would imply that a stronger individual took it. And that would be a strong individual unrelated to us, who, in taking it, did not obliterate us in the process. Shouldn't we be grateful for that? Huang Xianying remarked while chewing on the flesh of the mystic python. Ahem, junior sister. You do make a point, Wu Yu, and He Yang admitted, left speechless. Only someone like you, a second-generation immortal, could utter such a trivial remark. The gluttonous junior sister clearly lacks an understanding of mortal struggles. Chen Mo couldn't help but scoff. Yet, it must be said, aside from that comment, Huang Xianying's insights were indeed quite astute. Chen Mo felt they should make their exit immediately, especially considering the latter possibility. Should the other party so much as sneeze, it could obliterate them all. Truly, they would not even understand how they met their end. Let us depart. Dawn is approaching. Pack your things, and we shall set out. Wu Yu acknowledged the peril in Huang Xianying's words and dared not linger any longer. Chapter 50. The lethal gaze caution is the mother of safety. It is wise to be wary even of the slightest chance. Should formidable adversaries truly arrive, any mishap befalling these seedlings would be an outcome he would rather not witness. Chow Hao, possessing a first-grade spiritual root and wielding a treasure-grade sword, is a peerless prodigy with the potential to slay beyond his realm. Although Shui Zishuan as spiritual root is one grade inferior to Chow Hao's, her fortuitous encounters are hardly less impressive, especially considering her recent accomplishments. There are also Li Shaoqing and Chen Mo, both with third-grade spiritual roots. Initially, Wu Yu held little faith in Chen Mo, but recent interactions have altered his perception. The reason is simple. The attitudes of Huang Xianying, Shui Zishuan, and Li Shaoqing towards Chen Mo have made Wu Yu realize that, despite Chen Mo's innate shortcomings, his future prospects are likely bright. Even if he cannot form a partnership with a genius like Shui Zishuan, he will undoubtedly attract high-caliber, talented companions willing to cultivate alongside him. Cultivating in dual practice can significantly mitigate the shortcomings of one's innate understanding. Chen Mo, with his innate deficiencies, can thrive in a state of dual cultivation, where his partner leads, allowing him to continuously advance through cooperative training. A daunting possibility occurred to Wu Yu. If Chen Mo were to embrace the path of darkness, his future could hold boundless potential. The prospect of him becoming a formidable figure within the demonic sect is not entirely unfathomable, particularly if he were to join a sect that advocates for dual cultivation. Chen Mo's charm with the opposite sex is remarkable, a fact Wu Yu has already discerned. Is this not a form of talent? Truthfully, with Chen Mo's striking appearance, if he were to boldly declare, Annie, I no longer wish to strive, upon entering a dual cultivation-focused demonic sect, he would undoubtedly be whisked away. This illustrates why the top-tier figures and prodigies of demonic sects are often exceptionally handsome men and mesmerizingly beautiful women. Little does Chen Mo know of Wu Yu's thoughts about him. Should he become aware? Might he promptly defect to a demonic sect? Wu Yu feels fortunate to have the opportunity to recruit these four into the Tianyan sect. It may soon become his greatest honor, a lifelong glory. Thus, he is resolute in preventing any unexpected incidents. Without further hesitation, Wu Yu summoned the cloud-piercing boat. As the others boarded, Chen Mo hurriedly retrieved a large iron shovel from his storage bag, swiftly clearing away the surrounding rubble and dirt to extinguish the lingering campfire. This bizarre action left everyone momentarily stunned. What was he doing? Once he finished, he was the last to approach the cloud-piercing boat. Junior brother Chun, why extinguish the campfire? Well, you could not resist inquiring. A single spark can destroy 1,000 acres of forest. Cherishing the mountains and forests begins with me. Fire prevention is everyone's responsibility. Ahem, Brother Wu. This is the first stop on our journey after leaving Baiyan City and entering the 10,000 Great Mountains. A moment worth commemorating. We cannot allow any mishap from this campfire to ruin it, Chen Mo replied without a second thought. Reason? What reason is there? It is merely a matter of principle. The basic qualities instilled by 9 years of compulsory education forbade him from leaving the campfire to burn unattended. Otherwise, he would feel restless, unable to find peace of mind. I may have unintentionally fawned over this silly girl. After saying this, Chen Mo suddenly realized, old habits die hard. Yet, it is indeed a moment worth remembering. So many firsts as he thought about his firsts. He recalled a beloved song and noticed Xue Zixuan gazing at him affectionately. It struck a chord, and he found himself lost in self-amusement. When you look at me, I haven't spoken, yet you've already guessed my thoughts. Still uncertain, still not meeting your expectations. To his surprise, as he and Xue Zixuan exchanged glances while humming the tune, he felt a surge of emotion. Is it my overthinking, or are you also avoiding me? If the choice is truly me, I will muster the courage to accept it, unwittingly letting my gaze begin to flicker. Oh, the first time I said I loved you, my breath faltered, my heart trembled. Oh, the first time I took your hands, I lost my way, unsure of where to go. Wait, did this silly girl just blush? Can she not withstand my captivating gaze? Have I triumphed? I actually won. Meeting Xue Zixuan's gaze, Chen Mo hummed a fitting tune, intoxicated, and approached her unflinchingly. Just as he reached the climax of the song, a sudden tremor of excitement made him stop. Had he truly won? In their gaze battle, his compelling demeanor had indeed bested Xue Zixuan. Flushed, she turned her head away in bashfulness, marking a new milestone for the infatuated Chen Mo. Indeed, Xue Zixuan could not withstand the impact. She finally comprehended that Chen Mo, rather than diligently cultivating, had been engaging in these frivolous pursuits to win her favor. But Chen Mo is genuinely talented. He is well versed in poetry, song, and prose. Why does he not showcase this in her presence? If she had not heard his inner thoughts, would he have ever revealed them to her? This enigmatic fellow. Yet, it was truly, undeniably beautiful. Much like the last song, it was a melody she had never heard before, a score that resonated with her soul. Unlike the performances at banquets, which linger in the air like ethereal music, the tune Chen Mo silently sang seemed crafted solely for her, conveying profound emotional resonance that moved her deeply. Her heart felt as if it might melt. Feeling too shy to meet Chen Mo's eyes, she feared succumbing to the moment and behaving in ways that would leave her utterly embarrassed. I should not shy away. This rogue is not singing anymore. How smug he is. From the corner of her eye, she watched Chen Mo. At that moment, he remained fixated on her profile, head held high like a victorious rooster strutting towards his defeated opponent. Then, suddenly, Xue Zixuan's eyes sparkled. She wanted to say something, yet ultimately remained silent, her expression a perfect portrayal of unspoken words, before slowly turning her head to face Chen Mo again. Their gazes locked. She smiled, her expression slightly teasing. But to Chen Mo, it resembled a challenge. Clearly, she was not ready to concede, eager for a rematch. In truth, this exchange occurred in the brief moment it took for Chen Mo to board the cloud-piercing boat and approach Xue Zixuan. However, due to his unusual act of extinguishing the campfire and being the last aboard, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Yet, Chen Mo seemed oblivious to the gazes upon him. In his eyes, there was only Xue Zixuan. The infatuated Chen Mo, upon locking eyes with her, perceived only her presence. He was entirely unaware of any impropriety. Such talent for infatuation is truly astounding. Li Zongheng must kneel before him and respectfully call him Big Brother. But at that moment, with an unexpected stumble, Chen Mo, brimming with confidence and poised for a rematch, suddenly tripped and fell forward. Chen Montauk guspit in surprise, swiftly channeling his true essence. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he executed a graceful front flip, stabilizing his form and avoiding the embarrassment of a fall. Yet, Even so, it was quite humiliating. The illustrious first-grade spiritual root cultivator nearly tripped over a mere step. Chen Mo was at a loss for words, utterly unaware of the impending mishap. In the midst of his triumphant moment, he almost tumbled. Wait, it was that foolish girl who did it on purpose. Chen Mo suddenly realized why Xue Zixuan had instigated a second round. Puffed. Ha ha ha. It was unclear who first succumbed to laughter, but soon a chorus of amusement erupted from all directions aboard the Chuan Yunzhou. Clearly, many had been stifling their giggles, and once one person broke free, the laughter became uncontrollable. Chen Montak, Li Shaoqing, while not laughing, spoke coldly. If you remain silent, I might mistake you for my cousin. With a darkened expression, Chen Mo shot a fierce glare at Li Shaoqing and retorted, No need to think. That girl is undoubtedly reveling in my misfortune. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Oomph. Li Shaoqing puffed her cheeks and huffed, glaring back fiercely. Quite fierce. Indeed, she held a certain intensity, especially with her hands on her hips, accentuating her ferocity. Unfortunately, Chen Mo had no interest in engaging in a staring contest with her, and simply walked past. Chapter 51. The Big Heart Xue Zixuan. With a haughty tilt of her chin, muttered under her breath, yet her heart swelled with sweetness, still echoing the melody of Chen Mo's earlier song, the first time. The sentiment lingered, a bittersweet pang. Since she began her training in the basic qi cultivation technique at the tender age of 6, Xue Zixuan had devoted herself entirely to her cultivation, neglecting all forms of entertainment, such as music and dance. She had never believed herself to have a fondness for them. However, after hearing Chen Mo's performance, she suddenly found herself enchanted. Alas, she could not summon him to sing again. She could only wait for this taciturn fellow to have another moment of inspiration. Chen Mo leaned over the edge of the cloud-piercing vessel, gazing down at the distant mountains fading into the horizon. The peaks, cloaked in mist, appeared like a delicate ink painting unfurling in the morning light. As the vessel glided through the clouds, the first rays of dawn broke, a golden beam of sunlight filtering through the gaps and warming his skin. The gentle warmth made him squint, and he stared intently at the mountains below, as if imprinting their majesty into his memory. In truth, he was lost in thought. After a night of restless tossing, the warm sunlight soon lulled him into a slight drowsiness, and he longed for sleep. Xue Zixuan and the other young cultivators had settled into a meditative posture, their initial excitement from their first journey aboard the vessel now replaced by evident fatigue. You have endured a night of trials and recently feasted on the exquisite flesh of the black rock demon bull and the ice-cold mysterious python, both high-grade spiritual meats. Do not let them go to waste. Look, Brother Chao Hao has already begun his cultivation. Wu Yu remarked, surveying the group. All eyes turned to Chao Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, forming the hand seals of the basic qi cultivation technique, clearly immersed in his practice. With his exceptional talent and formidable strength, coupled with his diligence, it was no wonder he could slay the black rock bull with a single stroke. You should learn from Brother Chao Hao. Seize this opportunity to cultivate and absorb the spiritual flesh you have consumed, refining it for your own use. Prepare yourselves for our descent into the wilderness later tonight. There will be no time for recovery then. Wu Yu continued. Learn from Chao Hao. Chen Mo cast a glance at him. It was not merely hard work that prompted Chao Hao to start cultivating early. It seemed he was also eager to show off. Furthermore, there was likely another reason. Perhaps he had indulged too much in the dog food share between him and Xue Zixuan and sought refuge in cultivation to avoid further embarrassment. This reasoning was not found in the original text, but Chen Mo felt it was fitting now. Indeed, as we use words hung in the air, a subtle shift in energy enveloped Chao Hao, imparting an enigmatic aura. It seemed he had entered a wondrous state of cultivation. Wu Yu and He Yang were taken aback. The state of no thoughts and no intentions. Wu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The group stared in shock at Chao Hao. The state of no thoughts and no intentions was a realm many cultivators yearned for yet found elusive. In this state, a practitioner's mind becomes extraordinarily clear, unencumbered by attachments or distractions, serene and harmonious. All thoughts, emotions, and desires are cast aside, allowing the individual to achieve a profound unity with the universe. Such a condition, though not as instantaneous as enlightenment, allows a cultivator to maintain an exceptionally pure state for an extended period, amplifying the effectiveness of their practice remarkably. What a powerful fluctuation! In the next moment, an even more astonishing phenomenon occurred, including Wu Yu and He Yang. The formidable cultivators present were riveted, their gazes fixed on Chao Hao. Clearly, his rate of qi cultivation surpassed their wildest imaginations, creating a spiritual energy disturbance that was nothing short of miraculous. Shui Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt she could not possibly compare with Chao Hao. There was an insurmountable gap. However, Huang Xianying, Chen Xing, and Chen Mo remained composed. Huang Xianying's thoughts were solely on food. She only engaged when Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan made a stir. The fluctuations caused by Chao Hao's cultivation did not concern her. She merely cast a fleeting glance when he entered the state of no thoughts and no intentions. As for Chen Xing, he sensed Chao Hao's energy but remained unfazed, harboring disdain in his heart, thinking, only by recognizing the true dragon does one realize that fish and shrimp are insignificant. Compared to my sixth brother, he is but a firefly competing with the bright moon, a source of amusement. As the bright moon, Chen Mo was certainly not perturbed by Chao Hao's flickering light. Despite having only cultivated once, he sensed the heavenly spiritual energy around him was far superior to what Chao Hao had achieved. This was even during Chen Mo's initial attempts at capturing the energy still unrefined. He was confident that with continued practice, he would grow even stronger. Moreover, he had not entered the state of no thoughts and no intentions, implying that without this advantage, Chao Hao would pale in comparison before him. Thus, after the initial shock, as everyone began to meditate and cultivate, Chen Mo refrained from doing so himself. How could a modest individual like him reveal his brilliance before others? He was merely a novice in the first layer of qi cultivation, and any recognition he received was due to the foolish girl's inadvertent assistance. He preferred to be the man hidden behind her, seemingly weak, but, in truth, destined for greatness. Of course, Chen Mo could have harnessed stellar energy for cultivation, which would not disturb the spiritual energy of the heavens. However, he was uncertain whether Wu Yu and the others would detect any anomalies. Although the concept of stellar energy was absent from his prior memories, he could not be sure if the foundational cultivators within the sect were aware of it or could sense its presence. These uncertainties remained unclear to him for the moment, as they had yet to be addressed in the previous narrative. Perhaps it was best to sleep. He had already delayed for 12 years, and a few more days would matter little. This aligned perfectly with the persona he wished to cultivate within his philosophy of survival. This insufferably leisurely life as a celestial being. Chen Montak Muzit. He did not consider himself lazy. Sitting cross-legged, he glanced at Shui Zixuan, who had obediently begun her cultivation, clearly overwhelmed by Chao Hao's energy. Leaning against the vessel's edge, he closed his eyes, soon tilting his head and lazily resting it on her fragrant shoulder, softly succumbing to sleep. Shui Zixuan trembled slightly, her half-closed eyelids fluttering open for a moment before surrendering once more, allowing Chen Mo to lean against her. Huang Xianying, eyes wide with amusement, could not help but stifle a laugh. Brother Chen Mo is truly lazy, she whispered, glancing at Wu Yu and He Yang, who were seated at the front of the vessel, taking turns controlling its course. Brother Chen Mo, with his first-grade spirit root, only becoming a celestial seed at 18, cannot simply be lacking in comprehension. I perceive him as quite astute. He is far from foolish. Now I understand. This is how Brother Chen Mo cultivates. He Yang quietly remarked to Huang Xianying and Wu Yu. While Wu Yu urged everyone to cultivate, it seemed Chen Mo was engaged in his own unique form of practice. As soon as he settled into a cross-legged position, he succumbed to slumber. It was one thing to fall asleep, but he also leaned against the shoulder of his junior sister, Shui Zixuan, which visibly unsettled the young lady. Fortunately, Shui Zixuan possessed remarkable talent and adjusted swiftly. However, it was certain that she could not immerse herself entirely in cultivation, thus diminishing the efficacy of her practice. Ahem, Surely it wouldn't be the case that every session of cultivation unfolds in such a manner? Wu remarked. Senior brother Wu, do you not find it even more plausible that junior brother Chen Mo behaves this way during every session? Exclaimed another, with a first-grade spiritual root. Chen Mo is no fool. Ha! Senior brother Wu, senior brother He, you two have found Chen Mo amusing, haven't you? Whether amusing or not, I am uncertain. But I do observe that junior brother Chen Mo shares a similar carefree disposition as you, junior sister. Carefree? Am I truly so? Huang Xining blinked, her expression one of astonishment, evidently taken aback by Wu Yu's comment. Wu Yu was an honest senior brother. Had it been Chen Mo, he would undoubtedly be quite the chatterbox. As for his carefree nature, who knows? He certainly has a fierce demeanor. Alas, if only your eyes were proportionate to your fierceness, you would be exceedingly formidable. Chow Hao, if you were in Chen Mo's position and witnessed Chow Hao exhibiting such formidable talent in cultivation, would you strive with even greater fervor, or simply fall asleep? I would undoubtedly cultivate fervently. No, I would just go with the flow. For frenzied cultivation seems futile when faced with someone as powerful as Chow Hao. Poor junior brother Chen Mo. Ha! Wu Yu wore a bemused expression. Yet Huang Xining giggled, relieved that the area controlling the cloud-piercing vessel had activated a soundproof array. Look at junior brother Chen Mo. Does he appear even slightly despondent? Huang Xining remarked, gesturing with her chin. He Yang turned his gaze toward Chen Mo, only to be taken aback. There he was, having slid down from Shui Zishuan's shoulder, now resting his head upon her crossed legs, while she, once seated, had spread her legs apart, inadvertently pushing her third brother aside. Chapter 52. Reluctant Cultivation. He Yang glanced at Chen Mo, then at the other cultivators, and back at Chen Mo. While everyone else was diligently immersed in their cultivation, Chen Mo lay sprawled across Shui Zishuan's lap, soundly asleep, creating a stark contrast with the rest of the group. He Yang could only feel speechless, tinged with envy. To be nestled against the beauty of a woman while indulging in slumber, Chen Mo had achieved that. Earlier, he had pitted Chen Mo, thinking he might be disheartened by Chow Hao's extraordinary talent for cultivation. But now He Yang realized that the notion of despair was utterly foreign to Chen Mo. Wu Yu's words about being carefree were spot on. What did it matter how impressive Chow Hao was? Chen Mo seemed completely unfazed. Otherwise, he could not have so easily drifted into a deep sleep, without a trace of concern or modesty, sleeping however he pleased, in whatever position he desired, with an air of nonchalance and relaxation. It remained unclear whether Chen Mo's choice to rest upon Shui Zishuan's lap was intentional or coincidental. Regardless, it was evident that Shui Zishuan harbored no aversion towards him, contrary to the rumors. On the contrary, it was apparent to anyone that she held affection for Chen Mo. Her gentle demeanor, unwilling to disturb him, and the tender glances she cast his way spoke volumes. Even as Chen Mo's presence significantly affected her cultivation, she made no move to dislodge him. One hand gently cradled his head, while the other shielded him from the bright sunlight, ensuring his slumber was as comfortable as possible. Chen Mo was treated with such tenderness. Such intimate contact was not shunned by Shui Zishuan. Who could possibly witness this and not envy Chen Mo? The cloud-piercing vessel soared through the void, slicing through mist and cloud with the speed of lightning, rapidly heading towards the Tianyan sect. The vastness of the cultivation world was boundless. For those of lesser power, the regions they could access throughout their lives were exceedingly limited. Only powerful cultivators possessed the ability to utilize flying artifacts to expand their realms of activity. Once one entered the realm of immortality, the depths were unfathomable. Returning in this lifetime seemed a distant dream. The path to the heavens was solitary, and the ties of earthly emotions, family, love, friendship, would gradually be severed, whether one wished it or not, akin to a chess piece moving further away from worldly constraints. Unless one became strong enough, one could traverse 100,000 mountains at will, such as the way of the immortals. The path of immortality is both merciless and compassionate. During the day, as they journeyed, the group meditated on the cloud-piercing vessel, restoring their energy and preparing themselves for peak performance. Chen Mo spent the first 2 days merely sleeping. However, he no longer enjoyed the privileges of his initial slumber, for he had lost the chance to rest upon Shui Zixuan's lap again. This was due to the impact it had on her cultivation, and he felt too embarrassed to pretend it was unintentional. Once was acceptable, but repeatedly feigning innocence was inappropriate. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Shui Zixuan would not grant him the opportunity to feign. She wished to cultivate and felt a bit shy. The first time, Chen Mo had acted without consulting her, but from then on, she would not allow him to take such liberties. After 2 days on the 5th day, as Chen Mo sought to sleep once more, he was roused by Shui Zixuan, who insisted he begin meditating and cultivating. Chen Mo felt quite embarrassed. It wasn't he that being managed by his beautiful partner was shameful. Others would only envy him, but rather the spiritual energy fluctuations resulting from his meditation were quite disheartening. A first-grade spiritual root should not be so feeble. Look at Chao Hao, with the same grade of spiritual root, whose prowess was astonishing, leaving the audience in awe. Yet Chen Mo's was pitifully small, so insignificant that one could barely perceive any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to obediently meditate and cultivate. There was no escaping the fierce insistence of the silly girl. What others did not realize was that Chen Mo felt this silly girl was his timely benefactor. Or perhaps she was merely attuned to his thoughts. After several days of covertly experimenting, he had discreetly attempted to harness the power of the stars a few times. And neither Wu Yu, Huang Xianying, nor He Yang had shown any reaction, indicating they were likely unaware. Chen Mo was certain he could cultivate confidently in front of everyone. However, after several days of slumber, abruptly transitioning to serious cultivation would be too conspicuous. He needed a more natural excuse to commence. Just as he was contemplating this, the silly girl slapped him on the back. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Is that all you do? Can't you cultivate at all? It may be slow, but as long as you cultivate, you will progress. Get up and cultivate. Be obedient. The last 2 words made Chen Mo, who had been glaring, instantly relent. Though still appearing reluctant, he sat cross-legged and began earnest cultivation. As he forged himself like a furnace, using the power of the stars as fire to temper his being, Chun Xing, who was anxiously observing, kept sneaking glances at him. When he noticed that Chen Mo had entered a state of meditation without stirring much of a spiritual energy disturbance, he finally let out a sigh of relief, confirming that his younger brother was not foolish, but indeed very low-key. During these days, each night, Wu Yu continued to seek out a relatively suitable resting place within the 100,000 mountains, providing the cultivators opportunities for experience. They hunted beasts, sought spiritual herbs, and tested their luck, hoping for fortuitous encounters. Naturally, the routes Wu Yu took were along the periphery of the mountains, adding considerable distance to their journey. The depths of the 100,000 mountains were not places for them to venture. Even Wu Yu, at the late stage of foundation establishment, found it daunting. Thus, this cycle repeated. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Chao Hao's gains had been astonishing. His displayed combat prowess and fortune repeatedly pushed the limits of others' astonishment. Conversely, Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan had failed to replicate their initial glory. Aside from their remarkable first achievement, where they had overwhelmingly surpassed Chao Hao, the following 10 days yielded little in terms of significant gains. The quantities of spiritual herbs and fruits they collected were far less than during their first foray. In fact, the total harvest over those 10 days barely equaled what they had secured on the first day. It seemed that their fortunes had been exhausted in that initial triumph. Of course, this was only in comparison to Chao Hao. Relative to others, they still maintained a distinct advantage. Chen Mo found this somewhat reassuring, as it indicated that their fortunes were merely slightly inferior to Chao Hao's, yet not entirely lacking. This further confirmed the effectiveness of Chen Mo's divine ability, fortune enhancement, which was evidently remarkable. After witnessing Chao Hao's ostentation for over 10 days, Chen Mo felt powerless to intervene. He could not stop it. The subsequent days of the narrative were rather mundane, lacking the brilliance of the first night, and thus were summarized without detail. Consequently, Chen Mo could not seize the opportunity, especially in terms of slaying formidable beasts. Even if he wished to intervene, his strength did not permit him. He, Xue Zixuan, Chun Xing, and Xue Zifei, when united, were still no match for Cao Hao's terrifying combat power. The beast that Cao Hao could easily dispatch posed a threat to their very lives. How could they possibly intervene? This made Chen Mo acutely aware that absolute strength was paramount. Each day, Cao Hao continued to improve as if reborn, with a growth rate that could only be described as feral. Chen Mo felt the weight of pressure. This was precisely why, after 2 days of slumber, he began capturing the power of the stars to test Wu Yu and the others, ultimately leading him to engage fully in cultivation every day. However, each time, Chen Mo deliberately feigned drowsiness. Xue Zixuan would arch her brows and compel him to practice, prompting him to commence his training with an air of reluctance. In truth, he was overjoyed within. Not only did he successfully deceive Cao Hao and Wu Yu, but he also had the opportunity to secretly cultivate with the power of the stars. Furthermore, none were aware that the results of his training were far more profound than they appeared on the surface. Chapter 53. Stepping into the world of immortality, the extent to which entering the realm of cultivation is beneficial is something Chen Mo cannot quantify at present. After all, the power of the stars and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth are two fundamentally different forms of energy. Their respective strengths and weaknesses, as well as their comparability, remain unknown to Chen Mo naturally. Comparisons cannot be made until the moment when the star power he refines ceases to merge into his very being and is instead gathered within his dantian for his use. At that point, he will be able to contrast the true essence obtained from refining star power against that acquired from the cultivation of heavenly spiritual energy, thereby revealing the effectiveness of his practice. However, Chen Mo suspects that it is likely superior to that of Cao Hao, as the fluctuations triggered by his absorption of heavenly spiritual energy are significantly greater than those produced by Cao Hao. Furthermore, the power of the stars originates from the myriad realms of existence, and it stands to reason that it should be of a higher caliber than the earthly spiritual energy confined to a single domain. While Chen Mo revels in his thoughts, he is unaware that Xue Zixuan shares in his secret delight. As someone with a true goddess perspective, Xue Zixuan is fully aware of all of Chen Mo's subtle intentions. After all, how else could she serve as his timely rein? Seeing Chen Mo's joy akin to that of a simpleton brings her great amusement. Nevertheless, she must keep a mental ledger, noting the frequency and nature of the impudent remarks he makes about her in his thoughts. It appears that the areas of his interest have begun to multiply. Although his focus remains on her posterior, it is evident that he is no longer content with a singular form of amusement. The rascal's appetite is evidently expanding, and Xue Zixuan dutifully records his crimes. The cloud-piercing boat soared through the void when suddenly the entire vessel erupted with brilliant radiance, its speed doubling in an instant. At the same time, intricate and profound symbols on the boat seemed to come alive, exuding a wispy aura. In the next moment, with a resonant hum, the surroundings transformed as if entering an entirely different realm, transitioning from a state of rapid motion to a gentle drift, while the colors of the world around them underwent a glorious renewal. As Chen Mo and the other aspiring immortals were jolted from their meditative states by this astonishing shift, Wu Yu's voice rang out. Fellow disciples, there is no need for alarm. After half a month, we have emerged from the great mountain range. The recent tremor was merely the barrier separating the secular world from the realm of cultivation. Senior Brother Wu, what is this barrier? Cao Hao inquired. The secular world and the realm of cultivation are distinctly separated by the borders of the great mountain range. Look below. We have now entered the realm of cultivation. Wu Yu explained. Upon hearing this, the group of aspiring immortals rose and leaned over the edge of the boat to gaze down. The mountains still undulated majestically, yet they no longer appeared as treacherous as before. The layers of green hills gradually leveled off, revealing a few scattered villages, while the outlines of towns in the distance became increasingly discernible. The most notable transformation was the disappearance of the ominous mist that had once shrouded the land. As if swept away by a gentle breeze, and the atmosphere in the air felt remarkably lighter. With the clouds cleared and the sky brightened, the desolation surrounding them vanished, replaced by a vibrant vitality. The picturesque landscape unfolded like a scroll as the cloud-piercing boat glided through the skies. Unfortunately, the vessel soared rather high. Although the view was expansive, it was difficult to see clearly. They could only faintly discern the distant mountains and towns, enveloped in hues of dawn, emanating an ethereal aura. Now that we have entered the territory of our sect, you'll find villages, mortals, and various cultivating families here, all akin to your secular world. Wu Yu continued. Senior Brother Wu, if there is no difference, why do we still distinguish between the secular world and the realm of cultivation? Chao Hao asked, feigning ignorance. This fool perpetually plays the role of an inquisitive model student, always seeking attention. Chen Mo, while speechless, could not help but admire the depth of character exhibited by Chao Hao after his rebirth. Who was he trying to impress? Amidst this, the most beautiful and talented girls, Xue Zixuan, Li Shaoqing, Xue Zifei, and even the food-loving senior sister Huang Xianying, were all gathered around Chen Mo, showing little interest in Chao Hao. Chen Mo himself was perplexed as to why Chao Hao's popularity, particularly among women, had plummeted so drastically. In the original plot, Chao Hao was quite the charmer. Could it be that the butterfly effect had diminished his romantic prospects? Or was it due to his own presence, which seemed to exude an irresistible charm? After all, in the original narrative, he had already met his demise and was thus non-existent in this moment. Without Chen Mo, Chao Hao was undoubtedly the most handsome. This was indisputable. Yet such disparity in appeal was difficult to comprehend. Chao Hao was undeniably impressive, especially in terms of talent, combat prowess, and fortune, all of which overshadowed Chen Mo's modest appearance. Due to the differences in geography, the heavenly laws, and the spiritual energy of the earth, Wu Yu replied with a slight smile, his gaze profound. The secular world is a bustling place, rich with human emotions, where the heavenly laws are obscured by the desires of mortals, leading to a dilution of spiritual energy. Day after day, people succumb to the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, finding it arduous to break free from the constraints of fate. Even cultivators in the secular world are bound by these heavenly laws, with the foundation establishment realm being the pinnacle of what they can achieve. In contrast, the realm of cultivation is vast and boundless, with abundant spiritual energy and clear heavenly laws. Here, cultivators face significantly fewer restrictions, allowing them to progress beyond the foundation establishment realm and explore the mysteries of the immortal path. Wu Yu paused, casting his gaze toward the rivers and mountains below, his voice dropping to a solemn tone. In addition to these reasons, there are rules established by the top powers within the realm of cultivation. The secular world can be seen as the root of the cultivation realm. Immortals are ultimately former mortals who have transcended through cultivation. Therefore, distinguishing between the secular world and the realm of cultivation serves as a constraint for cultivators. Those of great power are forbidden from intervening in the secular world with force. Otherwise, even a single golden core cultivator could wreak havoc, threatening the very existence of the secular realm. Without it, our roots would be severed. These are matters for you to understand. What I truly wish to impart is a final point where you said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Chao Hao, whom he favored most. Senior Brother Wu, I am all ears. Gao Hao deeply, his expression earnest and filled with anticipation. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The weak are at the mercy of others, while the strong rise above all, holding dominion over their fate. The so-called divine figures who remain detached from worldly affairs, slaying demons, and bringing salvation to the masses are merely the stuff of legends. From the moment you step into this world, thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Wu. Chao Hao's eyes shone with fervor, as if filled with boundless dreams and expectations for the future, and his aura seemed to undergo a profound transformation. The entire assembly was momentarily taken aback by this display, including Wu Yu himself. Goodness, this fellow's aura of superiority is an impressive tool for showing off. Thank goodness I know him well. Otherwise, I might have been swept away by his charm and ended up as a subordinate, or worse, a little sister when he needs one. Ugh, how disgusting. Especially that Guixian who seems to think so. Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at a fellow disciple named Guixian. Fortunately, the foolish girl appears unaffected. Sister Zifei. Chen Mo secretly observed Shui Zishuan and Shui Zifei. The former remained cool and composed, showing no interest in Chao Hao, while the latter gazed at him, her beautiful eyes seemingly sparkling with intrigue. Smack! Without much thought, Chen Mo reached out and firmly slapped Shui Zifei on the shoulder, producing a loud sound. Shui Zifei exclaimed in surprise, abruptly turning to face Chen Mo, Xiao Mo. What's the matter? It's nothing, Sister Zifei. Just a little dirt on your shoulder that I've brushed off, he replied. You startled me, Shui Zifei said, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze. Speaking in a hushed tone, all eyes were now on her, her startled cry having roused everyone. What a fright. I didn't even slap your backside. Who told you to be so weak-willed? If it were a foolish girl, her backside would have been slapped into bloom. The screams would have been even louder. Huang Xianying remained silent. As a top-tier genius in foundational cultivation, she held no interest in Chao Hao, her focus entirely on her snack bag, thus unaffected by the prevailing atmosphere. As for Li Shaoqing, Chen Mo couldn't help but admire her. This stubborn little girl, though gazing at Chao Hao, displayed no change in her expression, her cold little eyes clearly reflecting an unyielding attitude towards him. Chapter 54. A woman's intuition. Wu Yu cast a glance at Chen Mo and Shui Zifei. It was remarkable that Chao Hao could grasp the essence of his words and undergo a transformation in his state of mind. Not only did this change manifest, but it also emanated a profound aura that impacted those around him. Even he, in the late stage of foundation establishment, felt its effects. Had it not been for Shui Zifei's piercing scream, he might have remained lost in astonishment. This left Wu Yu, while shocked, with an inexplicable sense of curiosity, or perhaps disbelief. How could someone like Chao Hao, merely at the fourth layer of qi refinement, wield an influence potent enough to affect someone in the late stage of foundation establishment, like himself? Chao Hao's expression remained unchanged, still brimming with the fervent gaze of a talented youth filled with dreams and expectations. He looked at Wu Yu as if he were entirely unaffected by Shui Zifei's scream. However, internally, he was cursing Chen Mo and his ancestors. Undoubtedly, Chen Mo had inadvertently startled Shui Zifei, whose scream abruptly disrupted the rare opportunity for him to deploy his turtle qi. Now, the effect was diminished by at least half, and for those with a resolute will, it might be rendered entirely ineffective. How could Chao Hao not feel aggrieved? Yet, he could only suppress his frustration. In Chao Hao's eyes, Chen Mo was perhaps a mere tool for tempering his mindset. He could easily obliterate him with a single punch, having meticulously planned for Chen Mo's demise on the night of their engagement. However, since the evaluation from the Immortal sect began, unforeseen events had derailed his plans, preventing him from striking against Chen Mo. What his senior brother had said earlier was somewhat extreme, yet it was meant to illuminate the significance of competition for cultivators, especially for newcomers like you, who have just stepped into the realm of cultivation. It is crucial for you to comprehend the brutal and perilous nature of the cultivation world, contrary to the idyllic notions propagated in the secular realm. Yet, as cultivators, one must never descend into demonic paths in pursuit of power, for that would lead to irreparable losses, if not utter ruin. Competition should be about striving, not plundering or resorting to unscrupulous means. Our Tianyin sect is one of the most ancient immortal sects, with strict requirements for its disciples. Even though you have passed the Immortal sect's evaluation to become disciples of Tianyin, the teachings are not lightly bestowed. Your potential for cultivation and the opportunities for advancement depend not solely on your innate talents, but also on your character and resolve. Upon entering the sect, you will receive treatment commensurate with your rank as disciples. As the discussion continued, Wu Yu elaborated on various aspects of the sect that Chen Mo perceived as a beginner's guide. Chao Hao continued to interject with questions, while Chen Mo refrained from further critiques. Wu Yu's explanations and Chao Hao's inquiries covered many elements that are often glossed over in simplistic narratives. and Chen Mo was eager to absorb this information. Throughout the prolonged discussion, which lasted over an hour until the cloud-piercing vessel began its descent, both Chen Mo and the other newcomers gained a clearer understanding of the cultivation world and the Tianyan sect. As the vessel descended, He Yang's expression grew slightly animated. Huang Xianing also stood up, stretching and casually glancing at Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan, her smile deepening. Such fortunate occurrences are not something I can often count on. Even if I do, I cannot always attract exceptional disciples like Chao Hao, Shui Zishuan, and Chen Mo. The rewards for such endeavors are scarce, Wu Yu remarked, mentioning Chen Mo's name with some reluctance. Ah, Brother Wu, it matters not, as long as I am with you. Of course, it would be even better if Sister Huang could join us. Perhaps our good fortune, this time, is due to the three of us being together, He Yang said, his honest face revealing a hint of cleverness, suggesting a notion that was rather mystical. Yet cultivators must believe in such matters. Luck is enigmatic, much like the compatibility of one's fate. This time, although He Yang was merely accompanying Wu Yu, he was poised to receive rewards and contributions far beyond expectations due to the presence of Chao Hao, Shui Zishuan, Chen Mo, and Li Shaoqing. Such missions, being both easy and low risk while offering high rewards, are rare. Go if you wish, I shall not accompany you again. Were it not for my master insisting I go and preparing snacks for me, I would not have participated. Luckily this time, it turned out well. Encountering Sister Zishuan and Brother Chen Mo, Huang Xianing exclaimed. She suddenly turned towards Shui Zishuan and Chen Mo, her face beaming with a smile that made her large. Beautiful eyes resemble crescent moons. However, sister, reports still need to be made. Once all the seedlings gathered from the 10 cities arrive, the sect will hold an initiation ceremony. It would be best to wait until then to take her away, Wu Yu said with a serious expression. Wu Yu is a man of integrity, responsible enough not to bend the rules simply because of Huang Xianing or her master. Allowing Shui Zishuan to depart immediately would be unfair to her. Regardless of whether Shui Zishuan had agreed to Huang Xianing's proposal, it would still be unjust. Only after experiencing the initiation ceremony could Shui Zishuan make the most informed choice. This was a crucial decision, one that would impact their futures in the path of immortality. Ah, Brother Wu, does that mean there will surely be others vying for Sister Zishuan? Or perhaps someone will contend with my master? However, there are not many who dare challenge my master. I understand now. I shall prepare my master. Sister Zishuan, you are my destined sister. I must secure you. Wu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment, left speechless. Shui Zishuan, too, looked somewhat taken aback at Huang Xianing's enthusiasm. Following her instincts, she felt a twinge of reluctance to grow too close to Huang Xianing. Yet, Chen Mo wished for her to bond with Huang Xianing, for he was acutely aware that they currently stood no chance against Chao Hao. Chapter 55, The Axe? Of course, these were not words explicitly spoken by Chen Mo, they were merely overheard by her. Over the past half-month, Shui Zishuan has come to fully grasp the terrifying nature of Chao Hao, validating Chen Mo's warnings. Yet, this was merely the Chao Hao she had witnessed. The true essence of Chao Hao, as depicted in Chen Mo's heavenly book, was even more formidable. Furthermore, the butterfly effect had transformed Chen Mo from a feeble individual with a 9th-grade spiritual root into one with a 1st-grade spiritual root. Not only did he pass the tests of the Celestial Gate, but he was also exceptionally promoted to an inner disciple. Additionally, she willingly agreed to an engagement with Chen Mo rather than being coerced into it. These 3 reasons deterred Chao Hao from taking action against Chen Mo. But what about the future? All narratives concerning Chen Mo would cease to exist in the heavenly book. When and how Chao Hao would act remained a mystery to Chen Mo. Moreover, Chao Hao was resolute in his pursuit of her. Given her connection with Chen Mo, how could she possibly withstand such pressure? The mere thought filled Shui Zishuan with an overwhelming sense of dread. Fortunately, Chen Mo appeared to possess a significant degree of confidence. While she was still unclear about the specifics, she knew that Chen Mo's awakening as a celestial seed was not solely reliant on the heavenly book. Through Chen Mo's incessant musings, Xue Zishuan had learned about the stellar power and understood the reasons behind his hesitance to capture and consume the earthly spirit energy. However, she had yet to witness it firsthand and was unsure if Chen Mo's accounts were exaggerated. She could not inquire further and could only observe Chen Mo's progress. Nevertheless, considering that Chen Mo was currently at the first level of qi refinement, Xue Zishuan believed it more prudent to rely on herself than on him. After all, according to the records in the heavenly book, once she awakened the Nine body, she would not be significantly inferior to the resurrected Chao Hao. Therefore, before she turned 18, she and Chen Mo could only remain as cautious as possible and seek all possible protection. Huang Xianying's proactive outreach was undoubtedly an excellent option. She had no choice but to align her decisions with Chen Mo's wishes. As the cloud-piercing boat gradually descended, Chen Mo and the others stood upon it, their eyes reflecting a brand new realm. When the vessel reached a certain altitude, Wu Yu lightly waved his hand, producing a token that emitted a dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire sky like the dawn's first light. Soon after, a deep humming resonated between the distant mountains and the void, as if the very laws of nature had been awakened in an instant. The protective mountain array slowly activated, and cascades of light poured down, enveloping the void surrounding the mountains in a heavy aura. Chen Mo and the others felt an overwhelming pressure wash over them, as if the entire expanse of the void had trembled in response. "We have arrived," Wu Yu announced, as the protective array unfolded. Chen Mo and the others instinctively held their breath, their eyes sparkling with excitement and exhilaration. Before them lay the fabled celestial gate. They had finally arrived. The scene before them resembled the celestial paradise. Although Chen Mo had read about such descriptions in mindless narratives, witnessing it in reality left him profoundly awestruck. From their elevated vantage point, they beheld a majestic celestial mountain, vast and imposing, stretching endlessly like a giant dragon coiling between heaven and earth. The mountain undulated with towering peaks, an awe-inspiring sight. The summit was bathed in radiant hues, surrounded by clouds that resembled silk ribbons, with layers of light cascading down, illuminating the entire mountain in a dazzling spectacle. "That is the main peak of our Tianyan sect," Wu Yu explained as they descended. Between the peaks floated clusters of white clouds, and occasionally, cultivators riding on celestial cranes soared past. Scattered across the celestial mountain were magnificent palaces of imposing grandeur. From time to time, Chen Mo and the others glimpsed practitioners garbed in Taoist robes, either traversing the palaces or soaring through the air on their swords. Suddenly, on one of the peaks, a proud figure stood, and upon noticing the cloud-piercing boat passing by, he swiftly ascended on his sword, arriving at the vessel's side in an instant. The young man, initially captivated by Xue Zishuan's beauty, was about to inquire with Wu Yu, but upon seeing Huang Xianying rise, his expression changed drastically, as if he had encountered a ghost. He nearly fell from his flying sword and, without hesitation, darted away like lightning, his voice echoing back. "Is that a mouse fleeing from a cat? Xiaoyang, I warn you, she is my junior sister, my dear junior sister. If you dare to have designs on her, I will castrate you." Huang Xianying pointed at the fleeing figure, her voice icy. "That message will carry far. And no, I wouldn't dare." The voice quivered in fear. "How unfortunate. How could she be the one to attract celestial seeds? She is truly stunning, a mid-stage qi refinement. Around 15 or 16 years old, with undeniable talent. How did she become your dear junior sister? Forget it, forget it. I cannot provoke her. This madwoman would truly go as far as to castrate me. And who knows, she might even stew me for dinner. How unfortunate I am." Xiao Yang's face turned pale. Fortunately, Huang Xianying did not pursue him. Xiao Yang, a talented inner disciple of the Tianyan sect, was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He still made an appearance, but unlike the mindless narratives where he would flee upon encountering a food-loving sister, here he was met with no warning. The continuation of his story would have to wait for the second volume. Damn it, the second volume would likely take another 2 days to commence. Chen Montak Muzit, glancing at Xue Zishuan. "This foolish girl, a calamity of beauty, Sai. In the future, her looks, her figure, coupled with her talent, will undoubtedly bring forth a multitude of troubles. Damn it, I can't concern myself with all that. I have already caught the attention of Chow Hao. Can there be anything more troublesome? Sigh, they said I wouldn't be caught up in romantic entanglements, but this hardly counts as romance, does it? After all, we are already engaged. She is undoubtedly my wife, and I find myself utterly at her mercy. I reluctantly accept my fate. Oh wait, the foolish girl is blushing. It seems my cursed charm has ensnared her. Shui Zishuan felt compelled to avert her gaze from Chen Mo, refusing to meet his eyes. She could not listen any longer, fearing she might react impulsively. That lecher truly knew how to seize every opportunity to provoke her. Yet, she was acutely aware that Chen Mo spoke the truth. Being excessively beautiful, without sufficient strength to protect oneself, could indeed lead to significant troubles. In the secular world, the Shui family of Baiyun City and the Chen family could provide her ample protection. But once she stepped into the realm of cultivation, such safeguards would vanish. She and Chen Mo would have to rely solely on their own abilities. Had they not been engaged, had she remained single, or even if she simply did not favor Chen Mo, her beauty could have served as a resource, advantageous for her future if wielded wisely. Yet now, her talent and appearance felt more like burdens than assets. Of course, within the Tianyin sect, as long as she remained steadfast and true to herself, she would likely avoid any unforeseen calamities. Junior sister Zishuan, there is no need to fear. Xiao Yang is one of the top 10 talented disciples in our Tianyin sect. He is not a bad person. Moreover, within the sect, no one would dare to act against you. Will you reassure Shui Zishuan? Yes, brother is right. Besides, junior sister Zishuan, you have me as your senior sister. Huang Xianing added, Chen Mo, you must diligently cultivate. Otherwise, how can you protect your wife? That would be quite embarrassing. Huang Xianing's words struck a chord, and Chen Mo replied, Indeed. I have been diligently cultivating these past few days and feel I am making satisfactory progress. Zishuan, once I catch up to your level, anyone who dares to provoke you will first have to contend with my axe. Do you agree? With that, Chen Mo dramatically produced an axe. Though it was somewhat awkward, he had intended to retrieve his sword, but while rummaging through his belongings to extinguish a campfire, he inadvertently grabbed the axe instead. I don't need your protection. Shui Zishuan's face flushed. Indeed, it seems it is you who protects me. Chen Mo shrugged and replied. Zishuan, do not worry. I am here for you. At that moment, Chow Hao smiled faintly and spoke calmly. However, the fierce glint in his eyes revealed his sincerity. Gao Hao, as a junior disciple, what business do you have in their conversation? It is not your place to protect junior sister Zishuan. She is my beloved apprentice. Huang Xianing retorted sharply, showing no tolerance for Chow Hao. All right, enough of this. We have arrived at the reception hall. Allow me to assist you in your registration. Will you interjected hastily? Chapter 56. The Elder truly has insight. Chen Mo quietly stowed away his axe. While he outwardly appeared carefree, internally he was far from indifferent. Huang Xianing's seemingly jesting remarks would elicit a reaction from any man of even the slightest integrity. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. To pursue foolishness is no different. Since my nature is hard to change, I must demonstrate a relentless determination. Damn it, Chow Hao, that dog shows me such blatant disregard, attempting to undermine me right before my eyes, and yet I lack the strength to retaliate. I must enhance my abilities, and swiftly. A technique that consumes life essence suits me well. Chen Mo pondered inwardly, while Shui Zishuan furrowed her brows tightly. Chen Mo's thoughts were consumed with the notion of eternal life, possessing boundless lifespan, perfectly aligned with cultivation methods that deplete life essence and promise rapid advancement. I can burn 100 or 80 years of lifespan for fun. However, Shui Zishuan remained oblivious to any of Chen Mo's musings regarding longevity, Earth, or his current state as a transmigrator. Just as she could not voice the thoughts echoing in Chen Mo's mind, there were words she simply could not hear. An invisible force seemed to orchestrate their fate, allowing her to perceive only what she was meant to. The methods that consume life essence must be classified as taboo, wielding terrifying power. Few dare to employ them, unless facing life or death. But I am unafraid. Indeed, this is undoubtedly a means of rapid advancement. Chen Mo's voice echoed once more in Shui Zixuan's mind, tightening her frown further. Frustration bubbled within her. She felt an urge to scold or strike someone. How could such a foolish individual exist? Do you not value your life? If only Chen Mo could hear her inner thoughts. Yes, I do feel my life is excessively long. At the Tianyin sect, in the reception hall, a dedicated department responsible for recruiting young talents. The purpose was clear, to welcome aspiring immortals into the sect. This examination encompassed not only Baiyun City, but also the Tianyin sect's oversight of 10 cities within the Zhao Kingdom, with Baiyun City being merely one among many. Wu Yu led the group into the grand hall. An elder with an ethereal demeanor and a countenance that belied his years sat behind a reception desk. Chen Mo was filled with anticipation, not for the registration process or the distribution of beginner equipment, but for the commencement of the second volume of the unrivaled Celestial Sovereign. The conclusion of the first volume coincided with the completion of their registration and settling into their temporary lodgings that very evening. Thus, tonight marked the moment the first volume would culminate. Chen Mo speculated that the rewards of the second volume would manifest at a critical juncture, just as the first had when he faced his initial life-and-death ordeal. We meet again, Master Yuxuan. Wu Yu bowed in respect. The other aspiring immortals followed suit, offering their greetings. Despite sensing no aura emanating from the elder, the absence of any presence made him even more intimidating. The title Master Yuxuan was indicative of a status only attained by those who had reached the Golden Core stage, a distinguished rank within the realm of cultivation. Ah, you are Chao Hao, a first-grade spiritual root? At 16 years of age, at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage? Impressive young one, testing at the peak of the 3rd level, and within half a month you are nearing the 4th level. Your innate talent is formidable, but do not be hasty in your advancement. A solid foundation is paramount. Rapid breakthroughs can be detrimental. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Chao Hao bowed respectfully, maintaining a humble demeanor before the Golden Core Master, aware of the weight of the moment. And you must be Shui Zixuan, a second-grade spiritual root possessing an icy physique. Quite rare. Master Yuxuan's gaze fixed upon Shui Zixuan, admiration and a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, you are strikingly beautiful. I urge you to maintain your integrity and devote yourself to cultivation. Your future will be fraught with challenges far greater than those faced by your female peers. If you can surmount these trials, your achievements may surpass even mine. Persevere, young lady. I shall remember your name. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Shui Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed in gratitude. Chen Montak, young Wu, have you made an error? Upon seeing Chen Mo's name listed 3rd among the results, Master Yuxuan frowned at Wu Yu. A first-grade spiritual root, 18 years of age, at the Qi refinement stage. How can this be? Elder, I assure you, I have not made a mistake. Chen Mo's circumstances are rather unique. Wu Yu explained. Understood. Master Yuxuan interjected, presuming he comprehended the situation, and scanned the room until his gaze fell upon the sole individual at the Qi refinement stage. You are Chen Mo, a remarkably powerful physique, a genius of cultivation hindered by martial pursuits. You possess quite an attractive appearance as well. You two seem a perfect match. Master Yuxuan regarded Chen Mo and then Shui Zixuan with a knowing glimmer in his eyes, clearly amused by their close proximity, their shoulders nearly touching, a relationship that appeared more than casual. This elder truly possesses remarkable insight. Chen Mo, initially awkward, could not help but commend the elder internally, his heart swelling with joy, though his expression remained one of innocent earnestness, exhibiting the bashfulness befitting a youth. Fear not, young one, even as a first-grade spiritual root. Despite being delayed in your cultivation, this may not be entirely detrimental, particularly since you have honed your physical form. You may continue to strengthen your body, yet you must also begin refining your limbs and bones with true essence. This must be supplementary, as your primary focus must shift to Qi refinement. Do you understand my words, young one? Though such circumstances were not uncommon, Chen Mo's first-grade spiritual root made his situation particularly lamentable. There. I'm somewhat dim-witted by nature. Haha, humble yet again. Dim-witted. Yet you have cultivated your physique to this extent? Do not belittle yourself. As you enter the realm of immortals, prioritize your aspirations. Without talent, will perseverance, temperament, or understanding, one cannot cultivate their body to such a level. You have merely taken a misdirected path. Wu Yu, about to offer further clarification, was taken aback, eyes widened as he listened to Master Yushuan. Huang Xianying, He Yang, and the other aspiring immortals, including Chao Hao, shared in the astonishment. No one anticipated Master Yushuan to hold Chen Mo in such high regard. Is Chen Mo's physique truly that formidable? Given the Chen family's commitment to martial arts, significant resources have been invested in his physical training, utilizing countless precious herbs. If your spiritual root were of medium or low grade, there might be little hope. Your physical form would consume your true essence, or rather, your true essence would integrate into your physique, repairing the flaws of your training and depleting your foundational energy, resulting in excessive consumption of true essence, a disadvantage. Especially at the chi refinement stage, with a medium or low-grade spiritual root, your already slow cultivation speed would be further hindered, potentially leaving you unable to establish a foundation before your lifespan is exhausted. But you are a first-grade spiritual root. What does a slight reduction in speed matter? Before your lifespan runs out, establishing a foundation is entirely feasible for you. Your innate speed is already swift, even with the physical training slowing your pace. You surpass those of medium or low-grade spiritual roots. Thus, your corporeal form is not merely a flaw. On the contrary, it could transform into an advantage. A robust physique enhances your capacity to harness true essence. Of course, my young friend, you must also exert more effort than others. Chen Mo felt somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Yu Xian would speak of him, let alone in such a manner. This contradicted his philosophy of diligent cultivation. Yet, despite knowing this was not entirely favorable, Chen Mo found himself feeling quite exhilarated, especially as he observed the gazes of those around him. He truly felt a sense of pride and vindication. This venerable elder possesses remarkable insight. He has discerned the extraordinary potential within him. Although he merely perceived a fraction of it, it was enough to leave Wu Yu speechless, unable to voice any criticisms regarding Chen Mo's uniqueness. Furthermore, Wu Yu suddenly felt that her previous notions of what was special were misguided. Otherwise, it would imply a challenge to the discernment of a golden core master. The esteemed Yu Xian undoubtedly perceived something extraordinary in Chen Mo that eluded others. Chen Mo's rigorous physical training is indeed formidable. It is not due to a lack of comprehension or diligence in cultivation, but rather the toll of intensive physical training that has hindered his progress. Shui Zishuan's lips curled into a smile, radiating joy like a carefree child. Her gaze towards Chen Mo was unabashed, as if she wished for everyone to know she was his beloved. Honestly, it made Chen Mo want to playfully chastise her. Must a young lady not exhibit a modicum of modesty? Chapter 57. The Coexistence of Immortal and Martial Arts? Unbearable. Li Shaoqing could hardly tolerate the expressions of Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan at this moment. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation, her fierce gaze fixated on the two, resembling an irate feline. To onlookers, she appeared nothing short of amusing and adorable, evoking no fear whatsoever. Li Shaoqing, my dear, what has upset you? Master Yu Xian, with a knowing glance, recognized Li Shaoqing instantly. Witnessing her pouty visage, particularly her cheeks swollen like a frogess, he couldn't help but exhibit a benevolent smile reminiscent of a grandfather. The charming little girl possessed an irresistible charm that could instantly evoke warmth in the hearts of the elderly. Li Shaoqing's appearance seemed to embody the very image of the most beloved granddaughter in the old man's mind. Both cute and beautiful. No, she retorted, casting a scathing glance at Chen Mo, who had dared to look her way. Though she did not shoot a similar glare at Shui Zishuan, it was evident she refrained from openly displaying her displeasure toward her. What has this little girl riled up about now? Chen Montag pondet Otali bemuset. What had he done to earn her ire? Intriguingly, he found her somewhat entertaining, possessing a third-tier spiritual root and being in the third layer of chi refinement. Her foundation was commendable, with a straightforward and honest disposition, if she focused on her cultivation. The prospect of her breaking into the golden core realm in the future was not entirely out of reach. Come on, little girl, give it your best, Master Yu Xian encouraged. As Li Shaoqing observed Master Yu Xian, she noticed his gaze shift back to the report card. Her eyes dimmed slightly with disappointment as she murmured, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." What did that mean? Master Yu Xian, despite being a formidable golden core cultivator, could not decipher the nuances of Li Shaoqing's expression. Chen Mo, too, was oblivious, either not noticing or simply indifferent to her thoughts. He found her to be a little sprite he could easily manage, yet she seemed to have the upper hand over him. He preferred to keep his distance. After all, what man would want to be pursued by a young girl? Shui Zishuan, however, shot a knowing glance at Li Shaoqing. She understood her intentions all too well. Li Shaoqing, who could hardly measure up to her in any aspect, merely sought the same praise from Master Yu Xian that she had received. Alas, her desires remained unfulfilled. Master Yu Xian did not overlook the others with mid-grade spiritual roots, offering each a few words of encouragement. A simple shift in emphasis inspired hope and confidence in the young cultivators about their futures. He extended his encouragement to the attendants of Shui Zifei, Chen Xing, and Li Shaoqing, reassuring them that regardless of their lower spiritual root quality, a strong mindset, will, and fortune could lead to a brilliant future. There were even instances where a servant disciple grew to become an inner disciple in the Tianyin sect. Subsequently, everyone completed their registration and received their new disciple identities and equipment. Chao Hao, Shui Zishuan, Chen Mo, and Li Shaoqing, who were exceptionally granted the status of inner disciples, received superior storage bags, blue inner disciple robes, a varying number of spirit stones based on their initial disciple rank determined by their realm, fasting pills, spirit meat, spirit rice, spirit vegetables, and a jade slip containing the Tianyin Qi refinement technique. Outer disciples received mid-grade storage bags and green outer disciple robes, along with a monthly salary that was merely a third of that of inner disciples, alongside the same jade slip. The attendants of Shui Zifei, Chen Xing, Li Shaoqing, and Chao Hao's green spirit turtle benefited from the treatment of servant disciples. The green spirit turtle was considered a pet, while the servant disciple robes were the simplest gray, accompanied by a storage bag of the lowest grade. The jade slip containing the Tianyin Qi refinement technique was also included, though the monthly allowance was significantly lower, roughly a third of that of outer disciples. Even so, this far exceeded the expectations of Shui Zifei and Chen Xing, who now understood why even a single attendant position could incite fierce competition. Tomorrow, all the young cultivators from the 10 cities would gather, and the day after, the sect would hold an initiation ceremony, during which a heart inquiry test would take place. I had little expectation before, but now I find myself somewhat eager to see your performances, Master Yu Xian remarked, his gaze sweeping over Chao Hao, Shui Zishuan, Chen Mo, and Li Shaoqing. Senior, could you enlighten us about the heart inquiry test? Gao Hao in Guit Zet Pet Fun. Master Yu Xian nodded with a smile, of course. However, whether I disclose this information or not will have minimal impact on the heart inquiry test. Each of you possesses unique talents, physiques, backgrounds, and experiences. Thus, your mindsets and preferences will inevitably differ. The heart inquiry test will allow you to recognize your true path within an illusory realm. Your path of the heart represents your innermost desires and aspirations in cultivation. Each individual's path of the heart is distinct. The vast majority aspire to reach the pinnacle of the immortal path, gaining immeasurable power and eternal life. Some aim to become masters of alchemy, others in talismans, weaponry, mechanisms, or beast taming, and many other arts of cultivation. The sect's heart inquiry test will consider your various attributes and, based on your path of the heart, guide you towards the most suitable cultivation direction, including primary and secondary focuses. After completing the heart inquiry test, it will be time for the strong to select disciples from among you. Of course, if chosen, the decision ultimately lies with you. You may also proactively seek a mentor, but then the choice will be in their hands. This is a mutual selection process, and only through willingness can it be achieved. However, during each initiation ceremony. Only a few exceptionally talented disciples are chosen by the sect as powerful figures. The majority must prove themselves over time to gain recognition. Well, for the four of you, aside from Chen Mo, you should have no worries about being selected as for you. It seems your future performance will determine your fate. Chen Mo was taken aback. Hadn't he been stated that everything was going well? Why was he the one without prospects? Training 1S physique. Just entering the ranks of young cultivators at 18, with a first-grade spiritual root, your cultivation journey is destined to be more arduous than that of a typical practitioner. Though you may become stronger, the path you tread is referred to as the coexistence of immortal and martial arts. Master Yu Xian, perceiving Chen Mo's expression, understood his thoughts and directly addressed him. The coexistence of immortal and martial arts? Not only Chen Mo, but everyone gazed at Master Yu Xian in astonishment. Xiao Hao shared the same reaction. Yet Chen Mo suspected that Xiao Hao was merely feigning surprise. As a reincarnated being, he could not be unaware of such knowledge. Indeed, the coexistence of immortal and martial arts is immensely powerful, rendering one nearly invincible at the same level. That is your strength. However, the drawbacks are more significant, which is precisely why the practice of immortal and martial arts has nearly vanished. The resources you will require for cultivation far exceed those of ordinary practitioners, perhaps by multiples. Yet, your cultivation speed will be considerably slower than that of others with the same spiritual root quality. For instance, when Xiao Hao establishes his foundation, he may barely reach the mid-stage of qi refinement. By the time he reaches the golden core stage, you may only be at the late stage of qi refinement. Moreover, as your realm ascends, your progress will become increasingly slow and arduous, with each realm's lifespan being finite. If you cannot break through to the next major realm before your lifespan expires, I hope you understand what I mean, little one. I understand. Invincible at the same level. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Master Yu Xian glared at Chen Mo. Young man, the focal point is not your invincibility at the same level. Can you defeat someone younger than you, like Xiao Hao? Chen Mo fell silent, yet he had no intention of defending himself. Moreover, he did not believe he would be slow. Chapter 58. What more do you desire? Subsequently, the 12 celestial seedlings of Baiyun City were temporarily arranged in a villa within the reception hall. After Wu Yu, He Yang, and Huang Xinying settled everyone in, they considered their mission accomplished, wishing all my junior brothers and sisters a brilliant future and an everlasting path in the celestial realm. He and I will await you at Tianqing Peak. This was Wu Yu's parting remark, evoking in Chen Mo the lines, "The azure sky awaits the misty rain. While I await you, the smoke rises gently, separated by a river of countless miles. Tianqing Peak, one of the mountains where the Foundation Establishment disciples reside, found Chen Mo perusing the novice guide prepared for newcomers, titled Overview of the Tianyin Sect. Wu Shixiang might be waiting for only a few. Among the 12 celestial seedlings from Baiyun City, besides Xiao Hao, the foolish girl, myself, and that little girl, it seems unlikely that half of them will successfully establish their foundations. Unmotivated to cultivate, Chen Mo was waiting for the commencement of the second volume of the mindless fantasy. According to records, after Xiao Hao reported in, he entered a state of cultivation that very night in the villa where he was temporarily residing, brimming with absolute confidence, and thus the first volume officially concluded. At this moment, Xiao Hao should be organizing his gains from the past half month. Once he finished, he would typically seek out the foolish girl to flirt under the starry skies of the cultivation world, dreaming of the future, discussing life, ideals, and perhaps holding hands. One must admit, Xiao Hao's self-control seems rather formidable. If it were me facing the foolish girl, merely holding hands would hardly suffice. I would start with fingers, then elbows, tracing along the arms. Cough, calm down. Now, surely, Xiao Hao would not be flirting with the foolish girl, would he? No. That rascal has a thick skin. I must go. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Montak. Just as Chen Mo was about to step out to find Shui Zishuan, the sound of her knocking and calling came from his door. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke across his face. The expression of a devoted admirer responding to the summons of his goddess was vividly on display. He intended to rush to the door immediately, but feigned nonchalance, replying before slowly making his way to open it, maintaining a facade of calm. No one could discern that he had just forced himself to appear composed. As the composed Chen Mo opened the door, he suddenly froze, staring blankly at the figure before him, forgetting even to breathe. Just a moment ago, he had been trying to maintain his composure, yet now he had completely forgotten everything, standing there dazed. In his eyes and heart, there was only Xue Zixuan, and nothing else. Fool! Seeing Chen Mo's dazed expression, Xue Zixuan initially intended to say something, but she too was momentarily stunned, then playfully chided him with a light tap on his thigh. The action was fierce, yet upon contact, it turned into a gentle pinch as she swiftly entered Chen Mo's room. Internally cursing himself for his lack of resolve and lamenting Xue Zixuan's enchanting allure that left him flustered, he felt helpless. This foolish girl was likely a chasm he would never be able to cross in his lifetime, destined to be deeply ensnared, or perhaps unwilling to extricate himself. How can one be so beautiful? Is it beautiful? It's terribly unattractive. Then why are you staring blankly? I wasn't staring blankly. I was admiring the foolish girl. You are the foolish girl, you big fool. This robe is no ordinary robe. It is a ceremonial robe. Look, Xue Zixuan, wanting to divert the conversation from the foolishness, reached for a lit candle, her sleeve brushing against the flame. However, there was no reaction. Fireproof, she remarked. It's also waterproof, stain-resistant, can self-dry, self-clean, adjusts in size within a certain range, and has protective qualities, durable and wear-resistant. You can make it a bit larger. Chen Mo observed the inner disciple-esque robe Xue Zixuan wore and remarked, the sky-blue robe appears quite ordinary, yet on you is striking enough to leave me breathless. Should I make it larger? I think it fits perfectly. Xue Zixuan spread her arms to the sides, twirling gracefully before Chen Mo, demonstrating the size. Chen Mo indeed scrutinized the fit. This is truly unbearable. His nose felt warm. Are you not aware of your own appearance and figure? Isn't this tempting fate? Chen Montag invatli scolded. What you said sounds like you're trying to say I'm too big. No, I mean your clothing is too tight. Loosen it a bit, and also, don't tie all your hair up. Leave a few strands to frame your neck. Otherwise, it makes your neck look too long and unattractive. What he said was one thing, but internally, he was grappling with another reality. Impossible. Xue Zixuan was too perfect. After tying up her dark hair, the sight of her snow-white, slender neck sent shivers down his spine, rendering him helpless. Oh! Xue Zixuan's lips curled into a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she approved of Chen Mo's suggestions. She activated her true essence, adjusting the robe to fit more loosely. She only ceased when Chen Mo declared it sufficient. Then, she let down her hair, following Chen Mo's advice, leaving a few strands cascading down her neck, obscuring her fair, slender neck. Is that satisfactory? Let it be as it is, Chen Mo replied helplessly. He resigned himself to the reality that some individuals, no matter how much one might wish for them to appear less attractive, somehow exude a unique charm that defies all conventional notions of beauty. Is it possible? Not possible, nor can one merely change faces or bodies, unless one changes the person. Chen Mo was at a loss for words. He sincerely wished that the foolish girl possessed some flaw or imperfection, something that could serve as a means to restrain Xue Zixuan in critical moments. If only he could focus on her shortcomings, he could break free from her enchanting grasp, right? But alas, there were none. Sigh, having a flawless and impeccable partner truly brings its own troubles. Xue Zixuan, you did not come to see me just to showcase the robe, did you? Chen Mo inquired. What more do you desire? Xue Zixuan shot a glance at Chen Mo. I didn't desire anything. Chen Mo was speechless. The night is still young. You should change into your robe, and we can go out for a stroll. I wish to see. Very well. Let us invite Sister Zifei and third brother for safety, Chen Mo suggested. It's not that I lack romantic sensibility. It's simply for safety's sake. The content of the second volume is still uncertain, and based solely on that overview of the Tianyin sect is utterly insufficient. Sister Zifei and third brother are both in cultivation. How do you know? Of course I know, Xue Zixuan added internally. Otherwise, would I confine you? It seems the foolish girl is well prepared. My wretched charm must be enticing her. What a ridiculous thought. Quickly change clothes and hasten outdoors. If I delay any longer, I fear she may become impatient. Should she decide to be forceful, how could my slight frame endure? What a predicament. Avoiding Shui Zishuan's gaze, his eyes darted anxiously. He hurriedly said, "All right, wait for me outside while I change. Don't peek." "What did you say?" "Cough. I said, wait for me outside. I will be ready shortly." Lecture. Who would want to peek at you?" Shui Zishuan shot Chen Mo a glare and turned to walk towards the door. "If I want to see you, would I need to sneak a look?" The one peeking is Li Shaoqing. In a pavilion within the courtyard of the villa, a delicate figure sat by the railing, seemingly casually admiring the distant scenery under the night sky, yet her gaze occasionally darted toward the direction of Chen Mo's room. It was none other than Li Shaoqing. When Shui Zishuan came to find Chen Mo, she had noticed her, initially not intending to enter Chen Mo's room. She had intentionally gone in and even closed the door behind her. Chapter 59. I have a nagging feeling that you might be trying to deceive me, yet I possess no evidence. Shui Zishuan feigned ignorance towards Li Shaoqing, who, at the very moment Shui Zishuan emerged, stealthily retreated into the shadowy corner of the pavilion, much like a cat lurking in the darkness. She had indeed heard Shui Zishuan's movements and had hurriedly come out to spy. Fortunately, it seemed nothing was amiss. Li Shaoqing thought to herself. The same sentiments echoed in another brightly lit room. Unbeknownst to Shui Zishuan, in addition to Li Shaoqing observing her, and Chen Mo, Chao Hao, who had not stepped out of his room, was also acutely aware of their every action. Although Chao Hao, having been reborn as a celestial being, was constrained by his current state and could not exert even a fraction of his former prowess, his perceptive abilities remained astonishingly potent, far surpassing his present level, rivaling even those of foundational practitioners. Chao Hao felt utterly powerless regarding his relationship with Shui Zishuan. Resorting to force was not an option. It was neither the right time nor aligned with his proud disposition. The woman he cherished could not be conquered through coercion. His desire was to win her heart, to have her willingly and wholeheartedly belong to him, both body and soul. Otherwise, it would hold no significance for him. His resurrection was a consequence of a flaw in his inner peace, and thus, in this life, he vowed not to allow any such deficiencies. Acquiring Shui Zishuan's body was a simple task, yet if he were to possess only her body without her heart, it would create an intolerable void in his spirit. This was not the outcome he sought. With 2 years at his disposal, eliminating Chen Mo was paramount. The reason for her aversion towards him was Chen Mo, a childhood companion. Having grown up together for over a decade, their bond was far more resilient than he had anticipated. He had underestimated their profound connection. Chao Hao settled cross-legged on the cushion within his room, pondering quietly. Patience was key. Both were merely beginning to awaken to their feelings, and their relationship would not develop rapidly. The priority was to enhance his strength. The impending Heart of Inquiry test would mark the commencement of his illustrious journey within the Celestial Transformation sect. Taking a deep breath, Chao Hao slowly shut his eyes, causing his aura to undergo a subtle transformation, entering a realm of tranquility sought by many. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated within Chen Mo's mind. This time, he perceived it distinctly. Having just donned the inner disciple-s robe, he had no time to admire his striking reflection in the mirror before eagerly summoning the cultivation panel. Accompanied by a charming smile that turns the tides, the invincible Supreme Lord. The entire text spanned 72 volumes. An update. Chen Mo clicked to read. In the next moment, he experienced the sensation of being forcefully inundated once again. This time it was genuine. He could no longer adopt Chao Hao as perspective. Frustration flushed his face as he felt a surge of irritation. Shui Zishuan was drawing ever closer to Chao Hao. This was merely the second volume, and they had only occasionally held hands. What the heck? This cultivation panel is utterly absurd. Is it deliberately trying to vex him? Chen Mo, are you ready? A sweet voice from outside beckoned, curiously gentle, which made Chen Mo feel a tad unsettled. The foolish girl had never acted this way with him. Why don't you add, brother? I've been waiting impatiently. Hurry up. Something was off. Chen Mo, with his keen intuition, sensed the anomaly and hastily opened the door. The starry sky here is breathtaking, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is remarkably dense. Don't you feel it? Shui Zishuan approached him, instinctively linking her arm with his, tilting her head up to gaze at him, her expression radiant. Her figure conveniently shielded the direction of the pavilion, preventing Chen Mo from seeing the scowling Li Shaoqing lurking in the shadows. I sense the warmth emanating from your arm and your unusual tenderness. Or perhaps I should call it a tender trap? Chen Mo mused internally, yet outwardly he remarked, "Indeed, the starry sky tonight is splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Spring in full bloom, the melodies of birds filling the air, the autumn breeze refreshing, the winter sun warm, and the summer winds cool. What on earth are you rambling about?" Shui Zishuan chided playfully. That tone, even more delightful than before, elevated her flirtatiousness exponentially, accompanied by an alluring sway as she clung to his arm. Proficiency level 10,086. Chen Mo felt a shiver run through him, overwhelmed. This was perilous. You know this is nonsense, don't you? Zishuan, feel free to speak your mind. Humph, we are engaged after all. Should I not be tender towards you? Shui Zishuan stomped her foot. Does that mean I can call you my wife? Gross, how annoying. Yet you like it? Chen Mo, are you not the least bit ashamed? Cough. Well then, are you truly all right? I can't shake the feeling that you might be trying to deceive me, yet I lack evidence. Puffed. Who would try to deceive you? Silly. Shui Zishuan burst into laughter, her face radiating sweetness and joy, her voice no longer laced with pretense. Chapter 60. The Celestial Refinement Qi Technique. From a distance, Shui Zishuan leaned on Chen Mo's arm, their figures intertwined as they occasionally turned to glance at one another, sharing laughter while strolling beneath a starry sky more splendid than the mundane world. The romantic and warm scene struck Li Shaoqing's visual senses, igniting a desire to rush over and squeeze herself between them, or at least to find a place beside Chen Mo. Wasn't this how it used to be in their childhood? Yet they had grown up, leaving home, stepping out of Baiyan City. They had arrived in the distant realm of cultivation. Shaoqing, are you all right? Aunt, what should I do? Be good, you are still young. Focus on your cultivation. And when your strength is sufficient, you will be able to attain everything you desire, including Chen Mo. When you are strong, you'll have your answers. At the very least, you won't be bullied by that girl, will you? Right? Oof. It infuriates me. She must have noticed me and is deliberately provoking me. Aunt, did you hear that? Is it too much? Not all. Do all men prefer a cute demeanor? Aunt, Shaoqing, you don't need to force it. Just smile, don't be fierce, and speak kindly. That is enough to be charming. If I refuse, I want to grow stronger. I have been cultivating, Aunt. First, calm your heart. Do not enter a state of cultivation with emotions running high. Understood. Li Shaoqing's room was devoid of any presence. No sounds escaped. Even the mightiest cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, or those stronger, would be unable to discern any movement. Her aunt, a subordinate of Li Shaoqing, resided in the adjacent room. Half an hour later, classmate Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, he was a passionate youth, finding himself shoulder to shoulder with the girl he had admired for 10 years, gazing up at the starry sky. The stars shone brilliantly, yet they paled in comparison to her gaze. However, Chen Mo remained oblivious to how the silly girl had ensnared him. It seemed her antics had merely begun when they stepped outside. In moments of revelry, Chen Mo's concerns about being taken advantage of led him to overlook the importance of cherishing the moment. It was akin to the fear of sudden silence. He had transcended such mundane pleasures. The exquisite beauty of sitting under the stars with a beloved girl was a sentiment that a solitary soul could never comprehend. His body was undeniably honest. Sigh. Within the room, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, exhaling deeply before closing his eyes. He immersed himself in the persona of Chao Hao. This was a lesson he had to master. In the realm of extravagant narratives, one could not engage with a rational mind. Otherwise, the thrill would be lost. It was essential to embody the protagonist. Otherwise, one would merely invite frustration upon oneself, especially since the female lead was none other than Chen Mo's fiancée, E. The heart inquiry test was a crucial criterion for sect leaders selecting disciples. According to the words of Master Yuxian, it was unlikely that any powerful figure would take interest in him as a disciple. Yet, it was prudent to perform poorly on the heart inquiry test, which should suffice. Chen Mo pondered. As a practitioner who had begun his journey with longevity, Chen Mo was reluctant to join any powerful sect, living under their watchful eyes. He lacked confidence in his ability to remain concealed, particularly after encountering Master Yuxian. He felt utterly exposed. Master Yuxian was at the Golden Core stage, also known as the Foundation Establishment phase. After perusing the Beginner's Guide overview of the Tianyin sect, Chen Mo learned that the correct terminology was indeed the Foundation Establishment stage. The term Golden Core was merely a conventional label within the realm of cultivation, imbued with hope and respect. The Golden Core represented the most potent form of inner elixir that could be cultivated at the Foundation Establishment stage. Those who could produce a Golden Core were truly exceptional, far rarer than those who merely established their foundation. Even the most gifted cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage might not necessarily produce a Golden Core. Thus, it was evident. In the realm of alchemy, a Golden Core was an external elixir, surpassing the highest grade spiritual pills, characterized by its golden hue and the patterns inscribed upon it. These patterns were the manifestation of the heavenly laws upon the Golden Core. One pattern indicated a first-turn Golden Core, two patterns signified a second-turn Golden Core, and so forth, up to 9 patterns, denoting a 9th-turn Golden Core. In essence, whether an external elixir crafted by an alchemist or an internal elixir born from a cultivator's realm, the strongest form was universally recognized as a Golden Core. Master Yuxian could perceive Chen Mo's physical condition, and those powerful sect leaders entitled to select disciples were all above the Golden Core level. Naturally, they could discern Chen Mo's circumstances. The most crucial aspect was that Chen Mo believed Master Yuxian saw through his extraordinary physical cultivation at a glance, expressing that his physical refinement was exceptional, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. This was undoubtedly linked to his rigorous training with stellar energy over the past half-month. This was also the primary reason Master Yuxian was convinced that Chen Mo's mindset, will, and comprehension were far from average. The effects of refining the body with stellar energy were astonishing. If he were to be taken as a disciple by a powerful figure, they would be in close proximity, and Chen Mo did not wish to provoke any shock. It was best to delay awakening, immersing himself in the heart inquiry illusion, surrendering to various emotions, and waiting to be called back to reality. Let Xiao Hao take the spotlight, though it felt somewhat embarrassing. Chen Montag silently resolved. Matters of face were insignificant. A moment of pretense might be delightful, but it was fleeting. However, Chen Mo was a practitioner of longevity. He needed time to endure. As long as he lived and was not killed, he could continuously grow stronger. This would be measured in years. With each passing year, he would be granted an opportunity to enhance his skills. Tonight, he could begin refining qi. The basic qi refinement technique could only capture and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the celestial refinement qi technique could refine spiritual stones. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, the rich spiritual energy within the sect would significantly dampen fluctuations. Plus, since he primarily utilized spiritual stones, he should be able to control the fluctuations of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy within a normal range. Chen Mo summoned the celestial refinement qi technique jade slip from the beginner's package, channeling his true essence into it. In the next moment, a resonating hum echoed in his mind, as if he had entered a realm of consciousness, and the incantations of the celestial refinement qi technique were recited melodiously within his thoughts. The most astonishing part was that the voice was a beautifully enchanting woman's. To Chen Mo's astonishment, after the transmission of the incantation was complete, a hazy silhouette of a female cultivator appeared in his mind. What the heck? Chen Mo was utterly shocked. Sect, are you serious? Through the beginner's guide and the extravagant narrative, Chen Mo had come to understand that the transmission jade slip was incredibly remarkable and had mentally prepared himself. However, as a first-class spiritual root, Having been exceptionally accepted as an inner disciple, the jade slip he received should have been a refined version of the celestial refinement chi technique from a sect elder, not from a young woman, and an exceptionally melodious young woman at that, though her appearance and form were shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern. Merely the outline was sufficient to ascertain that she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, a young and beautiful lady at the level of an elder. Most importantly, this was meant to demonstrate the circulation routes of the meridians. She appeared refreshingly unclad. Was the sect attempting to guide practitioners in learning the celestial refinement chi technique through this method? How thoughtful of a sect! This was brazenly suggestive. Did they not understand that the beauty of a partially concealed figure was the most enticing? The curves and lines, even in their obscured form, offered ample room for imagination. Calm down. Seize the opportunity. This transmission jade slip could only be used once. If missed, it will be gone. Chen Mo certainly couldn't arrive only to learn in vain. Chen Mo found himself utterly speechless. Little Chen's discomfort had not yet fully subsided, and now, unexpectedly, he was thrust into the profound complexities of a chi refinement technique. Frustration welled within him, yet he forced himself to quell the tumult of emotions. Gripping a spirit stone in each hand, his consciousness melding into the hazy yet enchanting figure of the female cultivator. As she demonstrated the intricate flow of true essence, he endeavored to comprehend the elaborate and unique circulation of true energy. With the melodic guidance of her voice, he immersed himself in the study of the heavenly transformation chi refinement technique. The transmission jade slip was a privilege seldom afforded to solitary cultivators. Only disciples of long-established sects had more frequent access to such resources. The primary function of the transmission jade slip, aside from preventing the arbitrary dissemination of techniques, was to allow its user to grasp the profound essence of the learned methods and the intricate pathways of true energy circulation. When it came to unconventional paths, mere written text could not suffice. Only through direct transmission from master to disciple or by utilizing a transmission jade slip could one truly learn. The heavenly transformation chi refinement technique was a foundational heritage of the heavenly transformation sect, involving a specialized route. These slips were meticulously crafted in the transmission hall for the use of disciples within the sect. Typically, they required contributions to the sect for exchange, but for newcomers like Chen Mo, they were bestowed as rewards in their novice packages. The higher the rank of the technique, the rarer the transmission jade slips became, and the more challenging it was to exchange for them. Furthermore, the same technique could vary in value based on the cultivator's prowess and reputation. Those who were stronger and more renowned produced more valuable transmission slips. For instance, although Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan received transmission slips for the heavenly transformation chi refinement technique, the slips were crafted by different individuals. The slips obtained by the four inner disciples, including Chao Hao, Xue Zixuan, Li Shaoqing, and Chen Mo, were refined by esteemed elders, while those acquired by 8 outer disciples were crafted by deacons. Chen Xing, Xue Zifei, and Li Shaoqing's attendants received the lowest grade slips, created by disciples completing sect tasks. However, this did not necessarily imply inferiority. For instance, a prodigious youth, even in his formative years, might have produced a slip categorized as low grade, yet his insights could be exceptional. Half an hour later, a cracking sound echoed as Chen Mo's grip tightened, the spirit stones emitting faint cracks. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance akin to stars, only to vanish in an instant. Simultaneously, a melodious notification chimed, and a virtual electronic screen materialized before him, visible only to his eyes, displaying golden text that read, "Congratulations, host has comprehended the new technique Heavenly Transformation Ascension Technique, Chi Refinement Chapter. It has been automatically restored to Divine Sense Realm. Upon the host's advancement to the 9th layer of Chi Refinement, the Foundation Establishment Chapter can be unlocked." Chen Mo stared in astonishment, his eyes widening. Summoning the Cultivation panel revealed the following details. Cultivation. Name, Chen Mo. Age, 18. Title, Eye of Divine Insight, not equipped. Lifespan, Realm, 1st layer of Chi Refinement. Techniques. Basic Qi Refinement Technique. Wind Blade Sword Technique. Heavenly Transformation Ascension Technique. Qi Refinement Chapter, Upgradable. Divine Abilities. Fortune Enhancement. Skills, none. Bonus. Charming 45-degree Smirk of the Invincible Great Celestial. Total of 72 volumes. First 2 volumes read. Note: for each year of survival, one may choose to upgrade a technique, divine ability, or skill once. Surviving a life-threatening crisis grants a random title reward. The number of titles that can be equipped varies with realm, and titles can be switched. Wow, this is quite impressive, Chen Mo thought. Although the system often felt like a nuisance, it occasionally offered delightful surprises. Merely by studying the Heavenly Transformation Qi Refinement Technique, he had inadvertently transformed it into the Heavenly Transformation Ascension Technique. Upon meeting the requisite conditions for advancement, he could unlock subsequent chapters, essentially granting him free access to the Foundation Establishment Chapter, the Golden Core Chapter, the Nascent Soul Chapter, and beyond, all the way to Ascension. Moreover, the automatic restoration to Divine Sense Realm was astonishingly powerful. The mastery of techniques by cultivators is categorized into 6 realms: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, return to origin, and divine sense. It is this classification that causes variations in the efficacy and power of the same technique when wielded by different individuals. This explains why the transmission slips obtained by inner disciples differ significantly from those acquired by menial disciples. Yet, the cultivation panel possessed the extraordinary ability to automatically elevate Chen Mo's learned techniques to the pinnacle of the divine sense realm. This meant that any technique he learned would be restored to its utmost strength. The Wind Blade Sword Technique remained unrefined, likely because it was a lower-tier martial technique. He pondered whether improperly learned or incomplete techniques could also be restored to the divine sense realm. If so, that would be an incredible gain. Chen Montak Muzit, casting a glance at the shattered transmission slip. I should have let my third brother use this. I could have uses instead, as it would have restored to the divine sense realm. No, I can't swap with him. He lacks my composure and wouldn't withstand the allure of the female cultivator's teachings. It is better that I bear this burden alone. That female cultivator, she seemed remarkably youthful. Did the sect truly have such young, elder-level cultivators? The ethereal figure and melodious voice lingered in Chen Mo's mind, evoking a flutter of emotions within him. Perhaps it was the residual allure of a foolish infatuation. He felt a twinge of curiosity about her true appearance. It was only natural for a man to desire an honest encounter, especially when faced with a stunning beauty who resembled a delicate flower partially veiled. Who wouldn't wish to unveil the mystery and behold her in full splendor? Chapter 62. A connection with destiny. Chen Mo gazed upon his hands, weathered from a lifetime of toil. The beauty of existence transcends mere pretense. I shall continue my cultivation, for it brings me joy. Sleep? I find no solace in it. In death, I shall find eternal rest. Why should I slumber excessively in life? I must first ascertain the true efficacy of the Celestial Ascension Technique Qi Refinement Chapter. Merely half an hour ago, I had expended 2 spirit stones following the guidance of the transmission jade slip, and my cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. Could the divine connection realm truly be so formidable? Chen Mo averted his gaze from his hands and retrieved 2 more spirit stones, grasping one in each hand firmly. He began his practice anew. This time, it was an independent endeavor, devoid of the jade slip's guidance or the melodious voice that seemed to echo like celestial music. All that remained was Chen Mo's own comprehension, restored to the divine connection realm by the cultivation panel. As his mind delved into the principles of the Celestial Ascension Technique, the once esoteric formula unfurled before him, like silk unraveling from a cocoon, simplifying complexities into clarity. The profound mysteries transformed into discernible chains of laws, vividly manifesting before his eyes. The roadmap of true essence's operation was laid bare, intricate and precise to an exquisite degree. Compared to the vague guidance from the enchanting maiden, this was at least a tier above. Was this the understanding restored to the divine connection realm? Suppressing his astonishment, Chen Mo commenced his practice. However, he soon realized that his understanding of the cultivation panel's restoration to the divine connection realm was flawed. The restoration pertained solely to the realm of comprehension. In practice, he could not achieve the meticulous control required for the divine connection realm. While he had gleaned the refined roadmap of true essence's operation, executing it remained elusive. With frequent errors and significant discrepancies, the cultivation panel had merely elevated his comprehension to the divine connection realm. He recognized the correctness of his understanding, yet could not fully manifest it, an archetypal case of ambition surpassing ability. He needed to rectify his mistakes, gradually aligning himself with the already comprehended divine connection realm. Typically, other cultivators would rely on the adage practice makes perfect and daily reflection, only discovering their shortcomings through new insights. In the absence of fresh understanding, there would be no direction for correction and improvement. Yet, Chen Mo faced no comprehension issues. The pinnacle of potential resided in his mind. His task was to continuously align himself with the correct path. It was akin to simply honing his skills to gradually achieve the true divine connection realm, where hand and eye move as one. How could I have been so naive to think otherwise? It seems I need not expend any experience points. It was merely a matter of comprehension at the divine connection realm. Nevertheless, that is still exceedingly formidable. It equates to having one's perception maxed out, with only proficiency lacking. For me, there are two avenues to enhance proficiency. One is to spend time accruing upgrade skill points, which would be directly allocated, and the other is through cultivation. I could simply take it easy. However, I cannot afford to rest now. A year is too long, and I must seize the day, especially at such a low realm. I will certainly surpass others in my cultivation speed. Once my realm advances and the pace of cultivation slows relative to upgrades, only then may I allow myself to relax. Chen Mo pondered, glancing at his hands. This time, he beheld the spirit stones that had crumbled to dust. He felt akin to a gluttonous beast. If I rely solely on spirit stones and indulge in unrestrained cultivation, the stones my grandfather provided would vanish within days. The monthly stipend from the sect is hardly sufficient for sustenance. According to the exaggerated tales of heroic deeds, Cao Hao's consumption of spirit stones during cultivation was fearsome, likened to a voracious beast. Yet he barely consumed 2 spirit stones in a single night. Chen Mo, however, had expended 2 stones in half an hour. Practicing for an entire night could easily involve 10 repetitions without breaking a sweat. How impressive is that? Cao Hao manages only 1 attempt a night. How feeble. No, Chen Mo suddenly realized that such comparisons were misguided. Rephrasing it, Cao Hao appears more formidable. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Wealth is paramount. Without funds, how can one pursue immortality? I shall undoubtedly face scarcity in the future. I must contemplate ways to amass wealth. As for companionship, I suppose I have found that. Alas, the mere thought of that foolish girl invokes a desire to indulge. How difficult it is to change one's nature. Yet, she indeed fulfills my myriad fantasies, particularly regarding. Stop. Enough of this. Wealth, companionship, law. The capabilities of the cultivation panel will never be lacking. I possess the methods that lead directly to ascension. From now on, it shall only be my discretion. As for land, I have entered the sect, where the spiritual energy is abundant and safety is assured. Although I have yet to acquire my own cave dwelling, once the initiation ceremony is complete, I shall have my own little abode. For the time being, I can consider myself grounded. Thus, what I currently lack most is wealth. The 4 essentials for a cultivator: wealth, companionship, law, and land. Wealth signifies cultivation resources, such as spirit stones, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts, representing the material foundation of cultivation. Companionship refers to a partner or soulmate in cultivation, a person with whom one can trust, support, and resonate spiritually, cultivating together. Law pertains to the methods of cultivation, including techniques, doctrines, secret arts, and divine skills. Land denotes the environment conducive to cultivation, such as blessed realms rich in spiritual energy, assisting in the practice. I shall find an opportunity to extract a barrel of the cold pond water and test its market value. If the price is favorable, I might sell some. As for alchemy and artifact crafting, I imagine only high-grade elixirs and artifacts would warrant concern over the water's quality. In the short term, using it would be wasteful. Chen Mo filled all the large barrels for body refinement with medicinal baths, while Shui Zishuan, Shui Zifei, and Chen Xing filled their storage bags, which were not much more than his own. After all, aside from Shui Zishuan's slightly larger mid-grade storage bag, both Shui Zifei and Chen Xing possessed the most rudimentary low-grade storage bags. Ah, the foolish girl. Shui Zifei and Chen Xing's belongings are still in my possession. Cough. Thinking of the cold pond water, Chen Mo suddenly recalled that the three had repurposed their storage bags as water containers, placing their items into a storage bag. Would I lose something on my first use of the storage bag? I have arranged everything meticulously, organized into sections. Will it become disordered due to my movements? I must check and inspect. The foolish girl trusts me, and I cannot betray her trust by misplacing or muddling her belongings. In a conflict of thoughts, Chen Mo ultimately persuaded himself. He was alone in the room, yet glanced around as though he were a thief, opening his storage bag. His gaze immediately fixed upon Shui Zishuan's items. Minutes later, I'm truly shameless. Don't I know my own worth? If I wish to avoid pretense, I must curb my base desires. No, Chen Mo, am determined to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path. I shall use this matter to temper my heart, will, and resolve. How could I be fearful? I must practice diligently, for how could this not be enjoyable? Why has one of the foolish girl's items gone missing? Surely she will not notice. This matter is fated to resonate with me. Cough. I shall conclude here for today. The most beautiful aspect of this world is none other than cultivation. Cultivation brings me joy. This lecherous fellow, Chen Mo, once more cut off his distractions through cultivation rather than through calming his heart and thoughts. This is a grave transgression in the path of cultivation. Yet, Chen Mo's practice became akin to a one-button initiation, effectively severing his distractions with unparalleled efficacy. Chapter 63. Entering the mortal realm in close proximity were the rooms of Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan. On Chen Mo's other side was Chen Xing, while Shui Zishuan was accompanied by Shui Zifei. The jade slip for passing on teachings that Shui Zishuan possessed also revealed a hazy silhouette. Yet it was not the young woman depicted in Chen Mo's jade slip. Instead, it portrayed an elderly figure. Similarly, Chao Hao and Li Shaoqing appeared as elders, their indistinct forms exuding the essence of seasoned experts. This indicated that among Chen Mo's four inner disciples, he alone was represented by a youthful figure. This was not a deliberate choice by the esteemed Master Yuxian, but rather a random allocation. Even he could not discern the origins of the jade slips. The only distinguishing feature was the rank of the jade slips. Variations in rank brought about significant differences in appearance and material. After utilizing the jade slip for the Tianyan Qi refining technique, Chao Hao was filled with excitement and fervor. Why had the resurrected celestial sovereign come to Baiyun City to participate in the celestial examination? It was because he sought the Tianyan ascension technique, the most formidable secret art of the Tianyan sect. The Tianyan sect boasted a long-standing heritage, being one of the foremost sects in antiquity. Although it had diminished significantly over time, it still maintained a position among the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom, largely due to the exceptional nature of its ultimate technique, the Tianyan ascension technique. In ancient times, the supreme techniques of top-tier sects were capable of cultivating practitioners to ascend into immortality. According to Chao Hao's understanding, the Tianyan ascension technique undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, given its demonstrated might, the speed of progress in cultivation, and the success rate of transcending tribulations. Chao Hao was particularly drawn to the Tianyan ascension technique because it offered remarkable inclusivity for those with deficiencies in their state of mind, greatly enhancing their chances of successfully overcoming tribulations. His previous failure during transcendence was a direct consequence of such deficiencies. The Tianyan Qi refining technique, being an elder-level technique, was merely the Qi refining aspect of the Tianyan ascension technique. With my comprehension of the laws of the Tao, perfecting it to an impeccable state should pose no challenge. Once I reach the 9th level of Qi refining, I will be qualified to exchange for the foundation building segment. However, I must refrain from hastening my cultivation. Being overly conspicuous could attract unwanted attention and impede my heart cultivation. This time around, my focus must be on nurturing my spirit. The words of Master Yu Xian today served as a timely reminder, cultivating both celestial and martial skills. Chen Mo's dual cultivation will ultimately render him a failure. Even if I do not eliminate him prematurely, he will perish from exhaustion at the foundation-building realm. I, however, am different. My spiritual root surpasses that of a first-grade spiritual root, and with the experience of a tribulation-transcending celestial sovereign, I shall not tread any winding paths, nor will there be any barriers to breaking through. My concern lies not in cultivating too slowly, but rather in restraining my speed. I cannot afford to advance too swiftly. Rather than squander time aimlessly, ISNT, the dual cultivation of celestial and martial skills tailored precisely for me. Haha, Chow Hao felt elated. Previously, he had never considered dual cultivation. Although it would undoubtedly be stronger, the difficulty deterred him from even contemplating it. Yet, the words of Master Yu Xian regarding Chen Mo illuminated the fact that his resurrection as a celestial sovereign made him exceptionally suited for dual cultivation. Invincible among peers? That will forever be impossible in my presence. Zixuan is currently ensnared by delusions. Once she witnesses the ruthlessness of the immortal world, she shall understand who is truly the most compatible with her. The impending heart-searching will mark the commencement of my rise within the Tianyin sect. Observing that nearly half of his spirit stones have been consumed within 2 hours, Chow Hao felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Such an astonishing cultivation speed. Who could possibly compare? I must be cautious, Chow Hao mused. If only he knew that his arduous journey to Baiyun City, striving to enter the Tianyin sect, was solely for the coveted Tianyin ascension technique, which Chen Mo had already nearly secured, he would surely be astounded. Once Chen Mo's realm increased, he could steadily cultivate the technique without difficulty. How would Chow Hao react upon discovering that Chen Mo consumed 2 spirit stones in merely half an hour? It would surely be a sight to behold. Alas, before Chow Hao meets his demise, he will likely remain oblivious to this. In the early morning light, the courtyard appeared orderly and picturesque, with distant mountains shrouded in a thin morning mist, bathed in golden sunlight, resembling a celestial realm. Sunlight filtered through wisps of clouds and trees, casting dappled shadows upon the courtyard's stone pathways, swaying gently in the breeze. The rich spiritual energy of the world flowed through the fresh air, as spiritual flowers and grasses danced lightly, exuding a faint floral fragrance. The entire courtyard was brimming with vibrant vitality. The student known for his saying, "Why linger in sleep before life, when death will bring eternal rest?" had unwittingly slipped from a state of cultivation into slumber, sprawled upon his bed. When Chen Xing knocked on the door, Chen Mo was deep in sleep. "Sixth brother, Lady Li's aunt has prepared breakfast and invites you and your sister to join." Chen Xing's voice resonated. Chen Mo awoke, his eyes still hazy, disoriented and confused. What year is it tonight? Yet, he couldn't recall anything, entirely unaware of how or when he had fallen asleep. The last time he experienced such a phenomenon was after awakening the eye of divine awareness, which had led to excessive consumption of his spiritual energy, plunging him into deep slumber. That had inadvertently provided the foolish girl with an opportunity to take advantage of him. However, this time he had not utilized the eye of divine awareness. So how could he feel nothing? When had his cultivation ended? Why was he sleeping so soundly? As though he had lost consciousness? Chen Mo found it peculiar, even somewhat eerie. Alarmed, he quickly checked his clothing, which was intact, and sensed no discomfort. He felt as invigorated as he did upon waking each day. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Alas, being somewhat handsome brings its own burdens. One lives in constant anxiety, devoid of security. Day by day, it truly is distressing. Why must one be so good-looking? Sixth brother? Chun Xing called again. Coming. Third brother. What did Zixuan say? All right, I will be there shortly, Chen Mo replied. Rising from his bed, He furrowed his brow slightly. Li Xiaoqing's attendant was her aunt, Li Hongqian. The Li family's elder, a few years older than Li Xiaoqing, possessed decent talent but was not among the elite. Compared to Xue Zifei and Chen Xing, she fell short. While Xue Zifei was of an appropriate age as a celestial seedling, Li Hongqian was 6 or 7 years her senior, no longer fitting that description. Her role as Li Xiaoqing's attendant was a result of Li Xiaoqing's insistence, perhaps due to her advanced age compared to Chen Mo and the others. She had always worn a veil and remained taciturn, silently following Li Xiaoqing. Describing her, one could say she was remarkably quiet, quieter than Chen Mo himself. Li Xiaoqing held a deep affection for her aunt, who had cared for her throughout her life, making Li Hongqian more like a mother than her own mother. Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan were somewhat familiar with Li Hongqian, at least from their childhood. Back then, Li Xiaoqing played with them, and Li Hongqian was always there as her guardian. This name is quite intriguing. In the past, Chen Mo had not given it much thought, nor had he felt any particular way about it. Yet now, he found the name rather distinctive. Unable to resist, he felt compelled to exchange a few words. This was by no means a disrespect to an elder. It was merely the name that stirred his emotions. Entering the mortal realm, severing emotional ties, cutting off karmic bonds, and attaining the path to freedom. Entering the mortal realm, exiting the mortal realm, entering the mortal realm. Without entering the mortal realm, how can one comprehend the mortal realm? Even celestial beings delight in a mortal realm, where the tumultuous world tempers my heart. Amiba, boundless is the heavenly respect. I beg pardon for my jest regarding this name. I am not Yonghua, nor is she my aunt, although I must indeed address her as such. Chen Mo could scarcely recall the visage of Li Hongqian. They had often crossed paths in his youth, yet it had been several years since their last encounter. Upon her emergence this time, Li Hongqian had donned a veil, appearing almost as an invisible entity, and Chen Mo paid her little heed. She seemed strikingly similar to the young girl from his memories. Were it not for the familial title, one might mistake her for her mother. Not unattractive, though perhaps merely average. Chen Mo mused as he stepped out of the room. The 5 great mountains pale in comparison to the allure of Zixuan. And in the eyes of the devoted Chen, there exist but 2 types of women, one being Xue Zixuan and the other, all the rest. Such is the case, perhaps. Chapter 64. As clear as jade, aunt, what troubles you? In the room, Li Xiaoqing gazed at her aunt, whose complexion had suddenly changed, and asked with curiosity. Heat. Li Hongqian frowned, her face slightly flushed as she rose and walked to the window, pushing it open. Ouch! Outside the window, Chen Mo, who was briskly approaching, exclaimed in surprise, nearly colliding with the suddenly opened window. He swiftly sidestepped, locking eyes with the person who had opened the window. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. He stepped forward, grasping the young girl's cheeks with both hands and shaking them from side to side. Are you trying to scare me? You little imp. Surely you weren't waiting for me to come over just to set me up, were you? As he tugged at Li Xiaoqing's cheeks, he noticed inside the room. Xue Zixuan stood frozen, holding a teacup, her eyes wide open, as if under a spell, just like Li Xiaoqing. What on earth? Chen Mo slowly shifted his gaze to Li Xiaoqing, whose expression was devoid of any emotional turmoil. Her cold, clear eyes seemed to pierce through him, unyielding to his playful antics, allowing him to shake her cheeks without resistance. Her fair and beautiful face bore a striking resemblance to Li Xiaoqing's, but with a more mature grace, untouched by the passage of time. Particularly, her eyes, starkly defined in black and white, were as clear as those of a youthful maiden. Chen Mo felt a moment of confusion, yet it was understandable. However, his abrupt approach left him feeling awkward. Come in for dinner. Li Hongqian finally softened her gaze slightly and succinctly uttered those 4 words before turning away from the window. Ha ha, Li Xiaoqing stiflatalo. But the effort left her feeling uncomfortable. Cough, cough, cough. Xue Zixuan covered her mouth, coughing repeatedly, her predicament no better than Li Xiaoqing's. Serves you right. Chen Mo glared fiercely at Li Xiaoqing, then strode over to sit beside Xue Zixuan, lifting the teacup before her and taking a hearty sip. This is my tea, Xue Zixuan protested, her eyes widening. Good tea, Chen Mo replied, though his heart did not align with his words. Does this count as having kissed a foolish girl? So sweet. Goodness, calm down, immersed in the mundane world, rolling through the mortal realm to refine my heart. To think she looks just like that little girl? Lucky I cleverly praised her. What's more, this all happened in front of my wife. Is she angry? How troublesome. Zishuan, did you learn the Tianyin Qi refining technique last night? Chen Mo hastily shifted the topic. I did, Shui Zishuan replied. Not you, call me cousin. Chen Mo retorted, feeling annoyed as she tossed a smelly egg in his direction. Shui Zishuan finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Li Shaoqing paused for a moment before baring her teeth at Chen Mo, looking as if she were seething with anger. At that moment, Li Hongqian brought over a freshly brewed cup of tea for Chen Mo. Shui Zishuan snatched it, taking a sip before saying, I learned it. How does it feel? Very powerful, far superior to the basic qi refining technique. I can even directly refine spirit stones for cultivation, but I still need some time to adapt. I've fully mastered it. My cultivation speed has more than doubled. Call me sister. Call me sister-in-law. Chen Mo interjected, but received another smelly egg in response. Humph. Li Shaoqing's face turned green, yet she dared not utter a harsh word. Chen Mo, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to gaze at Shui Zishuan's cold yet slightly flushed face. That foolish girl is quite ruthless. She's really going all out just to tease the little girl. TSK, she dares to call herself sister-in-law in front of me. How amusing. Moreover, when did that foolish girl become so humorous, emulating me? This couple's banter is thoroughly damaging for the little girl. Aunt Hongshun must be treating us to this meal purely to torment her. Feeling the moment was ripe, Chen Mo spoke up. So about your Zishuan? Is your transmission elder male or female? Mine is an old grandpa, Li Shaoqing interjected. Has this little rascal become addicted to this nonsense? As they conversed, Li Hongxian placed the completed breakfast on the table. Each dish was exquisitely presented, meticulously crafted from spirit rice, spirit meat, and various spirit fruits and vegetables, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan were momentarily taken aback by the sight, while Li Shaoqing showed little reaction, seemingly accustomed to such displays. Her attention was more on Chen Mo, appearing sulky, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Aunt Hongqian's culinary skills are remarkable. It looks absolutely delectable. If senior sister Huang Xianying saw this, she would surely try to snatch it from us. Shui Zishuan couldn't help but praise, her thoughts drifting to Huang Xianying. Chen Mo echoed her sentiment, genuinely admiring the feast laid before them, which was enough to whet anyone's appetite. I'm also quite the chef, Chen Mo remarked, glancing at the beautifully arranged breakfast. Then at Li Hongxian as he thought, but Aunt S' skills truly surpass mine. There's no contest. Li Hongxian's hands were elegant and delicate, her fingers like green shoots, with neatly trimmed nails glimmering with a natural sheen, as if sculpted from jade. The phrase as clear as jade fit her hands perfectly. Just looking at her hands, Zishuan pales in comparison. Huh, the little girl's hands are also quite lovely? Thank goodness I'm not a hand fetishist, but such hands would surely make a splendid artisan. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Eat, Li Hongxian said suddenly, placing down the last dish. Their gazes inadvertently met, and Chen Mo felt as though her eyes contained a power that could see through him, causing him to shudder and refrain from further thoughts. Chen Mo, Zishuan, I can cook just as well as my aunt. Mine will look just as good and be just as exquisite, Li Shaoqing declared, her tone defiant. You got the shape down. Li Hongqian surprisingly engaged with her. Aunt, you're acting a bit strange today. You don't have to speak, as I'm not pursuing the culinary path, Li Shaoqing replied, her cheeks reddening, embarrassment flooding her face from being caught boasting. After all, she is still young. Aunt, you haven't pursued the culinary path either. Chen Mo, Zishuan, you three have grown up together. Li Hongqian suddenly diverted the conversation, looking toward Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan. Here it comes. Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan exchanged knowing glances, anticipating the main topic. Chapter 65. Not so simple. The banquet at Hongmen was not as dire as it seemed. The relationships among Chen Mo, Shui Zishuan, and Li Shaoqing no matter how complex, triangular, or antagonistic, remained superficial. Having grown up together, how could they truly harbor animosity toward one another? It was not just Chen Mo and Li Shaoqing. Even Xue Zixuan and Li Shaoqing's rivalry was merely a childlike quarrel. If anyone dared to bully Li Shaoqing or Xue Zixuan, they would undoubtedly come to each other's aid without hesitation. Their disputes were personal matters, and others could not interfere. This understanding was mutual among the three. However, following the Celestial Gate assessment, their paths converged as they entered the celestial realm together, breaking the long-standing estrangement between Li Shaoqing and Xue Zixuan. There was no escaping one another. They were bound to cross paths. When Li Hongquan personally invited them to breakfast, presenting an exquisite array of spiritual dishes, both understood that this was not merely a casual meal. Indeed, the usually reticent Li Hongquan finally spoke. Now that you have entered the celestial realm together, I had initially intended to remain silent, but upon reflection, I feel compelled to share some thoughts. You three represent the Chen, Xue, and Li families, the three prominent families within the celestial realm. Although not every cohort may have members passing the assessments, after 2 centuries, some family disciples should still be present. The content of her speech caught Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan completely off guard. Wasn't she supposed to encourage them to get along with Li Shaoqing? Why was she discussing these matters instead? Both were perplexed. They were aware that their families had briefed them prior to their arrival, providing a list of past successful disciples from their families. It was something they intended to investigate once settled, or potentially someone would approach them regarding it. However, whether those disciples were still alive, and if so, how many, was uncertain. In any case, the numbers were likely few. The probability of a disciple from the mundane world successfully establishing a foundation was exceedingly low. Apart from those with superior spiritual roots, the success rate for those with intermediate or inferior roots could be described as negligible. It was not an exaggeration to say that 1 in 10, or even 1 in 100, might succeed. The chances were inherently slim. Foundation establishment pills, which could enhance the success rate, were extremely rare. Even if one could afford to purchase a mid-grade spiritual root, acquiring such a pill was still a daunting task due to high demand and the scarcity of primary ingredients required for their refinement. In fact, to secure foundation establishment pills for their descendants, even masters at the golden core or nascent soul stages might take action themselves. How could cultivators from the mundane world compete? Thus, most would attempt foundation establishment before their lifespans expired, risking failure, which would lead to their demise. Success would elevate them to foundation establishment cultivators, extending their lifespans to around 200 years. This was the reason for Li Hongquan's reference to 2 centuries of accumulation. Those who had exceeded 200 years, even if they had successfully established their foundation, would have perished by now. As for becoming golden core cultivators, such a feat was virtually impossible. If there were any, their families would have certainly been aware of it. Cultivators were inextricably linked to their familial origins, even if they attempted to sever all ties and cultivate in solitude. The bonds of blood and karmic connection could not be entirely erased. Only through death or reaching a higher realm could one potentially sever such ties. Perhaps the numbers may be few, but if we can unite, we can form a formidable force, Li Hongquan asserted. Aunt Hongquan, is that truly necessary? They surely face their own struggles. We can manage on our own. Xue Zixuan replied, furrowing her brow. Xue Zixuan, why the haste? Let Aunt finish. Li Shaoqing retorted, glaring at Xue Zixuan fiercely. Milk fierce? Chen Mo thought that term quite fitting for Li Shaoqing. Observing had alongside Li Hongquan. He found it difficult to discern between the two. Should Chen Mo hypothetically consider the impossible scenario of Li Shaoqing being an approachable individual? He mused that he might foolishly confuse her with Li Hongquan. Well, assuming a few years pass and Li Shaoqing sheds her baby fat, transforming into a more refined version of herself, it would indeed be challenging to distinguish between her and her aunt. After all, even their hands are remarkably similar. Chen Mo sensed that Li Hongquan was no ordinary figure. Yet, the second volume of the narrative failed to mention her, only briefly touching upon Li Shaoqing in relation to Chao Hao, who sought to gain favor with her. despite Li Xiaoqing's evident disdain for Cao Hao. Even harboring murderous intent that Cao Hao could perceive, he remained unfazed. Did he believe that she would seek vengeance for Chen Mo? In his view, she would inevitably fall for him and become his woman, a notion that Chen Mo had not considered before encountering the second volume. Thus, following the author's line of reasoning, if Li Xiaoqing was designed to harbor thoughts of vengeance, she must possess certain capabilities. Therefore, was Li Hongqun the key? Chen Mo felt inclined to believe so, and his gaze toward Li Hongqun subtly shifted. Li Hongqun seemed to sense this change, occasionally locking eyes with Chen Mo, both feigning indifference. Fortunately, Xue Zixuan was currently focused on Li Hongqun and did not have the opportunity to glance at Chen Mo. When conversing with elders, especially regarding serious matters, it would be inappropriate for her to fixate on Chen Mo's silence. Xue Zixuan commanded, glaring at Li Xiaoqing. Li Xiaoqing huffed in response. What does Anhachun mean? You three, as inner disciples, have already been recognized by the sect for your talents and potential. While your current strength may be lacking, it is precisely for this reason that unity is paramount. With your status and influence, you should be able to consolidate the remaining disciples from the three families into a formidable force. Even if complete unity is unattainable, gathering those who pass the celestial assessments around you and nurturing this alliance over several centuries could yield a significant and formidable power. This not only greatly benefits your own cultivation and elevation of status, but also offers immeasurable advantages for the long-term development of the three families in the mundane realm. Liunga Nuxbunda. Clearly, neither of them anticipated such a declaration from Li Hongqun. This was not the Li Hongqun they had come to know. They had been contemplating whether they should agree to her suggestion of amicability with Li Xiaoqing, trivial matters befitting children. Yet this usually reticent aunt was already strategizing for their future several centuries ahead. Moreover, she seemed so confident that they would ascend to the Golden Core stage. Aunt Hongqun, are you suggesting we establish our own family influence within the sect, uniting the three families? Would the sect even permit such a thing? Xue Zixuan inquired. When you are weak, no one pays attention. When you grow strong, it matters not if they take notice. As long as we act discreetly and develop in the shadows, we will not harm the sect's interests, and indeed, we might even enhance them. Coupled with your three influences, particularly with Zixuan destined to become a disciple of a nascent soul powerhouse, unless you offend someone truly formidable, no one will easily intervene. This is something you need not worry about, Li Hongqun assured. Chen Mo remained silent, yet his mind was abuzz with thoughts. He increasingly sensed that Li Hongqun was extraordinary. Was she truly an ancient celestial seed who had failed to pass the celestial assessments? Why did she exude an aura reminiscent of a reborn celestial being like Cao Hao? They had only just arrived at the celestial realm. Such bold aspirations and plans indicated a well-conceived strategy. However, this does not align with Chen Mo's philosophy of pursuing longevity through solitary cultivation. He has no desire to establish any form of power, even familial influence. Nevertheless, he would acquiesce, as a man who vows to stand behind his wife must entrust such matters entirely to Xue Zixuan. Yet, a twinge of concern lingers in his mind regarding the potential impact of this endeavor on Xue Zixuan's cultivation. After all, the most vital aspect for a talented disciple is the elevation of their realm, through unwavering dedication and relentless effort in their training. They can forge ahead with vigor and reach greater heights. Diverting focus to these matters would undoubtedly hinder their progress. Thus, Chen Mo remains silent for the time being. If he can contemplate this, surely the seasoned Li Hongqun would not overlook it. Chapter 66. An unresolved matter, dear Aunt Chun. The matter you mentioned holds considerable significance in itself. However, its implementation may not be as straightforward as it seems. It encompasses various aspects and demands substantial time and effort. As we have just embarked on our journey within the sect, our primary focus must be on cultivating and enhancing our skills. Our resources of time and energy are inherently limited, and this is fundamental. Should we neglect our training, it would be akin to forsaking the essence for the trivial, leading to a loss that is not worth the gain. What do you think, Chen Mo? Xue Zixuan turned to Chen Mo. seeking his opinion. Chen Mo felt a wave of gratification. This silly girl resonates with me perfectly. TSK. Not only is she beautiful and possesses everything, but she is also intelligent. Whose wife is so exceptional? Truly enviable. Hey, I'm talking to you. Shui Zishuan had to remind the dazed individual beside her, silently cursing him as a naughty rogue. What does he mean by having everything? This rascal is always thinking about her. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, and her voice inadvertently took on a slightly coquettish tone. There was no denying it. Shui Zishuan was merely a young girl, facing Chen Mo, who could always immerse himself in his own thoughts while lavishing her with compliments, and who gazed at her like a foolish simpleton. It was impossible for her not to feel a thrill. The sensation, the taste of it, would make anyone giddy with joy. Especially since Shui Zishuan had already wholeheartedly accepted Chen Mo, she felt both delighted and bashfully shy. Disgusting, Li Shaoqing muttered under her breath, her face dark with irritation. The unexpected display of affection between Chen Mo and Shui Zishuan infuriated her, yet all she could do was grumble internally. In truth, it was an unavoidable envy. Rest assured, this will not hinder your cultivation. I would never overlook such a matter. I will devise a plan detailing how, when, and what we should do, if it proves feasible. The sooner we commence, the better. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. I, along with Qin Xing and Shui Zifei, will represent you in this endeavor. Li Hongxun stated, you have been granted special status as inner disciples, which merely attests to your innate potential, not your abilities. Leading the charge based solely on talent will not suffice for long. We must witness tangible progress in your strengths. If we perceive hope, our efforts will become increasingly smoother, allowing us to consolidate everyone's energies upon you. Thus, your advancement will accelerate, establishing a virtuous cycle. Glangst at Chen Montak. Not advisable. Chen Mo decisively shook his head. Why? Li Hongxun turned to Chen Mo, her expression one of curiosity. She anticipated that Shui Zishuan might oppose this notion, but she did not foresee Chen Mo being even more forthright. Aunt Ha-chun, your mindset is somewhat misaligned. Chen Mo met Li Hongxun's questioning gaze head-on. Chen Mo, Li Shaoqing began. Silence. Chen Mo waved his hand, interrupting her with impressive authority. Li Shaoqing nearly choked. Yet, upon seeing Shui Zishuan's cold glare directed at her, she could only endure. Overstepping. Misaligned mindset. Liungen's broche furuba. Do you not wish to cultivate? Do you not aspire to establish your foundation? You are merely over 10 years older than Shaoqing. Does that make you old? Where is your ambition? At your age, I had yet to reach your level of cultivation. You, me, my third brother, and sister Zifei all must prioritize cultivation. We cannot let trivial matters impede our progress. Besides, Chen Mo diverted his gaze from Li Hongxun's face to Shui Zishuan, stating, in this world, all actions are driven by profit. People bustle about for their own gain, trading our futures and hopes for empty assurances in exchange for their trust and support, while sacrificing your time and energy seems unworthy to me. I do not favor it. Initially, Chen Mo thought the idea had merit, but upon further reflection, as an exceptional individual, he saw no need to proceed in such a manner. Firstly, it would be too ostentatious. Even if executed discreetly, it would attract attention, hindering his development. He could easily become a target. Secondly, among the Chen, Shui, and Li families, how many disciples could there be in 200 years? The strength of those at the foundation establishment stage is limited. Setting aside his exceptional existence, Shui Zishuan would soon reveal her astonishing talent, receiving significant attention from the sect. Would they truly care about any contributions these individuals could make? Thirdly, Chen Mo believed that while Li Hongxun, Qin Xing, and Shui Zifei were indeed their attendants, they were not without potential. If they relied solely on themselves, their chances of successfully establishing a foundation were slim. However, the current circumstances were different. With him present, infinite possibilities unfolded. The advantages he possessed now were already extraordinary, and his unique path was just beginning. Chen Mo did not wish for them to falter decades down the line. The road to immortality is long and arduous. Since he had become their attendant, He would accompany them for many years, assisting them in establishing their foundation. Chen Mo did not regard this as a daunting task. After all, even the eldest among them, Li Hongchun, still had at least 70 or 80 years of lifespan remaining. Completing this within such an extended time frame was, in his estimation, absolutely manageable. Why the haste? Slow down, steady, maintain a low profile while nurturing oneself, developing gradually. This was the most fitting approach for Chen Mo. Shui Zixuan gazed at Chen Mo in astonishment. She attempted to suppress her expression, striving not to appear overly surprised. Yet, Chen Mo's words were one thing. The thoughts he harbored were quite another. Chen Mo, I never anticipated you would be as astute as I. You are correct. I share the same sentiments. Li Shaoqing looked at Chen Mo in amazement. Chen Mo cast a sidelong glance. This is the most humiliating moment I've experienced. You silly girl, praise is fine. But what do you mean by being equally clever? That's absurd and diminishes my intelligence. Aunt Han-chun, I believe Chen Mo is right. Additionally, I too dislike the sentiment. Aunt Han-chun, you, my third brother, and sister Zifei, we should all focus on our cultivation first. Once we are sufficiently powerful, it will be much simpler for you to organize such matters, and we can truly achieve mutual benefit. We can address these matters when we reach the foundation establishment stage. Shui Zixuan stated. Li Hongchan's brows knitted tightly, as if she wished to speak. However, after glancing at the expressions of the three, she ultimately sighed and said, It seems I have been overly hasty. Perhaps when you reach the foundation establishment stage, you may be even less inclined to engage in such matters. Some things are, in fact, more significant than cultivation. Never mind, let us eat. Sample your aunt's culinary skills. Li Hongchun refrained from elaborating further. Her final words carried a hint of unwillingness and regret. Are my words insignificant? Although I am their elder, I'm ultimately just an attendant. Li Shaoqing disliked being involved in such affairs, nor did Chen Mo or Shui Zixuan. None of the three favored it, leaving her feeling helpless. Delicate dishes, artistic in their presentation, soon graced the mouths of Chen Mo, Shui Zixuan, and Li Shaoqing. Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan, who were not particularly foodies, offered praises as they savored the meal. If you enjoy it, Aunt, you should make it for us more often. Liungen Ramarka. Aunt Han-chun, there is something I'm unsure whether to mention or not. Chen Mo suddenly wiped his mouth and said, What is it? Speak. Both Shui Zixuan and I feel that referring to you as Aunt seems inappropriate, and likewise, we calling you Aunt is also awkward. Now that we have entered the realm of cultivation, our worldly ties are severed, and you're only a little over 10 years our senior. You even appear younger than I. Calling you Aunt feels rather off. How about we address you individually? Shui Zixuan, and I can call you Sister Han-chun. And you need not refer to yourself as Aunt anymore. It feels odd to outsiders. Shui Zixuan looked at Chen Mo, puzzled. What did I ever feel that way? All right, you naughty rogue have a point. Upon noticing Li Shaoqing's murderous glare directed at Chen Mo, Shui Zixuan felt he was indeed correct. Referring to her as Aunt did feel inappropriate, and her self-reference as Aunt was also awkward. Those are the appellations between Li Hongchun and Li Shaoqing. Chapter 67. A lively scene. Red dust. Aunt. Chen Mo is not wrong. You appear even younger than Sister Zifei. Calling you Aunt makes you feel old. From now on, let us each speak our own minds. I shall address you as sister instead. Shui Zixuan chimed in, not waiting for the frowning Li Hongchun to respond, playfully teasing Li Shaoqing, who was already bubbling with indignation. She relished the sight of Li Shaoqing's cheeks puffing up in frustration, finding her adorable enough to want to pinch her cheeks, though she refrained, lest the girl become even more insufferable. Li Hongchun looked at Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan with a mix of astonishment and helplessness. Were they truly conspiring to irritate Li Shaoqing? While she understood Chen Mo's intent to maintain youthful ambition, surely they could not dismiss the hierarchy of kinship so casually. Did Chen Mo know something she did not? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Shaoqing sprang up from her seat, exclaiming the very words that had just crossed Li Hongchun's mind. A pang of alarm shot through Li Hongchun. Chen Mo, Shui Zixuan, you're going too far. Li Shaoqing was on the verge of madness, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. All right, Xiao Mo, Zixuan, Your intentions are understood. I shall diligently cultivate to achieve foundation establishment. As Xiaoqing's aunt, I'm naturally your aunt as well. And we must not confuse our ranks, Li Hongqian declared. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Oof. It drives me mad, Li Xiaoqing exclaimed, flailing her arms in frustration. Fortunately, Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan did not press further, or the girl would have surely lost her wits. After their meal, the four of them summoned Qin Xing and Xue Zifei to step out of the guest house, perusing the novice guide, overview of Tianyin's sect. While embarking on a sightseeing adventure reminiscent of Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of the sect who greeted them warmly and introduced themselves. They extended ample kindness towards Xue Zixuan, Li Xiaoqing, and Chen Mo, often sharing valuable advice for new disciples, particularly regarding the hard examination they were to undergo the following day. Chen Mo, Xue Zixuan, and the others listened intently, committing the advice to memory. However, Chen Mo's intentions greatly diverged from those of Xue Zixuan and Li Xiaoqing. While they aimed to excel in the examination, Chen Mo contemplated how to perform poorly instead. Yet, as they encountered more and more senior brothers, a sense of unease began to wash over him. It became evident that these individuals were drawn to Xue Zixuan, Li Xiaoqing, and Xue Zifei. Thankfully, Li Hongqian wore a veil. Otherwise, she would have attracted attention too, and perhaps even more admirers. The number of brothers approaching Xue Zifei far exceeded those drawn to Xue Zixuan and Li Xiaoqing, not because Xue Zifei was more beautiful, but rather due to her higher value. A servant disciple, easy to woo, dressed in the inner sect disciples' robes. Xue Zixuan and Li Xiaoqing would never dare to dream of surpassing the standard to become inner sect disciples, which alone discouraged many brothers. Not to mention that Xue Zixuan possessed a beauty that could captivate nations, while Li Xiaoqing was equally charming. Such thoughts were simply beyond reach. Conversely, Xue Zifei and Li Hongqian wore the robes of servant disciples. Nonetheless, many brothers regarded Chen Mo with curiosity. It was peculiar that he had been granted the status of an inner sect disciple despite being merely at the first level of qi refinement. Yet, no one dared to pry, for cultivators abhorred delving into the private matters of others, especially with unfamiliar individuals. Shallow connections breed awkwardness. As noon approached, more celestial seedlings who had passed the sect assessment from various cities began to arrive, checking into the guest houses of the reception hall. Disciples from different cities were assigned to separate residences. However, by evening, the flow of people at the reception hall surged dramatically. Countless servant disciples, outer and inner sect disciples, as well as young cultivators from outside Tianyin's sect flocked in. The reception hall's primary responsibility was to welcome new disciples, but it also served as a registration point for regular sect disciples entering and exiting Tianyin's sect. This influx allowed Chen Mo and his companions to observe a multitude of peculiar cultivators. There were those draped in patterned cloaks, a youth with a weathered face carrying a tattered gourd, staggering as if intoxicated. Then there were elegantly dressed youths bearing swords longer than themselves, exuding an air of cold detachment, forbidding approach. A bloodied figure, weary from travel, bore a wingless flying spirit beast perched on their shoulder, their face radiating joy as if they had escaped disaster. Groups of striking young men and women arrived together, greeted by equally impressive senior brothers and sisters within the sect. Are these individuals here to witness our initiation ceremony? Xue Zixuan whispered, her eyes wide with astonishment. Did you not hear what a senior brother said earlier? As one of the 5 major sects of Zhao country, Tianyin's sect regards each new disciple's initiation ceremony as a grand event. Disciples from within the sect and those from affiliated forces or smaller sects will attend to observe. Of course, adversaries from demonic sects may also infiltrate to gather intelligence. The new disciples represent the future of Tianyin's sect, and it is not merely the newcomers from the 10 great cities of our mundane realm. Xue Zifei explained, her expression a mixture of shock and anticipation as her gaze lingered on the ever-growing crowd before the reception hall. Those brothers are indeed speaking about you, Sister Zifei. You are quite popular among them. Xue Zixuan teased. Sister, please do not tease me. Those brothers simply do not dare approach you in Shaoqing. Based on their words, the combined number of celestial seedlings passing the assessment from our mundane realm's 10 cities is merely a fraction of the total. The number of successful candidates in the sex assessments is significantly larger, with perhaps 100 at best, Su Zifei remarked. However, you and Chao Hao still stand out remarkably. In terms of spiritual roots, Chen Mo is certainly commendable, though his cultivation level lags far behind. Chen Mo, for the hard examination, you must strive to excel. Remember the advice those brothers offered. Rest assured, I will give it my all, Chen Mo replied with a subtle smile, exuding confidence. This elicited mild surprise from Xue Zifei, Li Hongchun, Li Shaoqing, and Chen Xing. The sixth brother has matured significantly, Chen Xing mused quietly. Only Xue Zixuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo. She was uncertain whether his thoughts were right or wrong. From her perspective, she wished for him to achieve a stellar performance in the heart examination. After all, who would not desire their fiancé to shine brightly? Yet reason cautioned her that perhaps Chen Mo's thoughts were indeed valid. The threat posed by Chao Hao was currently imperceptible, yet one could not dismiss the potential danger of the heavenly book. Since the reincarnated celestial sovereign had set his sights on her, wishing to claim her nining body, how could he possibly relent? Time was but 2 years. Let him stand behind me. I shall strive for excellence and alleviate his burdens as much as possible. Sister Huang Xianying, yes, Sister Huang Xianying, her intuition stemming from the heavenly book must be sound. Xue Zixuan bit her lip, resolutely affirming her determination. For the forthcoming heart examination, she would give her all. Chapter 68. A glimmer of the true spirit in the bustling marketplace of the Tianyin sect, located on Qixia Street. A vibrant atmosphere pervades. This area, overseen by the sect, is open to the public and is the most lively spot within the sect's confines. Spanning nearly 100 miles, the street is lined with shops offering a plethora of goods, from spiritual elixirs to rare treasures, creating a dazzling array of choices. The thoroughfare is teeming with people, a tapestry of various cultivators weaving through the crowd, some pausing to select items, others engaged in spirited negotiations. The air in the area designated for spiritual herbs is suffused with the refreshing scent of medicinal plants and the fragrant aroma of pills, invigorating all who breathe it in. Within the blacksmith shops along the street, the flickering flames dance, and the sounds of hammering and the crisp noises of shaping materials resonate continuously. In the spirit beast shops, creatures of various forms either lie quietly or restless, their low growls drawing the attention of numerous young disciples. Qixia Street serves not only as a trading hub for disciples of Tianyin sect, but also as a trusted safe haven for external cultivators, and a favored lodging area for them. At the towering entrance of the marketplace, capable guards check identities and collect a modest toll for entry. Among the establishments, the bustling dream of Leisure Pavilion resembles a worldly tavern, while the more refined Celestial Melody Pavilion shines brightly, favored by many men. Celebratory feasts for cultivators ascending to the foundation establishment stage often take place in these venues, where they lavishly spend their decades or even centuries of savings. Today, the taverns, tea houses, inns, Dream of Leisure Pavilion and Celestial Melody Pavilion on Qixia Street are already overflowing with patrons. The newcomers of this Tianyin sect cohort are exceptionally strong. Tomorrow's initiation ceremony will surely attract the attention of true monarchs. The title of True Monarch is a prestigious designation for those at the nascent soul stage, signifying their formidable power and esteemed status within the cultivation world. The nascent soul stage is a crucial demarcation in the realm of cultivation, indicating that a cultivator has transcended the mundane, possessing profound and unfathomable abilities. Within the sect, they typically hold elder-level positions and across the entire cultivation world. True monarchs are significant figures, often serving as the backbone of a sect or even establishing their own, laying the groundwork for a sect's glory. When a true monarch is enraged, rivers of blood may flow. A nascent soul, true monarch can traverse vast distances in an instant, quelling disturbances with ease. Many factions hold true monarchs in high regard, treating them as honored guests. A prodigious disciple capable of attracting the attention of a true monarch will undoubtedly become the envy of countless cultivators. Oh, has brother by uncovered news of an exceptional prodigy? Pray do share. There's a genius girl from Tianfeng City who possesses an innate water spirit body. At just 17, her cultivation is at the 5th layer of qi refinement. It is said that not only is her talent extraordinary, but she is also breathtakingly beautiful. Her water spirit body exuding a gentle and captivating aura. Alas, I arrived too late to catch a glimpse. I was fortunate enough to see her. That Lin Qingyi is truly a paragon of beauty. Both her talent and appearance are astonishing. If one were to judge solely on looks, her figure and demeanor would undoubtedly make her the belle of this new cohort at Tianyin sect. Indeed, I too have laid eyes upon her. How to describe her visage? Delicate as the first snow, with skin like fine jade, so flawless it seems to shatter at a touch. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like shimmering pools. Breathtakingly beautiful, coupled with her exquisite figure, especially her slender waist adorned in a light green pleated skirt, she embodies ethereal grace. Not to mention the unique charm of her innate water spirit body. Every smile and frown radiates a gentle and transcendent beauty. She is simply too stunning, absolutely the belle. Absolutely the belle? Brother, I dare say you have yet to encounter Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Zhilan, Nangong Yao, or Yi Qingli, have you? I have had the fortune of meeting both Lin Qingyi and the aforementioned ladies, yet if we were to discuss solely beauty, elegance, and charm, the title of belle is still far from hers. Oh, such grand claims from you, brother. Far from it. Lin Qingyi and the others I mentioned are all stunning beauties. Each holds their own merits, and who can claim the title of belle without dispute? They are all exquisite in their own right. Even if I were to overlook some, it is unlikely that anyone could overshadow them. Believe it or not, I have seen her beauty, and it is unparalleled in my experience. The girls surrounding her are equally captivating, yet I find myself at a loss for words to describe her. Brother, you must be enchanted. Is it truly so extraordinary? Who is she? Do tell. Indeed, share with us. Who is this girl? You seem bewitched, She is the prodigious girl, Xue Zixuan from Baiyun City in the mundane realm, who has been exceptionally granted the status of an intersect disciple. You all may laugh at me now, but I shall see how you fare tomorrow at the initiation ceremony when you behold her. Let us await the spectacle. The confident young disciple spoke with assurance, believing that the laughter directed at him now would turn to pain upon witnessing her beauty the following day. Xue Zixuan. A similar scene unfolded in various taverns, tea houses, dream of leisure pavilions, celestial melody pavilions, and many other venues that night, as her name echoed throughout. The beauty from Baiyun City, Xue Zixuan, captured everyone's attention and admiration. Such is the nature of men, whether from earth or another realm, whether mundane or cultivation world. It remains unchanged. The world is bustling, driven by desire, and this holds true for men as well. Beautiful women will forever be the focal point of attention, often surpassing the allure of talent or potential. These events, however, went unnoticed by Chen Mo and others who remained secluded in their quarters. Yet, Chen Mo was aware that even before the initiation ceremony, Xue Zixuan had successfully garnered attention due to her extraordinary beauty, making her one of the most anticipated newcomers. The power of a beautiful woman is indeed evident. Though Chen Mo understood that Xue Zixuan would attract attention, he did not prevent her from venturing out earlier that day. Some things are unavoidable. It merely shifts the timing by a day. It would be unwise to hide her away like Li Hongchen simply because of her looks, fearing trouble. Since Chen Mo could not abstain from Xue Zixuan as one might from smoking, he chose to embrace the challenges and dangers that her beauty might attract. The only course of action was to develop rapidly, ensuring he possessed the strength to match such a captivating girl. With the looming threat of Chao Hao, the reincarnated celestial venerable, Chen Mo welcomed the prospect of additional challenges as a means of honing his skills. That night, Chen Mo refrained from utilizing spirit stones for cultivation, deliberately depleting the true essence in his dantian to a mere trace, slightly stronger than his initial state, before switching to the starlight power mode. His dantian was unlike anyone else's. What is a dantian? A rice field is called a paddy. A tea tree field is a tea plantation. A medicinal herb field is a herbal patch. A field for cultivating elixirs is called a dantian. Cultivators begin developing their dantian, the future site of elixir cultivation, from a chi refinement stage. The journey from immortal to the first layer of chi refinement is marked by the gradual opening of a small dantian. As cultivation progresses, this small dantian expands, allowing for greater capacity to hold true essence. The speed of dantian development is considerably slower compared to the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Therefore, each cultivation session typically involves refining one's true essence to its peak state, filling the dantian to its maximum capacity. However, Chen Mo had never felt his dantian filled to capacity during any of his cultivation sessions, whether on the night of his engagement, during his journey to the sect, or while employing spirit stones to practice the Tianyin Qi refinement technique. This indicated that he had never managed to fully saturate his dantian with true essence. Moreover, Shui Xuan and others had not perceived any significant enhancement in his abilities. He still appeared as a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator, albeit with a slightly more robust aura of true essence. Chen Mo was eager to test the extent of his true essence at the pinnacle of his cultivation during the Qi refinement stage. Based on his understanding from various novels, and considering that he had consumed 4 spirit stones the previous night without fully replenishing his dantian, he arrived at a shocking yet exhilarating conclusion. His dantian's capacity at the first layer of Qi refinement might surpass that of Chao Hao and Shui Xuan, who were at the 4th layer. Was it the rigorous training of his physical body that refined his dantian? Or perhaps the power of the stars had, unbeknownst to him, expanded his dantian? Chen Mo could not ascertain. Or maybe he could no longer be considered merely at the first layer of Qi refinement. Perhaps he had yet to refine his true essence sufficiently to break through the minor barrier. Thus his aura still lingered at the first layer. He yearned to push his limits, but restrained himself. He needed to remain discreet, waiting for the entrance ceremony to conclude and to navigate the heart-testing assessment without drawing attention. He had already decided on his cultivation direction, but he could not afford to attract the attention of powerful individuals due to his robust, true essence, which might lead them to choose him as a disciple. Although he could refuse, such a rejection typically resulted in multiple strong figures vying for a single newcomer, leading to the newcomer accepting only one and rejecting the others, not a complete refusal. Otherwise, wouldn't that be foolish or suspicious? Therefore, if a strong individual showed interest, Chen Mo would have no choice but to comply. Knock, knock, knock. 6th brother, get up. The morning call from Chun Xing broke through Chen Mo's foggy state. He awoke once more bewildered. Had he fallen asleep again? This time, as he began his cultivation with the power of the stars. He had consciously resolved to avoid dozing off. Yet at some point, he slipped back into a deep slumber. Moreover, he had dreamt. In this dream, he found himself ensnared in a nightmarish scenario within a dream. How peculiar. Chen Mo shook his head vigorously. He vaguely recalled a delicate figure standing by his bed, leaning over him and exploring his body for what felt like an eternity, seemingly taking liberties that left him both alarmed and intrigued, yet he could not discern her identity. He wished to awaken, to resist, but found himself powerless to do so, relegated to passivity as she infringed upon him. In this realm of nightmares, Chen Mo felt an amalgamation of fear, concern, and a hint of anticipation, all intertwined with an instinctual rejection, an inner conflict of celestial proportions. Such complex emotions, who could comprehend them? Yet whether rationality triumphed over desire or vice versa, the outcome remained unchanged. He was unable to command the elusive figure in his dream. It was surreal. Yesterday had been odd, and today was even more so. That indistinct silhouette suddenly, an epiphany struck Chen Mo, his eyes widening. Could it be the esteemed figure from the transmission jade slip? It seemed plausible. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Though indistinct, the captivating contours bore a striking resemblance. Could it be a lingering spirit? No. A nascent soul cultivator would likely be referred to as a primordial spirit or consciousness. or perhaps a fragment of divine thought? Had she condensed a piece of her essence within the transmission jade slip? Had she sensed his extraordinary talent and striking visage, becoming captivated by his allure, reluctant to dissipate, and thus intruding upon his dreams to take advantage of him? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Could a mere fragment of consciousness feel so tangible? The profundity of a nascent soul cultivator was unfathomable. Or perhaps it was merely a dream. Chen Mo reassured himself of his well-being. It was perplexing. What could he do if such a formidable being truly had her sights set on him? He could only endure in silence. Apologizing to the foolish girl helpless, he found himself burdened. This even cast a shadow over his cultivation. Chen Mo rolled out of bed, quickly freshened up, allowing his hair to become slightly disheveled, obscuring a fraction of his handsome visage. Today, his exposure index was at its peak. Shui Zixuan was the epitome of a femme fatale. Yet Chen Mo felt he, too, was a quintessential male temptress, albeit the girls appeared somewhat more reserved on the surface. Behind the scenes, even the nascent soul cultivator was taking liberties with him. What a world, truly a reflection of moral decline. Hey, sixth brother, you look quite well today. Your meticulously styled hair suits your temperament perfectly and will surely leave a good impression on the sect's strong members. However, let me remind you, sixth brother, that appearance is ultimately trivial. A moderate degree of grooming is sufficient. Do not squander too much time on it. The true path lies in enhancing your strength. Chen Mo was left perplexed. Third brother, what do you mean? What meticulous styling? I didn't spend any time on this. I intentionally tousle my hair a bit. I didn't even wash my face. Alas, being too good-looking, he could pull off any casual look. Such a cursed charm. Soon, the 12 celestial seedlings of Baiyun City and 3 attendants emerged from their rooms, gathering in the courtyard. Chen Montak, Xuetzixuan, Li Xiao King, Chen Xing, Xuetzi and Li Hongshun stood together while the other celestial seedlings clustered around Chao Hao. With his signature crooked grin, Chao Hao casually greeted Shui Zixuan and Li Xiaoqing, blatantly ignoring Chen Mo's presence, clearly indicating his disdain for him. Chen Mo quietly stood behind Shui Zixuan, gently grasping her hand, carefully counting the number of scoops and measures. Chao Hao's smile seemed to freeze, as if he had been dealt a blow. He arrived smiling, but departed with a scowl. Shui Zixuan merely acknowledged him with a cool nod before turning to Chen Mo, engrossed in her own hand. Li Xiaoqing was even more direct, letting out a cold huff before turning her face away. The expression, honestly, she was just shy of spitting in Chao Hao's face. Chapter 69. A single thought shatters thousands of thoughts. To be honest, Chao Hao's heart was in turmoil. He truly cannot comprehend why women could change so rapidly. What merits did Chen Mo possess? Before the assessment of the Immortal sect, everything was under his control. Yet after the assessment, he faced repeated setbacks, his face covered in disappointment. Shui Zixuan no longer even glanced at him, and Shui Zifei treated him with the coldness of a stranger. His repeated attempts to approach Li Xiaoqing and Huang Xianying were met with indifference. Despite having practiced his signature smile and turtle energy countless times, they all failed him. If it weren't for the fact that others still seemed normal, Chao Hao would have suspected something amiss in the realm of immortals. He vaguely sensed that all of this was somehow related to Chen Mo, for everyone who seemed disinterested in him had some connection to Chen Mo. This was undoubtedly more than mere coincidence. Though Chao Hao was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that Chen Mo, in terms of appearance, had him firmly in his grasp, and moreover, Chen Mo must possess an incredibly strong romantic fortune. Yes, romantic fortune. Once he eliminated this waste, everything belonging to him would be his. Women, romantic fortune, all of it. The murderous intent deep within Chao Hao intensified. Alas, for the moment, he could only suppress it forcibly. The Tianyin sect was not a place where he could act recklessly. He needed a meticulously crafted plan, and without absolute certainty of escape. He could not act lightly. Otherwise, not only would he risk alarming the snake, but he would also find himself in considerable trouble. After all, Chen Mo was ultimately a disciple of the inner sect of the Tianyin sect. Moments later, Wu Yu, He Yang, and Huang Xianying arrived together. as the guides of the immortal seedlings from Baiyun City for today's initiation ceremony. They were naturally there to lead everyone in attendance. Senior Brother Wu, Senior Brother He, Senior Sister Huang. After 2 days apart, the immortal seedlings from Baiyun City felt an unusual warmth upon seeing the trio, as if they had encountered familiar family. Being foreign guests in an unfamiliar land, they suddenly found a sense of security and belonging. The bond formed through their roles as guides in the immortal sect was deeply valued and created strong ties, establishing significant karmic connections. Have you adjusted well in the past 2 days? Wu Yu asked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Chao Hao and Chen Mo, clearly delineating the two groups without any concern. Wu Yu had not anticipated the stark advantage that Chen Mo possessed. The scene from their entrance was still fresh in his memory. Initially, Wu Yu held high hopes for Chao Hao, believing that the engagement in the secular world would have no significant impact, and that Xue Zixuan would soon realize who was the more suitable partner for her. However, the current developments had completely exceeded Wu Yu's expectations, revealing a side that touched his heart. In this harsh realm of cultivation, there truly existed such pure feelings, or perhaps love. He saw no hint of disdain in Xue Zixuan's gaze towards Chen Mo's realm of power. Instead, he observed her affectionate glances, which seemed to fall upon Chen Mo at all times. This warmed Wu Yu's perspective of both Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan. Despite the long road ahead and many uncertainties, Xue Zixuan had yet to grasp the harsh realities of the cultivation world and the importance of a partner, but for now, this moment moved Wu Yu, reminding him of a past love. Fortunately, Senior Brother Wu, we didn't dare wander too far. We simply strolled around near the reception hall. Snap. That's all right. Being cautious upon arrival is wise. However, there is no need to worry excessively. The Tianyin sect is quite safe. After today, you'll gradually become familiar with it. Wu Yu reassured them. Senior Brother Wu, will we be taking the heart examination soon? Yes. Are you feeling nervous? A little. There's no need for anxiety. The heart examination will present you with various illusions that delve deep into your soul, reflecting your own consciousness. While it may seem like an assessment, it is also a valuable opportunity for tempering your mental state. With the sect's powerful individuals overseeing it, there will be no danger. You simply need to strive to maintain your composure, avoiding fear, sorrow, joy, anger, and worry. Resist the onslaught of negative emotions and seek flaws within the illusions, and you will be able to discern the truth. What if there are no flaws? The way of heaven is imperfect. Even the most realistic illusions will have vulnerabilities. Wu Yu continued speaking as he walked. Of course, this is the conventional approach to the heart examination. You may understand this now, but once you enter the illusions, you will likely become lost, and it will not be of much help. It's merely a matter of holding on to a thought. There is, however, another method that can enhance your results, albeit it bears the semblance of shortcut. Yet many utilize it, and the sect does not prohibit it. If you lack confidence, you may consider trying it. This method is called a single thought shatters thousands of thoughts. A single thought shatters thousands of thoughts? Several disciples among them displayed evident surprise. Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan, however, were not particularly astonished, as the enthusiastic seniors had already informed them of the method to enhance their heart examination results. Chen Mo found it quite understandable, akin to the technique of distraction mentioned by Stephen Chow. In ancient times, Guangong played chess to cure poison, and now, Ling Lingqi watched a romantic film to extract bullets. This was the essence of a single thought shatters thousands of thoughts. By fixating on a singular obsession within one's heart, one can fiercely guard their consciousness, infinitely magnifying that obsession, immersing oneself in it, and disregarding any emotional intrusions, placing life and death aside. Wu Yu elaborated on the practice of a single thought shatters thousands of thoughts. However, you must not use extreme, negative, or malevolent obsessions. If you can sincerely vow, it is best to hold a grand aspiration as your obsession. While this may seem like a shortcut, it is still the righteous path and will not harm your future mental state. Wu Yu's gaze swept across the group before ultimately landing on Chen Mo, asking, Junior Brother Chen Mo, do you understand? Ido, Chen Mo replied. In essence, the obsession akin to that of Stephen Chow is extreme, heretical, and malevolent, and should be avoided. One must harbor grand aspirations, such as, I want this world to kneel before me. Those who mock me shall crawl, and those who belittle me shall turn to dust. If heaven has feelings, I will shatter the azure sky, and if the earth is lawless, I shall reshape the universe. In this world, I am invincible. I shall establish a heart for this world, grant life to the living, inherit the teachings of the ancients, and bring peace to all ages. Those who obstruct me shall face death without mercy. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path and eradicate all evil in this world. Wow, that feels exhilarating. I could also boast for this silly girl. For her, I would be willing to annihilate all enemies. Should she shed even a single tear, it would be the heavens roaring in my anger and the earth trembling in my rage. Chen Mo could not help but indulge in his fantasies. Walking alongside Xue Zixuan, Huang Xianying held Xue Zixuan's hand, occasionally turning to whisper softly, but suddenly she noticed Xue Zixuan nearly bursting into laughter. Zixuan, did senior sister say something funny? Senior sister is being serious. Huang Xianying looked at Xue Zixuan in confusion. Chapter 70. Memory Confusion? Sister, rest assured, I have promised you. As long as Master chooses me, I will certainly choose Master. Xue Zixuan exclaimed hastily. That's good, Huang Xianying responded, taking a bite of the fruit in her hand. Although she realized that Xue Zixuan's answer did not address the question, her curiosity was piqued. However, seeing Xue Zixuan's attention focused entirely on Chen Mo, she refrained from probing further. Perhaps she was reminiscing about the amusing moments shared with Chen Mo. Once the initiation ceremony concludes, you will be separated to various sects, marking your true entry into the immortal realm and the beginning of a brand new cultivation life. My brother is not a genius. Reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage may be the extent of his capabilities in this lifetime. However, before you reach this stage, feel free to come to me with any questions or consult He Shi Xiang and Huang Shiji. We will certainly assist as much as we can. Nevertheless, cultivation ultimately relies on oneself. Wu Yu remarked, pausing briefly to glance at Chen Xing, Xue Zifei, and Li Hongqin. Although you three are merely outer disciples, do not abandon hope. Your talents are on the verge of passing the sex examination under the cultivation conditions of the secular world. Achieving your current level surpasses many outer disciples from the immortal realm. I speak not out of mere encouragement. The cultivation environment in the immortal realm, even devoid of resources, is incomparable to that of the secular world. Moreover, the resources available for the foundational qi refinement technique are quite limited. Given time, the realms and energies of the three of you, even the seemingly weakest Li Hongqun, can undoubtedly ascend to outer disciples. It is merely a matter of timing. Outer disciples can directly advance upon reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement or by completing a designated number of sect tasks to attain the requisite sect contribution for early promotion. This is a common path for many outer disciples, albeit a slightly perilous one, yet significantly faster than solely cultivating to the 7th layer of qi refinement. As they spoke, Wu Yu led the group to the enormous plaza in front of the reception hall, which had already gathered no fewer than 300 to 400 young male and female disciples, all neatly seated on arranged mats. The arrival of Chao Hao, Chen Mo, and Xue Zixuan immediately drew numerous intrigued gazes. Seizing the opportunity to flaunt his presence, Chao Hao radiated an aura of confidence, his previously stern expression replaced by his signature crooked smile. He had rejuvenated, knowing that today marked his moment to shine in the Tianyin sect. Undeterred by a minor setback against Chen Mo, he understood that reputation was a manifestation of fortune and its accumulation. The greater the fame, the stronger the fortune that would gravitate towards him. What a formidable character. A genius emerging from the secular realm. Chao Hao of Baiyun City? Reports from last night indicated that he topped the Baiyun City Immortal examination, possessing a first-grade spiritual root and being at the 4th layer of qi refinement. With terrifying combat prowess, According to our informants, he can effortlessly slay late-stage qi refinement beasts. Truly impressive. His aura undeniably overwhelms me. His smile is audacious, confident, and irresistibly charming. Geniuses are indeed unique. Oh, what a beautiful girl. From Baiyun City? She is Xue Zixuan? Xue Zixuan. So stunning. Is she not extraordinarily beautiful? That face, that figure, that grace. Absolutely captivating. Does Baiyun City produce such talented beauties? The other one is quite formidable too. Not inferior to Lin Qingyi and the others, each with their own merits. I find her utterly adorable, such a little darling. Well, do you still think I'm just a pretty face? Such beauty might indeed rule over all. Xue Zixuan, she is mine. Step aside. Do you really think you are worthy? Did you not see who accompanied her in? Who? I didn't notice. Huang. After Wu Yu and the others escorted the Baiyun City disciples into the expansive plaza, they ignited a wave of discussions among the gathered practitioners. Each wave more fervent than the last. The ostentatious Chao Hao, with his air of arrogance, successfully became one of the most dazzling and attention-grabbing newcomers, overshadowing Chen Mo, who was equally handsome, to the extent that few even noticed him. Yet, the brilliance of Xue Zixuan was impossible to conceal. Having garnered attention since last night, many onlookers, including newly promoted disciples from the Immortal realm, eagerly awaited a glimpse of her beauty. They wished to witness the extent of Xue Zixuan's allure, leading some Na'vi individuals to believe she could eclipse Lin Qingyi, Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Xilan, Nangong Yao, and Yi Qingli, all renowned beauties of the sect. Upon seeing her, many among them were transformed into the very Na'vi fools they had derided. Of course, a portion maintained their composure, even dissenting, for after all, preferences vary. Yet, it became impossible to stir much debate when over half believed the same, as rationality dictated who was indeed correct. They realized their opinions merely reflected personal tastes. The tide favored Xue Zixuan. Perverted rogue, hiding behind me. Xue Zixuan blushed, feeling the intensity of the gazes upon her. Although accustomed to attention in Baiyun City, facing practitioners from the Immortal realm, including several formidable figures above the Foundation establishment stage, left her feeling quite flustered. She wished to look at Chen Mo. However, in a moment of distraction, she lost sight of him as he slipped behind her, taking a seat on the mat directly behind her. With no eyes on the back of her head, she could not turn to face him. Fortunately, Xue Zixuan's sides were protected. Xue Zifei and Li Hongshan occupied the spots beside her, while Li Shaoqing, with a playful demeanor, nestled close to Chen Mo. The little girl, thrilled to be near her cousin, flaunted her proximity to Xue Zixuan, occasionally glancing provocatively at Chen Mo. He, however, showed no interest in her antics. His gaze fixated on Xue Zixuan's enchanting silhouette as she sat cross-legged on the mat, her figure increasingly captivating. "Shut up," Chen Mo murmured. "Oomph." Li Shaoqing, cheeks puffed in indignation, shifted slightly closer to Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, I have a grand aspiration," she declared, turning her head to meet his gaze, her voice lowered. To her surprise, a rare blush adorned her cheeks. Chen Mo turned to look at Li Shaoqing, a puzzled expression on his face, but then quickly became alarmed. "You have one, fine, but keep it to yourself. If you speak it aloud, it will lose its power. A grand aspiration should remain unspoken," he advised. Locking eyes with her, seeing the earnestness in her gaze, he softened his tone. "I won't tell you mine, nor do I care if it works or not." "Humph," Li Shaoqing replied, unable to contain herself. The sight of the little girl's puffed cheeks was simply too endearing. And Chen Mo often realized too late that he was utterly outmatched in their playful exchanges. Yet, it seemed she never resisted. Her only responses were to puff her cheeks, more or blush. Was this the effect of their familial bond? Chen Mo mused inwardly, feeling a sense of pride. As my gaze gradually surveyed the celestial seedlings seated around me, I inwardly contrasted and analyzed their features. Ah, that must be Yi Qingli. With her fiery red curls cascading like flames, her waves of hair framing a delicately sculpted face. Fortunately, her eyes are a striking contrast to black and white. And though her nose is not particularly high and her eye sockets are not deep, Otherwise, she might resemble a Western beauty, a pretty face that could be deemed overwhelming. My goodness, those headlights are quite large. It must be Nan Gong Yao. Such a graceful lady. Her ethereal beauty is unmatched. Even the most foolish of girls cannot compare. Surely that must be Lin Qingyi? She complements the ethereal Zhao Linger portrayed by Yifei quite well, though she certainly wastes a lot of paper cough. None can rival the allure of a foolish girl as posterior. Compared to them, the foolish girl need not rely on her face. Her figure overshadows all. Cough. Never mind. Au poillon. It would be best not to gaze at that scoundrel any longer. My inner turmoil is too much to bear. She fears losing her composure on the spot, which would be quite embarrassing. A figure overshadowing all, this scoundrel is simply Momins Latte. A voice suddenly resonated from the high platform before the hall of reception, where an elderly man adorned in splendid robes, with a long white beard, bowed and clasped his fists toward the sky, proclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed elders! Welcome, esteemed elders! Welcome, esteemed elders!" Echoed countless voices from the crowd of onlookers and the surrounding hills, resonating through the heavens and mountains, a sound that lingered for ages. The celestial seedlings in the square, under the signal of the sect's powerful figures, also rose to pay their respects. In the void, as the voices of welcome filled the air, radiant celestial lights suddenly erupted from all directions, and numerous figures soared from the four corners of the earth. A staggering number of formidable presences appeared before the assembled crowd, some elderly with the air of immortals, others youthful yet exuding an unmistakable power, and all radiating an overwhelming aura. Amidst the crowd, hushed whispers emerged, yet none dared to speak loudly. The entire venue was suffused with an atmosphere of reverence. "They are all golden elixir realms," a young disciple exclaimed in astonishment, unable to meet their dazzling gazes. The powerful pressure descended, instilling a profound sense of dread deep within the souls of the younger disciples, as they sensed that a mere glance from these beings could obliterate them. Such are the exalted figures of the sect. They inspire both awe and admiration. One by one, these formidable figures descended onto the high platform, with the foremost being an elderly man clad in a deep purple robe. His long hair cascaded down his shoulders, his brilliant gaze emanating an almost unbearable pressure. This was indeed the first elder of the Tianyin sect's hall of reception, Yu Qianhe. Yu Qianhe surveyed his surroundings and spoke solemnly. "Today marks the entrance ceremony for our newly initiated disciples. Each of you represents the very foundation of our sect's future. From this day forth, you shall no longer be of the mundane world, but shall officially become disciples of our sect. You must remember our rules and uphold the virtues of our order." His voice resonated like a great bell, reverberating through the air and penetrating hearts, invoking a sense of respect that was impossible to resist. In front of Chen Mo and the others, 10 male and female senior disciples respectfully responded, "We shall heed the elder's teachings." The newly initiated celestial seedlings, including Chen Mo, echoed in unison, "We shall heed the elder's teachings." Yu Qianhe nodded and then turned to a middle-aged man in white robes beside him, saying, "Elder Yunfeng, you shall preside over the upcoming examination of the heart." The elder in white slightly cupped his hands and stepped forward, with a countenance as exquisite as jade and an aura of sharpness about him. His voice was remarkably gentle as he addressed the new disciples. "Dear newly initiated disciples, the examination of the heart is also an exploration of the Tao. It serves as a test from the sect and an opportunity for you to truly understand yourselves and attain clarity of mind. Furthermore, it is a trial for your mental fortitude. Such an opportunity occurs but once. I hope you consider carefully whether you seek merely to test or to refine your understanding and self-awareness, thereby choosing the path most suited to your cultivation. Remember, what suits you best may not necessarily be what you favor most. Regardless, the sect shall not intervene. It is the results that matter." Elder Yunfeng's words were profoundly thought-provoking. They seemed to offer guidance, while simultaneously leaving the decision entirely to the disciples. "The choice remains in your hands." Chen Mo and the others discerned that Elder Yunfeng's words hinted at whether to take advantage of the method, One thought shatters 10,000 thoughts during the examination of the heart. It felt as though the examination had already commenced. Chen Mo pondered. In the balance of choice, how does one decide? Is it for the sake of better refinement, achieving clarity of mind and self-awareness, or simply for a favorable outcome? The weighing of options lies solely on oneself. Is this not the very beginning of the examination of the heart? Now, once the examination of the heart commences, you will be enveloped by an illusion array. Do not resist. Relax and immerse yourself within the array, and the test shall officially begin. Elders, activate the formation. Buzz, buzzing. The void trembled, resonating with the heavens. Brilliant lights surged from the ground, intertwining in the air and forming a transparent luminescent curtain that enveloped all the newly initiated disciples. Upon this transparent curtain, a flickering of rainbow hues danced, reflecting the silhouettes of the new disciples and projecting a myriad of bizarre and fantastical scenes. Chen Mo distinctly felt an enigmatic transformation, rendering him momentarily dazed, as if time had elongated beyond comprehension. Yet simultaneously, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, causing him to lose track of time. Temporal distortion? Chen Mo was perplexed. However, he recalled accounts from light novels that described how, upon the activation of the illusion array, the laws of time and space would envelop it. Within the illusion array, the flow of time is altered. A glance could span a millennium. A thought could traverse realms. Essentially, the mind's desires could manifest boundlessly. Of course, this was all designed to create an illusion suited for each newly initiated disciple. The true flow of time remained normal. It was merely their perception of time that had shifted. For Chao Hao, it was a low-level law of time and space, simple to comprehend, and he could see through it in an instant. As for Chen Mo, he certainly could not. Yet, regardless of whether he could see through it or not, he did not heed Elder Yunfeng's advice to not resist, relax, but instead forced himself to remain alert, bracing against the waves of profound energy. Naturally, he kept his eyes shut. What the hell? What am I witnessing? This is intense. Damn it. I shouldn't speak ill of others or strike at their vulnerabilities. As waves of emotional turmoil surged through Chen Mo's mind, he found himself witnessing a series of intense scenes that were thrilling, akin to the exhilarating moments of driving. He yearned for more, fully alert, akin to those quiet nights when he would lock the door and indulge in critical self-reflection. Yet suddenly, he was reminded of the night before his third-year exams when his mother had entered with a platter of fruits and snacks, only to catch him. Chen Mo felt that the most embarrassing moment in life is being caught in slow motion by one's parents while awkwardly trying to manage both hands. From that moment on, his room door was always locked. One can only imagine how embarrassed Chen Mo felt, how profoundly his fragile psyche had been impacted. Who would have thought that this moment would be replayed? Chen Mo found himself cursing the ancestors of the illusion array. He felt utterly humiliated. But just as he uttered a couple of curses, he suddenly froze. "Move aside," Chen Mo exclaimed, reaching out to push the girl walking in front of him. Yes, he had once again witnessed a scene from before his crossing. He saw the girl he was following in the out-of-control car, racing toward them. Between the choice of his own demise and the demise of the girl before him, he resolutely opted for the former without a moment's hesitation. With a swift and decisive shove, he propelled her away. At that instant, Chen Mo was enveloped in darkness, feeling as though the world was spinning around him, his mind momentarily blank. When he regained consciousness, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. His gaze reflected a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Surely, I must be mistaken. This must be a distortion of memory. Having encountered too many foolish girls, my mind has become cluttered with their images, and thus, the girl who should have met her end has morphed into one of them? Chen Mo was utterly bewildered. The interface of his system had already been summoned, confirming that his previous journey was no mere dream. The clarity of his memories also indicated that he had been ensnared by the emotional illusions of the enchantment. However, the spectacle that had led to his spiritual turmoil made him question his very existence. No, it should be said he was questioning his celestial existence. He felt his memories had become jumbled. The emotions ignited by the illusion could indeed lead to such confusion. The girl he had saved while undeniably beautiful, especially in her posterior. Otherwise, the lecherous Im would not have trailed behind her. Yet in his recollections, she could not possibly compare to the foolish girls. She was leagues apart from them. Yet the vision conjured by the illusion bore an uncanny resemblance to Xue Zixuan. More alarmingly, the girl from his memories seemed to have merged with Xue Zixuan, becoming one. Terrifying. It was akin to someone claiming that Qin Wen and Kobe bore similarities, only for a skilled photo editor to create a seamless transition from Qin Wen to Kobe. No matter how you looked at it, the resemblance was striking. Damn it. So what if it resembles? In a past life, I saved her. In this life, she is devoted to me to be my wife. What is the problem? No problem at all. I care not for the authenticity. Yet this illusion feels rather genuine. How frightening. Chen Mo chose not to dwell on such thoughts. He began to survey his surroundings. The sky was shrouded in gloom, the atmosphere dark, cold, and damp, accompanied by chilling gusts and mournful wails, imparting a sense of having entered a realm of the dead from a television screen. The entire space was dominated by shades of black and gray, oppressive and stifling, with flickering blue, ghostly flames hovering about, heightening the terror. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Mo felt a twinge of panic. However, recalling that he needed to bide his time, he settled into a lotus position and began counting the ethereal blue flames surrounding him. Mistake. Start over. 1, 2, 3. 3 at a time, ugh. Start again. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 71. Hark. Scoundrel, behold the blade. Lo and behold, a meteor shower? The ethereal blue, ghostly flames suddenly transformed into streaks of light, swiftly hurtling towards Chen Mo. His eyes widened in astonishment, feeling somewhat remarkable, as he beheld the ghostly flames expanding and brightening, resembling a multitude of meteors racing toward him. Chen Mo felt as though he were witnessing a holographic projection of a grand cinematic masterpiece with 100 realism. It was both vivid and breathtaking. Chen Mo wished to flee. He merely aspired to remain inconspicuous, enduring within the illusion until the end. Yet, this was unequivocally intent on obliterating him. Alas, there was no escape. Buzz. As Chen Mo was engulfed by the meteor shower, an extraordinary tremor reverberated through him, and the surroundings suddenly illuminated, unveiling the first scene of the heart's inquiry. Blurrily, Chen Mo opened his eyes to find himself standing in a resplendent palace, shimmering with golden light. The environment was laden with treasures of gold and silver, the ground adorned with a thick carpet of spirit stones, and the air was suffused with golden particles, exuding an aura of ethereal luxury. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Bewildered, Chen Mo posed the 3 soul-searching questions to himself before shaking his head vigorously. I am the heart's inquiry test. Surely, I haven't wandered into the wrong set. This opulence, the delightful aroma of fine wine, the allure of wealth. Chen Mo scrutinized his surroundings, pondering. At that moment, an elderly gentleman resembling a butler, his face adorned with a beaming smile, appeared before him and bowed deeply. Young Master Chen Mo, all of this is yours. Chen Mo felt a sense of authenticity in the scene, yet to him, it seemed rather juvenile. Mine? He lifted his gaze to behold the ostentatious world around him, nearly bursting into laughter. How splendid! Could he count the spirit stones, the gold, and the jewels? Of course. Young master, these treasures, spirit stones, and celestial artifacts are all yours. Whatever you desire is yours. Wealth is boundless, and resources for cultivation are infinite. The elder's expression was sincere, exuding a warmth akin to benevolence. Thank you, kind sir. Chen Mo began counting the spirit stones, stacking them meticulously. How delightful! So many. Where was I? Let's start over. The elder beamed, even more warmly. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with golden light as he continued counting, feeling elated, completely immersed in the mundane joy of counting wealth, oblivious to any desire to escape the illusion or seek inconsistencies. Time passed, and the benevolent elder gradually became more translucent, eventually transforming into wisps of ethereal blue flames, dissipating in the wind, along with the magnificent palace and the spirit stones, gold, and jewels Chen Mo was counting, all scattering like sand blown by a gentle breeze until they vanished. Gone? I didn't break the illusion. How could such joyous counting come to an end? I truly didn't break the illusion. Just as Chen Mo felt a lingering satisfaction, the scene before him abruptly shifted once more. The terrifying meteor shower descended again. Chen Mo was obliterated once more. When he awoke again, his eyes widened to the brink of disbelief. The 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms? By heavens! A peach blossom fairy? This new scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Mo found himself standing amidst a peach grove, fragrant blossoms surrounding him, gentle breezes caressing his face. In the distance, a lady in a pink pleated skirt approached gracefully, her features enchanting, her gaze filled with a captivating blend of allure and tenderness, seemingly able to see straight into his heart. Last year, on this day, within this gate, human faces and peach blossoms mirrored each other in crimson. The human face has vanished, yet the peach blossoms continue to smile at the spring breeze. Chen Mo stared intently at the approaching peach blossom fairy, entranced by her beauty, reciting poetry. Indeed, it was a vivid reflection of human faces and peach blossoms in shades of red. Young Master Chen Mo, the lady spoke softly, her voice like a gentle spring breeze caressing his heart. The path of cultivation is too solitary. Why not let me accompany you, if you would be so kind? As she drew closer, her delicate, jade-like hands nearly brushed against Chen Mo's sleeve. Soon, more ladies emerged from the peach grove, each more stunning than the last, their garments fluttering like clouds. What a sight! Is this the scene from Cultivation harem? My beautiful senior sisters? However, are you all facing me? Am I that type of person who is drawn solely by beauty? Chen Mo silently scoffed in his mind, yet his face remained impassive. The lady gazed at him with tender affection. Young Master Chen Mo, are we beautiful? Miss, you are mistaken. My name is actually Chow Hao. Please turn around. I wish to see your backs. A smirk graced Chen Mo's lips, reminiscent of the Chow family's awkward smile. Ah, so it is young Master Chow. You may gaze upon any part of me, as long as it pleases you. The ladies obediently turned to present their backs. Truly obedient. My goodness. This one resembles Sister Z, Fei, and this one looks like Aunt Hong Chun, while this younger one resembles Xiao Qing. This one is akin to Sister Huang, and this one to Lin Qingyi. The previous angle was off. They should resemble them, right? And this one looks like Yi Qingli. By heavens. This one looks like the foolish girl. Young Master, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. May I accompany you? The peach blossom fairy surprisingly initiated a flirtatious advance. Chen Mo jolted, swiftly swatting her hand away. Hold on, how skilled are you? The lady paused, bewildered. Skilled? Cool me. All of you, I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your talents. Whoever has the best skills, tonight they shall have me. Let us compare. Kneading shoulders, massaging backs, and pressing heads. Let us see whose technique prevails. The victor shall have my heart. Ladies, no cheating. That's against the rules. You go first. Chen Mo truly immersed himself in this realistic illusion. Yet this lecherous fellow remained ever vigilant, never losing sight of the fact that he was in the heart's inquiry test. This was something other newly initiated disciples could not possibly achieve. The illusion would invariably lead one to forget they were in a test, and one could never maintain a state of absolute rationality. Each meteor shower was a mental assault designed to shatter one's consciousness completely. Awakening would lead to confronting the 3 soul-searching questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Then came the trials of various illusions, causing them to entirely forget they were in the heart's inquiry test. The meteor shower did indeed shatter Chen Mo's consciousness, but he was able to recover almost instantly. Chen Mo remained lucid, faced with a bevy of stunning peach blossom fairies, especially the view of their backs. Truth be told, even maintaining absolute rationality, young Chen would have considered rebellion. Fortunately, the older Chen possessed profound composure. However, in such a delightful setting, how could one not indulge? The peach blossom fairies were quite obedient. Chen Mo, akin to a pampered scion, was surrounded by the alluring peach blossom fairies, who transformed into somewhat unorthodox therapists, kneading shoulders, massaging backs, each one more flirtatious than the last. The techniques. Chen Mo could envision them all. Alas, just as dozens of enchanting peach blossom fairies had yet to complete a full round, like the previous benevolent elder, they too dispersed into the wind. Disappointed, he thought. Not even a full hour, and they vanished? Unacceptable. In the next moment, the meteor shower descended once more. The scene transformed again. Chen Mo opened his eyes, and the world was stained crimson. He stood upon a desolate battlefield, surrounded by corpses and shattered weapons, the air thick with the stench of blood. In the distance, a blood-soaked figure approached, and it was none other than Cao Hao. Chen Montauk! Cao Hao roared, his face contorted in rage. You worthless fool, daring to covet my women. Cultivate. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cao Hao transformed into a whirlwind, charging towards Chen Mo, his great blade descending like a bolt of lightning. Good heavens! How is this a delay tactic? He possesses the strength of the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Wait, something's amiss. His power matches mine? This is absurd. Clang! Chen Mo unsheathed his sword and declared, Halt! Scoundrel, behold my blade. Chapter 72. On the brink of elimination? With a swift stroke, Chen Mo unleashed his sword. At the moment of contact between blade and blade, a piercing clang resonated through the air. A fierce gust erupted, stirring up the dust and gravel beneath, creating an impressive spectacle that far surpassed that of an ordinary first-layer Qi practitioner. Chen Mo retreated 3 steps, feigning difficulty in stabilizing his stance, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his lips. This illusion array is quite intriguing. It conjures a figure resembling Cao Hao to challenge me, whose strength appears comparable to mine. I must defeat him to dispel this illusion. No, I must play along for a while longer. As long as the illusion persists, Cao Hao cannot perish. Let's see who can endure longer. Cao Hao's eyes burned with murderous intent as he gripped his blade and struck again with renewed ferocity. This strike was swifter, accompanied by a formidable wind. Chen Mo tilted his head, appearing to narrowly evade the blow. Yet in reality, he maneuvered with ease. The Cao Hao simulated by the illusion array was evidently crafted to mirror the aura Chen Mo emanated. Had he been an ordinary practitioner, this simulated version might have surpassed him slightly, thus increasing the challenge for the newly admitted disciples. After all, the simulated Cao Hao lacked the adaptability inherent in a real combatant. However, Chen Mo was no ordinary practitioner. Certain aspects were imperceptible to this illusion array and thus could not be replicated. Among them was the power of the stars. Though Chen Mo could not harness even a trace of that celestial energy, it did not imply its absence within him. The power of the stars refined his very being, and remnants of it resided within his limbs. Hence, during their first clash, Chen Mo understood that he could easily bring the simulated Cao Hao to his knees. With a forceful cry, dug in 9 swords, breaking blade style, Chen Mo channeled his energy and engaged once more. In truth, he executed the Ling Feng sword technique. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of blades erupted as both combatants launched into a flurry of attacks, their weapons weaving through the air, igniting sparks. Chen Mo showcased the Ling Feng sword technique to its fullest. Every move was agile and swift, yet his strikes consistently fell just short of their targets. To the real Cao Hao, this exchange would seem like 2 inept novices pecking at each other. Despite being at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation in Chen Mo's illusion, he was merely at the 1st layer. Cao Hao sneered, with such meager skills, you dare to compete for a woman? You must be tired of living. Seriously? This dog still tries to engage in his psychological warfare? Chen Mo lamented, unable to suppress his thoughts. This illusion array was undoubtedly superior to any AI. The expressions and gazes were incredibly precise. Yet, facing the conscious and formidable Chen Mo, Cao Hao found himself thoroughly outmatched. Swoosh! Cao Hao let out a piercing scream as Chen Mo's sword light successfully greeted his lower regions, a strike that could send him straight to Thailand for a performance. Having deprived this character of his future tools for mischief, he could likely continue to fight. But let's hope he doesn't pass the test. Chen Mo was not keen on waking up. The simulated Cao Hao was an excellent practice target for swordplay. Chen Mo, you seek death. I will end you. Could we not exchange for some fresh dialogue? The birds have flown away, yet you still play the fool? Behold my blade. Chen Mo chose a new target for his assault, wounding without killing. Soon, a revised rendition of Chrysanthemum Terrace was delivered to Cao Hao. The chrysanthemum withers, leaving wounds galore. The blade falls, severing the heart. As Cao Hao disintegrated like a sand painting caught in the wind, his pitiful visage was such that even Chen Mo, the orchestrator, could not bear to witness it. It was too tragic. Nothing gained, everything lost, the chrysanthemum pierced, and his body marred with scars. He was on the brink of collapse. Was it merely an illusion, or did Chen Mo perceive a resentful glance from Cao Hao as he vanished? Did he just become a softy after a mere cut? There was no time for further contemplation, as Chen Mo was once again overwhelmed by a meteor shower, transitioning into the next illusion. Before the Hall of Guidance, in the expansive square, at this moment, aside from the elders atop the platform, countless spectators, including disciples of the Tianyin sect and their families, gathered around the square and the surrounding hills, most of whom were keenly observing the newly admitted disciples. Each one, though eyes closed, wore expressions of great significance. Although unable to fully express their emotions in the illusion, some semblance of their feelings could be perceived. This was the resonance between their lingering consciousness and the consciousness ensnared within the illusion. It was said that this batch of new disciples was exceptionally strong. Would anyone break the record? That is impossible. The record holder is our venerable elder, Lingshu Jinjuan. He maintained it for a millennium, breaking the illusion array and completing the introspective test in mere moments. Hard to say, look at that fellow. His emotions have shifted 12 times. This must be the 13th illusion. Astounding. And it's only been an hour. At this pace, he could complete it in less than 3 hours. Who is that? The celestial prodigy from Baiyin City, named Cao Hao. His aura is formidable, absolutely a top-tier talent. Disciples of the Tianyin sect buzzed with excitement. At this point, the introspective test had only just begun for an hour. To the spectators, it seemed far too early for anyone to emerge from the illusion. Yet, none chose to depart. Observing the reflections of these new disciples' expressions was a rather entertaining endeavor. At this moment, if their expressions were to reveal lewd smiles, one could only imagine how much more intense those emotions would be within the illusion. How could it be boring? Moreover, one could gaze at the captivating junior sisters. Of course, female disciples could also admire the handsome junior brothers. At this moment, they could look boldly, freely, and without restraint. In this spotlight, Shui Zixuan was undoubtedly the most alluring among the new junior sisters. Seated cross-legged, her eyes closed, she radiated beauty, with even the slightest change in her expression captivating the hearts of countless young disciples. Yet Lin Qingyi, Ye Qingli, Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Zilian, Nangong Yao, and the petite Li Shaoqing also had their fair share of admirers. In Chen Mo's eyes, though the naive girl might not rely on her looks, every beautiful junior sister had her unique charm and many devoted admirers. The situation of the new junior brothers was no different. The strikingly handsome Chen Mo was undeniably the center of attention. However, it wasn't solely due to his unparalleled beauty. More so, it was because he sat adjacent to Shui Zixuan, benefiting from her radiance. Purely in terms of aesthetic appeal, he truly complimented her. Otherwise, most of the senior sisters focused solely on looks, dismissing Chen Mo's first-layer chi aura, overlooking him entirely despite his striking features. Cao Hao, however, was the true eye-catcher. To call him the most dazzling figure in the entire venue would not be an exaggeration. His fourth-layer chi cultivation was not the key. What stood out was the overwhelming strength of his aura, surpassing that of his peers. Since entering the illusion, his expression had barely shifted, maintaining his signature crooked smile. Even with his eyes closed, he exuded an air of arrogance, disdain, and confidence. Clearly, he navigated the illusion with ease. His mental fortitude was undeniably formidable. Huang Xianying's gaze had not strayed from Chen Mo and Shui Zixuan, munching on snacks while observing their expressions. However, Chen Mo's emotional fluctuations were quite perplexing. while others displayed varying emotions, indicating they had entered new illusions. Chen Mo's expression remained fixed, clearly still immersed in a single illusion without breaking free. His pace was agonizingly slow. Wu Yu and He Yang had been counting the subtle changes in Chao Hao, Shui Xuan, Chen Mo, and Li Shaoqing. Chao Hao had exhibited 12 slight changes, Shui Xuan 10, while Chen Mo had only shown 3. The slowest of the lot. Based on the time, it appeared that Chen Mo had not broken through a single illusion. He merely transitioned into subsequent illusions as the limits of each were reached. Truly, this was unprecedented. Such beauty is wasted, for it serves no purpose. This sentiment arose from observing Chen Mo through the lens of Shui Xuan, leading to an appraisal of Chen Mo's capabilities. They naturally noted the fluctuations in Chen Mo's expressions. It seems that junior brother Chen Mo shall be the first to be eliminated, He Yang remarked with a hint of exasperation. Should one fail to penetrate 3 consecutive illusions, their consciousness would be ejected from the illusory realm, restoring their awareness. They would promptly be escorted out by the elder controlling the illusion array, thus facing elimination. However, this expulsion was solely from the heart-testing phase and would not affect his exceptional status as an inner disciple. It is indeed unfortunate for junior brother Chen Mo to be eliminated after just 3 trials, thereby squandering this opportunity to discern which path he is suited for. Indeed, the first 13 illusions were merely constructs of the purest emotions and desires, with the subsequent trials being of paramount significance. Nevertheless, junior brother Chen Mo has already aligned with his path. Quite so. He Yang realized Wu Yu's glance towards Shui Xuan and instantly comprehended his implication. The dual cultivation path. That is indeed the path most attuned to Chen Mo. Any other path would likely pose considerable challenges for Chen Mo, who has only spent 12 years mastering the foundational qi refinement technique before achieving the status of a celestial seedling. Chapter 73. Heart-wrenching gentleness upon the elevated platform. The elders sat cross-legged, their gazes fixed intently upon the proceedings of the heart-testing trial. Each newly initiated disciple's progress within the illusionary array was under their scrutiny. They were particularly aware of Chen Mo, the prodigy with a first-class spiritual root. Additionally, some aesthetically inclined female disciples were also monitoring Chen Mo's situation. However, just when they believed that Chen Mo would be eliminated, a sudden shift in his demeanor revealed that his aura had distinctly changed, indicating that he had entered the 4th illusion. Remarkably, he had not been eliminated. Huang Xianying instinctively covered her mouth, which was full of snacks, exclaiming in astonishment. The 4th illusion? Chen Mo has not been eliminated? He Yang also wore an expression of bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion. How could this be? Chen Mo clearly did not break through the first 3 illusions. They understood the rules of the heart-testing trial. Failing to break through 3 consecutive illusions would lead to suppression by the array's power, resulting in elimination. Yet, Chen Mo's situation left them perplexed. Did the first 3 illusions not vanish upon reaching their time limit? But rather was it that Chen Mo had managed to break through them? Huang Xianying could not suppress her curiosity, pondering aloud. The elders on the platform, along with the female disciples captivated by Chen Mo, shared in the astonishment. He Yang's gaze flickered. Could it be mere coincidence? The timing aligns precisely with the limits of the illusionary array. His eyes remained unconsciously fixed on Chen Mo, the astonishment on his face unable to mask the doubts swirling within him. Wu Yu, furrowing her brow in contemplation, suddenly realized something and turned to Huang Xianying and He Yang, stating, "What if the situation is this? Although the disciple did not break through the illusions, if he maintained absolute dominance within the illusion, the array would not be able to harm him. Therefore, upon the time limit of the array, it would automatically be determined that he had broken through." Wu Yu continued, "Chen Mo must have at least managed to break through one of the first 3 illusions. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated by now, unable to enter the 4th illusion." Not only were Huang Xianying, Wu Yu, and He Yang engaged in discussions about Chen Mo, but the elders atop the platform were equally intrigued by his rare circumstances. Such a case, entering the 4th illusion after seemingly failing to break through 3 consecutive illusions, was exceedingly rare, a phenomenon scarcely witnessed in the thousands of years since the Tianyin sect initiated the heart-testing trial. How intriguing! What do you suppose? How many of Chen Mo's first 3 trials can be considered as breakthroughs? One elder mused. What is there to speculate? If he fails to break through another, he will be eliminated, which means he must have only managed to break through one of the 3. If he were to be eliminated after failing 2, then 2 of the 3 must have been breakthroughs. As for the possibility of having broken through all 3, I find that highly unlikely, considering he was halted by the time limits. The consensus remained that failing to break through 3 illusions would lead to elimination, a rule that was immutable. Typically, most individuals could break through all 36 illusions. The sect evaluated the new disciples based on the time taken to accomplish each breakthrough. The shorter the time, the more formidable the disciple was deemed. Additionally, the specific illusions that a disciple broke through quickly indicated compatibility with the emotions or principles of those trials, thus guiding them toward suitable paths of cultivation. You might observe his expressions more closely. This young lad is quite intriguing. We may yet witness an unexpected surprise, a dual cultivation of both celestial and martial prowess, a rarity we have not seen in ages, remarked a notably youthful elder. Gazing intently at Chen Mo, his interest peaked. The celestial seedlings from Baiyun City have exceeded expectations this time. I believe Chao Hao is even more promising, the elder noted. At this rate, the record held by Elder Lingxiu, which has stood for a millennium, is bound to be shattered. As the discussions unfolded, Chao Hao's expression and aura underwent another transformation, indicating he had entered the next illusion. Gradually, he left both Xue Zixuan and Lin Qingyi far behind, galloping ahead with unmatched speed. The spectators, including the elders on the platform, were increasingly astonished. However, another source of astonishment emerged as the focus of attention shifted back to Chen Mo, whose following grew, rivaling even Chao Hao's lead. For Chen Mo remained at the threshold. Each time he reached the illusion's time limit, just as the crowd anticipated his elimination, he transitioned into the next illusion. After the 3rd instance, doubts began to arise among the onlookers regarding whether Chen Mo had indeed managed to break through each illusion. Even if he had not, it was likely he had only failed to break through at most 2 illusions. Ultimately, as the clock approached 2 hours and 15 minutes, a resplendent golden light erupted from the illusionary array, lifting Chao Hao into the air, where he landed gracefully upon the platform. At that moment, the entire venue quaked with astonishment. In less than 2 hours and 15 minutes, he had completed the trial. Chao Hao not only broke the millennium-old record, but did so nearly an hour faster. Incredible, truly remarkable. The record held by the true monarch of Qingxiu has been surpassed. Such a prodigious talent, one who resonates with all paths. Who in our sect can rival such a gift? The Tianyin sect has indeed attracted such an extraordinary genius from the mundane world. Baiyun City's Chao Hao is destined to become a pivotal figure within the Tianyin sect. Countless spectators gasped in admiration, their gazes filled with envy. May one's offspring be as remarkable as Chao Hao, exclaimed many seasoned cultivators with wistful sentiments. In that moment, a multitude of astonished eyes congregated upon Chao Hao, who had become the most dazzling presence of the day. With a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, he appeared unfazed by the accolades, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Little did they know, he had intentionally moderated his pace through the trial. As a reincarnated celestial sovereign, his spiritual power was restrained by his current realm, preventing him from unleashing overwhelming strength. Yet, his mental state remained entirely unaffected. The mindset of a celestial sovereign and their profound understanding of the heavenly Tao rendered breaking through such rudimentary illusions a trivial endeavor. As time progressed, at the 3-hour mark, 2 waves of energy manifested almost simultaneously among the newly initiated disciples, Xue Zixuan and Lin Qingyi, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, were gradually lifted by the powers of the illusionary array and brought before the platform. Both had succeeded simultaneously, even with Chao Hao's remarkable achievement as the backdrop. Xue Zixuan and Lin Qingyi sparked tremendous excitement, having also shattered the record held by the true monarch of Lingxiu. More significantly, Xue Zixuan and Lin Qingyi were already the center of attention for their breathtaking beauty. Their allure alone captivated the audience. But the revelation of their extraordinary talents elevated their appeal to an unprecedented level. Not only the younger disciples, but even the seasoned cultivators present could not help but be drawn to them. Congratulations, Zixuan. I knew you could break the record. It is as I expected. Chao Hao beamed with his signature smile, addressing the gracefully descending Xue Zixuan beside him. Thank you, Xue Zixuan replied, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her voice cool and composed. Without so much as a glance at Chao Hao, she immediately turned her gaze toward Chen Mo. Her stunning eyes transformed from a frigid demeanor to one of warmth in an instant. The grin plastered on Chao Hao's face, akin to a grimace, froze in place. Within him, a tempest of fury erupted, far more intense than ever before. He had astonished everyone by breaking records and completing the heart testing, showcasing a talent so remarkable that it left the audience in awe. He was destined to become a premier prodigy nurtured by the heavenly transformation sect. Yet, Xue Zixuan, instead of being captivated by his charisma, remained utterly unmoved, her attitude towards him unchanged, filled only with disdain. The contempt was evident on her face. She wouldn't even spare him a glance, as if looking at him would induce nausea. Was it truly so? Indeed, upon witnessing his grotesque grin, she felt a wave of revulsion. Frankly, had Chao Hao not perpetually worn that self-declared charming grimace, Xue Zixuan might have acknowledged him at least once, considering he hailed from the illustrious Xue family. Alas, she simply could not bear to look. A mere glance would provoke her stomach. In an instant, Xue Zixuan's mind echoed with Chen Mo's voice. Her eyes sparkled, and a proud smile graced her lips. A smile so enchanting that it left countless young cultivators who were observing her weak at the knees. Yet, the crux of the matter was, who was she smiling at? Although directed toward Chen Mo, the majority of those present were oblivious to the nature of Xue Zixuan's relationship with him. At that moment, feeling utterly humiliated, Chao Hao sought to dissipate the awkwardness. His once frozen grin melted away as he turned his attention to another talented beauty, Lin Qingyi. With clasped hands, he said, "Congratulations, junior sister Lin Qingyi. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Lin Qingyi raised an eyebrow and narrowed her eyes, ready to confront Chao Hao directly. Initially, Xue Zixuan, who had been gazing at Chen Mo, now found her interest piqued by Lin Qingyi, her eyes filled with admiration and awe. She was on the verge of applauding, eager to commend her. Lin Qingyi, graceful and gentle in appearance, spoke with a voice as soothing as her demeanor. Yet, her words pierced like icy daggers, each remark striking with heart-wrenching precision. Chao Hao's expression darkened, his face turning as black as ink. Chapter 74. The Essence of Alchemy. Lin Qingyi, after finishing her words, paid no heed to how Chao Hao reacted. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Xue Zixuan, offering a gentle smile as she spoke. Amidst the buzzing discussions around her, Xue Zixuan quickly grasped Chen Mo's situation. Chen Mo had just passed the first 13 trials of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and was now positioned at the 14th trial, ensnared within the 14th illusion. This was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that he was the slowest among all, entering the next phase only when the time limit of the illusion expired, while others were oblivious to Chen Mo's intentions. Xue Zixuan understood that he deliberately prolonged his time to remain inconspicuous, avoiding the attention of the sect's powerful figures. Ironically, his method of stalling drew even more attention to him, rivaling that of Chao Hao. How could he claim to be low profile in such a manner? Moreover, consistently entering the next phase at the last moment undoubtedly incurred greater personal expenditure, a feat not achievable by ordinary disciples. To maintain such precision until the final instant was no small accomplishment. Xue Zixuan even felt that achieving what Chen Mo did was more challenging than her own 3-hour completion. As the time reached 3.5 hours, the 4th talented disciple completed the trials, a young man from the Immortal cultivation realm, distinguished and refined. resembling a scholarly figure. He was soon elevated by the power of the illusion to the side of Cao Hao, Shuezi Xuan, and Lin Qingyi, where he took the initiative to greet them and introduce himself. Regrettably, the brooding Cao Hao offered him little regard, merely stating his name before ignoring him. Lin Qingyi smiled gently, but remained silent. Shuezi Xuan followed suit, not even offering a smile, appearing even more aloof. The young man, named Meng Qingshu, chuckled awkwardly and, sensing the atmosphere, sat down quietly, observing the disciples still undergoing their trials. Before long, a sword-bearing girl became the fifth to complete the trials. She was stunning, with her lustrous hair tied in a high ponytail. Even clad in the standard attire of inner disciples and carrying a large sword, she exuded an air of remarkable elegance. She was none other than the highly regarded beauty, Yi Qingli. Upon seeing Yi Qingli, Cao Hao's interest was piqued once again. However, having recently faced rejection from Shuezi Xuan and Lin Qingyi, he began to doubt his luck in romance and forcibly suppressed his desire to make her acquaintance. Wishing to avoid further embarrassment, Greeting, esteemed Seigneur. I am Yi Qingli, a sword cultivator, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance. Yi Qingli scanned the crowd and energetically clasped her hands in greeting. Sword cultivator? Cao Hao's spirits lifted instantly. Ahem, I am not yet worthy of the title, but I shall undoubtedly become a sword cultivator. May I ask your name, esteemed senior? Cao Hao, pleased to meet you, junior sister Yi. Senior brother Cao possesses a formidable aura. Judging by your position, you were the first to complete the trials? Merely by chance. In that case, I challenge you. You may set the time, preferably within 10 days. I, Yi Qingli, challenge senior brother Cao. Do you dare accept? Yi Qingli Suden de Fujiset, het, gaze on kao. Her voice icy, her aura sharp as a drawn sword. Cao Hao was momentarily stunned. The onlookers stared at Yi Qingli, equally bewildered. Meng Qingshu felt a rush of relief. Thankful he had not been the first to speak to her. Sword cultivators, as the legend suggests, are quick to draw their swords over the slightest disagreement. Since you wish to spar, I shall oblige. Once we settle down, you may determine the time and place. Senior brother Cao, how agreeable. Let it be settled. Yi Qingli replied with enthusiasm, then turned her attention to Meng Qingshu. A bit frightened, Meng Qingshu averted his gaze. Esteemed brother, you are not afraid of me, are you? Why shy away? What do you go by? However, Yi Qingli disregarded his discomfort and directly inquired. Meng Qingshu, I am not skilled in combat. You need not challenge me. I concede. The essence of alchemy. Just then, Meng Qingshu suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain direction, his expression one of astonishment. The crowd hurriedly followed his gaze. It was none other than Chen Mo's direction. At this moment, Chen Mo emanated an exceptionally profound aura. While the average person could not comprehend its significance, those with a certain understanding of alchemy recognized it immediately. The essence of alchemy. This phenomenon occurs solely during the alchemical process, indicating an extraordinary mastery over the vitality of herbs and control of fire, allowing for the perfect fusion of medicinal properties and the manifestation of their utmost effects, an occurrence that precedes the formation of elixirs. This is the path to alchemical patterns, the very essence of the golden elixir. What is this essence of alchemy? Yi Qingli inquired, curiosity piqued. Only those with extraordinary alchemical talent can manifest the essence of alchemy within the illusion of the heart test. How formidable! To display such prowess at the first level of qi refinement? It seems I need not deliberate between studying alchemy or talismans. With such a genius in alchemy, I would be outmatched. I suppose I shall choose the path of talismans instead. Sister Shui, that individual is your companion, correct? I recall you arrived together, alongside senior brother Cao. Indeed. May I inquire his name? Chen Mo, my betrothed, Shuezi Xuan replied with a gentle smile, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. As she uttered this, her eyes sparkled with pride. Anyone could see the radiant glow of pride on her stunning face. Chen Mo, betrothed, sister Shui, you and senior brother Chen are indeed a perfect match. Meng Qingshu remarked. I would very much like to meet senior brother Chen. I hope sister Shui could introduce us. Of course, Chen Mo appreciates individuals of discernment and eloquence such as yourself, Xue Zixuan replied cheerfully, her demeanor warming towards Meng Qingshu. Simultaneously, the elders on the high platform gazed in astonishment at Chen Mo, sensing the changes in his aura. One elder, particularly agitated and excited, regarded Chen Mo with the adoration one might have for a beloved grandson, unable to sit still. The essence of alchemy. Such a presence is exceedingly rare among alchemists. Everyone, this Chen Mo is mine. To exhibit the essence of alchemy within the heart's illusion speaks volumes of his unparalleled talent, a once-in-a-thousand-year phenomenon. With my careful guidance and impartation of knowledge, I believe he will contribute immensely to our sect in no time. Isn't Master Jin Yang being a bit hasty? This is merely the first trial after the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This young man has already revealed astonishing talent in alchemy. Might he not also excel in talismans, weapon crafting, and formations? This young man is truly intriguing. I have long maintained that he could bring us unexpected delights. The young elder who had previously expressed such sentiments was the first to oppose Master Jin Yang's eagerness to claim Chen Mo at this juncture. Chapter 75, Perseverance. I shall not vie with you for Chao Hao, Xue Zixuan, Lin Qing, Meng Qingshu, Yi Qingli, and other talented disciples, shall I? Elder Jin Yang scanned the crowd as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, the gaze of the other elders towards Elder Jin Yang underwent a subtle transformation. How admirable! Chen Mo is indeed well suited to Elder Jin Yang. The young elder, who had previously been displeased with Elder Jin Yang's claim over Chen Mo, instantly softened and echoed in agreement. The atmosphere shifted. Ah, indeed, Chen Mo is undoubtedly meant for Elder Jin Yang. An elder from the Talisman's Pavilion also expressed his agreement. Everyone, do not vie with Elder Jin Yang for Chen Mo. Only under Elder Jin Yang's tutelage can Chen Mo truly flourish and become an exceptional alchemist. This is a fortunate occurrence for our Tianyin sect, which should be supported. Once the Heart's Inquiry test is complete and the results of each illusion are revealed, if Chen Mo manifests the essence of elixirs, he is likely to attain a perfect compatibility level, and we shall truly congratulate Elder Jin Yang on acquiring such a beloved disciple. The elders chimed in unison. Elder Jin Yang was quite pleased. Once all disciples complete the Heart's Inquiry test, the illusion array will cease its operation. At that time, the compatibility rankings of the tested disciples will be revealed. This is the ultimate purpose of the Heart's Inquiry test. Generally, the faster one completes it, the better. However, even if one is slow, as long as they display extraordinary talent in a particular illusion, it proves their profound compatibility with the Tao. For instance, if Chen Mo exhibits the essence of elixirs in the alchemical illusion, it will not diminish the admiration of the alchemy masters for him, even if his performance in other illusions is lackluster. I shall first express my gratitude to all my fellow friends. Elder Jin Yang stroked his beard and chuckled. As the elder of the Alchemy Pavilion and the second-best alchemist of the Tianyin sect, Elder Jin Yang exuded a robust and affluent aura, mastering the art of student recruitment with finesse. Who among the youth could resist such enticing offerings of elixirs? Although alchemists may not be the most popular among the myriad of cultivation arts, they are undoubtedly the wealthiest, bar none. Talismans, magical artifacts, spirit pets, and formations serve to enhance external power, which cultivators can forego when not absolutely necessary. Yet, elixirs are essential for elevating one's cultivation level or healing injuries, making them indispensable for practitioners at any time and place. Hence, it is nearly impossible for alchemists not to acquire wealth. Wealth, partners, methods, and land. Wealth comes first. Elder Jin Yang's refusal to compete with others for talents like Chao Hao is undoubtedly a boon, merely relinquishing one Chen Mo. And it seems that only Elder Jin Yang truly appreciates Chen Mo's potential. What Chao Hao, Xue Zixuan, and Lin Qingyi? Chen Mo's utmost limit is merely the foundation establishment stage. When Li Shaoqing emerged, she noticed that over 10 individuals had already passed. Especially seeing that Chao Hao and Xue Zixuan ranked clearly as first and second, her expression turned into one of dismay once again. She had been overshadowed by Xue Zixuan yet again. Fortunately, It was comforting to note that her performance was not only commendable, but she had also secured a place among the top 20 based on completion time, which is indeed remarkable. After all, most new disciples hail from the cultivation world, and her achievements from the secular realm are quite rare. Had there been no comparison with Xue Zixuan, she would have felt elated. As time passed, more disciples completed the test, with Li Hongxun, Chun Xing, and Xue Fei surpassing many new disciples in their completion times. Of course, a few among the increasing number of participants failed to comprehend the illusions, leading to their elimination after accumulating 3 failures. Nevertheless, being eliminated later was inconsequential. They had navigated numerous illusions, and their paths of cultivation had been tested through various scenarios. They had a clear understanding of their suitable cultivation directions. They merely awaited the specific results to see if anything exceeded their expectations, which would determine their next steps. The results of the Heart's Inquiry test are often more accurate than one's own perceptions. Many talented practitioners are unaware of their true capabilities, while the Heart's Inquiry illusions can reveal them. As the Heart's Inquiry test persisted for 4.5 hours, the number of remaining practitioners within the illusion-covered area dwindled to a mere few. Each of them bore pale faces, drenched in sweat, their hair damp and emitting wisps of steam, clearly exhausted, relying solely on sheer willpower to continue the test. Yet among the scant few new disciples, only Chen Mo stood out as an exception. At this moment, he had truly become the focal point of the gathering. The gazes directed at him were filled with awe, or perhaps admiration. Even those who had previously overlooked Chen Mo, regardless of their age, could not help but regard him with a glimmer of respect. What being at the first layer of qi refinement? What of being unable to cultivate to a higher realm in dual cultivation of immortality and martial prowess? His endurance is remarkable. How enduring he is! This exceptionally handsome youth had not shown a hint of distress from the beginning to the present. His sky-blue robe remained dry and pleasant, devoid of any signs of perspiration. His flowing hair and the few stray locks on his forehead bore no evidence of dampness. This formed a stark contrast with the other disciples, who were severely depleted. This is the dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts. How could one at the first layer of qi refinement possess such formidable vitality? The dual cultivators are said to be invincible at their level, indeed terrifying. Yet, the pace of their cultivation is exceedingly slow. Even the most gifted cultivators find it challenging to extend their lifespans beyond the foundation establishment stage. Were it not for this, who would not choose dual cultivation? Truly, it is impressive. Chen Mo appears so carefree. I feel he is enjoying the illusions. Otherwise, why does he always transition to the next illusion right at the limit? Undoubtedly, Chen Mo has already exhibited an extraordinarily rare talent for alchemy. How could his talents in other areas be lacking? If he wished to swiftly comprehend, he would not consistently wait until the last moment. What a pity. Indeed, it is a pity. For cultivators, even relinquishing any singular aspect of their practice is futile. Ultimately, to break through, one must meet the requirements of both the Tao of immortality and the Tao of martial arts. Chapter 76, Yunlan, Qianhuan. In less than 5 hours, the testing area enveloped by the Heart's Inquiry had been reduced to just Chen Mo. At this moment, the sunset was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Mo basked in the afterglow of the setting sun, his strikingly handsome visage showing no signs of fatigue. Only the occasional change in his expressions and the fluctuations of his aura indicated that he was still battling within the illusion. However, the term battling might not be entirely fitting, as there were no visible signs of struggle in his demeanor. It was impossible. Chen Mo appeared far too relaxed. In previous years, by this time, the Heart's Inquiry assessment would typically have concluded, with results from the 36 illusions announced, followed by the selection of cultivation paths and the picking of disciples by the sect's formidable figures. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated through the void. "Oh, is there still someone testing?" The voice was gentle and clear, tinged with surprise, as if a soft breeze was brushing over the surface of a lake, echoing in the ears of every individual present, as if someone were whispering right beside them. All the cultivators turned their heads, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. Gazing towards the void, They had seen the true monarch Yunlan. The elders on the high platform rose in unison, bowing in respect, their tones imbued with reverence, admiration, even excitement. Particularly, the male elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The name of true monarch Yunlan resonated profoundly within the Tianyin sect, akin to an imposing mountain. No, two mountains, impossible to overlook. The figure descending from the sky resembled a celestial being gliding upon the waves, clad in the simplest gray-blue robe. The loose sleeves billowed gently in the wind, exuding an ethereal yet steadfast grace. A matching hat concealed her flowing hair, the brim hanging low, shrouding her in an air of mystique. Though her attire was exceedingly modest, anyone else donning such garments would appear as an ordinary Taoist nun, yet upon her, it radiated a unique beauty that transcended the ordinary. Her countenance was exquisite, exuding a chill and transcendent aura. Her features were delicately sculpted, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, smooth and lustrous as jade. Particularly striking were her bright eyes, seemingly capable of peering into the depths of one's soul, devoid of any worldly distractions. Truly, had she donned more extravagant attire, she would undoubtedly have been a breathtaking beauty, surpassing any ordinary maiden, especially with the mature elegance she emanated, unparalleled by any youthful girl. Perfect and flawless. Perhaps only these four words could encapsulate the celestial maiden's essence. Even Xue Zixuan was momentarily entranced. So beautiful. This was a beauty that Xue Zixuan felt she could never possess, not merely superficial allure, but a radiance that emanated from within. She could not articulate it. Perhaps it was a beauty bestowed by her cultivation. The Yuanying true monarch had refined both her inner and outer beauty to its utmost perfection, rendering her attire incapable of obscuring her splendor. No need for excessive formalities. Who is he? True monarch Yunlan alighted upon the high platform, her gaze fixed on the sole remaining contestant in the testing area. Chen Mo, master, I'm here. He is the Chen Mo junior disciple I spoke of. At that moment, a voice from not far off chimed in eagerly. It was Huang Xianying, one hand clutching a snack bag, the other waving a fiery red spirit fruit towards the high platform. Master, look. The most eye-catching contestant nearest to you is my fellow junior disciple Xue Zixuan. She broke the long-standing record of the Lingshu true monarch. Huang Xianying continued her enthusiastic proclamations. Oblivious to her surroundings, her companions Wu Yu and He Yang could only awkwardly facepalm, unable to lift their heads. It was futile. Not only had true monarch Yunlan turned her gaze, but the elders on the high platform, along with the entire audience and newly initiated disciples, were now looking on. Child, cannot you transmit your thoughts? Well, since you have proclaimed it, I shall cease to feign ignorance. Indeed, your discernment is commendable. Xue Zixuan, I shall take you as my personal disciple. Anyone wishing to contest this, feel free to present your terms. I shall accept any condition. True monarch Yunlan smiled warmly at the gathered elders, her voice still gentle and melodious, though the words were imbued with an undeniable assertiveness. Lin Qingyi stood momentarily stunned, feeling as if she were gazing upon an idol, yearning to worship, to learn, even to kneel in homage before her. Lin Qingyi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ahem, how could we dare to contend for disciples with the true monarch? If the true monarch has set her sights on Xue Zixuan, then she shall undoubtedly be the true monarch's disciple. We would not dare. The elders hastily chimed in. However, true monarch Yunlan continued to gaze at one of the elders, declaring, I have not yet addressed you. Xianhuan, why do you not come forth? Suddenly, a tinkling, delicate laugh echoed from all directions, leaving the crowd momentarily unable to discern its origin. The laughter rang out like silver bells, resonating in a surround sound effect. Yunlan, if Xue Zixuan were the only prodigious female disciple, I would certainly contend with you. However, this batch of new disciples holds more than one who is not inferior to her. I shall not contest. I have chosen Lin Qingyi. As the enchanting voice floated through the air, a figure materialized before true monarch Yunlan, as if summoned from thin air. If true monarch Yunlan had left an impression of flawless purity and ethereal grace, then the newly appeared true monarch Qianhuan was an embodiment of alluring beauty, exuding an intoxicating charm that could captivate the heart. This was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was her audacious attire. Such bold and provocative clothing might elicit no reaction from the ladies of Yume Pavilion or Xianing elegance, but on the form of a true monarch, it was nothing short of shocking, especially among the newly initiated disciples. Each was left agape, questioning their own perceptions, wondering if they had misjudged or if an enchanting sprite were masquerading as a sex true monarch. The slender, willow-like waist, the subtly exposed, delicate skin, and the alluring curves. Shui Zishuan couldn't help but think that Chen Mo, that rascal, would surely steal glances. Thankfully, he was still navigating the trials. One must admit, true monarch Qianhuan's beauty, aura, and attire were entirely incongruous with the solemn dignity expected of a true monarch. The moment she appeared, the temperature around seemed to rise, as the nearby elders found themselves swallowing hard, unable to suppress their reactions. Lin Qingyi, true monarch Yunlan inquired, unaffected by the commotion. Who is that? Such a gentle and lovely girl. True monarch Qianhuan smiled as she looked down at Lin Qingyi. That smile nearly entranced Lin Qingyi's soul. In an instant, Lin Qingyi's admiration for true monarch Yunlan waned. She felt that true monarch Qianhuan was far more fitting for her, for she sensed a familiar resonance from Qianhuan, the aura of a water spirit body. Indeed, she is quite suitable for you, splendidly so. However, I have set my sights on another disciple. Do as you wish. If you have the audacity to compete, despite the elders' reprimands, feel free to take as many as you desire. I have selected Chen Mo. With a melodic giggle, she continued, from what I understand, he is the fiancé of the one you covet, Shui Zishuan. Quite intriguing, indeed, a dual cultivator brimming with vigor. No, Qianhuan, you cannot choose Chen Mo. Huang Xianing shouted in desperation. You little girl, are you instructing me? True monarch Qianhuan turned her gaze to Huang Xianing. My disciple merely made a suggestion. It is entirely up to you whether to heed it. Regardless of my disciple's suggestions, I shall heed them all. Yunlan Jinjuan chuckled lightly and added, moreover, it would be prudent for you to refrain from any underhanded tactics that might disturb my disciple's tranquility. The consequences could be dire. Qianhuan glanced at Huang Xianing, then at Yunlan, seemingly hesitating for a moment before conceding. Very well. Chen Mo's opportunity has thus been severed by your actions. Immortal warriors and martial artists, apart from myself, so be it. Upon hearing Qianhuan Jinjuan's declaration, Jin Yang Jinren exhaled in relief. After all, if Qianhuan were to contest with him, he would have no choice but to relinquish his claim. He dared not even attempt to vie for it, an existence capable of shattering his resolve with a mere glance. Competing with her would be tantamount to courting death, while actual demise was not certain. Losing face and living in disgrace was a guaranteed outcome. Fortunately, she seemed to harbor some reservations regarding Yunlan Jinjuan and Huang Xianing. Simultaneously, Shui Zishuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was not that she lacked faith in Chen Mo, but rather Qianhuan Jinjuan's overwhelming allure. The way she appeared to covet Chen Mo left her apprehensive. Would that rogue, Chen Mo, even resist? Even if he did, could he truly escape? If he could not, was it not just as he often remarked, to simply close his eyes and revel in the experience? Of course, Shui Zishuan merely contemplated this. Although Qianhuan Jinjuan seemed to embody a certain darkness, it was likely just a fade. Otherwise, she could not possibly be a true monarch of Tianyin's sect, a sect not known for its wickedness. At this moment, Chao Hao's expression was one of profound discomfort. A nameless fury burgeoned within him. He had shattered the record held by Ling Xu Jinjuan, one maintained for a millennium, and he had done so nearly an hour ahead of schedule. Should not the entire arena be in awe, exhilarated, and animated because of him? Should not the sect's formidable figures vie for his favor, their faces flushed, even engaging in fierce competition? Yet, none of this occurred. He felt as though he had become invisible, entirely overlooked. All gazes were fixated upon Chen Mo. That worthless fool. What merit did he possess? He too could aspire to be an immortal warrior. He had already commenced his journey. Had he known this would transpire, he would have emulated Chen Mo's slowness, which would have drawn the crowd's attention, consolidated fortune, and perhaps even attracted the enchanting Qianhuan Jinjuan. Now it was all Chen Mo's. Indeed, at this very moment, the glances directed at Chen Mo had transformed. Those who could provoke the interest of both the true monarch and the elders were not merely a first-layer qi refiner. The key lay in his striking appearance. With the true monarch's contention, Chen Mo had begun to radiate the aura of a protagonist, becoming ever more captivating in the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 77. To hell with the bastard. Even Wu Yu and He Yang felt somewhat bewildered. Their assessments of Chen Mo had been continuously elevated, yet they never anticipated that they had ultimately underestimated him to such an extraordinary degree. Initially, Chen Mo was sought after by the elders, and then by the true monarchs. Such treatment, in their view, should have been reserved for Cao Hao. They had already submitted detailed information regarding Cao Hao, outlining his realm, talent, combat prowess, and fortuitous opportunities, asserting that Cao Hao was indeed among the elite. Particularly at this moment, during the heart-testing examination, it was Cao Hao who had set the record. Yet, why had no one rushed to claim him beforehand? They should have understood that claiming me as a disciple is not merely a matter of words, which is precisely why they deliberately sought to downplay my significance. Enraged, Cao Hao quickly regained his composure, employing the Cao clan self-soothing method of mental consolation. Wu Yu and He Yang similarly arrived at this conclusion. Viewed in this light, Cao Hao's mental constructs were indeed quite persuasive. The reason that the Thousand Illusions' true monarch sought Chen Mo ahead of others was undoubtedly not due to Chen Mo's exceptional qualities, but rather because he viewed Chen Mo as a pawn to undermine Zixian. It was evident that the Thousand Illusions' true monarch and the Cloud Lawn true monarch were accustomed to rivalry, unwilling to yield to one another. Thus their disciples were bound to compete. Otherwise, Cloud Lawn would not have spoken of disrupting the path of the disciples. Yet, the fact that this waste, Chen Mo, had overshadowed me was irrefutable. Cao Hao's gaze slowly swept across the crowd, particularly upon seeing the attention directed at Chen Mo. His fury became uncontrollable. How much longer until he recovers? The Thousand Illusions' true monarch inquired of the young elder overseeing the heart-testing examination. It will likely be until dawn, the elder replied. The Thousand Illusions' true monarch remarked, I shall return at dawn. Qing Yi, I will come to fetch you then. Yin Lan, it is rare to meet. Do you dare to play? If so, come forth. If not, remain there, he. With that, the Thousand Illusions' true monarch transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void, leaving only her enchanting, resonant laughter echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Buzz. The Cloud Lawn true monarch similarly instructed Shuizi Xian, and her figure abruptly trembled, disappearing in place, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as she pursued the Thousand Illusions' true monarch at an astonishing speed. On the high platform, the elders collectively exhaled in relief. The presence of two celestial true monarchs, both deliberately exerting their formidable pressure, created an atmosphere of palpable tension, rendering the Golden Core elders breathless. One elder glanced at Chen Mo. Will he truly reach the hour of the rat? Another elder responded. The Thousand Illusions' true monarch seems convinced that Chen Mo will make it, so he should be able to. At this moment, all eyes were on Chen Mo. Or rather, they were waiting for him. Despite the impatience of many, they could do nothing but wait. Until Chen Mo concluded his examination, the heart testing could not cease, preventing the elders from reviewing the results of the disciples' tests. Since the inception of the heart testing at our Tianyin sect, no disciple had ever exceeded 6 hours in their examination time. Chen Mo was poised to create history. The exceptional stamina and vitality of a dual cultivation of celestial and martial arts had reached such astonishing heights. The spirit stones sustaining the heart testing had to be replenished. Several elders remarked, within the illusion. Phew, I perfectly timed it to the limit. What will the next challenge be? How thrilling. Aside from the fears segment that nearly terrified him, the rest were devoid of pressure. Buzz. Chen Mo entered yet another new illusion. Unbeknownst to him, He had become the most dazzling presence in the entire gathering, and he was entirely unaware of that, rather than successfully maintaining a low profile. He had already attracted the attention of Golden Core and Nascent Soul, true monarchs eager to take him as a disciple before he even concluded the heart testing. He naively believed that the later he remained conscious, the lower his performance in the heart testing would be. In truth, this was indeed the case for the vast majority. Only a select few who demonstrated exceptional talent within a specific illusion could disregard the time limit to garner the favor of powerful sect members. However, the crux of the matter was that Chen Mo genuinely relished the joyful experiences brought forth by each illusion, save for the fierce segment. All were delightful experiences. If other disciples undergoing tests were to learn of this, their gazes would likely resemble those directed at a monstrous anomaly. Indeed, the looks directed at Chen Mo now were not far from that of a curious beast. 6 hours had elapsed. An unprecedented feat talismans? As Chen Mo materialized in a new illusion, his spirit jolted with excitement. What? A shattered talisman? This energy is about to explode? Goodness. He found himself in a confined space, where fragmented talismans floated before him, each emanating a pulsating energy. The illusion conveyed an unmistakable sense that these damaged talismans were on the verge of detonation. Suspended before him were 12 talisman brushes and 12 bottles of ink in varying colors, along with a volume titled Basic Talisman Analysis. Clearly, he was to utilize the knowledge from Basic Talisman Analysis to employ the brushes alongside the corresponding inks to mend the shattered talismans. Chen Mo first examined the talismans before him. Their surfaces were marred by irregular fissures, their energy exceedingly unstable, akin to a bomb with a lit fuse. When the fuse burned out, so too would the explosion. Time was of the essence. A classic line escaped Chen Mo's lips. First, I must read. Without hesitation, Chen Mo opened Basic Talisman Analysis. Ding! He exclaimed aloud. Indeed, the next moment, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. A banner flashed before him. Congratulations, host has mastered Basic Talisman Analysis and become a Talisman Apprentice. I'm truly impressive, the 8th apprentice in the art of cultivation. He mused. With 15 more illusions ahead, they surely wouldn't all pertain to cultivation arts. The celestial path must be the focus. Prior to this, Chen Mo had already attained the titles of Herbalist Apprentice, Alchemist Apprentice, Refiner Apprentice, Mechanist Apprentice, Beastmaster Apprentice, Spirit Plant Master Apprentice, and Formation Master Apprentice, totaling 7 apprentices. The Talisman Apprentice was his 8th title. This was also the 8th illusion he had entered after transcending the 13 illusions representing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Too easy, Chen Mo remarked as he surveyed the damaged talismans. The cracks resembled the claws of a ferocious beast, mercilessly tearing apart the core structure of the talisman, causing a powerful fluctuation to envelop it. With the passage of time, the energy within the talisman accumulated at the points of rupture, and once it reached its breaking point, an explosion would ensue. Attempting to blow me up is futile. I shall not rush the repairs. I will methodically restore it stroke by stroke, ensuring it remains intact until the last moment. Chen Mo had gained considerable experience. He would not repeat the mistakes of his previous alchemical mishaps. Although he had not been grievously injured by those explosions, they had left him in a state of utter disarray. Is this truly simple enough to gauge one's talent? Chen Montauk pondered skeptically. Although the Gu Shou panel had aided him in learning instantaneously, akin to being force-fed a mindless narrative of a novel, he still felt that comprehension stemmed from his own insight. The only difference was that it had accelerated his reading speed. Chen Mo believed that as long as he painted slowly, allowing the time for completion to stretch to the final moment, even his remarkable talent would not be revealed. As if painting a delicate eyebrow on a foolish girl, one must proceed slowly and meticulously. Chen Mo gradually retrieved a talisman brush, its tip gently tapping along the edges of the fissures, painstakingly tracing each line with utmost care. Each stroke was executed with deliberate caution, embodying the essence of serenity. Time quietly slipped away. With considerable experience, Chen Mo sensed the imminent conclusion of the illusionary array and abruptly quickened his strokes, swiftly mending the last few cracks. In that fleeting moment of restoration, the scene before him began to dissolve like sand art. Immediately afterward, a terrifying meteor shower assailed him once more. Chen Mo was engulfed again, commencing the next illusion. This cycle continued. Xue Zixuan endeavored to suppress her emotions, striving to maintain a facade of calmness, to avoid excitement and exuberance. Yet, she remained undeniably youthful. The smile on her face was more difficult to suppress than an AK-47, rendering her already stunning beauty even more radiant. As seconds ticked by, many in the audience had already closed their eyes, some even entering a meditative state. There was no alternative. Everyone awaited Chen Mo, and the wait had become prolonged. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. This span of time was hardly significant. 7 hours, 8 hours. Finally, the midnight hour arrived. At this moment, those who had been meditating or with closed eyes stirred awake, casting their gazes towards Chen Mo, who appeared unchanged, perhaps even more relaxed and joyful than before. He occasionally displayed a somewhat smug smile, as though he had encountered something exceedingly delightful, a sentiment mirrored by Xue Zixuan. Xue Zixuan was the result of restraint, while Chen Mo's demeanor reflected his physical form, both considerably diminished from their true states. One could only imagine how triumphant and joyful Chen Mo must have been within the illusion. It was at this very moment that both Yunlan Jinjuan and Qianhuan Jinjuan arrived simultaneously, albeit this time they were thoroughly concealed, donning new attire. Notably, Qianhuan Jinjuan was entirely obscured, save for his eyes, his face and figure shrouded completely. Moreover, both exhibited a distinctly chaotic and weakened aura, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. The elders present dared not inquire further. Before long, a vibrant light erupted abruptly, the aura of the heart-testing array re-emerging, emanating a gentle power that lifted Chen Mo into the passageway of success. Chen Mo had finally completed the test. A multitude of astonished and inquisitive gazes turned towards him. Meanwhile, Chen Mo wore an expression of embarrassment and bashfulness, muttering, "It was exceedingly difficult, truly too difficult. Am I the last one? Alas, I am simply too inadequate. Last place, sigh. Upon hearing this, many were left speechless, pondering, too difficult? Last place? Is he genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance? Zixuan, observing the unfriendly stares directed at him, Chen Mo felt a surge of panic. Calling out to Xue Zixuan without regard for his dignity, swiftly weaving through the crowd to her side, where he finally halted. "I came in last. Do you mind?" Chen Mo asked Xue Zixuan earnestly. "I tied for second place. It's just that," Xue Zixuan replied, suppressing her urge to strike him, her tone serious. In terms of acting skills, Xue Zixuan felt that her performance paled considerably in comparison to Chen Mo's naturalness. How could he portray such ease? Though he had performed poorly, why did it feel like everyone wanted to strike her? I didn't provoke them, did I? Chen Mo whispered to Xue Zixuan. Her face flushed crimson. With the entire assembly watching, how could he pretend to whisper without being overheard? "You were in last place, having taken 9 hours. And everyone had been waiting for you for 4.5 hours." Xue Zixuan could only feign ignorance, lowering her voice to address Chen Mo. "Moreover, you displayed remarkable talent. Although it took you the longest, your performance may not be subpar. It could even surpass mine." "What?" Chen Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly gasping in astonishment. This was no act. He was genuinely taken aback. "Foolish girl, no dear. I mean, Zixuan, do not deceive me." In his excitement, he inadvertently blurted out everything. Xue Zixuan, both amused and exasperated, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Why would I deceive you? Stop speaking. Everyone is watching us." It's mortifying. In the once silent square, apart from the whispers shared between Chen Mo and Xue Zixuan, someone could no longer contain their laughter, which abruptly turned into a honking sound. None other than Huang Xianying. She simply could not hold back. Chen Mo was too humorous. And even more amusing was how Xue Zixuan, being Chen Mo's fiancée, played along with him under the public's gaze. Naturally, Xue Zixuan had no choice. After all, he was her betrothed. As the results were announced, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the crowd. At that moment, An elder responsible for the test suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with evident surprise and confusion. He held a jade tablet twice the size of a typical one, adorned with intricate and esoteric runes, emanating a profoundly ancient aura. Curious? Chen Mo's name is absent. He has no results at this proclamation. The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence, including Yunlan and Qianhuan. How could it be that he had no name or results? Yet the one ranked first was not Chao Hao. The elder holding the jade tablet continued. Huh? Who is it? It consists of 5 words. Were they? Speak quickly. Stop keeping us in suspense. You scoundrel, go die. What? You said what? You scoundrel, go die. Are you seeking death? No, I wasn't cursing you. The 5 words are literally you scoundrel, go die. The crowd was bewildered. The artifact spirit is enraged. 2 Zinjins and the assembly of elders suddenly contemplated a singular thought. The artifact spirit had been provoked. But who had incited its wrath? Who but Chen Mo? Chapter 78. This sovereign lacks a true disciple. Would you be willing? Rank first is damn you to death. A multitude of gazes turned towards Chen Mo, already astonished by Xue Zixuan's words. Chen Mo now wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Why are you all looking at me? What have I done? Chen Mo, what did you do during the hard inquiry test? Come forth and share. The elder in charge of the test waved his hand, and a surge of power lifted the bewildered Chen Mo, placing him directly upon the high platform, before a gathering of elders and 2 true sovereigns. Holy smokes! Stay calm. Stay calm. Chen Mo felt as though he had landed himself in serious trouble. He descended right before the 2 true sovereigns. With their presence, the elders naturally had to step back. Chen Mo noticed 2 figures wrapped tightly like Zongzi, particularly one who revealed only her eyes, while the other unveiled both her eyes and eyebrows, yet neither was any less alluring. Chen Mo found himself curious. They both seemed to be beauties, so stunning that one hesitated to look. Despite their tight wrappings obscuring their figures and faces, the beauty of their eyes was enough to captivate Chen Mo. One pair possessed an enchanting allure, while the other radiated a serene and sacred presence. Clearly, they held the highest status among the elders. Do not be afraid, Chen Mo. Speak your mind. I am also curious as to how you managed to offend the spirit of the artifact. The first Zongzi, whose eyes and eyebrows were visible, spoke with a warm and melodious voice, calming Chen Mo considerably. Just as he was about to divulge everything, he was struck with immense shock. This sovereign is a true sovereign